Chapter 1. Are you still so unabashed? The sun blazed fiercely in the sky. Shen Yan, having endured an entire night of studying, was now plagued by a severe headache. With heavy eyelids, he hastily consumed a sandwich and unscrewed a bottle, taking a few sips. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Coming to an internet CAF to finish your homework. Impressive. The proprietor unreservedly gave him a thumbs up. The young man appeared weary, his skin a cool alabaster, features sharply defined, and his lashes long and slightly curled. He fished out some money without uttering a word, evidently disinclined to engage in conversation. Shen Yan's eyelids felt particularly heavy. He stifled a yawn and calculated the time the locksmith should be arriving soon. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and made his way down the corridor. Hey, you forgot your homework. I don't need it. Shen Yan opted not to reside on campus, choosing instead to live alone in an old house. Yesterday, he had forgotten his keys, which was why he had resorted to finding a random internet CAF to spend the night. As he stepped out of the air-conditioned room, a wave of heat rushed towards him. Adjusting the brim of his cap, Shen Yan pressed his tongue against his molars in irritation, pursing his lips as he sauntered forward. Suddenly, his steps faltered without warning. His light brown eyes narrowed slightly as he observed a petite figure, head bent, fingers darting across a phone screen, who abruptly collided with a lamppost. Li Shu winced in pain, a crimson mark blooming on her fair forehead. She instinctively drew in a breath and reached up to touch the spot. Yet, a light mockery wafted through the air. Shen Yan yawned lazily, her gaze wandering over the unsightly school uniform worn by Li Shu. With a languid sigh, she summoned little energy to head towards the nearby residential complex across the street. This minor incident barely registered with Li Shu, who glanced at the time and realized she was already late. Feeling dispirited, she meandered through the winding alleys until she approached the counter. Just as she was about to speak, the proprietor swiftly tossed her assignments into the trash bin. Li Shu furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from commenting. Instead, she walked over and retrieved the assignments that had spent the night in the internet CF, stuffing them directly into her backpack. She drawled slowly, picking up scraps. She exited the CAF at a leisurely pace, although it was still early. The light was exceptionally harsh. Squinting her eyes, she took small steps out of the alley. Since she was already late, Li Shu felt no urgency. The previous night, Li Maoguo and Xu Xiao had quarreled incessantly, culminating in the shattering of several vases, and Li Maoguo was storming out in a fit of rage. Xu Xiao had wept throughout the night, and while Li Shu found the situation both irritating and somewhat amusing, it kept her tossing and turning. Here, hailing a cab was quite convenient. Li Shu settled into the taxi and fastened her seatbelt before finally announcing her destination, Fu Nen High School. Upon her arrival, she found all the senior classes gathered on the playground, the academic director passionately addressing them through a microphone. On the blackboard in the classroom, the flamboyant characters spelling "Welcome back to school" adorned the surface. Li Shu took her seat according to the newly arranged seating chart and set down her backpack. As silence enveloped her, she could almost hear the echoes of Xu Xiao and Li Maoguo's fierce argument in the living room. Li Maoguo, you want spare even university student? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, comma. Status. Resource C exhausted. Li Shuchue lowered her gaze. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, her role as Qiuning's deskmate is destined to endure for an entire semester. No. Qiuning adjusted her oversized glasses, a clear emblem of an academic prodigy. Li Shu had transferred last semester, embodying a quiet and reticent demeanor. Many speculated about her eccentric personality and the difficulties it posed. Initially, she hesitated before initiating conversation, but to her surprise, their exchange was punctuated by brief, obedient responses that made one wish to affectionately pinch her cheeks. She restrained her impulse and proposed. Then I shall accompany you to submit it. After a prolonged silence, Li Shu replied, no need. Qiuning did not dwell on it further, saying, then you should go now, the teacher is inspecting. If he catches you, it will be troublesome. I haven't written it. Excuse me? Chapter 2. The reluctance to transcribe as the bell rang. The classroom quieted considerably, yet faint murmurs still lingered in the air. Li Shu cast her gaze downward. Harboring an aversion to school, ironically, amidst the suffocating atmosphere of the Li household, this place offered her a modicum of respite. Bored and listless, she continued to lean on her desk, her fingertips idly poking at the pink pencil holder, which housed black pens, those very ones she had used to inscribe her name on the cover of her summer assignments at the conclusion of the last term. Are you prepared for the upcoming exams in a few days? Are you joking? Do I strike you as someone who would be? Oh, have you actually revised? Impossible. Why would you even ask that? The chatter from the front row gradually faded, overtaken by the sound of footsteps echoing from the corridor. An elderly man, perhaps in his 50s, stepped into the room. Upon seeing his stern countenance, Li Shu could not suppress a yawn, just as she was about to lay her head down. The old man thunderously slammed a stack of summer assignments onto the podium. The resounding thud startled the students, causing a ripple of trepidation. The few rascals seated at the back instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell?" In an instant, the classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard, as Li Shu continued to poke at the pencil holder. The abruptness of the old man's bellow startled her, causing her grip to falter. The inevitable was set in motion. She could only watch helplessly as the pencil holder toppled over, producing a sharp clatter as black pens, pencils, erasers, and rulers spilled forth. The old man's fervor for diligence and hard work was momentarily stifled by the commotion, and upon recognizing the source of the disturbance, his fury reached its zenith. "Li Shu," he bellowed. Ning cast a glance at Li Shu, silently mourning for her in her heart. She had neglected her old assignments, and now new grievances disrupted the classroom atmosphere. Some things could be overlooked. Li Shu slowly rose to her feet, the unexpected turn of events banishing much of her drowsiness. "All right," she murmured softly. With her fair complexion and the demeanor of a dutiful student, it was difficult to impose any punishment upon her. The elderly teacher choked momentarily, his tone instinctively softening, though a certain rigidity still prevailed. "Why haven't you submitted your summer homework?" Li Shu lowered her head, watching as her white eraser, resembling a rabbit, rolled across the floor in several large circles before finally coming to rest at the corner of a nearby desk. It was surely stained now. With a weak and listless voice, she replied, "Teacher, I was wrong. I didn't do it." Ning sighed in relief. At least her admission of guilt was earnest and sincere. The teacher was about to give her a stern look, but upon noticing the girl clad in her loose school uniform, head bowed yet revealing a faint red mark on her forehead, he hesitated. It was unclear where she had bumped into something. Setting aside other thoughts, the air she exuded communicated 4 simple words: well-behaved and understanding. The teacher reflected on how Li Shu was different from the other students. The school's writing building had been donated by her father. Even the principal had summoned him to convey a message. "Mr. Zheng, do you understand what I mean? It's as if we are enshrining Li Shu as a revered ancestor." Zhang Hong struggled to suppress his frustration, making an effort to display a smile. "After so many days of vacation, everyone else has completed their assignments. I specifically reminded you before the break that you must not be negligent. Surely you didn't leave a single page unwritten? Do you genuinely intend to drift through high school like this?" Zhang Hong approached and halted before her desk, declaring, "I refuse to believe you haven't touched a single word. Show me, let me see." Li Shu's eyelashes fluttered momentarily. Then she slowly lifted her gaze to meet the old man's eyes. With deliberate slowness, she retrieved her backpack and unzipped it, presenting the untouched summer homework to Zhang Hong. The old man accepted it, casting a glance at the girl who bowed her head in silence, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he had witnessed Li Shu's stellar performance in middle school, consistently securing the top position. However, her high school results had plummeted drastically. In light of this, he had summoned her parents multiple times, yet only the family's housekeeper had appeared. She was once a promising candidate for the finest university in the city. The old man's brow furrowed deeply as he casually leafed through the pages, and upon encountering clear problem-solving strategies alongside some hasty yet powerful handwriting, his expression transformed into one of relief. "Provide me with an explanation," he demanded. Li Shu, perplexed, wondered what there was to explain. With a languid yet earnest tone, she replied, "I couldn't be bothered to copy." Ning was taken aback, and Li Shu braced herself for the impending storm and the consequences of being punished to stand. Little did she know that the situation was beyond her control. Zhang Hong, filled with relief, patted her shoulder and remarked with a rhythmic cadence, "Li Shu, I knew you would not forsake your studies. Look how beautifully you've written." Li Shu was left bewildered. In Zhang Hong's eyes, there was no connection between Li Shu and her studies. Previously, she had not only neglected her summer and winter assignments, but had also submitted blank sheets for regular homework and exams. Zhang Hong felt inexplicably moved. After all, the thorough answers indicated that Li Shu had taken his words to heart. Could such a child ever resort to copying? Absolutely not, even if the handwriting resembled that of a boy. Li Shu, indeed, a promising talent. Observe, despite not paying attention in class, this assignment is completed with such excellence. It is evident that one has secretly enrolled in a tutoring class. The teacher, well aware that you are not the type to copy, smiled with satisfaction and promptly spread the assignment before the class. He sincerely remarked, "Look at Li Shu, such a diligent child." The earnest Li Shu remained silent. There was truly no need to address her position at the bottom of the class with such gravity and excitement. Li Shu, the old man, initiated the applause. There were already some raucous students in the back, particularly a group of boys who idled away their days. One of them, eager for mischief, began clapping loudly, "Bravo!" With his lead, the entire class joined in a wave of applause, fervent and enduring. After murmuring her thoughts, Xiaoning sensed some misunderstanding during this commotion and instinctively glanced at Li Shu's reaction. Well, her deskmate was not alarmed. Instead, she unconsciously stifled a yawn. How tired she must be. Xiaoning frowned, her face, obscured by large glasses, displayed disbelief. After a few seconds of hesitation, she joined the crowd with a gentle clap. Li Shu. She stared blankly at the unfamiliar yet familiar assignment book. She could not comprehend this. It was utterly absurd. Why not simply open a bookstore selling 5 years of simulation, 3 years of college entrance examination, or perhaps establish an internet CAF? So, do middle-aged men now possess a fervent love for learning? Chapter 3, Being Human? In the first class of the new term, the old man attempted to enliven the atmosphere, both bizarre and comical. Just before the class concluded, Zhang Hong finally broached the subject at hand. As Li Shu caught a glimpse of Ning sitting upright, regardless of whether the old man could see her, she nodded earnestly and emphatically. Such a person must undoubtedly be a scholarly prodigy. With the ringing of the dismissal bell, Zhang Hong gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped forward, a thought crossed his mind. Clearing his throat, his eyebrows danced with excitement. By the way, in a few days, a new student will be transferring here. So you all better be on your toes and refrain from any mischief. His words sent ripples of intrigue throughout the room. Zhang Hong left with a beaming smile. Even humming a cheerful tune, he had already perused the new student's grades, which were indeed exceptional. The prospect of a key student being placed in his class was sure to darken the faces of the teachers from the experimental classes. Once Zhang Hong departed, the classroom erupted in chatter. Who could it be? Just look at the old man's expression. This is no trivial matter. What kind of background does this new student have? Who cares about their background? They can't possibly be the principal's child. True, but why is the old man so pleased? Driven by curiosity, Xiaoning couldn't help but turn to Li Shu. This is rather peculiar. That expression on the old man's face was as if he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Li Shu, indifferent to the commotion, felt her drowsiness dissipate due to Zhang Hong's ruckus. She planned to head to the convenience store to buy a new eraser. Upon hearing Xiaoning's comment, she paused for a moment, belatedly realizing that Xiaoning was speaking to her. The tone of her voice, paired with her innocent, fair visage, made conversation feel almost lighter. Xiaoning prompted. Li Shu stood up, lethargically responding, perhaps it's due to menopause. Upon uttering these words, she circumvented Xiaoning and made her way towards the back door. Just as she passed the rear seats, an acrid scent of smoke assailed her senses. Without a moment's thought, she discerned that it emanated from that group of affluent second-generation heirs. This new classmate, she must be a girl, and I had just made a pact with Xiaomei, promising that if she were indeed a captivating beauty, she would be mine. Li Shu slightly furrowed her brow and quickened her pace towards the exit. There, she observed Jiang Yi, the one leading the applause, approach and deliver a punch. Mind your tone when speaking to me. With that singular act, the classroom fell into an utter hush. Li Shu meandered slowly around the scene and exited. The spoiled heir, accustomed to his usual arrogance, now dared not utter a sound after being struck. He knew he could not provoke the Jiang family. He could only force a smile and concede, "It was my mistake." Of course, the girl should be given to young Master Jiang. Jiang Yi extinguished his cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at him. Fool. With that, he strode away. The senior year was divided into 2 experimental classes and 8 regular ones. Li Shu found herself in the ordinary class 7. Those who came to Funan were either academically proficient or hailed from affluent families. Li Shu belonged to the latter. To ensure tranquility for the college entrance examination candidates, the senior teaching building was situated far from the first and second-year students, in a secluded area. Li Shu circumvented the playground, her porcelain-white face glistening with perspiration. She trudged forward, taking the narrow path that led from the rarely used west corridor of the teaching building towards the east. As she approached, she caught sight of a familiar head of golden hair. Recognizing him, she identified Jiang Yi leaning against the railing, persistently engaged in a phone call. At last, he managed to get through, clutching his phone and wailing, "Yan Gu, I can't believe it. I've called you over a dozen times. I thought something had happened to you. If you didn't answer, I would have reported it to the police. After all, every handsome man enjoys the attention of beautiful women, and he flicked his tousled blonde hair with a self-assured swagger. Then he let out a whistle. "Hey there, miss." Li Shu averted her gaze and did not take a detour because of Jiang Yi. She passed by him while sipping her yogurt, her steps unwavering. The only response Jiang Yi received was the busy signal emanating from the other end of the line. The first call was disconnected, and the second met the same fate. Finally, the call connected. Had it been anyone else, Jiang Yi would have smashed his phone in frustration, but this was his revered elder. He could only hold his breath and cautiously inquire, "Yan Ge, are you still asleep?" Shen Yan, eyes closed, felt a throbbing headache. He had barely drifted off when the relentless ringing jolted him awake, leaving anyone irritable, particularly when the caller was one to flirt with women while calling him. "Jiang Yi." He spoke, his voice thick with nasal congestion. "Yes, I'm here." Shen Yan straightened up, leaning over to grab a glass from the bedside table. Sipping some water to compose himself, his profile cold and rigid. "What do you want?" Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. "Aren't you happy? Yan Ge, you've come to a city. Why didn't you come to school today?" Shen Yan rubbed his temples, tempted to curse, but ultimately refrained. Transferring here brought him more benefits than drawbacks, and he was rather pleased about it. He lazily replied, catching up on sleep. Jiang Yi didn't dwell on it. "Yan Ge, when will you report for school?" Shen Yan, finding the noise bothersome, responded with a question of his own. "When is the entrance exam scheduled?" The day after tomorrow marks the beginning of 2 days of examinations, and Shen Yan has formulated his plans. Yet, Jiang Yi's voice buzzes incessantly like a persistent fly. "The mere thought of being in the same class as Yan Ge ignites a fervor within me." Shen Yan chuckles, casually pressing his tongue against his molars. "Please. I'm not fond of your type." Jiang Yi, inexplicably teased, kicks at a pebble on the ground. "Yan Ge, you're impressive." At this moment, he recalls Li Shu, whom he passed by earlier. Dressed in an utterly unflattering school uniform, yet her beauty shines through, making anything she wears appear stunning. The oversized uniform fails to conceal the curves of a blossoming girl in her youth. Standing there with her fair, tender skin, she exudes a soft and harmless aura. Her hair slightly curled, a natural wave. Jiang Yi muses, what has she been doing all this time? A perfectly fine girl, yet she is only thinking about skipping classes. What a waste. He clutches his chest. "Yan Ge, I think I'm falling in love. That girl from our class is just too adorable. I believe her name is Shu, and it's quite proper." Not even knowing her full name, he dreams of pursuing her? Undoubtedly, a scoundrel. Shen Yan, disinterested in prolonging this topic, is too lethargic to engage in further banter. He considers hanging up but remembers Jiang Yi's ex-girlfriends, who could easily fill 5 or 6 tables for a card game. He rolls onto his back, his tone languid and nonchalant. Is she of age now? Jiang Yi, behave yourself. Chapter 4. Losing at the starting line, Li Shu certainly knows how to navigate social dynamics. Despite her lackluster academic performance, she excels in flattery. As she ascends the staircase, she hears the derisive voices emanating from the ventilation shaft on the second floor. Her eyelashes flutter slightly, causing her to pause in her steps. Your statement is flawed. Li Shujia hails from a wealthy family. Why would she feel compelled to ingratiate herself with an old man? There is no necessity for that. So what if she possesses wealth? Does that imply we are impoverished? I am simply intolerant of her self-righteous demeanor. Had it not been for her father's generous donation of a building, would she have gained admission to Funan? It appears she was left with no choice but to enroll in our ordinary class. What significance does her donation hold? Does it grant her the liberty to act as she pleases? Li Shu squinted her eyes, casting a glance at the envious girl whose malicious jealousy was palpable. Someone she did not recognize. The latter failed to notice her presence in a timely manner, and her derisive remarks continued unabated, escalating in severity. It was utterly intolerable. The boys meandering in the corridor during the break, including several from the experimental class, were not discreet. I would wager that of the 8, at least 5 craned their necks to peer inside. Who would believe they were not there for Li Shu? The girl spoke in a faint sweet tone, yet her words dripped with disdain. You are correct. However, Li Shu is indeed attractive. Who are you even friends with? What value does her beauty hold? I have heard rumors regarding her father's indiscretions. Li Shu lowered her gaze to her pristine white shoes, her breath slightly erratic. Her distant, almond-shaped eyes blinked as she took the final few steps. The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the two conversing, and upon realizing that their target was approaching, their expressions faltered. To be caught in the act of speaking ill of someone renders one devoid of justification. The girl who had been nitpicking suddenly stumbled over her words. She tugged at her companion, attempting to make a hasty exit, as if entirely unconcerned with the situation, or perhaps unable to defend herself. Having just emerged from the restroom, Xiaoning witnessed this scene unfold in its entirety. She pushed up her oversized glasses and hurriedly followed suit, casting a disapproving glance at the two gossiping individuals. They chattered incessantly, and she thought to herself that the Li family's decision to donate a building was none of their concern. If they were so capable, why not make a donation themselves? Did those idle remarks bother her? Not at all. After hearing such things repeatedly, she had grown numb to them. Silently, she gazed out at the camphor trees, her delicate fingers rummaging through the drawer for her phone, only to discover a pink envelope instead. She hesitated. She was certain she hadn't left it there before. Xiaoning caught up to her, saying, Li Shu, don't pay them any mind. Angie from Class 8 can't stand to see others do well. She's always speaking with a sting, as if everyone owes her something. Class 7 and Class 8 shared the same building, separated only by an office. Xiaoning was about to continue when she noticed the signature on the envelope and squealed in excitement. Ah, no wonder. She speaks so harshly because Jiangxia sent you a love letter. And she had been infatuated with the basketball team Jiangxia for quite some time. And this turn of events would surely infuriate her. Li Shu found the news grating and frowned slightly. She casually tossed the love letter aside and resumed sipping her yogurt, handling the situation with remarkable composure. Aren't you going to read it? It's from Jiangxia, Xiaoning exclaimed, clearly excited. Li Shu, indifferent to Jiangxia, noted Xiaoning's enthusiasm and, licking her lips, replied earnestly, I find reading to be tiresome. It gives me a headache. Xiaoning remarked, so? Jiangxia has already stumbled at the starting line. She then pulled out her language arts book, ready to prepare for class, but couldn't resist asking, is it true that your father really intends to donate to the library? Li Shu paused, replying softly, well, when one has wealth, they can do as they please. Chapter 5. Living expenses aside from Zheng Hong, none of the other teachers noticed Li Shu napping at her desk. Thus, she spent the entire day in a drowsy slumber. When the school bell rang to signal the end of classes, she gathered her empty backpack and stepped out of the classroom. The playground at Fu Nin was spacious and flat. As Li Shu passed by, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yi, who was engrossed in basketball, accompanied by a group of raucous boys behind him. Jiang Yi, that charming lad from Class 5. Why are you not considering her? I thought there was something brewing between you two. Jiang Yi tossed the basketball into the arms of the speaker, chuckling nonchalantly, I was merely toying with her. Just as he finished speaking, he looked up to see Li Shu holding a sunshade, making her way slowly towards the school gate. Her hand grasping the umbrella was pale and delicate, leaving one to wonder what it would feel like to touch. Jiang Yi couldn't help but snap his fingers. You don't understand. Those superficial flowers and plants hold no appeal for me. I found my muse. Indeed, indeed, you always say the same when you break up. Upon exiting the school gate, she opened her phone to summon a taxi. After the fingerprint authentication, the screen lit up for a few seconds before plunging into darkness, out of battery. Li Shu's cherubic face betrayed no emotion as she stored her phone away and resolved to head to the bus stop. However, after walking a few steps, she realized she had no change on her. She lowered her gaze and ambled down the street, observing the throngs of people around her. The conversations and ringing bells all seemingly detached from her existence. As twilight descended, she traversed several streets, losing track of how long she had been walking. At last, she arrived at the bustling city center. Oh, can't you spare me a little more time? Why concern yourself with your wife? Is she any better than I? The curly-haired lady, adorned in designer attire, possesses a voice so dulcet it seems almost ethereal, languidly draping herself against the suited man. By the way, I had Secretary Liu procure the bag you admired a few days ago. Lin Ying, I have a penchant for obedient individuals. The man speaking exudes an aura of refinement. He tugged at his tie, his alluring peach blossom eyes brimming with affection, his words laced with tenderness, yet delivered with a casual nonchalance. Li Shu was taken aback by the serendipity of the encounter. She paused, acutely aware of Li Maoguo's well-maintained appearance and his generous demeanor. Such a man, even in middle age with a wife and daughter, remains irresistible to women. Her gaze gradually ascended to the five-star hotel. Just yesterday, Li Maoguo had burst forth from the establishment, and today she found herself face-to-face with him. What a coincidence! As Li Maoguo was about to utter more, he noticed a young girl standing behind Lin Ying, who had just tucked away her umbrella. Her skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, standing there with an air of quietude. Her eyes, inherited from him, were as pure as a tranquil lake, devoid of any vibrant hue. When their gazes met, Li Maoguo felt an unsettling discomfort, as if her excessively pristine eyes were scrutinizing him, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from Lin Ying. After speaking, he felt a twinge of regret. With the driver on leave and the Li residence distanced from the school, Li Maoguo recalled the quarrel he had with Shu Xiao yesterday, neglecting to provide her with pocket money. Now, encountering her again, waves of guilt surged within him. Li Shu sauntered forward, her voice as gentle and unassuming as her appearance, making it difficult to refuse or retort. She regarded Li Maoguo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Living expenses. Li Maoguo has never been remiss in providing for her materially. And now, overwhelmed by guilt, he promptly initiated a transfer to her via WeChat. Once again, she retrieved a stack of money from her wallet. Li Shu's phone was out of battery, preventing her from confirming the transfer promptly. She accepted the red envelope from Grandpa and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Thank you, Dad." Chapter 6. Shall we, perhaps, be together? Having rested adequately during the day, she now felt no inclination for sleep. Li Shu played with her phone, opening her contacts, her delicate fingers hovering over her grandmother's name. The small, cherubic face radiated the joy typical of her age. Just as she was about to make the call, a thought crossed her mind. Her grandmother was elderly and likely resting at this hour. She hesitated. What was it really? It was simply that she no longer cared. Yet, the dissatisfaction between her and Li Maoguo was unfairly imposed upon her, as if half of her essence was derived from him. Li Shu chose to dismiss the thought, turning over to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Li Shu slowly stepped outside. Her backpack was empty, and it posed no burden. She was not late. After all, it was the beginning of the school year, and there was not a single student in sight. "Good morning, Li Shu." Autumn Ning greeted her, still clad in her usual attire, adjusting her large framed glasses with a smile. Just as she settled down, a shadow loomed over her, blocking the light. Li Shu looked up at the person obscuring her view, finding them somewhat familiar. Upon noticing the tuft of yellow hair, she recognized the individual. The girl's enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered like rippling autumn waters, her cherubic face glowing with a pale radiance, her lips naturally tinted with a rosy hue. Jiang Yi felt a surge of anxiety, his carefully prepared monologue eluding him entirely. Good morning," he stammered, his confidence waning. In the depths of his mind, the taut string snapped, leaving him with only one thought. It was over. He was utterly smitten. Li Shu furrowed her brow, remaining silent. In response to Qiu Ning's attempt to maintain a cordial relationship with her deskmate, she found herself utterly devoid of any inclination to engage in pleasantries with the boy before her. Jiang Yi, having navigated numerous romantic entanglements, felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety and tension. As he observed Li Shu's silence, his mind raced in a frenzy, desperately searching for the right words to initiate conversation. The moment lingered in awkward stillness for several seconds until an epiphany struck him. "Did you complete the assignment the old man assigned yesterday?" Qiu Ning, who had just retrieved her English book, was left utterly bewildered. The two students at the front, who had been bickering moments before, fell silent as well. They exchanged glances, astonished. Jiang Yi was notorious for his debauched lifestyle, a well-known scion of wealth and privilege. It was utterly inconceivable that such a rogue would utter the phrase homework. Even Li Shu was taken aback. "The old man said you're diligent. I can't help but think he was right. I happen to be struggling with some of the material. Perhaps you could assist me?" Qiu Ning thought, bewildered by the complexities of the bully's world. Why would he seek assistance from anyone other than Li Shu? It was truly astonishing. Li Shu, too, harbored serious doubts about Jiang Yi's mental state. "Jiang Yi, you're here rather early," remarked Wu Zishi, who had latched onto Jiang Yi's shoulder. "By the way, I heard that girl from class 5 cried all night. Didn't you just compliment her on her cuteness? Are you really not considering pursuing her?" Jiang Yi swiftly covered Wu Zishi's mouth, fearful that Li Shu might misinterpret the situation. "What nonsense. Just because I find her cute doesn't mean I want to date her. If that were the case, I'd say you're cute too. How about we go out?" Wu Zishi clutched his heart dramatically. "No, thank you. Please spare me from such discomfort in broad daylight." Jiang Yi took a breath, regaining his composure, and was about to press further, seeking to engage Li Shu under the guise of inquiry. Unexpectedly, Li Shu turned and asked Qiu Ning with a hint of confusion, "Was there any homework assigned yesterday?" Jiang Yi. Qiu Ning. Chapter 7. Blocked. Jiang Yi felt defeated. Jiang Xiao is truly impressive. Beside him, Wu Zishi exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, but I could laugh at this joke for an entire year." With a darkened expression, Jiang Yi pressed Wu Zishi's head down onto the table, irritated by the laughter. Such trivial antics were soon dismissed. He quickly withdrew his hand. With a nonchalant demeanor, he crossed his legs and retrieved his phone, opening the chat history. Jiang Yi. Yan Ge. I feel utterly stifled. Jiang Yi. I suspect she is deliberately trying to pique my interest. After all, even this carefree air, who shunned studying, was aware of the homework. How could Li Shu remain oblivious? Jiang Yi promptly dismissed his earlier thought. He sent another message. Jiang Yi, no. She is clearly uninterested in teaching me. He sent 3 WeChat messages in quick succession, but there was no response from the other side. Shen Yan had already awoken and had just mentioned via phone that he was going out to buy breakfast. It seemed he simply did not wish to engage with him. Perhaps even found him bothersome. Jiang Yi muttered under his breath, damn it, I've grown accustomed to it. He glanced in Li Shu's direction at that moment. Xiaoning was conversing with her, and the young girl listened attentively, her slender neck as fair as exquisite jade. Jiang Yi during the morning reading session. Xiaoning beside her was fervently reciting with great emotion, the wretched man, clutching cloth and trading silk, does not come to trade silk, he comes to scheme against me. Li Shu felt as though her deskmate was studying with utmost dedication. She lethargically followed along. The office was currently devoid of staff, as the other teachers were absent. Zhang Hong, sensing the moment, closed the door and took a sip from his thermos filled with strong tea. The dormitory application you submitted has already been discussed with Principal Li, he informed. Li Shu froze momentarily, abruptly lifting her gaze to Zhang Hong. Your father disapproves. Zhang Hong observed the light in the girl's eyes fade, the remnants of brightness dissipating with this resolute declaration. It was quite common for students from affluent families not to stay in dormitories. Li Mao's disapproval was entirely understandable, considering the stark contrast between dormitory conditions and those of a villa. However, the Li residents felt cold and devoid of warmth to Li Shu. Even a single night spent there left her gasping for air. She lowered her gaze, curling her delicate fingers. The girl's voice, typically soft and gentle, now carried a hint of bitterness, as if it could disperse with a mere whisper of wind. Teacher, I truly wish to reside in the dormitory. Each time a class meeting took place, it was always an aunt from the Li family who attended. Zhang Hong had begun to form a rudimentary understanding of Li Shu's family circumstances. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Hong had intended to engage Li Shu in a thoughtful discussion about her studies, but noticing her low spirits, he decided to postpone it. Once Li Shu departed, Zhang Hong retrieved the data analysis he had prepared overnight regarding her middle school performance and problem-solving approaches. He believed that if Li Shu were willing to exert herself, she might catch up within a year. Zhang Hong contemplated that it was essential for Li Shu to realize that she needed to recommence her studies. Chapter 8. This must be the self-cultivation of a scholar lost in thought. The homeroom teacher of class 1 of the experimental class entered with a stack of textbooks. The two exchanged glances. Teacher Zhang, the new student Shen Yan from your class hasn't reported yet, has he? Zhang Hong was aware that Shen Yan had joined class 7, and the homeroom teachers of the experimental class were all irritated by this situation. It was quite a delight for him. Oh, Shen Yan, that child has been unwell these past few days and requested a leave of absence. Is it just a slight cold? Does that mean he won't even participate in the initial exams? You cannot indulge him like this. Zhang Hong remained composed and unperturbed by the comment. Teacher Hu, I personally believe that whether Shen Yan attends the initial exams or not, his capabilities are evident. Such trivial matters cannot overshadow his health. Wouldn't you agree? Meanwhile, Shen Yan leisurely sipped his porridge. The youth's skin was pale and fair, his features well-defined. The collar of his white shirt slightly unbuttoned, and his light brown eyes held a nonchalant air. There was no sign of discomfort as Zhang Hong had described. He simply lacked the desire to participate in the exams. Having recently blocked a friend, his phone rang shortly thereafter. Glancing at the screen, he raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yi, why did you block me out of the blue? Can't you change that temper of yours? Jiang Yi, brother Yan. Did you hear that I might be falling in love? I'm feeling particularly uneasy about it. You must be jealous of me. That's why you blocked me. Jiang Yi struggled to find a reason, as this was the only explanation that came to mind. After all, having known Shen Yan for so many years, he had never seen him grow close to any girl. Shen Yan found this amusing, lazily dismissing it. I merely lament that yet another flower has been wasted on a pile of dung. Jiang Yi, that's quite the innuendo. Without discussing myself, I find it curious why one would abandon a perfectly good experimental class to join class 7. Shen Yan lazily lifted her eyelids and yawned. I simply prefer it. Jiang Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation. While others were striving diligently to get ahead, you chose to come to class 7. Shen Yan smiled, elongating her tone. What can I say? Perhaps it's simply the hallmark of a true scholar. Goodness, how pretentious. Li Maoguo harbored an intense desire for control. Although he could overlook Li Shu's academic performance, he demanded her unwavering obedience. He could easily neglect his home for days on end. Indifferent to how Shu Xiao spent her time outside, yet Li Shu was a different matter entirely. she had to remain under his watchful eye. In fact, when he transferred Li Shu to another school in her second year of high school, he did so without her consent. Regarding her boarding school situation, Li Shu had no expectations of how Zhang Hong would communicate with Li Maoguo. Upon hearing Li Maoguo's disapproval, she had already lost hope. What a powerful voice. A student as diligent as her ought to place within the top 3 of her class. Anything less would be a disservice to her efforts. The initial exam was tomorrow, and it was quite bothersome. Don't speak to me. It distracts me from crafting my cheat sheet. Oh please, with those abysmal grades of yours. Even a cheat sheet won't save you from failing. Hey, that essay blow to my self-esteem. The whispers of the 2 girls in the front row were almost inaudible against the backdrop of Qiao Ning's presence. Li Shu's gaze shifted downward, landing on her black pen. When the reading noise ceased, she heard Qiao Ning call out to the front row. The old man is proctoring. You'd best tread carefully, or you'll be in trouble. Indeed, as soon as those words were uttered, the 2 girls abruptly halted their actions, turning their heads in unison. Is that for real? I was taken aback. The elderly invigilator scrutinized the room as if equipped with a microscope, his gaze sweeping like a laser beam. Who would dare to make a slight movement? Li Shu, feeling a surge of energy, delicately curled her fingertips. After all, she intended to catch up on sleep on the day of the examination. Chapter 9. A lunch invitation from the girls in our class. Li Shu's lunch had always been delivered from home by the family driver. However, with the driver on leave, she found herself with a rare opportunity to dine in the cafeteria. The fare paled in comparison to her home-cooked meals, yet it felt refreshingly novel to her. Li Shu languidly glanced at her watch, awaiting the sound of the dismissal bell. Just then, a note was passed to her. Curiously, she glanced at Qiao Ning, who was attentively engaged in the lesson, and accepted the note. Reading it, Li Shu, let us have lunch together. It was accompanied by a large smiley face. Being invited to lunch for the first time left Li Shu feeling inexplicably awkward. So, even the top student allowed herself a moment of distraction during class to pass notes. Qiao Ning's textbook was densely filled with neatly pinned notes, while Li Shu realized she hadn't even turned the page of her own book. Oblivious to the current topic of discussion, opening the table of contents, she retrieved a black pen from her pencil holder and elegantly inscribed her name in a flourish. As the bell rang, a wave of energy surged through the students, who sprang from their seats and dashed toward the cafeteria. The teacher sighed. If only you all exhibited such diligence during class. Qiao Ning adjusted her large-framed glasses, her starry-eyed gaze fixed on Li Shu. With a gentle curve of her fingers, Li Shu spoke softly, let us go. Having arrived late to the cafeteria the previous day, Li Shu had intentionally waited an extra 10 minutes before going, thus avoiding the queue. Today, however, she found herself struggling to keep pace with Qiao Ning, who, noticing her lagging behind, effortlessly grasped her hand and pulled her along. Qiao Ning, the lack of enthusiasm for dining indicates a problem in one's mindset. Students in the first and second years arrive earlier than us. If we go late, there will be no food left. Upon entering the cafeteria, one is greeted by a cacophony of voices. The line at the serving counter appears to stretch with over 20 individuals ahead, and Li Shu breathes in small gasps. In this sweltering weather, the commotion leaves one feeling drenched and sticky. Li Shu, who previously dined with me, is now enjoying a meal with her new desk mate, while the students in front, Tsinghua and Mengyi, seldom partake in cafeteria food. If you choose to eat here, we can dine together in the future. Li Shu, moving slowly, found it hard to refuse such warmth. All right. No sooner had she agreed than another person joined her side. The boy stood a head taller than her, clad in athletic attire, cradling a basketball in his arms. With his prominent brows, bright eyes, and sun-kissed skin, he exuded vitality. He scratched his head, a hint of shyness coloring his ears. Li Shu, I've been watching you for quite some time. Did you see the note I left in your drawer yesterday? Li Shu suddenly recalled. She had discarded a love letter the day before. The student and faculty cafeterias are separate entities. Jiangzhou, renowned as the captain of Funan's basketball team, naturally drew attention wherever he went. Whistles erupted throughout the cafeteria as onlookers began to cheer. Li Shu swiftly became the center of attention. Wow, Jiangyi, isn't that Jiangzhou with Li Shu? This guy certainly knows how to make a scene. He seems interested in one of our classmates. Jiangyi, who usually ordered food outside the school, ventured into the cafeteria for the first time today, prompted by Wu Zixie's comment nearby. Upon hearing the name Li Shu, Jiangyi initially felt a sense of joy, but now, I apologize. Joy has eluded him. He had yet to confess his feelings. What was this intrusion? It would be best if he sought solace elsewhere. How dare he pursue the girls of our class without consulting the men of Class 7? Wu Zixie was about to speak, but Jiangyi, brimming with indignation, strode purposefully toward Li Shu, directly confronting Jiangzhe. Chapter 10. I believe in his mischief. Gossip is an inherent trait. And soon a multitude of students from the cafeteria turned their attention toward the commotion. Li Shu was not fond of such attention. Affection is a personal affair, and there is no need for her to be subjected to public scrutiny, which only serves to embarrass her. While it may be described as a bold pursuit of love, the harsh truth is that it disrupts her life. She felt listless, disinterested in conversation, and as the line progressed, she lethargically followed along. Seeing her silence, Jiangzhe assumed Li Shu was merely shy and believed he still had a chance. Li Shu, please consider this. It's my first time having feelings for a girl. Li Shu retrieved her meal card from her pocket. Though she had not dined in the cafeteria before, the payment for the card had been processed collectively. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I apologize, but it's almost my turn. Your presence is affecting my queue. If it's not of urgent importance, shall we discuss it later? Jiangzhe retorted, damn it, is this not important? Xiaoning remarked that if it weren't for Li Shu's dismissive demeanor, she might have believed her deskmate was merely putting on airs. After speaking, Li Shu turned to the lady serving food, who was stretching her neck to peer in, and quietly requested, 3 portions of rice, please, along with sweet and sour pork, salt and pepper shrimp, and a serving of stir-fried greens. Having finally summoned the courage to approach her, Jiangzhe found himself thwarted by this minor setback. As he prepared to sit beside Li Shu after collecting his meal, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. So, you were Jiangzhe from the basketball team. It was inconceivable that Jiangzhe was unaware of Jiang Yi, yet the two had never exchanged words before. Puzzled, Jiang Yi took the initiative to pull him outside. Come, let us converse. Li Shu and Xiaoning found a spot by the window. Xiaoning, rather than hastily indulging in her meal, merely set down her utensils on the table. I never expected Jiangzhe would make such a move. You should have seen it. And she, who spoke ill of you at the stairwell last time, was also present, her face a picture of distress, which brought me immense satisfaction. Li Shu took a bite of the sweet and sour pork, the tangy flavor lifting her spirits somewhat. Jiangzhe excelled at basketball and maintained average grades, which was not too shabby. At this point, Xiaoning shifted the conversation. However, academics must remain the priority. Li Shu, you cannot allow these trivial matters to affect your studies. By the way, there is an exam tomorrow. Do you feel prepared? Li Shu glanced at her momentarily. Not at all. Xiaoning choked slightly, just as she picked up her chopsticks, then exclaimed, Jiangzhe even wrote a love letter. Quite the romantic gesture, though I wonder what it contained. Li Shu initially wished to refrain from commenting, yet she could not hold back. She carefully composed her words. Don't you think that's rather kitsch? It's the end of the year, and he is still engaging in such antics. In the afternoon, physical education class was abruptly replaced with mathematics. When Zhang Hong announced this change, the entire class erupted in lamentation. Zhang Hong, with a stern expression, questioned, what is the matter? Do you really believe your dismal grades warrant a physical education class? Are you not aware of your own academic standing? Do you think I relish teaching you? Were it not for the fear of your dismal performance, I would much prefer to indulge in tea within the confines of my office. As he spoke, he cast a glance around the room, his gaze finally resting on an empty seat in the last row. Where's Jiang Yi? He mentioned that he went to dine with his father. Zhang Hong, with a scowl on his face, remarked, this rascal's excuse for leaving at noon was to have a meal with his father. I cannot believe I fell for his trick. The boys in the back row chuckled. Our young master Jiang has a father of great means. Meanwhile, Shen Yan stood by the door, leisurely observing Jiang Yi, who was frantically ringing the doorbell. Jiang Yi, burdened with bags of takeout, waved them in front of Shen Yan. Noticing that Shen Yan had no intention of granting him entry, he could only smile apologetically. Father, shall we share a meal together? Chapter 11. Brother Yan, do you no longer love me? Shen Yan pressed his tongue against his molars, unable to suppress a laugh. He leaned lazily against the door, surveying Jiang Yi as if pondering something profound. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Jiang Yi hastily added, I ordered 3 pounds of crayfish, especially to honor you, father. Shen Yan slightly inclined his body, permitting Jiang Yi to enter. Once Jiang Yi was inside, he casually shut the door behind him and ambled over to the refrigerator to retrieve a beer, tossing a bottle to Jiang Yi. Sharing a meal was acceptable, but acknowledging him as a son was another matter entirely. Jiang Yi detected a hint of disdain in his tone. Struggling to accept the reality, he persisted. What is it that I lack? I've even recognized a son at school. Addressing you as father would make you a grandfather. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With slender fingers, Shen Yan arched his index finger slightly, Applying a bit of pressure, and with a satisfying rip, he effortlessly opened a can of beer. Shen Yan's hazel eyes did not cast a glance at Jiang Yi. Instead, his arm rested casually on the table, droplets of water still clinging to the tips of his freshly washed hair. Indifferently, he remarked, "I do not take advantage of men." Jiang Yi chuckled. "As if you've ever taken advantage of a woman. Moreover, I would gladly allow you to take advantage of me. Yin Ge, tell me, is it because you don't like me that you refrain from doing so?" Shen Yan paused, amused by Jiang Yi's audacious assertion, his shoulders shaking with barely contained laughter. "You're quite the weirdo, Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi felt a twinge of concern for Shen Yan. The Shen family was prominent, and as the eldest son, Shen Yan bore significant responsibilities. Yet, he always acted according to his whims. Although Shen's father was stern, the old patriarch had a soft spot for him. The family estate was located in a city where there were available residences, but without the old man's presence, how could Shen Yan navigate his studies there with ease? "Your father actually agreed to your transfer?" Jiang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Shen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "It's merely a matter of my grandfather's decree." Jiang Yi, adeptly peeling a lobster, filled the air with a delectable aroma. Wanting to steer Shen Yan away from uncomfortable memories, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, just a heads up, in Funan, there is no shortage of beautiful girls." Jiang Yi winked. "I know my way around Funan. If you fancy someone, just let me know, and I'll make sure she is brought right to you." At this juncture, he wondered if he was being overly concerned, given Shen Yan's looks. Finding a partner should be an effortless task. The challenge lay in the fact that no girl ever seemed to catch his eye. Would anyone even take such a statement seriously? Engaging in a romantic relationship is not synonymous with marriage. Isn't it simply for the joy and excitement? Jiang Yi buzzed incessantly like a pesky fly at his ear. Shen Yan, with a restrained kick, sent him flying, though he did not exert much force. "Have you finished eating?" Jiang Yi, now wearing a fresh pair of gloves, with remnants of soup at the corner of his mouth, replied, "I've only had a few. I've barely started. This place has exquisite flavors. I brought it especially for you, so do partake. Once you've finished, please remove me from your blacklist." Shen Yan set down his half-finished beer, unable to tolerate it any longer. Without further ado, he snapped the takeout box shut and tucked it into the bag. Effortlessly lifting it and striding towards the exit, Jiang Yi hastily stuffed a piece of peeled shrimp into his mouth and hurried after him, mumbling, "Yin Ge, take your takeout." "Farewell," he chimed, cheerfully slamming the door behind him. Suddenly finding himself locked out, Jiang Yi stared in disbelief at the door, bewildered. He began to wail dramatically. Banging on the door, "Yin Ge, do you no longer love me?" His voice was filled with anguish. "Let me go, but please remove me from your blacklist." Chapter 12. Li Shu, have you grown up? With a creak, the door opened. Jiang Yi's sorrowful expression vanished almost instantly, his face lighting up with a grin as he attempted to re-enter. "I knew you were merely jesting. There is no way you could commit such inhumane acts." As he spoke, Shen Yan blocked his path, casting a sidelong glance and tossing a transparent plastic bag his way. Jiang Yi looked down to find it filled with discarded shrimp shells. Before he could finish his sentence, the door was coldly shut once more, leaving Jiang Yi on the outside once again. What the heck? After dismissing him, Shen Yan tidied the dining table with ease. After completing these tasks, he casually collapsed onto the genuine leather sofa, gently pressing his fingertips against his temples. The mention of Mr. Shen by Jiang Yi earlier cast a shadow over his expression, and beneath his long, slightly curled eyelashes, his light brown eyes held a profound depth. He parted his lips slightly. Damn. Li Shu endured until school was dismissed, shouldering her backpack as she made her way outside. As soon as she exited the school gates, she hailed a taxi. Upon entering the villa, Aunt Sue was busy preparing a meal. Li Shu changed her shoes and, passing by the dining room, was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of food. Well aware of Aunt Sue's exceptional culinary skills, at that moment, she opened her mobile novel app, discovering a recently popular romance that she found quite engaging, with few flaws. Eagerly awaiting the next update, deciding to charge her phone in her room, she then leisurely descended the stairs. Aunt Zhang was acutely aware of Li Shu's gentle disposition. While Xu Xiao is known for her fiery temper, the warning not to provoke her was merely a formality, a reminder for Li Shu to steer clear of Xu Xiao's wrath. Xu Xiao, adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in designer attire, sat with an elegant poise, cradling a plush cat in her arms, absent-mindedly stroking its fur, as the kitten emitted a soothing purr. "Mother," Li Shu approached and softly called out. Observing her mother's departing figure, a chill enveloped her gaze. Aunt Sue understood the long-standing estrangement between the mother and daughter and could only pat Li Shu's back gently. Filled with concern, "Little Shu, go and keep your mother company at dinner." Shu Xiao did not inquire about Li Shu's first days of school. Just as Li Shu refrained from asking why her mother had not returned home the previous night, the meal unfolded in silence, with the only sound being the clinking of chopsticks against the plates, creating a sharp and dissonant noise, leaving the atmosphere heavy and subtly eerie. Yet, Li Shu found it perfectly normal. Soon, Shu Xiao set down her chopsticks while Li Shu continued to gnaw on the sweet and sour ribs. Do you wish to reside on campus? Shu Xiao reclined slightly, her tone betraying neither joy nor anger. Zhang Hong, unable to reach Li Maogu, had no choice but to contact her instead. Li Shu looked up, her countenance strikingly similar to Shu Xiao's, and met her gaze. Such a trivial matter. And your homeroom teacher has called me 5 times. Shu Xiao articulated each word with a hint of irritation at being disturbed. Li Shu's fair complexion showed no emotion. She stared intently at Shu Xiao. Her voice, though soft, was resolute. Yes, I wish to stay on campus. Li Shu, have you grown bolder? Chapter 13. Astonishing them all. If Li Maogu was possessive, Shu Xiao, in contrast, seldom exercised control over her. Rarely did she intervene. Even when Li Shu had a fever and was delirious throughout the night, Shu Xiao would merely glance in to check on her. Li Shu was taken aback. How could Shu Xiao find time to scold her now? Just as she was about to respond, a shrill, jarring sound pierced the air as a chair scraped against the floor, causing her to frown involuntarily. I do not wish to meddle in the conflict between you and your father. Do not trouble me with such trivial matters in the future. Shu Xiao, cradling a cat and clad in high heels, shifted her focus away from Li Shu. Aunt Su observed Shu Xiao's departure, sensing an icy chill enveloping the dining table. She understood that the mistress's heart had drifted away from the Li family and Li Maogu, yet little Shu was still a part of her. It was indeed rare for a mother to reach such a point of detachment. How distressed must the child be? After a moment's hesitation, she approached Li Shu and poured her a glass of milk. Little Shu, your mother spoke in anger. Li Shu lowered her head to thoroughly consume the rib, expelling the bone and wiping her mouth with a tissue. She had not anticipated Zhang Hong's swift actions. Unfortunately, he had only contacted Shu Xiao. The Funan High School placed considerable emphasis on the initial examinations for the 3rd year, convening all homeroom teachers and proctors early in the morning for a meeting. The surveillance cameras in the classrooms were activated 10 minutes prior to the exam, eliminating the need for students to change venues, allowing them to find their seats based on the provided list. Upon hearing this news, Class 7 erupted in a chorus of dismay. It was utterly unbearable. The presence of the old man as a proctor was already a headache, and now they had to contend with cameras that hadn't been used in centuries. How could one possibly exploit any loopholes? Would I fail again? The conversation of the girl in front of her reached Li Shu's ears with startling clarity. Be more confident. Eliminate what you don't know. Do you not have a grasp of your own capabilities? Li Shu had stayed up late the previous night, and her eyelids felt exceedingly heavy at that moment. However, the exam was set to commence in nearly 10 minutes. After some contemplation, she decided to endure until she received the test paper before succumbing to slumber. The top-performing students had all been placed in the experimental classes, while the students in the regular class had been assigned randomly by the system. Judging by appearances, the girl in front of her also had subpar grades, and her deskmate was clearly not on the same level. Xiaoning's desk was meticulously organized with exam supplies, her gaze consistently directed towards the corridor, her posture impeccably straight, awaiting the arrival of the test paper to showcase her abilities. With such an air of confidence, it would be unacceptable for her not to achieve the highest score in the class. Li Shu, do your best on the exam, she urged, adjusting her black-framed glasses, exuding an aura of academic prowess. Don't be nervous, relax. Are you feeling overwhelmed? You were solely focused on reviewing last night, weren't you? Li Shu, I am not. I have not. Yet Xiaoning offered her no chance to respond. Lost in her own thoughts, it seems the time has come for us to let our results speak for themselves and astonish them all. The chatter ahead ceased, and the 2 women turned their heads with a teasing glint. Please, do dazzle me to death, will you? Ha ha ha. I await the moment you flaunt your report card in my face. Li Shu felt a hint of unease at this remark. But there was no time for contemplation as Zhang Hong entered with a sealed bag. Finally, a chance to rest. Chapter 14. The initial examination. Upon receiving the examination paper, Li Shu smoothed it out, casually writing her name, class, and examination number. Then, unable to suppress a delicate yawn, her enchanting eyes sparkled with light. She laid her head down, fully engrossed in the paper. As Zhang Hong distributed the papers, the examination bell rang, yet his expression was far from pleasant. Class monitor. Where are the others? The monitor of Class 7, a slightly plump young girl, sat in the 3rd row. Teacher, Jiang Yi and the others did not come today. Zhang Hong was infuriated. It was one thing for these little rascals to be at the bottom, but now they had chosen to skip the exam entirely. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he held back out of consideration for the students' testing. Retreating to the office to summon the subject teacher to keep an eye on things while he personally went to track the absentees. The subject teacher, still quite young and said to have recently graduated, taught English to class 7 and spoke in a gentle manner. With cameras in place, most students dared not misbehave. Li Shu, however, was in a different situation. Seeing her peacefully asleep, the English teacher, recalling the principal's instructions, ultimately chose not to disturb her. All in all, Li Shu enjoyed a splendid nap, with approximately half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the examination. Zhang Hong surmised that the disheveled students before him would not exhibit any remarkable performance. He promptly ushered them into his office and scolded them for nearly 30 minutes. An internet CAF? While others are engaged in their exams, you choose to frolic in an internet CAF. Enjoying yourselves, are you? Jiang Yi responded with a grin. Absolutely. We are having a great time. At this, Wu Zishi, in a foolish manner, echoed, we're having the time of our lives. Silence. Zhang Hong's hand trembled with frustration. Wait in the office. I have already contacted your parents. He instructed them to write a self-reflection before he finally made his way back to the classroom. Observing that the remaining students were relatively compliant, his expression began to soften until he spotted a girl, unexpectedly sprawled across her exam paper, soundly asleep. Li Shu. Li Shu groggily awoke, and upon lifting her head, was met with an exaggerated scowl. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sluggishly greeted, "Hello, teacher." Zhang Hong retorted, "I am not well. One day, you will surely drive me to my demise. What on earth are you doing?" He pointed angrily at the blank paper on her desk. "You ought to have hired a tutor and studied. Not to mention mathematics, your Chinese language scores in middle school were always first in the grade." Zhang Hong quickly discerned the reason behind Li Shu's predicament. "You have the ability to complete these questions, Li Shu. I hold high expectations for you. You cannot presume the questions are trivial and neglect to attempt them. Make sure to perform well in the mathematics exam this afternoon." Li Shu pondered. Why does Zhang Hong perceive my grades to be commendable? Noticing his chest heaving with agitation, her fingertips instinctively curled. She reflected on how much Zhang Hong had invested in her boarding situation. "Oh," she murmured softly in response. Zhang Hong nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the few bothersome individuals in the office. After exchanging pleasantries with the English teacher, he departed once more. Li Shu found herself perplexed by the examination paper. Resting her chin in her hand, she examined the multiple-choice questions. After a thorough review, she pondered deeply, sensing the absence of a correct answer. The teacher had evidently made a grave error. At that moment, taking advantage of the English teacher's position, Autumn Ning discreetly slipped a note across to her, cleverly obscuring the camera from view. As Li Shu glanced at the answers presented to her, her ears flushed with warmth. She bit her lip, altered a few responses, and transcribed them. Chapter 15, that is the Greek alphabet, full considering Zhang Hong's feelings. Li Shu hastily filled in the multiple-choice and true or false questions for the subsequent exams as they arrived. Observing her nonchalance, Autumn Ning abandoned her plan to continue passing notes. In the afternoon's examination, Jiang Yi and his group participated, but with their level of proficiency, they merely contributed to the numbers, dragging down the average score. After 2 days of testing, everyone lamented their plight. "Damn, I'm merely here for participation. What? Only 12 multiple-choice questions in math? Are you kidding me?" Once again, the questions were set by the experimental class teacher. Did she wish for my demise? The difficulty of the subjects this time was considerable. Yet, Autumn Ning appeared confident, indeed possessing some substance. No wonder she was the class representative. Li Shu offered her silent admiration. Her phone, nestled within her backpack, vibrated incessantly. Taking a brief moment to glance at the caller ID, she saw it was Li Maogua. Ignoring it, she checked the call log. Noting that there had already been 3 or 4 attempts prior, Li Shu surmised without doubt that Zhang Hong had contacted Li Maogua. Otherwise, he would not be so relentless, as if chasing a life-or-death summons with his incessant calls. She pondered for a moment but ultimately did not answer, allowing the phone to disconnect automatically after a prolonged silence. She decided to turn it off. Estimating it was around the time school would let out, Shen Yan was once again bombarded with messages. Jiang Yi, unaware that Shen Yan had unblocked him, sent a text message. What a ridiculous question. Damn it, we can't submit early. How strange. Why is there in the math problem? What is that? Is it B's twin brother? That was a Greek letter, you fool. I thought to myself, this must be a hint from the teacher, and in a flash of inspiration, I selected B for all the answers. reclining on the sofa. Shen Yan found amusement in the banter. His long, slender legs were clad in casual pants, lazily crossed in the corner. A necklace, seemingly ordinary and inexpensive, hung around his neck, yet he wore it constantly, suggesting it held profound significance. Doesn't it seem a bit small? He clicked send. Jiang Yi received the message on WeChat and was momentarily stunned before he could even feel joy. Small? Why would it be considered small? Wu Zishi noticed and paused mid-stride, craning his neck to take a look, and burst into laughter. Indeed, weren't you the one who adored 36 cough cough, D? Jiang Yi. How could his friend Yin be so full of cheeky remarks? Who would believe that this guy had never been with a woman? Li Maoguo felt a surge of frustration as he recalled having dialed Li Shu over a dozen times, none of which went through. Feeling his dignity was shattered by Li Shu. Li Shu's fair, delicate face bore the usual innocence. She retrieved her phone, which had been turned off, and its screen black. From her backpack, her tone still soft and sweet. Dad, it's out of battery. Chapter 16. You are quite amusing. Li Maoguo's irritation diminished considerably after a moment's reflection. When Zheng Hong reached out to him, he casually mentioned today's examination, and it was entirely understandable that Li Shu had not checked her phone. Li Shu had always possessed an innate understanding of her father. She anxiously tugged at her backpack strap, murmuring, I made Dad worry. In an instant, Li Maoguo's anger evaporated. Aside from a slight pallor on his face, his previously imposing demeanor dissipated entirely. Well, let us just say, be mindful of your phone's battery next time. Don't leave me unable to reach you. He transitioned to the matter at hand. However, regarding your boarding at school, do not even entertain the thought. I will not permit it. Li Shu fell silent, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Li Maoguo perpetually masked his domineering nature and desire for control with a few casual remarks cloaked in the guise of for your own good. Zheng Hong had approached him several times, advocating that it would alleviate Li Shu's burdens during her crucial senior year, yet Li Maoguo had outright dismissed the notion. His daughter need not excel academically. Obedience was all that mattered. Your future is all mapped out, and I've already made arrangements with the university. When the time comes, you simply need to check in. It's in City A, close to home, and there is no necessity for you to board. Li Shu stared at him, her expression impassive, her fingertips turning white with tension. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, So, you've made yet another decision for me? Oblivious to her unusual demeanor, Li Maoguo chuckled lightly. Looking remarkably well-preserved, certainly not resembling the father of a senior high school student. Dad is paving the way for you. A heavy weight settled in Li Shu's chest. And unexpectedly, she let out a laugh devoid of inflection. You are quite amusing. Sensing something amiss, Li Maoguo was about to ponder further when he noticed Li Shu abruptly turn and descend the stairs without a word. He reproached loudly, Li Shu, are you giving me the cold shoulder? Li Shu appeared unfazed, stepping steadily toward the door with unwavering resolve. In the corridor, she encountered Xu Xiao, impeccably dressed in her soft loungewear, cradling a cat. Xu Xiao raised an eyebrow, her hands continuing their gentle caress of the ragdoll cat. Downstairs. The agitated voice of Li Maoguo echoed clearly, Li Shu, come down here. Xu Xiao's expression remained impassive as she descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, her gaze avoiding Li Maoguo's. Attentively, she poured cat food and retrieved some dried fish. Li Maoguo's face darkened. You care for that creature more than your own daughter. Xu Xiao's demeanor turned icy. Li Maoguo, is she solely my daughter? With a hint of a smile that was almost mocking, she added, you hardly ever stay home. Yet expect her to? Just then, a call came in. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression softened and a smile graced her lips. It was her grandmother. The voice on the other end was warm. Xiaoshu, how have you been adjusting to the start of school? She paused, not well. Meng Xianghong grew anxious immediately. What's wrong? Is there a conflict with your classmates, or have your parents? Li Shu bit her lip. Meng Xianghong was the one person she truly cared about, and even now, her tone bore a softness it had never held before. A smile played at her lips, though tears shimmered in her eyes as she fought to hold back her sobs. No, I just miss you, Grandma. Chapter 17. Hey, are you 4 meters tall? Half an hour later, and Sue ascended the stairs with a steaming bowl of fragrant beef noodles and a cup of warm milk. Li Shu chose not to descend any further. She enjoyed a restful slumber throughout the night. Upon awakening the next morning and completing her morning rituals, she made her way downstairs. From Aunt Sue, she learned that Li Maoguo had departed the previous evening and had yet to return. Li Shu remained silent. She had long surpassed the age of yearning for her parents' company. Little Shu, your father has agreed. Take a look at what you need to bring to the boarding school, and Aunt Sue will assist you with preparations, Aunt Sue informed her. Li Shu was taken aback. How could Li Maoguo suddenly relent? This was certainly uncharacteristic of him. Without even pausing for breakfast, she hurried upstairs to pack her belongings. There's no need for any trouble. The school's convenience store has everything, she insisted. Upon leaving the villa, Li Shu hailed a taxi. As they approached the school, the road became congested at the last two intersections, with the occasional sound of car horns blaring from behind. The driver, speaking with a heavy accent, remarked, "Oh dear, it must be an accident." Li Shu rolled down the window and leaned out to observe the long line of cars. It was uncertain how long the traffic would persist. "It looks like it will be stuck for some time. Young lady, are you in a hurry?" the driver inquired. Glancing at the time, Li Shu realized she was late for morning reading. Accepting her tardiness, she no longer felt rushed. She decided to simply pay the fare and alight from the taxi. Although it was early, the weather was oppressively hot, prompting her to purchase a pancake from a vendor on the roadside. Dragging her luggage leisurely, she meandered down the alley toward the school. The sound of the small wheels rolling on the ground was barely audible. In good spirits, Li Shu savored her enormous pancake, which was generously filled with all the condiments. Noticing her petite frame, the vendor had thoughtfully divided it into two halves, placing them in separate bags. The alley is cooler than the street, and Li Shu's pace has noticeably quickened. Just grab a few items at random, if we get serious. That bunch from the third middle school will surely back down. Shen Yan, with his right foot slightly bent, lazily leaned against a utility pole, one hand clutching his phone and the other holding a cigarette. He chuckled nonchalantly, his tongue brushing against his molars. At most, it'll just be a bit of blood. As long as no one ends up dead, everything can be discussed. The light in the alley was dim and standing at a distance. Li Shu could not discern Shen Yan's features, but upon hearing his words, she tightened her grip. Instinctively, she took a step back. Just as she was about to turn around, her sudden movement caused her luggage to collide with a nearby trash bin, producing a loud thud. Exposed. Li Shu. Shen Yan heard the commotion and lifted his eyelids to glance over. Upon seeing the dazed expression of the petite figure, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With a teasing tone directed at the person on the phone, he said, "If you don't come, even calling you an ancestor won't help. I'm a model student. I have classes to attend." Li Shu. She even softened her breathing. After hanging up, Shen Yan extinguished his cigarette, unaware that the alley led to a shortcut towards Funan. With his eyelids drooping, he leisurely decided to head towards the road. As Li Shu heard the approaching footsteps, a chill ran down her spine. Although she felt lethargic, she wasn't truly afraid. Thinking it better to avoid trouble, she quickly grabbed her suitcase and prepared to flee. Initially, Shen Yan had dismissed Li Shu, but seeing her retreat as if from a flood, he couldn't resist chasing after her, swiftly blocking her path. He scanned her from head to toe. What a coincidence! She was the clumsy fool who had collided with the utility pole days ago. Li Shu involuntarily took a step back. Shen Yan squinted, his gaze playful yet piercing. "Hey, are you even 1 meters tall?" Chapter 18. Are you not afraid of me hitting you? A fleeting shadow of discontent crossed Li Shu's delicate, fair face. "Little shorty, did I permit you to leave?" Although she knew eavesdropping was ill-mannered, Shen Yan's voice had not been subdued enough to avoid her hearing. It was not her intention to listen. The young girl appeared utterly dejected, her enchanting peach blossom eyes drooping as if in despair. Given Shen Yan's demeanor, it seemed he intended to settle a score. Li Shu, with no way to evade the situation, resigned herself to her fate. The once delicious pancake had cooled, its flavor diminished. So she buried her head and slowly continued to eat a few more bites. Shen Yan extinguished his cigarette and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Then spoke with a hint of amusement. "You heard what you shouldn't have. Are you not afraid I will hit you?" This was the first time Shen Yan encountered such a scene. The individual before him donned an utterly unattractive school uniform, looking dispirited and unbothered, seemingly inviting a confrontation. Shen Yan couldn't help but find the situation absurd, yet it also brought him a sense of delight. His light brown irises shimmered with a barely perceptible hint of a smile. There was no doubt that Shen Yan was handsome, tall and impeccably built, his features sharply defined. Dressed in a pristine white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up at the wrists, Li Shu felt certain he would not lay a hand on her. At least not against a girl. She tilted her head and remarked, "You just claimed to be a model student." That was merely Shen Yan's offhand remark to Jiang Yi. And as he raised an eyebrow, ready to respond, he noticed Li Shu's innocent, endearing tilt of her head as she offered him the untouched portion of her pancake. Still warm. Though she remained silent, it seemed Shen Yan had discerned her unspoken invitation. "I'm treating you to this pancake, so don't be so petty." Li Shu indeed arrived late. However, after greeting Zheng Hong, she proceeded to register her identity with the dormitory matron and obtained her key. She was assigned to a 4-person dormitory, which was currently empty. Before entering, Li Shu surveyed the room, noting its cleanliness and tidiness. Apart from the unmade bed facing the door, all other beds were neatly made. After spending over an hour organizing everything, she finally made her way towards the senior year teaching building. Jiang Yi and his group had not shown up again. Surprisingly, the old man had not lost his temper. You don't know? The new student is filling out forms in the office. I heard he's rather handsome. You're in for a treat. Zheng Hong had no time to concern himself with Jiang Yi's antics. He was too occupied with making the experiment class's head teacher thoroughly exasperated. Li Shu dropped her backpack and, upon entering, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She picked up her Chinese textbook and fanned herself, not to mention the new student. She was also unaware of who would be boarding at the school. The old man had been in a frenzy yesterday, urging them to tidy up the vacant beds. Li Shu paused, pondering if any of her classmates would be among them, hoping it wouldn't be someone particularly flamboyant. She gently interjected, "It's me." The three others were momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Xiaoning quickly regained her composure and turned to her, saying, "Deskmate." We can in Li Shu's captivating peach blossom eyes, a hint of brilliance shimmered. Chapter 19. In him, I perceived wisdom. Shen Yan completed the enrollment procedures, filling out numerous forms. Zhang Hong engaged him in a private conversation for half an hour, then personally guided him to the school's storage room to collect his uniform. In Class 7, apart from Li Shu, no one else donned the attire. However, the distribution was mandatory, a mere formality. Such pride sparked envy amongst several class teachers. With your grades in Class 7, I genuinely worry that those little rascals might influence you. Shen Yan, hands languidly tucked in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "That won't happen." Zhang Hong found the boy admirable in every aspect, yet he feared that in the company of certain classmates, Shen Yan would soon lose his composure. You needn't reside at the school, but your grades must not decline. Feeling the heat, Shen Yan unfastened the first button of his collar. Understood. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with mirth. Teacher, I would like to request to study at home during evening self-study sessions. Zhang Hong sensed a hint of impertinence in the boy's demeanor. However, given Shen Yan's near-perfect scores in both physics and chemistry, along with his leading performance in the humanities, there seemed little justification for him to attend evening study sessions. Your situation is unique. I must report it to the school and await their decision. At Funan, students exempt from evening studies were typically the scions of affluent families, either due to the influence of their parents or to avoid disrupting their peers. Li Shu was a quintessential example. Zhang Hong, in high spirits, walked alongside Shen Yan, enthusiastically introducing various aspects of the school. A glance around the classroom revealed that very few were truly attentive. The history teacher, though relatively young, delivered lessons that resembled a lullaby, bland and uninspiring. In the front row, Tsinghua and Meng Yichu were stealthily exchanging notes, their smiles unwavering. As soon as Xiaoning entered the classroom, she appeared as if she had lost her vitality, utterly engrossed and resolutely detached from the activities around her. Meng Yi soon spotted Li Shu slumped over the desk, looking lethargic. Before long, a densely scribbled note was discreetly passed up from beneath the table. Li Shu blinked, accepted it, and cast a sweeping glance around. Tang remarked, "Isn't this quite normal?" Meng replied with a smile, "I shall toss a grenade your way." Meng continued, "Why doesn't the history teacher invest in a decent wig? As a fellow educator, is he unworthy?" At this point, Li Shu paused slightly, instinctively lifting her gaze to observe the history teacher clad in sports attire. How fortuitous. The teacher was currently facing the blackboard, diligently inscribing notes with chalk, leaving Li Shu with a clear view of the back of his head. The poor quality wig was glaringly apparent, not only mismatched in color to his natural hair but also revealing patches of baldness. In the vast sea of humanity, one could always shine as the brightest star. Was this merely a cheap trinket, or was it an incomprehensible fashion statement? A subtle smile crept onto Li Shu's weary face as she directed her attention back to the note. Tang wrote, "In him, I see wisdom." Meng interjected, placing her hands on her hips, picture attached. Tang encouraged, "Li Shu, join us. Listening to lectures is rather dull. Let us gossip." Meng added, "We could discuss the new student. I've heard he is so handsome it's hard to keep one's legs together. And academically exceptional." An unfamiliar emotion coursed through Li Shu's heart. It was her first experience of being drawn into such camaraderie. "Aren't you afraid of, well, seeing wisdom in him?" Chapter 20. This depends on talent. The two fell into a profound silence upon reading the note. Meng Yichu and Tang exchanged glances, both pondering that even if the new classmate is not balding now, it does not guarantee that he won't be in 3 or 4 years. Just look at the history teacher, a living testament to this truth. It is said he is only 30, yet he appears as if he is 50. Time is indeed a merciless butcher. Li Shu, noticing their astonished expressions, decided not to dwell on it any longer. Feeling weary, she intended to rest her head on the desk, but fate compelled her to sneak a glance at the history teacher's head, which resembled a peculiar work of art. Mr. Wu, pardon the delay, Zheng Hong knocked on the classroom door. The history teacher was already aware of Shen Yan's arrival today. Mr. Zheng, please come in, he said amiably, yielding the floor. As Zheng Hong entered the classroom, he was met with the sight of unenthusiastic students, which ignited his frustration. He rapped the table forcefully. Everyone, wake up. Lu Dafei, you can hide your phone more conspicuously. Hand it over. And you, what are you grinning about? How old are you? Still playing you take a photo? I take a photo with your deskmate? What makes you better than them? Zheng Hong named 3 students in quick succession. Just when everyone braced for his anger, he took a deep breath. His gaze shifted towards the door, and his tone softened, becoming warm and inviting, leaving listeners with goosebumps. Shen Yan, come in. Please introduce yourself. The mention of the new classmate piqued everyone's interest. Over 30 pairs of eyes eagerly peered towards the entrance, followed by a collective intake of breath. Tsinghua and Ming-Chu found their interest halved by a single remark from Li Shu. However, as they beheld the youth approaching against the light, his impeccably tailored attire seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Goodness, this is splendid. Even with a receding hairline, he remains undeniably attractive. Stepping onto the podium was Shen Yan, his skin porcelain-like and his features strikingly defined, towering over Zheng Hong. The slight upward tilt of his eyes, reminiscent of phoenix feathers, was both delicate and elongated, with beautifully sculpted lines. His light brown irises were complemented by full eyelids. It was evident that Shen Yan regarded the self-introduction with disdain. Dismissing the formality, he casually took the chalk and inscribed 2 characters upon the blackboard with effortless elegance. Shen Yan. Zheng Hong encouraged him, saying, please share a bit more. Imparting some study tips would be beneficial. Shen Yan chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. That depends on talent. Zheng Hong responded, somewhat taken aback. Qiu Ning, brimming with excitement, turned to share her thoughts on the new classmate's bravado with Li Shu, only to find her soundly asleep. She stifled her enthusiasm. Zheng Hong cleared his throat. No worries. Once we get to know each other better, it will all become clear. Seating was limited in the classroom, confined to a few spots at the back. Yet, Zheng Hong was acutely aware of the nature of Jiang Yi's group and knew they would never allow Shen Yan to sit with them. Lu Dafei, you take the seat next to Jiang Yi. Shen Yan, you can occupy Lu Dafei's spot. Lu Dafei immediately cheered. Old man, you're brilliant. Shen Yan had no objections, considering Jiang Yi's incessant chatter was rather tiresome. Lu Dafei energetically rearranged his desk as if preparing for a performance. And Shen Yan watched as he pulled out a crumpled ball of used paper, followed by greasy remnants of fried food left uneaten from breakfast, a forgotten bag of trash, a coin purse, and half-eaten sunflower seeds. Even a bewildering bottle of nail polish was present. There was everything except for books. A throbbing pain surged through Shen Yan's head. Teacher, I believe I shall sit beside Jiang Yi. Chapter 22. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to provoke him. Zheng Hong, seeing Shen Yan's determination, found himself at a loss and could only acquiesce. Calmly, Zheng Hong indicated the specific location to Shen Yan and exchanged pleasantries with the history teacher before departing the classroom. He retrieved his phone, his smile radiant. Hello, is this Principal Jiang? Yes, it's me, Jiang Yi's homeroom teacher. Indeed, this child has once again failed to attend class. Is this Wuzishi's father? Yes, he has caused another mishap. Oh, it is no burden. It is my duty to be responsible for him. In contrast to Lu Dafei, Jiang Yi's workspace was relatively tidy. Under the watchful gazes of his peers, Shen Yan took a seat. With unwavering focus, he began to use the tissues on Jiang Yi's desk to wipe it clean. Ming exclaimed, goodness, he is using Jiang Yi's belongings. Doesn't he fear for his life? Tang Wan remarked, he is already seated beside Jiang Yi. Using the tissues is merely a matter of early action. This kid has guts. To touch my father's things. Is he even capable of that? After class, I shall teach him a lesson in proper conduct. Initially intending to message Jiang Yi, Lu Dafei found his phone confiscated by Zheng Hong. His face darkened with frustration. He brooded over how to compel this Shen to vacate his seat, lest he face dire consequences. All right, let us resume the lesson. Shen Yan, you have collected your book? I have, came the response. Just moments ago. Shen Yan had transformed into a thorn in the eyes of others as he withdrew a new history book. Sitting in the last row has its own advantages. The spaciousness offers a sense of freedom, allowing those long legs to rest without feeling constrained. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Shen Yan lazily retrieved it. Glancing at the message, the warmth on his face gradually dissipated. With no punctuation, it was evident that his father was quite agitated about his transfer, as if he had committed some egregious transgression. Shen Yan, how old are you? Such a significant matter, and you didn't even discuss it with me. How could you be so inconsiderate? What business do you have in City A? Important? Shen Yan scoffed softly. Was it the mere mention of City A that riled him? With his eyes lowered, he leisurely typed a response. Why should you care? He clicked send. Lu Dafei, always attentive, widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this it? Would his grades improve? How many bookworms in the experimental class would even touch their phones? Was this kid merely mediocre? Finally, the class ended. As the history teacher exited, Lu Dafei surged towards Shen Yan with an aggressive demeanor. Shen Yan lifted his eyelids, pausing his gaze on Lu Dafei for a moment. Lu Dafei, quite portly, adopted a threatening pose that appeared somewhat ludicrous. So you're Shen Yan? He growled. It had been quite a while since anyone dared to provoke Shen Yan. He found it rather amusing. Is there something you want? If you know what is good for you, move. This seat isn't for just anyone. Go outside and ask who Jiang Xiao is. It's your first day here, and I don't want to mess with you, understand? It was all over. A singular thought echoed in everyone's mind. New student, game over. Chapter 23. This is my father, your grandfather. The commotion here was indeed quite significant. The students from Class 7 were well aware that Lu Dafei was affiliated with Jiang Yi, and even if they wished to support Shen Yan, they had ultimately abandoned the thought. Li Shu, awakened by the noise, turned his teacup and took a sip, following the gaze of Qiuning. Unfortunately, the crowd was tightly packed, offering little visibility. Hearing Lu Dafei's boisterous and oppressive demeanor, Li Shu furrowed his brow. Shen Yan, are you still sitting there? Don't think that just because you have good grades, you're invincible. Let me tell you, we are not like those bookworms in the experimental class who rely solely on their academic performance. We survive by our strength. Lu Dafei was infuriated. Jiang Yi and his group had gone out to brawl with the students from the 3rd middle school, and due to a stomach upset that morning, he had stayed back. He, Lu Dafei, was meant to keep watch. Yet, here was Shen Yan, the epitome of youthful audacity, sitting there without even a frown, let alone any movement. Was this not a direct challenge to the authority of young Master Jiang? Lu Dafei could no longer tolerate this and raised his fist, ready to deliver a lesson. Hey, why is everyone just standing around? What's all the fuss about? Just as he spoke, Jiang Yi, with his distinctive yellow hair and flanked by 5 or 6 companions, made his entrance. The onlookers instinctively parted to make way. Lu Dafei turned to Jiang Yi, saying, Young Master Jiang, this kid is utterly unyielding. What do you suggest we do with him? Shen Yan, twirling a pin on the table, regarded Jiang Yi with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable weakness in his legs. Lu Dafei pointed at Shen Yan and exclaimed, Father, this kid is practically defying the heavens. He has taken your paper, playing with your pen, and eyeing the position I have always coveted. Lu Dafei had originally been seated next to Jiang Yi. His boisterous nature ensured that as long as he was close to this group, he would always manage to stir up trouble for Zhang Hong. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hong decided to transfer him elsewhere. After much anticipation, hope was cruelly shattered by Shen Yan. His face flushed crimson, a manifestation of his ire. During Shen Yan's time in City A, Wu Zixi and Jiang Yi had been incessantly orbiting around him, and now he stifled laughter, awaiting a twist of fate, his mischievous intent compelling him to remain silent. Observing Lu Dafei preparing to speak, Jiang Yi stepped forward, firmly pressing his head down onto the table. Son, who are you calling a brat? He unabashedly introduced. This is my father, and you, sir, should call him grandpa. Shen Yan's pen-spinning paused, his lips flattening into a line. The atmosphere became chaotic in an instant. This new classmate was indeed remarkable. Jiang Yi, undeterred by the commotion, eagerly approached Shen Yan. Well, you're sitting here. Were you not disdainful of me? Come on, is this not a surprise from my dad? Just days prior, he had mentioned wanting to collaborate with Shen Yan, only to be heartlessly rejected. Jiang Yi felt he had turned the tables. Indeed, he was perceived differently in Shen Yan's eyes. Wu Zixi, having gleaned the situation from nearby classmates, chuckled, his shoulders shaking. Jiang Yi, what are you laughing at? Wu Zixi inquired. Enough already, brother. You need to understand your own worth. Jiang Yi dismissed him, gesturing toward the bewildered Lu Dafei and addressing Shen Yan. This is my son, as I mentioned before. He then turned to Lu Dafei, instructing, now, call him grandpa. Lu Dafei merely stared in disbelief. He questioned his very existence, his chubby hands pinching his reddened ears. It was as if the floodwaters had overwhelmed the Dragon King's temple, a family failing to recognize one another. The awkwardness hung thick in the air as he approached. Sheepishly scratching his head, ready to speak, Shen Yan intervened, halting the adolescent annex of the group. He languidly uttered, "Farewell." Little did he anticipate that on the very first day, he would not only redefine Jiang Yi's limits but also leave a profound impression on the members of Class 7. Shen Yan's slender, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with mirth as his gaze swept leisurely across the room, delicately articulating a few words. Unworthy descendants. Chapter 24. The face of the class. All the students in Class 7 seemed to be in a state of stupor, unable to recover until the school bell rang. Tang exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Xiaoning questioned, how did he manage to be acquainted with Jiang Yi's crowd while also excelling academically? Li Shu observed them fervently scribbling on notes and couldn't help but smile faintly. She clutched the eraser in her hand, although she found little interest in Xiaoning and the others' chatter. The thought of not having to feign innocence before Li Maohua and Xu Xiao brought her an inexplicable sense of relief, not to mention Xiaoning and the others. Even their Chinese teacher, Wang Shuzhen, felt a headache at the sight of the top student's assigned seat. "Shen Yan, why have you chosen to sit there?" Upon seeing Jiang Yi, Wang Shuzhen felt overwhelmed. It was challenging enough to have a key student to nurture without allowing Jiang Yi to disrupt matters. Jiang Yi, hearing this, became displeased. "What's wrong with sitting here, teacher? This is a prime spot." He grinned, adding, "Otherwise, those girls in your class wouldn't be finding ways to sneak food onto my desk. With Shen Yan and me sitting here, the face of the class, we needn't worry about going hungry." As these words fell, the entire class erupted into laughter. Wang Shuzhen was well aware of the restlessness of those few girls, who frequently visited Class 7. However, those children, having been spoiled at home, were utterly unmanageable. Lu Dafei pounded on the table, causing quite a commotion. "It's not just the 8th class under the teacher's charge. Even while walking down the street, our Jiang Xiao can receive chocolates." As he spoke, he rummaged through the drawers and produced an empty heart-shaped box that once held chocolates. With Jiang Xiao around, there's always meat to eat. Wang Shuzhen took a deep breath. "Lu Dafei, Jiang Yi, you are disrupting the class. Go stand outside as punishment." Jiang Yi, with a nonchalant attitude, replied, "But it's blazing hot outside, Teacher Wang. I don't want to get tanned." Lu Dafei chimed in eagerly. "Exactly. If Jiang Xiao gets tanned, who will bring him food?" Wang Shuzhen continued to breathe deeply, suppressing her anger. If she couldn't manage Jiang Yi, how could she expect to control the situation? Xiaoning, deduct their disciplinary points. Shen Yan, the teacher will communicate with Teacher Zheng, sit next to Jiang Yi, and trouble is bound to ensue. The most composed among them, Wu Zishi, remained silent. In the past, he might have joined in the banter, secretly hoping to be sent outside to escape class. However, at this moment, he was focused on Shen Yan's expression. Noticing Shen Yan's frown, he maliciously sympathized with Jiang Yi. Shen Yan was irritated by Jiang Yi's noise. His temper was already frayed, and on the very first day he encountered such chaos, he could hardly fathom how tumultuous the days ahead would be. Impatiently, he turned slightly, curling his index finger and tapping it in front of Jiang Yi. Out. Jiang Yi's bravado vanished. "What's the matter, Brother Yin?" Shen Yan lifted his eyelids. His light brown irises fixed intently on Jiang Yi. He said nothing, yet it sent a chill down Jiang Yi's spine. "All right, Brother Yin. Brother Yin, at your command." "Teacher Wang is right, Lu Dafei, and I will reflect on our actions." Facing the wall in contemplation, Jiang Yi snapped his fingers at Lu Dafei and sauntered out with the stout fellow in tow. Wang Shuzhen could hardly believe her eyes. "Shen Yan, what did you discuss with Jiang Yi?" Shen Yan, relishing the peace, reclined lazily and replied, "I merely reminded Jiang that he ought to respect his teachers and uphold the principles of education." To my surprise, he is so enlightened that he insisted on voluntarily facing the wall in reflection. With a gesture, he added, "In that case, Teacher Wang, let us commence the lesson." Chapter 25. It has been years since we last met, and you have certainly become quite wild. While listening, Shen Yan glanced at the incessantly vibrating WeChat notifications. Jiang Yi messaged, "Brother Yan, look at the girl in the 3rd row, 3rd seat." Shen Yan smirked and cast a fleeting glance towards the specified seat. The girl lay languidly atop her desk, appearing as though she were devoid of bones. Positioned diagonally, he could only see the back of her head, and the distance rendered his observation rather indistinct. Meanwhile, notes were being fervently passed around. Xiaoning had begun to pay attention to the lesson, while Meng Yichu decisively pulled Li Shu into the fold. They passed the notes 5 times, and after a moment's thought, Li Shu jotted down a couple of responses. However, her mind was elsewhere. The phrase unfilial descendants echoed in her thoughts, its familiarity unsettling. Squinting slightly, her gaze first fell upon his lush hair, judging by its fullness. He was unlikely to suffer from baldness, at least not in the immediate years to come. Further down, if he were to don a history teacher's wig one day, he would surely attract the attention of many girls. Then, their eyes met. The young girl was fair and delicate, yet her brows bore a hint of languor. What a coincidence. Shen Yan remained silent. At that moment, Xiaoning, who had been attentively listening, abruptly turned Li Shu's head. During the class, you refrained from taking notes, instead fixating your gaze upon him, a fact that did not escape the notice of the new students. You seemed unperturbed by the apparent embarrassment. Li Shu furrowed her brows, for she rarely committed the faces of inconsequential individuals to memory. She murmured, I feel as though I have encountered this Shen Yan before. Tsinghua, overhearing the exchange, was amused and turned her head, saying, your cliché approach to flirting is no better than a love letter. Upon hearing this, Li Shu dismissed the strange sense of familiarity that had enveloped her. Shen Yan was taken aback to discover that Jiang Yi had been referring to her. Clad in an unattractive and ill-fitting school uniform, she was the sole representative of Class 7 in such attire. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, incredulous that this diminutive figure had been assigned a seat in the third row, and she appeared to lack any sense of style. Recalling the savory pancake he had unwittingly consumed that morning, a smile crept onto his lips. The taste was indeed delightful, although he had already had breakfast. He had considered discarding it after a few bites, yet felt it would be improper to take advantage of the young girl and waste it. Shen Yan felt somewhat overindulged. He turned his gaze toward the untouched bottle of mineral water on Wu Zishi's desk. Wu Zishi tossed it to him. Yan Ge, are we going out for dinner tonight? It has been quite a while since we gathered. Shen Yan, appearing indifferent and fatigued, replied, sure, you decide. After consuming half of the mineral water, he snapped irritably, enough. Do you doubt my ability to handle him? Wu Zishi responded, all right, you are the best at this. If anyone questions you, I shall release Jiang Yi. Shen Yan paused. A shadow crossing his face, he shot a sidelong glance at Wu Zishi, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Am I capable? What can you, a grown man, prove? Wu Zishi was rendered speechless, and he added, please display Yin Ji's prowess on the screen. Shen Yan, disinterested, averted his gaze and let his eyes fall upon the textbook. As Wang Shuzhen elaborated, he casually penned a few words, his tone devoid of inflection. Wu Zishi, it's been years since we last met. You've certainly become quite wild. Chapter 26, The Little Gangster in High Spirits. Additional update. Li Shu ultimately refrained from heading to the cafeteria, as she was soon detained by Tsinghua and her companions. Mengyichu, clad in simple athletic attire, fidgeted restlessly. Xiaoning adjusted her glasses and inquired, Li Shu, what are your thoughts? Li Shu felt somewhat out of place in group activities, yet she did not harbor any aversion. Thus, the four girls proceeded together. They silently navigated through the front entrance, making their way down the corridor and descending the stairs at the back exit. Mengyichu, linking arms with Tsinghua, turned to Li Shu and remarked, though Jiang Yi's crew may be unruly, they 1T bully their own class. However, they are not to be trifled with. It's best we steer clear. Li Shu offered no objection. Mengyichu continued, by the way, you and Xiaoning should head to the dormitory first. Tsinghua and I will make a quick stop at the convenience store. The group disbanded. The girl leading the way exuded an air of rebelliousness, her demeanor suggesting she was always on the brink of confrontation. So, you are Li Shu? The disdainful tone caused Li Shu to furrow her delicate brows. And you are? The individual, amused, toyed with a brick in her hand and menacingly stated, Jiang Yi is under my protection. If you wish to avoid trouble, keep your distance and do not overestimate your own worth. In the face of such intimidation, others might have cowered, but Li Shu remained undaunted by mere words. Xiaoning gently tugged at Li Shu's hem, whispering, seeing Jiang Zhi show interest in you, and she has sent someone to deal with you. Who is it? It's Su Su from number 3 high school. She and Jiang Yi. In any case, she is not to be trifled with. Li Shu understood Xiaoning's implication, which was merely to go with the flow. By playing the fool, one could avoid trouble. The little vixen approached and pushed Li Shu playfully, scoffing, Jiang Yi got into a fight with one of my admirers today because of me. Li Shu, do you understand what I mean? Xiaoning found no merit in boasting about this. The relationship between Jiang Yi and Su Su was complex, and he had merely cycled through girlfriends. Indeed, Jiang Yi occasionally sought Li Shu's company, yet she remained indifferent. I know, Li Shu replied softly, tilting her head with a serious tone. Your lipstick shade looks lovely, It complements your complexion beautifully. The little vixen momentarily faltered, her venomous words stifled by the sincerity in Li Shu's gaze. With a haughty lift of her chin, she retorted, I want to tell you what brand I use. Truly, your eyebrows are also well done. I just can't manage that. Compliments, particularly from a perceived rival, sent the little vixen soaring with delight. One couldn't deny that Li Shu had a keen eye. Really? Where did you get your nails done? They are quite innovative. The little vixen puffed out her chest. I did them myself. Do you like them? I can do yours too. Li Shu, feeling lethargic in the heat, replied weakly, I like them. But I can't have them done. I'd be scolded. In the eyes of the little vixen, this reaction transformed into an unspoken envy. Her nails had received compliments on multiple occasions, yet this time, a profound sense of comfort enveloped her. She cast a glance at Li Shu's attire, the utterly unflattering school uniform, and sank into deep contemplation. Could Jiang Yi truly be fond of a bookworm? Surely, and she could not be deceiving her. She was finished. Chapter 27. No two tigers can share one mountain. The little delinquent, upon realizing she had been played, clutched the brick in her hand and turned to confront Chi. Those behind her were equally indignant. A group of them stormed in with fervor, only to exit in a huff. Li Shu cast her eyes downward. Her fair complexion slightly flushed. She murmured, perhaps there are matters at hand. Nevertheless, those who commit wrongful acts inevitably face consequences. Sister, that woman is toying with you. She has a crush on a fellow named Jiang Zhe, who not long ago confessed his feelings to Li Shu. As for Jiang Yi, there were no rumors of him being close to Li Shu. After inquiring around, everyone mentioned Jiang Zhe when discussing her. Upon hearing this, the little delinquent was incensed. She furiously hurled the brick from her grasp. Where isn't she? In the cafeteria. That deceitful wretch has led me in circles. And she still has the audacity to eat. Damn it. Why are you all later than us? Hurry over. Meng Yichu and Tang Wan were seated cross-legged on the clean floor, a pot connected to an extended power strip, busily preparing instant noodles. When they visited the convenience store, they made sure to purchase a glass bowl for Li Shu. The noodles tasted quite delightful, especially when paired with canned beer, making for a thoroughly enjoyable meal. Meng Yichu observed Li Shu delicately savoring her meal, her cherubic face round and plump, unable to resist commenting, previously, everyone found you quite enigmatic. Tang Wan nodded in agreement. Indeed, you transferred in during your second year of high school and have hardly integrated with the group. You either sleep or bury yourself in your phone, seldom engaging in conversation. Yet, this innocent visage often conceals a rebellious spirit. Clad in that unflattering school uniform, she exudes an air of incongruity and peculiarity. Despite her frequent changes of attire, one might assume she is impoverished, yet her family is in a position to donate a building. However, after spending several days in her company, it became apparent that beneath Li Shu's demure facade lay a surprising sense of humor. Just as she was about to speak, her phone vibrated, revealing a transfer of 20,000 from Li Maogua. Li Shu fell silent, realizing that her father must have been affected by something significant, agreeing to her boarding at school and even sending her money with thoughtfulness. The reason behind it mattered little to her. She set her phone aside and continued to enjoy her noodles, quietly listening to the conversation between the two. Once they had nearly finished their meal, she leisurely opened her WeChat chat page. With a calm demeanor, yet a heart conflicted, she typed, Thank you, Dad. Meng Yichu, animatedly continuing the discussion, remarked, I wonder about this Shen Yan. He seems rather extraordinary. Despite his excellent grades, he ended up in our class. Li Shu, why are you so reticent? Upon hearing her name, Li Shu put down her phone, having been attentive to their conversation all along, and turned her head slightly. I'm not sure, she replied. Considering that this meal was a treat, she pressed her lips together and added, perhaps his family is also making a donation. Meng Yichu leaned in with a mischievous grin. You were staring at him this morning, weren't you? Li Shu replied languidly, No. Autumn Ning, we must prioritize our studies. Li Shu, you are indeed correct. Meng Yichu shrugged. Oh, come on. One shouldn't speak so definitively. I used to think Jiang Yi was charming, but since Shen Yan arrived, Jiang Yi seems to have lost his allure. Does she have feelings for Shen Yan? Absolutely not, replied Li Shu earnestly. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Chapter 28. Today is yet another invigorating day. Extra update. After finishing the last sip of water in her cup, Li Shu lowered her gaze and furrowed her brow as she made her way to the far right corridor on the second floor. A few students were scattered about, filling their bottles and whispering in pairs. Have you heard? And she was warned by a student from the third high school, and apparently, She was even beaten up. Is it related to Jiangyi? I heard that the school bully from the 3rd high school has a crush on her, but her heart only belongs to Jiangyi. This love triangle has caused quite a stir. I heard they even fought over her early this morning. How thrilling. But they lost the fight. However, why wasn't she warned? Who knows? She was never a good person. I've disliked her for a long time. This group of students filled their bottles and left. The weather was sweltering, and with the air conditioning on in the classroom, the teachers entered through the back door. Li Shu pushed the front door, but it was locked and wouldn't budge. She wearily made her way to the back door. Li Shu, today is another invigorating day. Upon seeing her, Jiangyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shen Yan, on the other hand, appeared to have had a restless night, looking rather fatigued as he slumped in his chair. Upon hearing such a remark, he lifted his eyelids to glance at Li Shu. It was evident that Li Shu's gaze met his for a fleeting moment before she deliberately turned her attention to Jiangyi, as if he were invisible. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow had treated him to pancakes that morning, yet now feigned ignorance. He had specifically consulted the strategies, and they proved effective. She had indeed glanced at him moments ago. The online advice suggested that conversing with charming girls necessitated the inclusion of interjections. Shen Yan, finding him bothersome, delivered a swift kick. Neurotic. Li Shu found herself in agreement with that sentiment. The phrase, "Today is yet another day brimming with vitality," made her involuntarily shiver. Why did Jiangyi exude such an effeminate aura? It was Li Shu's first evening at the dormitory, and she was participating in evening study sessions for the first time. Aunt Sue, concerned for her, incessantly inquired if she was adapting to the food at school, even promising to bring her sweet and sour ribs the following day. The attendance for the evening study was sparse, at least devoid of that group of privileged heirs. Shen Yan treated everyone to dinner, mixing beers and wines indiscriminately. His stomach was uneasy, but he managed to tolerate it. Jiangyi remarked, "That fool from the 3rd high. If he likes Su, so be it. I want to interfere, but he shouldn't come here causing a ruckus." Wu Zixi chuckled, "To be quiet. Su is unlike anyone else, remember. You have a betrothal with her. I was 5 when we made that promise. Let her seek out the 5-year-old me," he retorted. Shen Yan hurled the cigarette box at Jiangyi, striking him squarely on the head. "Scoundrel." With Shen Yan's command, Jiangyi ceased his antics and quietly resumed drinking, dutifully refilling Shen Yan's glass. Shen Yan cast him a sidelong glance as Lu Dafei leaned in. "Grandfather." Scram. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Shen Yan languidly rose to his feet. Wu Zixi inquired, "Where are you going?" Lu Dafei remarked, "Grandfather truly puts in great effort." Jiangyi punched him lightly, retorting, "Nonsense. Do you really believe that?" Wu Zixi rose, asking, "Aren't you going to join us for the singing later?" Shen Yan yawned, his tongue pressing against his gums. "You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take care of the expenses." Jiangyi proclaimed, "Long live Dad." Chapter 29. Spare your mind when Zheng Hong announced the results. His expression was grim. Our class had once again come in last. The average score of Class 8 surpassed ours by 0.3. Are we truly inferior to them? This marks our 3rd time in the bottom position. Cannot you all turn the tide and bring me some joy? With Shen Yan around, Jiangyi had been remarkably subdued these past few days, at least refraining from provoking others. Before class, Zheng Hong stood at the podium, surveying the room, capturing every expression in his gaze. Simultaneously, the results for each subject were distributed. "Qiuning," he called, placing the exam paper onto her desk. Li Shu glanced over, stunned. With a total of 150 points in Chinese, how could a top student like Qiuning only score 67, so far from passing? Li Shu's gaze wandered over the multiple-choice questions where Qiuning had erred several times, her shock mounting. At last, she comprehended the exaggerated reactions from Tang Wan and others before the exam regarding Qiuning's lofty ambitions. The peculiar feeling she had previously disregarded now found its answer. Could it be? Thus, Qiuning must only struggle with Chinese. Li Shu said, "As long as you are happy." It sounded like a tale of determination. Yet she could not fathom why Qiuning had exuded such confidence when passing her the answers. Soon, the exam paper containing only the multiple-choice answers was handed to Li Shu. A series of red crosses marked the consequences of her deliberate alterations to several answers. Numerous correct responses had also been modified. A glaring score of 6. Wow, Li Shu, you managed to score 1 point higher than me, even with your haphazard guesses in English. Qiuning clutched her paper, which bore a score of 35. As she gazed at the results, Li Shu fell into silence. Qiuning was a student who endeavored tirelessly yet remained perpetually distant from the passing mark in all subjects. What a sorrowful tale, beyond words to articulate. She was merely a child. Why must she bear such burdens? Yet the child was cheerful, shaking with excitement as she prepared for sleep. Li Shu. My class ranking rose by 3 places. Upon hearing this, Li Shu finally comprehended the depths of Zheng Hong's exasperation. Under Qiu Ning's hopeful gaze, she strained to utter, "Keep it up? Great." The experimental class had yet another reason to boast. What was this top score, Wang Yu? In my view, if Yan Ge were to take the exam, what would it matter to him? Shen Yan could not be bothered to engage. Jiang Yi scrutinized the ranking list, his gaze lingering on one spot. Wow, Li Shu performed remarkably well this time. She must be the one with the most significant improvement in our class. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan cast a glance at the paper Jiang Yi handed him. Out of 46 students in the class, she ranked 41st. Was that considered good? Excluding those who absented themselves and Jiang Yi's indifferent peers, Li Shu was indeed at the bottom. Amused by the absurdity, he raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Is this it? Yan Ge, don't look down on others, Jiang Yi retorted. He, having placed second to last, calculated the score difference between himself and Li Shu, feeling as if a galaxy separated them. He lamented, I feel a sense of urgency. Should I start putting in more effort? Shen Yan chuckled lightly, coolly remarking, let go of your mind. Shen Yan added, do not humiliate yourself further. Chapter 30. Quite impressively, Shu was indifferent to her grades. During the long break, she sauntered to the convenience store. She deposited 500 into her card, and, recalling the glass bowl in her dormitory and the noodles she had eaten yesterday, discreetly grabbed a few more bottles of yogurt. She despised being in anyone's debt. Her purchases amounted to a large bag filled with various snacks. Lacking in physical activity, she found it somewhat arduous to carry, switching the burden between her hands several times as she circled half the playground. The weather was hot, and her mood inevitably soured. She pursed her lips, lowered her gaze, and kicked at the small stones on the ground, letting out a long sigh. It was quite bothersome. After Shen Yan had insulted Jiang Yi with a few careless words, Zheng Hong summoned him to the office. The teachers of the experimental class were engaged in a discussion regarding the mathematics paper of the top student in the grade. The final question had exceeded the syllabus. Yet Wang Yu, with his solid foundation, had only lost points on that one question, scoring perfectly on the rest. How could the top students of the experimental class possibly falter? Especially Wang Yu, who consistently secured the first position. Though this was indeed a fact, it was still disconcerting to hear. Zheng Hong did not perceive any deficiencies in his class of lively little rascals. Just look at them. At the very least, they were spirited. They had been somewhat indulged, with many of them believing that studying was of little importance due to their familial backgrounds. Zheng Hong gestured for Shen Yan to enter and indicated for him to take a seat across from him. This time, the poor performance of the class left Zheng Hong with a grim expression. He exhaled heavily, stating, Shen Yan, the school has approved your request regarding the inter-school matters. You need not attend evening study sessions, but do not forget the assurances you made. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Shen Yan lightly traced the rim of the cup with his fingers, smiling. Whether in agreement or disagreement, it mattered little, after all. He had already skipped evening study the previous day. The moment the name Shen Yan was uttered, several homeroom teachers from the experimental class immediately ceased their discussions, their gazes piercingly directed towards him. Zheng Hong did not allow him to leave, and Shen Yan, with nonchalance, began to twirl the teacup. Inviting their scrutiny with an air of confidence, Zheng Hong inquired once more about the seating arrangement, but Shen Yan, feeling indifferent about changing, opted for silence. Moreover, under his keen observation, it appeared that Jiang Yi and his group were quite obedient to Shen Yan's directives. This was peculiar, indeed, and rather intriguing. Zheng Hong swiftly deduced the answer. Shen Yan had captivated Jiang Yi and his peers with the allure of his intellect and knowledge. What a source of gratification. Shen Yan's long, curled lashes fluttered as he responded to inquiries, though the impatience brewing within him remained unspoken. Finally relieved when Zheng Hong ceased his questioning, Shen Yan was unprepared for Zheng Hong's next comment. Shen Yan, since you missed the exam and R&T in class now, why not take a look at the last math problem? This moment caught the attention of other teachers. Zheng, while Shen Yan's grades are commendable, this question exceeds the syllabus. Please don't put him in a difficult position. It took me 2 explanations before Wang Yu understood the solution. Shen Yan barely lifted his eyelids, stealing a glance at the experimental class teachers, and found amusement in the situation. Very well, in light of the circumstances, he would oblige Zheng Hong, allowing him to save face. With a languid yawn, he responded in an unhurried manner. All right then. Zheng Hong chuckled. retrieving a test paper from his drawer, eager to avoid imposing undue pressure on Shen Yan. Take a look at the problem. It's perfectly fine if you cannot solve it. After all, no one at school has managed to answer it. Indeed, Zhang Hong harbored little hope. He did not intend to provoke, but rather was aware of Shen Yan's consistently excellent performance in the sciences and wished to gauge his level. He was taken aback by Shen Yan's impressive capabilities. After swiftly perusing the problem, Shen Yan lazily twirled the black pen in his hand before setting it to paper. Chapter 31. This problem, in truth, was not particularly difficult. He had recently encountered a similar question in his mathematical Olympiad preparations, which had demanded considerable effort to solve at that time. Thus, at this moment, he approached the task with remarkable ease. His reasoning was clear and concise. And although his handwriting was somewhat hasty, it was infused with vigor and elegance. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper invigorated Zhang Hong. He craned his neck to observe as Shen Yan effortlessly arrived at the correct answer, unable to conceal his smile. Wang Yu was indeed formidable. Yet, with just one problem. Shen Yan surpassed him. How could a top student from the experimental class falter? Especially when Wang Yu consistently secured first place. Zhang Hong was on the verge of shouting through a loudspeaker. Our ordinary class is not to be underestimated. To solve it in such a brief span of time was impressive. The teachers from the experimental class exchanged knowing smiles. Surely, Shen Yan must have struggled as well an expected outcome. Zhang Hong cleared his throat, his spirits soaring. Your reasoning is even clearer than mine. This problem encompasses multiple concepts from advanced calculus, and I had no intention of explaining it to the students. You, as the teacher, should keep this for later reference to those students eager to delve deeper. The teachers of the experimental class were left astounded. Zhang Hong's gaze drifted toward Wang Yu. Now you understand, right? Shen Yan's method of problem-solving can certainly be shared with him. The mathematics teacher from the experimental class approached, utterly bewildered as he glanced at the paper in Zhang Hong's hand. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by a sigh of despair. Shen Yan rushed to the ordinary class. But for what purpose? What could possibly be learned there? Zhang Hong remarked, Shen Yan, you truly surprise me. Shen Yan lowered her gaze and smiled, her elongated phoenix eyes slightly raised. This question is actually, she paused, speaking slowly, not particularly difficult. Li Shu, listlessly carrying a bag of snacks, found the ample break time inviting. She paused beneath the shade of the trees to sip on some yogurt, taking a brief respite before continuing towards the senior high school building. Upon ascending the stairs to the second floor and passing the office, she unexpectedly encountered Jiangzhe, who was on his way to see the homeroom teacher. In that moment, Jiangzhe momentarily forgot his destination, hesitating under Jiang Yi's prior warning. He genuinely harbored feelings for Li Shu. With her fair complexion and petite stature, when she smiled, she seemed to radiate light. Unfortunately, she rarely smiled. Li Shu ambled past him, and Jiangzhe quickly called out, Li Shu. His palms were clammy with sweat. Do you like Jiang? Li Shu squinted, recognizing him but failing to place him. Although this was a matter of privacy, she didn't wish to become a topic of gossip. She replied with seriousness, No, I do not like him. She had no connection with Jiang Yi. Jiangzhe's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. So, Jiang Yi was harboring unrequited feelings? What right did he have to maintain distance from Li Shu? They were all suitors, after all. Was fair competition not permissible? Jiangzhe smiled shyly, feeling revitalized. Li Shu, it's wise of you not to consider Jiang Yi. Li Shu remained silent, her hand growing weary from the weight she carried. Jiangzhe seized the opportunity, saying, The chance to help has presented itself. It seems heavy. Let me carry it for you. You two have a fondness for yogurt? I consume it daily. With such a scorching sun and the distance to the convenience store being considerable, I shall bring you some on my next purchase. Upon seeing him extend his hand, Li Shu instinctively recoiled, as she was not one to embrace closeness with others. In her flustered state, she collided with Shen Yan, who had just exited the office. Shen Yan appeared rather impatient, his brows furrowed tightly. Li Shu let out a startled exclamation, her voice inadvertently sounding both delicate and soft. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Shen Yan's exasperated expression. Li Shu, are you all right? Jiangzhe was about to come over to intervene but refrained due to the proximity of the office. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Yan turned his attention towards them, his gaze wandering ambiguously between the two. Then, a smile crept onto his face. Little shorty, good morning. Love in the air? Chapter 32, it seems like. Green Yu. This moniker. Li Shu finally pieced together Shen Yan and the model student who had devoured her snack. Li Shu hastily distanced herself from him. Jiangzhe, hurry inside. The teacher wishes to discuss matters regarding the basketball team. Shen Yan's appearance instilled a sense of urgency within Jiangxia. He had no opportunity to voice his thoughts before the vigilant homeroom teacher, spotting him at the door, urged him inside. Jiangxia, feeling helpless and hesitant, cast a glance at Li Shu before reluctantly entering the office. Meanwhile, Li Shu ambled slowly towards Class 7, carrying her bag. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her hand as her snack bag was effortlessly snatched away. Shen Yan surveyed the contents, noting that it was filled with sweets, including 5 or 6 bottles of yogurt alone. Li Shu's eyes widened in alarm, her chubby face puffed up in indignation. "Return it to me." Shen Yan leaned against the wall, his tone teasingly mischievous. "Shall I remind you? You just staged a minor confrontation. After a brief pause, you inquired, was it intentional? Thus." She lightly nudged him, and he expected to receive snacks as compensation. Li Shu took a deep breath, deciding it was not worth her time to engage with such individuals. She wished to avoid conflict. With a stoic expression, she remarked, "You truly are fragile." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, unabashed, and leisurely replied, "Indeed." Li Shu turned on her heel and walked away. Shen Yan, watching her retreating figure, couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. If it weren't for having taken a pastry from her, he would have felt no obligation to assist. He was surprised that Li Shu took his casual remark to heart. Not only did she believe him, but she also became irritated, though that annoyance quickly subsided. Upon entering the classroom, Shen Yan was unexpectedly embraced by Jiang Yi. "Brother Yan, is this for me?" exclaimed Jiang Yi. "Come on, Dad. Even while visiting the office, you thought of bringing me food." Shen Yan pushed him away, his tall frame moving past his seat towards the front row. Jiang Yi stood there, taken aback, and nudged the nearby Wu Zishi. "What is up with Brother Yan?" Wu Zishi, noticing that Shen Yan had stopped at Li Shu's seat, raised his eyebrows, implying, "It seems he is pursuing her." Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Oh, come on." Wu Zishi swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him outside. Once outside, Wu Zishi released his grip, saying, "Well, it's clear you and Li Shu are not a match. Saying you've been sidelined is a stretch." Jiang Yi responded, "Are you suggesting I lack even the qualifications to be sidelined?" Wu Zishi replied, "You know the truth." Jiang Yi felt somewhat disheartened, sensing a loss of favor, so that bag of snacks was tea meant for me, but rather an attempt to woo her. Wu Zishi spoke earnestly. "Our brother Yan has never acted this way before. This time he specifically bought snacks to share. Jiang Yi, it's rare for him to descend to our realm. As a brother, I feel." He paused momentarily. "Since you cannot pursue Li Shu, why don't we assist Shen Yan in bringing them together?" Jiang Yi swiftly delivered a light punch to his abdomen, refraining from using excessive force. "Are you unwell, or am I? He cannot attain her, yet you wish to aid a brother in winning her over?" Li Shu would not even regard his intriguing soul. How could she possibly succumb to Shen Yan's handsome exterior? Do not perceive Li Shu as a superficial girl. Just as Jiang Yi was about to respond, he noticed Li Shu approaching Shen Yan's table, gracefully offering him a cup of yogurt. She disliked that feeling. Furthermore, she had just cast a scornful glance at Shen Yan, having misjudged him. Fortunately, there was an abundance of yogurt. Jiang Yi exclaimed, "That stings." Wu Zishi nudged him. "Are you truly not going to help?" Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. "Fine, I shall assist." Chapter 33. Shen Yan, did he not drink? She methodically distributed the remaining yogurt to Qiu Ning and the others. Meng Yichu did not hesitate, as she was quite laid back. After receiving the yogurt from Li Shu, she shifted her seat closer to the back row. "Well, Shen Yan bought you snacks. When did you two become acquainted?" As Meng Yichu turned to her, she did not forget to slip her a few candies. Tang Wan glanced back, her gaze ultimately landing on a boy in a pristine white shirt in the rear, exuding an air of nonchalance. He scrutinized the bottle of yogurt on the table, his brow furrowed, as though it presented a dilemma. Tang Wan smiled, just about to tease him. Li Shu furrowed her brows, interrupting their ensuing commotion. "It was I who purchased it." After a careful discussion with Wu Zishi, Jiang Yi remained ensnared in a state of stupor. Dragged in by Wu Zishi, he fixated intently on the bottle of yogurt atop Shen Yan's desk, mourning the love that had yet to blossom but had already reached its untimely demise. His gaze was piercing, impossible to overlook. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, languidly twirling a black pen, seemingly indifferent. "If you wish to drink, feel free to take it." Jiang Yi felt a surge of indignation. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Yan Go, rest assured, I shall always place you first. Nothing can sever the profound bond of our brotherhood." Shen Yan lifted his eyelids, the corners of his elongated phoenix eyes glimmering with amusement. "Isn't it a father-son bond instead?" As he spoke, his slender fingers curled around the yogurt, Not drinking it? Very well, then I shall partake. Shen Yan yawned, weariness settling upon him as he twisted the bottle cap. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The cap was rather loose, indicating it had been opened before. Someone had consumed the yogurt. Who could it be? At that moment, the bell rang. Due to Shen Yan's matter, Zheng Hong entered with a rather pleasant demeanor. He had reviewed the scores of each subject within the class. He was well aware of who had improved and who had declined. Zheng Hong placed the test papers upon the podium. Xiaoning, as the learning representative. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, yet your scores remain consistently low. It is evident that you have yet to discover an effective approach. Please come to my office later for a discussion. Mengichu, you are close to passing. Keep up the good work. Lu Dafei, your artistic skills are commendable. However, your math paper was largely left blank. Did you intend to criticize the grading teacher, or are you merely reflecting on your own performance? Lu Dafei felt that Zheng Hong did not comprehend his humor, leaving him quite disheartened. Teacher, this is the story of the 3 little pigs building their houses. Haven't you heard of it? Zheng Hong replied. You truly possess talent. To prevent himself from becoming angry, Zheng Hong chose to ignore the row of second-generation aristocrats led by Jiang Yi. His gaze shifted to Li Shu, who was drowsily sucking on a candy. Li Shu, upon realizing this, perked up, her fair and delicate face exhibiting a semblance of obedience. Here, in an instant, Zheng Hong found himself reluctant to scold her. 6 points. He suppressed the urge to reprimand. After all, it was certainly better than submitting a blank paper as before, wasn't it? With this thought in mind, he offered a gentle smile and words of encouragement. Li Shu, every exam you take brings you closer to improvement. Your teacher believes in you. Li Shu remained silent, about to take a few sips of yogurt to calm her nerves, only to realize that the yogurt container she had already sipped from was currently unsealed. Autumn Ning and the others had also partaken and encountered no issues. Then, she hesitated. Her clear, cat-like eyes widened in surprise, and the tips of her fingers, gripping the bottle, turned pale. Shen Yan, he hasn't drunk it, has he? Chapter 34. Your brother treats you differently too after some construction. She mustered her courage and stood up. Jiang Yi watched as Li Shu approached, feeling quite displeased, for Li Shu was not seeking him out. He contemplated for a moment, cursing quietly and feigning ignorance. Please allow the heartbroken Xiao Jiang of today to abandon his plan of inserting a knife for his brother. Noticing that Shen Yan was oblivious to her presence, Li Shu tightened her grip on the yogurt bottle, a plan forming in her mind. She carefully observed Shen Yan, who remained undisturbed, his gaze lowered as he deftly played a mobile game, his long, curled eyelashes fluttering, encapsulating an air of nonchalance, entirely unaware of her. The young boy possessed a complexion as pale as porcelain, with distinct contours and exquisite features. Li Shu swiftly exchanged her yogurt. As the dust settled, a subtle smile graced her delicate face, and her entire being relaxed. Just as she turned to leave, a victorious sound resonated from the game behind her. She had won. However, she was soon seized by the collar from behind. He raised an eyebrow and stood, while Li Shu had to rise on her tiptoes to barely meet his chest. It was no wonder he was so often referred to as Shorty. He leisurely glanced at the yogurt Li Shu was holding, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. What are you up to, sneaky thief? Li Shu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Shen Yan gradually released his grip, leaning against the table leg, his long legs slightly bent, his voice low and languid. Did you intentionally bring me the yogurt you've already drunk? Li Shu felt her face flush at his words. I didn't. She was about to explain, but it depended on whether Shen Yan was inclined to listen. Before she could continue, he interrupted her, taking the bottle of yogurt from the table that she had replaced. His tone leisurely, dragging out the last syllable. Since you see that I'm not falling for it, do you plan to erase all evidence? Li Shu. Even Jiang Yi, who was playing dead, could no longer hold back. What the hell, that's outrageous. Just as he was about to intervene and help Li Shu, he recalled the compliment he had given to Wu Zishi. In an instant, he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, unable to bounce back. Through their conversations, Li Shu had formed a preliminary understanding of Shen Yan. He excelled academically, but with Jiang Yi leading the charge, it was clear he was to be trifled with. His innate sense of superiority was not off-putting. Recalling how Shen Yan had helped her carry her bag and enjoyed her snack made him seem quite down to earth. Yet, there was one crucial detail: A's sharp tongue. How utterly ridiculous. Were it not for the fact that this person bore no malice, merely a penchant for idle chatter, Li Shu might have truly been vexed. She met Shen Yan's elongated, phoenix-like gaze with an impassive expression. Indeed, one could erase all traces. Shen Yan's smile faltered momentarily. Observing his reaction, Li Shu instead revealed a grin. If I take this, would you be displeased? Or do you fancy the bottle in my hand? Shen Yan chuckled softly, choosing not to press Li Shu further. Wu Zishi, witnessing this exchange, was struck by an unprecedented sense of wonder. He leaned closer, raising his eyebrows mischievously. Brother Yin, you seem to regard Li Shu differently. Shen Yan lifted his eyelids, casting a languid glance in his direction, teasingly elongating his tone. Brother is also quite special toward you. Wu Zishi retorted. Goodness, it's fortunate that such words come from your visage. Had Jiangyi uttered them, I would have been thoroughly repulsed. Chapter 35. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is likewise awry. Li Shu was troubled. For the subsequent classes, she merely rested her head on the desk, devoid of any movement. The weather was sultry, the air thick and stifling with each breath. The school cafeteria was equipped with air conditioning, though its cooling effect was far from satisfactory. Xiaoning, uncharacteristically vocal during class, lamented. It's been said we should repair this. The days grow hotter, and at this rate, who can endure? Mengichu and Tang once seldom frequented the cafeteria for this very reason. Mengichu turned her head. Why not order takeout? The back wall of the school is damaged, making it convenient for deliveries. Xiaoning perked up at the suggestion and glanced at Li Shu. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shu unlocked her phone with her fingerprint and ordered a meat crab pot. In the meantime, Mengichu, ever informed, slurped her noodles while perusing the school forum. Without warning, a resounding clatter echoed as her chopsticks slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Goodness gracious! Li Shu, have you seen how the gossip has unfolded? She gazed at the content on her phone. The affluent second-generation heir of the Diao family versus the carefully nurtured transfer student, the undeniable allure of yogurt romance. In all my years, I have never encountered a love story centered around yogurt. Wait for me. I am off to procure a whole case. Assessing the scoundrel above. Casting a wide net. I am utterly overwhelmed. The transfer student, with a tender smile, playfully inquired of the wealthy heir whether it was intentional. Isn't this an indirect kiss? Just as Mengichu was about to show the content to Li Shu, the page suddenly refreshed, and the post vanished. She was left dumbfounded. Who could have done this? Li Shu gleaned the essence of the situation from Mengichu's words, her mind wandering to Jiangxia and then to Shen Yan. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding her intensified. Even the delectable crab pot lost its appeal. Meanwhile, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Li Shu slowly retrieved it, her gaze momentarily caught by the name flashing on the screen. A call from Li Maogua? A fleeting smirk of derision flickered in her clear peach blossom eyes. She fell silent and stepped onto the balcony before answering. On the other end, an agitated voice reprimanded her. How could you stay overnight? Li Shu, you are only in your senior year. Regardless of your grades, your father has always indulged you. But you absolutely must not engage in early romance at school. It's utterly embarrassing. How can I face others? Have I been too lenient, allowing you to behave so recklessly? I advise you to cast aside those trivial distractions. The voice grew increasingly vehement. Yet, Li Shu's eyes remained shrouded in darkness. She patiently waited for the tirade to exhaust itself before letting out a dismissive laugh. What troubles father is perhaps the matter of early romance. He likely wishes to prevent any emotional blemishes upon her character, as such imperfections could diminish her prospects in future unions, affecting her value. Li Shu let out a soft sigh, pondering how his own chaotic affairs would not elicit laughter from others. From what position does Li Maogua presume to admonish her? Of course, Li Maogua replied. Li Shu, do not forget that while I permit you to reside at school, I can just as easily have you return home. This matter should come to a close. If I discover that you are becoming too close with any boys, I assure you, you need not return to school. Instead, you may devote your time to learning floral arrangement and etiquette at home. Li Shu's sarcastic smile faltered, her fingertips paling slightly. She gazed at the few clouds in the sky resembling cotton, a hint of bitterness stinging her eyes. She understood what Li Maogua valued, just as she knew how to silence him. She softly remarked, indeed, it would not be pleasant if word got out. After all, a crooked beam leads to a warped roof. Before long, silence enveloped the conversation. Chapter 36. Healing Scars and Forgetting Pain. The phone emitted a busy signal. As Li Maogua unilaterally ended the call, she had little interest in pondering who posted or who disparaged her. When the lunch break concluded, Li Shu was pulled by Ning to the small shop. I need to buy a pack of black ink refills, and my transparent tape has also run out. The small shop was bustling with people, so Li Shu chose to wait outside in the shade of the trees. She lethargically stared at her little white shoes, too weary to lift her head. Soon, however, she felt a gaze fixed intently upon her. Li Shu looked over in a daze, taking several seconds to finally match the person with a name. The hatred in Anqi's eyes was unmistakable, fixated upon her like a vengeful spirit ensnared. The wound at the corner of Anqi's mouth elicited no guilt from Li Shu. After all, had she not resisted, it would have been her suffering instead. Had Anqi chosen to behave, avoiding her own clever little schemes, she would not find herself in this predicament. She desired no entanglement. Yet that did not imply her adversary would relent. Anqi approached, casting a frigid glance at Li Shu. Li Shu, feeling the heat, was disinclined to speak. Anqi's chest heaved with fury, her memory still vivid of the rebellious girl, Su Su, scorching her face with a lit cigarette. Jiang Yi and Su Su had been betrothed. Even if he harbored feelings for you, it would be inconsequential. Li Shu scoffed dismissively. Jiang's interest in you was merely fleeting. As for Shen Yan, do not even entertain the notion. Given his status and achievements, you could never aspire to reach his heights. Li Shu shot her a sidelong glance. Oh, Anqi had prepared a plethora of retorts, but at that moment, they seemed to dissipate like cotton candy, failing to provoke any reaction from her opponent. She was instantly vexed, towering over Li Shu with an air of superiority. With her tall stature, she exuded an intimidating presence, evoking the faint echo of Little Shorty in Li Shu's ears. Li Shu furrowed her brow, her fair complexion clouding with displeasure. Anqi, she murmured softly. What do you want? Does your mouth still hurt? The mere mention of it ignited Anqi's temper. What business is it of yours? Li Shu smiled, her gaze as frigid as water, articulating each word deliberately. I merely fear you may forget the ache once the wound is healed. She glanced towards the small convenience store, where Ning was already settling the bill. Li Shu wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. If Jiangzhe relentlessly pursues you, and you find yourself unable to evade him, perhaps it is time to reflect upon your own shortcomings. Do not create trouble where none exists. Do not bring misfortune upon me. And she was taken aback, although Li Shu appeared to be easily bullied. Her words had the power to make Anqi tremble with rage. Li Shu, do not think that just because you possess a little money. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shu interrupted. Anqi, do not stand there shouting at me. By what right do you presume to dictate my responses? Li Shu smiled softly, her voice smooth and melodious, as she scanned Anqi with a discerning gaze. Let me remind you, the very ground you stand upon is funded by the Li family. Chapter 37. Do not let them make you cry from around the corner of the corridor. Their conversation could be faintly heard. Jiang Yi, cigarette in mouth, expressed disbelief. I can't believe it. I thought Li Shu would be the one to suffer. Shen Yan leaned against the wall, feigning sleep. He was not surprised by Li Shu's reaction. Even a small kitten would unsheath its claws when provoked. Li Shu casually tucked a stray hair behind her ear and left with Ning, leaving Anqi seething with anger. Wu Zishi remarked, Anqi's face is quite large. Jiang Yi laughed. What a foolish clown. Wu Dafei hesitated, stammering, Father, how can you still be laughing? If Li Shu were indeed a soft target, perhaps Su Su would have taken the opportunity to bully her mercilessly. Lu Dafei added earnestly, Father, aside from Jiangzhe, you share half the blame in this matter. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan couldn't help but smile, his voice languid and reminiscent of tinkling jade. Lu Dafei lamented with great distress, Father. While your misdeeds towards young women are regrettable, must you also bring trouble upon grandfather? Shen Yan's smile faltered momentarily. He truly wished to be rid of this foolish grandson. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he casually discarded it into the trash bin and turned his attention to the most reliable Wu Zishi. How is the situation on the forum being handled? The post has already been blackened. Wu Zishi leaned closer, lowering his voice. But, Brother Yan, what an excellent opportunity this is to assert dominance. I believe the fervor will inevitably spread throughout the school, reaching every corner without exception. Shen Yan remained unconvinced, scoffing lightly. I have no particular concerns, as long as the good-hearted young girl isn't bullied to tears. What sentiments he harbored, Li Shu was indifferent to, much like her lack of interest in whether Li Mao had children abroad who contested her inheritance. The red envelopes and savings Li Shu had accumulated over the years were stashed away for emergencies. The facade of Li Mao's country and Xu Xiao's indifference compelled her to consider her own interests. Zhang Hong, noticing her morose demeanor, did not press her. However, before granting his agreement, he cradled his teacup and said, Li Shu, during a recent meeting, the school provided me with 2 slots for key development candidates. Normally, it would be challenging to secure even 1 slot for an ordinary class, given that the candidates Zhang Hong referred to were on the list for prestigious first-tier universities. Typically, an ordinary class would be fortunate to have even 1 candidate. With Shen Yan's arrival, it was reasonable for the school to mention 2 slots. Yet, Li Shu did not comprehend Zheng Hong's intent in sharing this information. She cast her gaze down at her little white shoes. Zheng Hong smiled, but this time, I have managed to secure 3 slots. Li Shu was momentarily taken aback, as if boundless thoughts had suddenly shattered their confines. She abruptly turned to Zheng Hong, who replied, "Indeed, it was meant for you." Li Shu remained bewildered for a good 5 seconds. As Zheng Hong's words lingered in the air, the surrounding teachers paused in their tasks, equally astonished. With great effort, Li Shu moved her lips to gently remind him, "Teacher, you might be viewing my situation through a lens of romanticism. Please, consider the reality. I am merely a humble student at the bottom of the class rankings." Zheng Hong, however, remained steadfast in his belief, patting Li Shu's shoulder as he urged, "Do not doubt yourself. The reason the teacher is saying this is to encourage you to transform pressure into motivation." Li Shu replied, "You are mistaken. This pressure has morphed into sheer fright." Chapter 38. Sinister thoughts. She lay on her stomach, engrossed in her phone, when suddenly, Majesty added her to a group chat titled, "This group is yellow and has been reported." The name was rather audacious. There were only 4 members, and Majesty and Tsinghua were engaged in a fervent discussion. Tsinghua wrote, "I believe in you. You can do it." Li Shu slowly typed a question mark and sent it. Majesty then added, "The academic director conducted a surprise inspection in our school's grove and caught a few couples late at night. Oh no, he is furious and calling their parents now." It was quite thrilling, considering the strictness regarding early romantic entanglements. Even Xiaoning, who was busy reviewing problems at night, chimed in. Xiaoning commented, "Li Shu, Anqi and Jiangzhe were also caught. Anqi is truly something else. She lured someone into the grove and then started undressing. When the academic director arrived, he reportedly found them in a disheveled state." Autumn Ning remarked, "Moreover, she pressed her entire being against Jiangzhe." And the face of the head of the teaching department turned ashen. "I suspect the school might expel her this time." Didn't she become so provoked that she resorted to extreme measures? Is it a matter of not being able to possess something, leading to an attempt to seize it by force? If force fails, must she then resort to destruction? And Chi's family holds a modest yet respectable position in a city, whereas Jiangzhe is distinguished as a student in the experimental class and a special sports recruit. His family's circumstances are quite ordinary. Such an incident could allow Chi to transfer schools, thus evading the rumors, for her family possesses that capability. However, Jiangzhe does not share that luxury. One wonders how these events will be disseminated in the future. She called her grandmother, gently inquiring about her recent health. When evening self-study concluded, Li Shu finally learned the full aftermath from Majesty. "Goodness, Li Shu, you wouldn't believe it." And Chi's mother caused quite the uproar in the academic affairs office, adamantly insisting that Jiangzhe harbored ill intentions, leaving Chi utterly bewildered and even resorting to physical confrontation with her daughter. They twisted the truth, turning black into white and white into black. After all, the scandal of Chi, a girl so young, would tarnish the family's reputation. The small grove lacked surveillance, leaving no evidence. When the head of the teaching department arrived, they witnessed the two tightly entwined. Jiangzhe has no interest in her. The entire school is aware of that. Had there been any truth to it, they would have been together long ago, and this debacle would not have occurred. Autumn Ning added, "Indeed, just recently, Jiangzhe confessed to Li Shu. He is certainly not blind." Tsinghua, displaying a more rational demeanor, analyzed, however, in such matters, regardless of right or wrong, it is invariably the girl who suffers. Even if we comprehend the truth, the family could easily manipulate public opinion to their advantage. Only in this manner can the losses of the family be minimized. Li Shu quietly listened as Ming Yichu expressed her grievances. All of Funan's best resources are in the experimental class, and his sports college entrance examination can earn him extra points. His future is undoubtedly bright. Yet, the Jiang family cannot compete with the Yin family. Is this not an act of bullying? This incident spread throughout the school and could not be contained. The director of education intended to resolve the matter privately, fearing it would affect the college entrance examinations of the two students. Initially, things were progressing smoothly, but Chi, undeterred, insisted that Jiangzhe take responsibility, causing the issue to escalate to widespread notoriety, even reaching beyond school grounds. Upon hearing the news, Chi's mother arrived and slapped her, prompting Chi to fall silent. Her thoughts extinguished by fear, Li Shu remained silent, dreading that the Yin family would persist in their pursuit, aiming to portray themselves as victims. The worst outcome would not be Jiangzhe being pressured to withdraw from school, but rather the Yin family accusing him of attempted assault, which would ruin his life forever. Chapter 39. I shall envy myself. Part 1. As anticipated, the Yan family did not allow the matter to rest. The following day, neither Qi nor Jiangzhe attended class. Li Shu's predictions proved correct. This issue spread within a small circle, generating a subtle yet palpable stir in City A. All accusations rained down upon Jiangzhe like a torrential downpour. Jiangzhe's parents could only endure in silence, seeking to plead for leniency. Even if this is our Jiangzhe's fault, he is still just a young adult. Let us resolve this privately. If he withdraws from school, everything will be lost. Mrs. N, adorned in a luxurious chi pao, sat elegantly. Your son has turned 18. He has committed acts more beastly than a brood against my daughter. And you dare tell me he is merely a young adult? The parents of Jiangzhe were taken aback, for this was a complete distortion of truth. They were well aware of their child's character and knew he would never engage in disgraceful conduct. Now, when trouble arose, these affluent families sought to use them. Humble as they were, as scapegoats? What do you intend to do? Lady Yan smiled, her jade earrings gleaming brilliantly from her earlobes. It is not a matter of what I intend to do, but rather you must accept your fate. With that, she motioned for the butler to escort them out. At that moment, a girl rushed down from the upper floor. Chi's eyes were swollen and red, her hair disheveled and untamed. Mom, I have already stated that this incident is my fault. Silence. We clearly have a solution. Why must we force someone to a dead end? Lady Yan mocked. A solution? You say? Pray tell, what solution do you have? Chi clenched her fists, her heart racing violently, disrupting her nerves. Let me get engaged to Jiangzhe. Goodness. Have you heard? Jiangzhe is engaged to Chi. For someone my age, I have yet to even hold a man's hand. Am I unworthy? Chu felt she could hardly digest the shocking news. Tang Wan, annoyed by the noise, quickly stuffed chips into her mouth. Let them get engaged. At least there is some closure. The incident in the grove can almost be overlooked. They probably won't expel her, at most a severe warning. Ning paused in her writing, perplexed. How could Lady Yan agree to such an engagement? The Yan family is certainly not a humble one. In such families, alliances are typically formed through strong marriages to solidify their standing. Li Shu, however, softly remarked, Lady Yan is a stepmother, and she has a son, who is Chi's younger brother. Mr. Yan passed away 2 years ago, bequeathing his estate equally to his children, a decision that surely left Mrs. Yan dissatisfied. Should Chi grow stronger, it may inadvertently invite trouble. The engagement is a matter she welcomes with open arms. Li Shu sipped her yogurt while gazing at the camphor tree outside. Nearby, a few individuals were engaged in light-hearted gossip, occasionally interrupted by Lu Dafei's heart-wrenching calls for his grandfather, provoking a burst of laughter from the rear. It was quite lively. Amidst the merriment, she feared that any sudden movement might shatter this dream. Contemplating the cold, unwelcomingly household, Li Shu took a deep breath. Chu asked, Li Shu, are you going to the amusement park this weekend? Li Shu smiled gently, arching her brows. You all go ahead. Chu turned to Ning. Ning replied, I plan to visit Liao Mountain Temple on Saturday. My grandmother had a fall, and I wish to seek a blessing for her safety. Li Shu paused, recalling her grandmother. She turned to Ning. May I join you? Coincidentally, Lu Dafei passed by. He halted momentarily before rushing to the back, exclaiming, Dad. Li Shu is going to Liao Mountain Temple on Saturday. Your moment to shine has arrived. Lu Dafei was unaware of Jiang Yi and Wu Zixie's intentions to matchmake Shen Yan with Li Shu. Jiang Yi bore a solemn expression, while Wu Zixie chuckled knowingly. Indeed, your opportunity to shine has come. Jiang Yi replied, Exactly, I intend to green myself. Chapter 40, I am going to green myself, Part 2, Shen Yan entered. A lollipop dangling from his mouth, only to be greeted by an awkward voice. Yan Ge, are you going to climb Liao Mountain Temple this weekend? His brows furrowed. His tone vague as he replied, No. Jiang Yi, since you have nothing to do at home, you live like an old man. We must embrace the vivacity of youth and venture out more often. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. I'm too busy. This statement requires belief. Yet Shen Yan is clearly more unoccupied than anyone else. He rarely attends their gatherings, and when he does, it's merely to show his face, settle the bill, and nibble on a few bites. Jiang Yi implored, Father, I beg you. Shen Yan chuckled in amusement. After a moment, he conceded, Liao Mountain Temple is too far. Let us choose somewhere closer. Jiang Yi panicked. No way. Shen Yan regarded him with a piercing gaze. Lu Dafei, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, leaned in with a grin. Grandpa, you don't know. Dad is only pursuing that young lady because Li Shu is going too. Shen Yan paused momentarily. Jiang Yi protested. I'm not. I didn't. Shen Yan settled down, resting his elbows on the table, facing Jiang Yi. He kicked the corner of Jiang Yi's chair. If there is something, then admit it. If not, then don't. Be a man about it. As he spoke, he leisurely gestured with his middle finger. Does one really need company for such matters? How pathetic. With tears in his eyes, Jiang Yi surrendered his explanation. Brother Yin. Will you go or not? The answer was unequivocal. No. Wu Zishi could hardly bear to watch. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke. Brother Yin. Liao Mountain Temple's blessings are quite effective. In a few days, it will be Auntie's Memorial Day. Shen Yan was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. This semester had ostensibly turned into self-study. She was generous, offering to help Li Shu after finishing her math paper. Li Shu, I cannot accept. She delicately indicated that it was unnecessary. Meng Yichu is quite reliable. Using the Xiaoyuan search tool, she maintains good relationships with the class representatives across various subjects. She even remembers to pass a sheet to Li Shu. I have no use for it, as Li Shu is entirely disinterested in filling it out. Meng Yichu states, although our grades may not be stellar, our attitude is commendable. Tang Wan, having completed the multiple choice questions, bursts into laughter upon hearing this, exclaiming, your words have elevated my perspective. Li Shu thinks of Zheng Hong, feeling a headache coming on. After enduring the class until its conclusion, everyone rushes out in a frenzy. Once most of the students have departed, Li Shu leisurely begins to pack her bag, only to be approached by someone. Lu Dafei inquires, Li Shu, shall we exit the school together? Is your bag heavy? Let my father carry it. Li Shu follows Lu Dafei's gaze and observes Wu Zishi stifling a laugh. While Jiang Yi's expression is one of utter disgust, her attention then shifts to another individual. He gazes back at her with clarity, reclining lazily in his seat, and then lets out a soft, mocking sound that resembles a derisive comment about her height. Li Shu remains silent, articulating each word distinctly. No, thank you. Chapter 41. She is a burden upon exiting the school. Li Shu boards the family car. Little Shu, how are you adjusting to boarding school? The driver, amiable and kind-hearted, asks. Li Shu smiles faintly. Her cherubic face has inherited all the virtues of Li Maoguo and Shu Xiao. Uncle He, I'm adjusting well. That's good to hear. Your reticent nature has been apparent since childhood. Interacting more with your classmates is beneficial. As the traffic light turns red, he halts the vehicle, retrieves 2 bags of charmingly packaged candies from the front seat, and hands them to Li Shu in the back. In our region, when a child is born, it is customary to boil eggs and offer sweets to others. This is a tradition associated with Xiaoshu. Li Shu observed the joy radiating from his eyes and, without any pretense, accepted the gesture with gratitude. Thank you, Uncle He, she said. With great care, she extracted a chocolate from the package, unwrapped the foil, and took a bite, savoring its bittersweet flavor. Gazing out the window at the bustling street, Li Shu fell into a contemplative silence. Upon returning to the Li household, as anticipated, neither Li Maoguo nor Shu Xiao was home, and Su brought the dishes to the dining table, all of which were her favorites. Li Shu remained silent, her gaze fixated on the few red-painted eggs, lost in thought. And Su served her rice and, following her line of sight, smiled. Your uncle he gave those, saying they would bring good fortune. It hasn't been easy for him. He only became a father in his 40s. You should have seen him. He hasn't stopped smiling these past few days. Li Shu meticulously peeled an egg, taking small bites. In some families, children embody both responsibility and a cherished gift. Yet, echoes of a quarrel from a year ago lingered in her mind. Divorce? Shu Xiao, don't forget, our marriage is a business arrangement. Besides, Xiao Shu is already this old. Li Shu, you mustn't always use her as a shield. To me, she is a burden. With a heavy heart. Li Shu finished the last bite just as Aunt Su stepped away to fetch soup. She ascended the stairs directly. I've stewed this chicken all day. It must be nourishing. Xiao Shu is working hard in her studies. Aunt Su's voice faded abruptly as she entered the empty dining room. Upon entering her room, her gaze fell upon the height chart affixed to the wall for several years. Li Shu's expression was inscrutable as she stared at it for a few moments before slowly placing her empty backpack down. She retrieved a change of clothes, took a shower, and dried her hair. In the quietude, her eyes drifted back to the chart no less than 3 times, uncertain of what she intended to write. Li Shu awaited the drying process, contemplating her forthcoming mountain excursion. She proceeded to her wardrobe to select a set of athletic attire, placing it neatly before her bed. After setting her alarm, she finally found herself with a moment of respite. Li Shu pressed her lips together, her fingers instinctively curling. She refrained from climbing into bed, for she harbored a keen awareness of her height. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so reliant on yogurt. nor would a glass of milk be absent from her evening routine at home. Yet, the results were rather negligible. Li Maogwa and Shu Xiao were not short. Why had she not inherited this trait? Ironically, she bore the resemblance of features she deemed inconsequential, particularly the expressive peach blossom eyes of Li Maogwa. Out of sight. Out of mind, Li Shu, feeling vexed, approached to tear off a sticker. Hey, are you really only 1 meter 40? A mocking voice echoed in her ears. She slowly pressed her lips together, awkwardly leaning in. Then, she measured herself earnestly. Observing her relative height, she sighed in relief. In this day and age, who doesn't measure up to 1 meter 40? Chapter 42. A slight discontent at 8 o'clock, the alarm rang punctually. After freshening up and having breakfast, Li Shu informed Aunt Sue of her departure before stepping out with a sunshade in hand. She had arranged to meet Xiao Ning at the department store at 8:30. Li Shu summoned a taxi, arriving just on time. Li Shu, over here. Xiao Ning waved at her from the hot dog stand, clad in a sun-protective shirt. They reached Liao Mountain Temple around 10 o'clock. The mountain was not particularly high, and they first enjoyed a bowl of noodles at a stall at the foot of the hill before beginning their ascent. Li Shu, are you here for a safety talisman as well? Over the past few days, a camaraderie had formed between Li Shu and Xiao Ning. Her flushed cheeks revealed her warmth as she replied, for my grandmother. She is not in a city, and I worry about her. Shu Xiao's marriage to Li Maogwa was a union of convenience. However, her grandfather faced business troubles 2 years prior, leading to the company's collapse and his subsequent decline in health, which ultimately resulted in his passing within a year. Despite the financial downfall, Shu Xiao's grandmother still possessed substantial real estate, yet Li Shu remained apprehensive. Presently, the Shu family lagged significantly behind the Li family, and the relationship between Shu Xiao and Li Maogwa was fraught with discord. They had not divorced, and Li Maogwa would certainly not consider such a step following the Shu family's misfortunes, as abandoning a wife in decline would tarnish his reputation, an aspect he held in the highest regard. Yes, I am indeed asking for my grandmother, she said, for she had been raised by her, and the bond was of utmost importance. A few exchanged words served to bridge the gap between them. Li Shu held an umbrella while traversing the well-maintained steps, surrounded by bamboo that rustled softly in the breeze. She whispered 3 words, me too. Very important. Over the years, her grandmother had been the only one who truly cared for her. The two conversed quietly, pausing intermittently, until they finally reached the halfway point of the mountain. Li Shu, Xiao Ning, what a coincidence to run into you while climbing, exclaimed Lu Dafei from the nearby resting pavilion, his acting prowess on full display. Coincidence? Nonsense. They have been waiting here for over an hour without even having a meal, he continued, glancing at the 2 girls. Beside him stood Jiang Yi and Wu Zixi, who were both watching with interest. Xiao Ning instinctively tugged at Li Shu's sleeve, whispering, why are they here too? Let us go. They're not to be trifled with. Li Shu shared her sentiments and did not wish to engage further. The two decided against resting and intended to press on. Lu Dafei rubbed his hands together, his face aglow with excitement. This is fate. Come over, we'll join up shortly. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was pushed by Wu Zixi and had no choice but to muster the courage to invite. Let's go together. It would be nice to have someone to rely on. Come over here. It's breezy and cool. Li Shu smiled. No need. We are heading up now. Lu Dafei mumbled incoherently, while Jiang Yi remained dejected. Wu Zixi replied, that's great. We have rested enough. As he spoke, he picked up the half-drunk bottle of mineral water. Lu Dafei quickly shouldered a backpack full of snacks. At this point, it would be unreasonable to refuse again. Li Shu frowned, and Xiao Ning felt a bit anxious. Why do they want to join us? I don't know, Li Shu said, noticing her unease, and added reassuringly, don't be afraid. If we go together, we can part ways once we reach the temple. As long as we don't provoke them, we should be fine. Just as Li Shu was pondering this, she heard Jiang Yi shouting hoarsely, Yin Ge, wake up. Don't sleep. Li Shu's brow twitched. Soon, the youth who had been sprawled on the long bench in the pavilion sat up, bleary-eyed and visibly annoyed, making his way towards the group. Li Shu instinctively glanced at his long legs. Indeed, he looked rather displeased. Chapter 43. Does my Yin Ge attract attention? Shen Yan had been awakened early in the morning by Jiang Yi's shouting, and now, not having had enough rest, his expression was far from pleasant. He silently trailed behind the group, listening to Lu Dafei's attempts to make conversation. Jiang Yi was nudged by Lu Dafei to move closer to Li Shu, forcing him to speak up timidly. Li Shu, may I ask you something? Upon hearing his voice, Li Shu turned to look at him. Jiang Yi, with his tousled blonde hair, leaned in closer and inquired, Do you think my yin gu is likable? Li Shu found herself at a loss for words. Jiang remarked. My dear, Yin has never had a girlfriend. At his age, it's rather unfortunate. Li Shu instinctively glanced down the 7 or 8 steps, where Shen Yan, with drooping eyelids and an aura of agitation, lingered. Jiang Yi implied, in all these years, I have never witnessed him being close to a woman. A sudden realization struck her. Clad in a pristine white tracksuit paired with simple canvas shoes, her cherubic face was flushed with a rosy hue, and she panted lightly from fatigue. Jiang Yi mistook her breathlessness for shyness. What do you think after hearing that? Li Shu sighed gently, her gaze laboriously meeting Jiang Yi's. Take care of yourself. It's been tough for you. With that, she distanced herself from Ning and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was taken aback, perplexed. He intended to convey that Shen Yan had never engaged in romantic entanglements, maintaining his integrity. Why, then, did Li Shu cast doubts upon Yan's sexual orientation? Overwhelmed, Jiang Yi squatted down, cradling his head in despair. Yet, a flicker of truth resonated in Li Shu's words. After all, he was indeed quite handsome. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, Jiang Yi's heartfelt concern for him lingered as he approached from behind, his gaze fixed ahead, intent on passing by. Jiang Yi called out to him. His voice strained as he asked awkwardly, Yin, has our brotherly bond morphed into something that transcends ordinary feelings? Shen Yan, seemingly unfazed, curtly replied, get lost. Jiang Yi felt revitalized. Just then, a phone rang, and Shen Yan glanced down, casually rejecting the call 3 times in succession before finally answering with impatience. Shen Yan, you want to even take my call? Shen Yan chuckled lightly. This situation has persisted for quite some time. I assumed you were already aware. The other party fell into silence for a few seconds, likely infuriated. After a moment of composure, Shen Yan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Shen, you are quite busy. Please refrain from speaking with barbs. I am merely trying to converse with you amicably. The other end succumbed to complete silence. Following this exchange, the group of boys dared not entertain any further thoughts, and the only sounds on the path were the soft voices shared between the 2 girls. Upon reaching the summit, Li Shu and Ning parted ways from the others. They first offered prayers and sought a safety talisman. The view from the peak was exceptionally beautiful, and the 2 wandered around the temple. Li Shu was drawn to a string of prayer beads at a stall, small, round beads in a dark hue. Leaning in, she inhaled the faint, unique scent of incense that lingered in the air. Without haggling, she purchased the beads and slipped them onto her wrist. Then, she proceeded to the wishing pool. Li Shu, do you have any change on you? No. Then wait for me. I'll exchange some coins at the stall. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, noticing that Li Shu was alone, quickly clutched his stomach. Yinge, you go to the wishing pool and wait for me. I can't hold it anymore. I must go to the restroom. Lu Dafei, Wu Zishi, come on, can't you see? Why aren't you helping me? Chapter 44. You seem to have quite a few thoughts. Shen Yan, preoccupied with his own matters, failed to notice the insincerity in his expression. He did not dwell on it and made his way to the wishing pool. Upon seeing Shen Yan approach, Li Shu's displeasure became evident. Her temperament was typically mild, rarely exhibiting strong emotions towards outsiders, yet she held an aversion to Shen Yan. She furrowed her brows and turned away, refusing to look at him. Ning went to the nearest shop to exchange for some small change. Just as she tucked the coins into her pocket, her phone rang, and the voice on the other end was urgent, laced with a hint of tears. Ning, your grandmother is unwell and is currently on the way to the hospital. You must come quickly. At that moment, Ning's expression changed dramatically. In her moment of confusion, Wu Zishi entered, intending to buy an ice pop. Noticing her anxious, reddened eyes, he couldn't help but inquire, what is the matter? Wu Zishi's gaze flickered, and a plan formed. It takes over half an hour to take the bus to the subway station, and since Jiang Yi is feeling unwell, Lu Dafei and I were planning to take him to the hospital. We came by car, so we can conveniently drop you off at the subway station. However, Ning hesitated regarding Li Shu. Observing her reluctance, Wu Zishi urged, don't worry, I am an excellent driver. Aren't you in a hurry? Reluctantly, Ning complied, not forgetting to send a message to Li Shu. Ning, Wu Zishi glanced at him. Don't be stubborn. Dafei is helping your father, and we are heading down the mountain. Ning has matters to attend to with us. Jiang Yi, suddenly feigning weakness, leaned against Lu Dafei, clutching his stomach and groaning. Lu Dafei, utterly bewildered, Li Shu and Shen Yan received the message in succession. Upon seeing Wu Zishi entrust him with the responsibility of looking after Li Shu, given that the young girl was alone and it was unsafe, Shen Yan felt rather unsettled. Li Shu bit her lip, glancing at Shen Yan. Without uttering a word, she took a few sips of water and prepared to descend the mountain. After only a few steps, someone tugged at her collar. Shen Yan did not release his grip, noticing Li Shu's resistance. He found amusement in her perception of him as a formidable threat. Wu Zishi asked me to look after you, but I see no necessity. With that fierce demeanor of yours, others would likely fear you. Li Shu. Shen Yan loosened his hold, leisurely continuing forward while yawning lazily. Keep up. The mountains are filled with bamboo. Should I encounter a snake, I shall not be concerned. Li Shu yearned to assert herself with a retort. Why should I care? Yet. A snake? She fell silent and followed. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, Shen Yan couldn't help but smirk. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he walked leisurely, ensuring that Li Shu could keep pace. Do not rush, grandmother will be fine. Just as he sent this message, he collided with the stationary Shen Yan ahead. Li Shu hastily stepped back, the faint scent of a delightful yet indeterminate laundry detergent lingering in her nostrils. As for me, whatever I nurture shall perish. Thus, I truly do not understand why Wu Zishi entrusted you to my care. Shorty, cherish your life and keep your distance from me. As soon as Shen Yan finished speaking, he found the rhyme amusing and couldn't help but chuckle softly, elongating his tone. What does it mean that you bumped into me? Are you deliberately taking advantage of me? He paused, lingering on his words. You seem to have quite a few thoughts. Chapter 45. Did you drink all that yogurt? Additional update. Having encountered a myriad of individuals throughout her life, Li Shu had never met someone as brazen as Shen Yan. It was an enlightening experience. She opened and closed her lips several times, utterly at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, under his gaze, she finally spoke softly. Shen Yan, you cannot act this way simply because you possess a modicum of charm. Shen Yan? He was left questioning his own ears. Overjoyed, his youthful exuberance radiated from him, his refined features and distinct outline captivating. His pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with amusement. He nodded earnestly, his tone slightly cheeky. That may be a bit challenging, but I shall do my utmost. Descending the mountain is always easier than ascending. And soon the two reached the foot of the hill. The car had been driven away by Wu Zishi, while Shen Yan summoned a ride through an app. Where to? To the car. I've called for it. Li Shu gazed intently at the nonchalant youth, her eyes lingering on the indifference subtly etched between his brows. She lowered her gaze, gripping the empty mineral water bottle she had just finished. Slowly, she moved her slightly parched lips. Shen Yan, you need not act this way. Shen Yan was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Shu composed her thoughts, her breathing steady, her tone consistently gentle and soft. In truth, you find it bothersome and are under no obligation to accompany me down the mountain. As a young man, how could he possibly descend the mountain alone? Even if Wu Zishi had not mentioned it, he would never neglect Li Shu, though he was not particularly patient. He possessed a gentler nature beneath the surface before any incidents befell Shen's mother. Despite feeling discomfort by the girl trailing closely behind him, he had never considered her a burden. After making her statement, Li Shu waited quietly for Shen Yan to release her hand. Yet, he did not. Instead, he pulled her closer. Little one, do not cast unfounded accusations. Why take the bus when you could simply use Didi? Did you drink all that yogurt for nothing? It's not very clever of you. The mention of yogurt made Li Shu unable to suppress her glare at him. Shen Yan checked the license plate number and pulled her into the back seat, finally letting go. Li Shu leaned against the door, silent and sullen, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Shen Yan openly assessed her, realizing there was no point in regretting. Once aboard this ship of mischief, what else could she do? The driver, his hand trembling, nearly collided with the greenery. This journey would be lengthy, promising a substantial fare, but he was a driver with a sense of justice. Miss, have you been threatened? Many seemingly respectable young men these days are nothing but deceivers. Li Shu, uncle, we are classmates. Shen Yan, leaning against the soft cushion, could not help but chuckle, appearing rather pleased with himself. Li Shu failed to comprehend why Shen Yan seemed so proud, especially when he was mistaken for a rogue. Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? She lowered her head, devoid of any desire to speak further. From Shen Yan's viewpoint, Li Shu's profile conveyed a singular sentiment, dejection. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Shen Yan responded with good humor. I received a call while ascending the mountain. It was not directed at you. Li Shu cautiously turned to regard Shen Yan's somewhat helpless expression. She curled her fingers slightly and asked, Am I not a bother to you? Shen Yan met her timid, downcast eyes. Li Shu appeared earnest, as if this inquiry held great significance for her, akin to grasping at something elusive. Chapter 46. You are still alive. Additional update. The driver comprehended the situation, It seemed the young couple was experiencing a quarrel. Having been through similar situations himself, the driver chuckled heartily. Little girl, you simply do not understand. With such an attractive companion, it brings one much pride to speak of it. Right, young man? Li Shu, feeling dispirited, remained silent. Shen Yan maintained his nonchalant demeanor, one hand pressing against his subtly throbbing temple while the other rested on the window. Hey, did you hear what the uncle said? Shen Yan remarked. Li Shu was taken aback. Was she not a burden? Even Shu Xiao regarded her as a hindrance. Shen Yan crossed his legs casually, his phone incessantly vibrating with messages. He dismissively remarked, Little shorty, do you even know what a burden is? He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the 36 WeChat messages that Jiang Yi had sent. Do you see? This is the trouble, he remarked. An unfamiliar emotion surged within Li Shu, and her gaze towards Shen Yan sparkled with an unprecedented brightness. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly murmured, But he calls you dad. This time, Shen Yan did not express disdain. Instead, he silenced his phone. Ah, the misfortunes of family. He mused. The driver trembled, as if his worldview was on the verge of collapse. Young lady, men with children, no matter how handsome, are simply not worth pursuing. It's a sin to have a child at such a young age. Shen Yan, however, was unfazed and offered no explanation. He chuckled, in this day and age, looks are a valuable currency. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the subway entrance. As the driver applied the brakes and the car came to a halt, Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at Li Shu, calling her shorty. Li Shu, with clarity in her eyes and a gentle voice, frowned in displeasure. I will grow taller, she retorted. Shen Yan yawned, clearly exhausted, his voice somewhat hoarse. Just get down and take the subway. Li Shu expressed her gratitude softly and suggested she pay for the ride. She frowned again, stating, I don't like taking advantage of others. Shen Yan scoffed lightly. You've already been embraced, now you bring this up? How disingenuous of you. With a tongue-tied expression, Li Shu exited the car. Once the taxi drove away, she slowly processed Shen Yan's words. Reflecting on their first meeting, where he had seemed rather fierce, she thought to herself that apart from his sharp tongue, Shen Yan did not appear to be so bad after all. As she awaited the subway at the station, she took out her phone. Li Shu first inquired about the situation on Xiao Ning's side, and while waiting for news, she made a call to Meng Xianghong. The call was quickly connected. Xiao Shu. A girl's voice emerged with a hint of amusement. However, Li Shu's smile was abruptly restrained. Xu Xiao glanced at her before turning her gaze away. Li Shu lowered her brows and, with a soft voice, called out, Mama. Xu Xiao cast her a brief look before ascending to the second floor. Shen Yan unlocked the door with his fingerprint, changed into slippers, and, feeling drenched in sweat, headed to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he dialed Jiang Yi's number. Jiang Yi, at a KTV, was passionately belting out Die for Love. When his phone vibrated, he did not check the caller ID and simply answered, Hello. Amidst the cacophony, Shen Yan was puzzled until Lu Dafei's voice cut through, 6 boxes of beer, and you can't leave until we finish. Shen Yan. Jiang Yi called out several times, and upon noticing the silence, was about to curse when he glanced at the caller ID and saw Yan go. He was taken aback. Trying to explain, Shen Yan chuckled coldly, You're still alive, are you? Chapter 47. Instantly lost my appetite. Li Shu learned from Xiao Ning that her grandmother was no longer in critical condition, which eased her worries somewhat. After all, age brings its own ailments. At the Li family dining table, Li Shu picked up the plate of garlic shrimp closest to her and slowly savored the yam and pork rib soup. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Li Maoguo was troubled. He was still preoccupied with the forum incident, and it was not unreasonable for him to feel this way. Yet, Li Shu's words from that day left him at a loss for how to broach the subject again. Throughout the meal, he was distracted and absent-minded. Soon enough, under the warm glow of the lights, Li Shu's skin radiated a luminous white, her peach blossom eyes resembling a still pool of stagnant water. She sat quietly, consuming her meal, fully aware that this meeting was less of a casual encounter and more akin to a veiled matchmaking session. With fingers turning pale, she murmured softly, I am still young. Yet, not long ago, she had asserted that one should not engage in early romantic entanglements. Is it not different? She countered. Who knows what sort of chaotic individuals lurk in the school? They may deceive you simply because our family possesses wealth. Meanwhile, those introduced by father are familiar and trustworthy, which is ultimately beneficial for both you and the Li family. Would I ever wish you harm? Li Shu remained silent, suppressing a laugh at Li Maoguo's words. For over a decade, he had exerted his influence over her life, intent on maintaining this control for a lifetime. Her hands alternated between tension and relaxation as she declared, "I will not go." Since Li Shu began boarding at school, Li Maohua had harbored deep disapproval, and now, her refusal darkened his expression. "Li Shu, do not provoke my anger." She met his icy gaze directly. "I have had enough. I do not care what your relationship with that boy from school is like now. Sever it immediately. I absolutely forbid it." Li Shu's countenance remained unperturbed as she faced his hardened eyes. The temperature in the room plummeted to freezing, causing the cold to seep into her bones. A startled cat's meow suddenly pierced the silence, followed by a faint, somewhat jarring laugh from Shu Shiraw, who gently caressed the feline. "Chaotic individuals? Li Maohua, if you truly cared for your daughter, you would not be oblivious to who just now expressed an interest in the wealth of the Li family." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving Li Maohua feeling utterly discomfort. "Are you aware? What a coincidence, I actually know." Shu Shao stood up, her crystal shoes clicking against the floor with a rhythmic thud-thud-thud as she moved. Shen Chancho's son. The retired Commander Shen's grandson, Shen Yan, heir to the Shen group, truly looked down upon our meager wealth. Li Maohua was momentarily taken aback, his imposing demeanor weakened significantly. Upon seeing Shu Shao ascend the stairs, he took a considerable time to regain his composure. "Is what your mother said true?" Li Shu gazed steadily at Li Maohua without uttering a word. Excitement washed over Li Maohua's features, rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. "Xiao Shu, since it's Shen Yan, why didn't you mention it earlier? Did your father frighten you just now?" In an instant, Li Shu lost her appetite. Chapter 48. Accept my knees on Sunday. Upon waking, Li Shu realized that both Shu Shao and Li Maohua had left the house. And Su, who cared for her deeply, was aware that Li Shu needed to head to school by noon and had prepared an elaborate feast. Li Shu rarely enjoyed her meals so heartily. Apart from dining, she remained upstairs. When the time was right, she finally ventured downstairs to depart. Just as Li Shu alighted from the car, she encountered Meng Yichu. Sporting a short haircut and a tomboyish attire, Meng Yichu casually draped her arm over Li Shu's shoulder. On Sunday evenings, students were required to attend evening self-study sessions, and many complained about the school's unappetizing meals, opting instead to purchase food from outside. Li Shu followed Meng Yichu to a nearby stall offering hand-grab pancakes and spicy sour noodles, known for their generous portions and reasonable prices. Xiaoning and Tang Wan have already arrived. "I came late, but this time is perfect for dinner, and I need to bring them some," she remarked. Then turned to the vendor. "Boss, 2 hand-grab pancakes and a bowl of spicy sour noodles, please." Li Shu had initially intended to savor the sushi prepared by Aunt Su that evening, yet the enticing aroma wafting from a nearby stall proved irresistible, causing her to involuntarily lick her lips. Observing the vendor skillfully crafting golden hand-grabbed pancakes, generously slathered with ketchup and salad dressing, her craving for a bowl of hot and sour noodles unexpectedly shifted. "I shall have a bowl of hot and sour noodles along with a hand-grabbed pancake," she mused, her rosy lips curling into a smile. After a brief pause, she could not resist adding, "And please, include an egg, a hot dog, and all those delightful side dishes." Li Shu tucked the food container given by Aunt Su into her backpack. After settling the bill, she eagerly took small bites of the hand-grabbed pancake, savoring it slowly to prevent the hot and sour noodles from leaking. By the time she entered the dormitory, she had only consumed half of it. Upon their arrival, Tang Wan exclaimed, "My hot and sour noodles." Xiaoning adjusted her oversized glasses and chimed in, "My hand-grabbed pancake." Meng Yichu shot them a disapproving glance, saying, "Can't you see the two of us standing here?" Tang Wan replied, "I only see Li Shu." Xiaoning echoed, "Li Shu." Meng Yichu, dismissing their enthusiasm, turned to Li Shu and said, "Oh, this tenuous friendship is hardly worth having." Li Shu set aside her hand-grabbed pancake and took a seat beside them, retrieving the sushi. "Here, try some of the sushi I brought from home." Tang Wan beamed, "Wow, Li Shu." Xiaoning added, "Li Shu." Meng Yichu looked down on their unrefined excitement and turned to Li Shu. "Li Shu." Li Shu replied, "I am well aware of my name. There is no need for reminders." As they gathered around to enjoy the sushi, it became evident that wherever girls congregate, gossip follows. You should have seen in Chi's haughty demeanor. She practically broadcasted to the world that Jiangzhi belongs to her and even flirted with him. As she spoke, her dissatisfaction evident, she playfully hooked her arm around Meng Yichu's, gently swaying it. "Aja, will you accompany me for dinner tonight?" Meng Yichu inquired. What was Jiangzhi's reaction? What other reaction could there be? Even I felt a sense of despondency watching him, yet for the sake of his future. He had committed himself, so he had to accompany her regardless. Xiao Ning remarked, "Perhaps Jiangzhi has grown to loathe Anqi." Tang Wan observed the cheerful Li Shu slurping her noodles, a hint of concern in her eyes. I fear that if Jiangzhe still harbors feelings for you, Anqi may cause you trouble. Li Shu dismissed the worry. It's fine. Anqi possesses a strong desire for revenge and can be quite ruthless with herself. You should remain vigilant. Li Shu took a bite of sushi, her words somewhat muffled. She has already approached me. It was merely a little delinquent she managed to deceive. Moving the lunchbox in front of Tsinghua, she added, do not fret. My family is destined to donate to the library. She cannot harm me. Mengichu exclaimed, alas. Take my knee. Chapter 49. Like a work of art in the corridor, they encountered Anqi, the gossiping girl from recent days, adorned in branded attire. Looking down her nose at Li Shu. Li Shu ignored her entirely, walking into the classroom. Anqi's desire to flaunt her status was significantly diminished. Jiangzhe was now hers. Everyone who needed to know was aware. Yet, she could not deceive herself. Jiangzhe still held affection for Li Shu, especially after discovering that particular line in his diary. She stood quietly, her neck elongated and her expression serene, embodying all that I admired. I told myself to confess my feelings. Jealousy grew like wild, untamed grass, thriving uncontrollably. Before Jiangzhe, she tore her diary apart, and it was evident that his lips trembled. She felt an overwhelming discomfort. How could Li Shu act as if nothing had happened? Anqi's eyes gleamed momentarily as she retrieved her phone, hesitating for a brief moment. How do you still have the audacity to call me? The voice on the other end was far from pleasant. Anqi felt a twinge of fear, her voice quivering in response. Su, I swear I am not lying to you. Jiangyi truly has feelings for Li Shu. On Sunday, Li Shu went hiking, and Jiangyi followed her in pursuit. This revelation came from eavesdropping on a conversation between Lu Dafei and Wu Zishi. Mengichu went to the balcony to fetch towels and found a throng of people gathered at the railing, gasping in astonishment. Intrigued, she squeezed her way in and glanced down at the cement ground. What on earth? I feel like dying. Her face flushed with embarrassment, utterly despondent. Li Shu finished brushing her teeth and emerged from the restroom. What happened? It appears that someone has mischievously collected our intimate garments from the balcony of our dormitory and arranged them into a large heart shape on the cement ground below overnight. The heart was remarkably well-formed yet oddly unsettling. Mengichu was both furious and anxious. Damn it, mine is down there too. A bright red pair of underwear. Li Shu paused in surprise. Mengichu suddenly felt a surge of confidence, sensing the validity of her thoughts, and lifted her chin defiantly. Right? I never wear bright red underwear. The others exchanged bewildered glances. As they descended and passed the cement ground, Mengichu's body felt stiff with apprehension. She admonished herself not to glance around, yet she couldn't resist stealing a look. Damn, I see it. Fearing she might be overheard, she hastily changed her wording. It belongs to someone else. Bright red underwear. Tsinghua, I apologize. Ha 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 ha. Ning. Ha 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 ha. Li Shu could not help but lift the corners of her mouth slightly. This matter soon garnered the attention of the school authorities. Funan had always been held in high regard, and the students attending this institution were either academically accomplished or came from affluent backgrounds. Fearing potential repercussions, the principal reported the incident to the police. As Li Shu entered the classroom, she found it devoid of early readers. Students were clustered in small groups, discussing matters of compassion. Several buildings housed the female students' classrooms, and the 7th grade girls' dormitory was where the incidents had transpired. Jiangyi was brimming with a sense of responsibility and protectiveness. Upon seeing Li Shu, he instinctively glanced at Shen Yan. Li Shu. Li Shu looked over and fortuitously met Shen Yan's drowsy gaze. Shen Yan yawned. Are you scared? She paused. No. Jiangyi, ahem, regarding the matter of compassion. We are all aware of it. Li Shu replied slowly, earnestly. Indeed, it resembles a work of art. Chapter 50. Lost and found before long. The school surveillance system was put to use. As noon approached, the students had yet to receive any results from the investigation. Uncertainty loomed over the progress of apprehensions. However, the number of patrolling personnel had doubled compared to usual. Mengichu, with her short memory, quickly became engrossed in the joy of passing notes. The elderly dormitory matron, embodying the virtues of thrift and diligence from a bygone era, meticulously organized the colorful assortment of undergarments. Upon entering the dormitory building, Li Shu noticed the orderly display on the hallway railing, lined up from left to right, a veritable exhibition of undergarments. Mengichu's particular piece stood out among them. Beside it hung a small blackboard, inscribed by the matron, who wore her reading glasses, detailing, lost and found. Li Shu was reluctant to smile. Yet it was simply beyond her control. By dusk, Zheng Hong delivered the news. The perpetrator had been apprehended. Surveillance footage at the school gate showed no sign of his entrance or exit, leading to the conclusion that he had infiltrated the premises through a blind spot in the decrepit wall. Zheng Hong stated, "The wall has been repaired, and measures for school security will be reinforced." This incident had startled the students. Li Shu found it even harder to smile. With the wall repaired, the delivery routes had been severed. The matter, while not catastrophic, was certainly not trivial either. Had the assailant brought in an ether capable of rendering someone instantly unconscious and forced open a door, the consequences would have been dire. The principal faced immense pressure to quell the parents' fury. Inexplicably, the teachers did not hold classes that day. The school also arranged for a renowned lecturer to address all female students in the evening, focusing on the theme of self-defense strategies for girls in emergencies. Jiang Yi and Lu Dafei sneaked in to listen, only to be caught red-handed by Zheng Hong. He seized them by their ears and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you two up to?" Jiang Yi, with ample justification, retorted, "Old man, with my good looks, I'm just worried that girls might recklessly pursue me. I wish to protect myself as well." Zheng Hong dismissed him with a curt scram. During these days, everyone shared a common sentiment: out of sight, out of mind. Those passing by the lost and found area averted their gaze. Yet, one must not underestimate the persistence of the elder generation. The dormitory matron, with her stool, sat vigilantly at the lost and found, inquiring of everyone, "Have you lost anything?" As time passed, the vibrant hues adorning the corridor began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. Ultimately, a solitary pair of bright red undergarments claimed the spotlight, successfully achieving center stage. Li Shu fixated her gaze intently, waiting for the dormitory matron to retire for her midday rest. Seizing the moment when no one was around, she furtively discarded the burning hot potato into the trash bin. Li Shu, sipping yogurt while reclining on her bed, chuckled softly at the scene. When the midday break concluded and Li Shu meandered down the corridor, the bright red undergarments had mysteriously returned to their original position, as if they had never departed. The only alteration was on the blackboard, where the lost and found notice had transformed into a stern reminder: "Students, please refrain from playing pranks and carelessly throwing away others' belongings. This constitutes theft." The three exclamation marks clearly illustrated the matron's ire. Chapter 51. Once again, you have triumphed. Following that incident, life resumed its normal rhythm. Li Shu drifted through her days in a state of lethargy, perpetually shrouded in gloom. She had assumed this existence would persist for at least a week until she encountered the little delinquent once more. Su appeared unwell this time, lacking her usual entourage for support. Initially skeptical after Angel contacted her, an unsettling feeling enveloped her until Angel sent an image, a photograph capturing Jiang Yi's beaming smile directed at Li Shu, who had just entered the classroom. That grin was particularly jarring to Su. She confronted Li Shu, who was sipping her yogurt, intending to intimidate her, hoping to leave her at a loss. Yet, the petite girl before her, with eyes as clear as an autumn pond, radiated a certain innocence. Her cherubic face, with its delightful baby fat, bore a gentle smile that made it difficult to chastise her. Clad in an oversized school uniform, she appeared somewhat comical. Li Shu tilted her head slightly and cheerfully inquired, "You've come? Are you here to paint my nails?" Su was taken aback. Once again, she believed that she was playing tricks on her. Such a sweet girl, in a relationship? Absolutely impossible. She stammered, Yes. Li Shu glanced at Su's empty hands, hesitating, "But you didn't bring any." Su instinctively placed her hands behind her back. "I'm sorry, I forgot." Li Shu nodded, not probing further, shaking the unopened yogurt in her hand with a smile. "Would you like to drink some yogurt?" Su replied, "Sure, that sounds good." Thus, the students passing by the basketball court at Funan Middle School were left dumbfounded. How could the wealthy young lady be associated with the formidable queen bee of the third middle school? They were even drinking yogurt together. The school forum buzzed with excitement once more. Ababa exclaimed, "Oh my, what a combination. I'm so shocked I could lose my head." Everyone, "Look, pictures." A salted duck egg added, Whoa, the queen bee even has her arm around the young lady's shoulder." Ababa responded, "Exactly. The queen bee even asked the young lady if she wanted to go out for hot pot." Ma Fengwu remarked, "This is outrageous." Completely disregarding the security at the entrance, Gon Fanren commented, "Putting everything else aside, they truly are stunning. I wish I could be the yogurt in their hands." A little trash-picking kid chimed in, "On the first floor, I found your head in the trash can. Do you want it back? If not, I'll sell it." Meanwhile, the parties involved remained oblivious. "Next time I come, I will definitely remember to bring it." Su held her hands up to the light, her nails of vibrant hue. She grasped Li Shu's hand and examined it for a moment. Her hands were fair, and she looked exquisite with that delicate pink jelly nail polish. As she spoke, she couldn't help but pinch Li Shu's face. Li Shu, come here. An impatient voice echoed from ahead. Shen Yan's slender phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, landing on Su's hands. Wu Zexi followed closely behind him. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Su's spirits lifted. Shen Yan noticed Li Shu blink but remained stationary. And a smile of amusement crossed his face. You're invited. Jiang Yi didn't he summon you? Su retorted, he is trash. Shen Yan was well aware of Su's fiery temperament, particularly towards girls who grew close to Jiang Yi. By chance, he intervened to rescue Li Shu but was met with indifference. He fixed his gaze on Li Shu, sighed, and said, come here, I'll buy you some yogurt. Only then did Li Shu take small steps toward him. Are we going now? After all, she had already given her other bottle of yogurt to Su, leaving her without provisions. Shen Yan was taken aback by Li Shu's unabashedness. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. I suppose you're secretly pleased. You've succeeded again. Chapter 52. That truly is a bargain for me. Li Shu chose to disregard the latter remark. After all, Shen Yan was the second person, after her grandmother, to perceive her as anything but a nuisance, which led her to lower her guard around him. Before leaving, she smiled at Su. Ultimately, Su's intention in seeking her out was to hold her accountable. Li Shu understood this well. However, Su bore no malice, and their interactions were quite pleasant. Let us have hot pot again next time, she murmured. Sure, I'll paint your nails then. Wu Zexi was taken aback. We're making plans for next time? What? Shen Yan glanced over, frowning slightly. Ugly. Su exclaimed. What about your eyes? Shen Yan casually took the empty amu she from Li Shu's hand and tossed it towards the trash can several meters away. At her age, she still had room to grow. What was the point of applying makeup? As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Li Shu and pulled out her meal card from her pocket. I'll go buy it myself. Su interjected. I am the same age as her. Shen Yan replied. Her height and appearance suggest she is still a minor. Li Shu exclaimed. At 155 centimeters, is she really that short? She refrained from reaching for the card and pursed her lips, asking, aren't you coming with me? It felt somewhat awkward to swipe a boy's card. Shen Yan was taken aback, not expecting such a request from Li Shu. The young girl gazed at her quietly. And when Shen Yan met her eyes, she saw no romantic longing. It appeared to Li Shu that they were merely going to buy yogurt. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his demeanor relaxed once more. You have quite a few demands, little one. When Su first witnessed Shen Yan purchasing snacks for a girl, she was astonished, watching the pair walk away in disbelief, before turning to Wu Zexi in a daze. Wu Zexi shrugged, as you can see. Finally, Su grasped the situation. So, Jiang Yi was indeed going hiking on Sunday. Wu Zexi offered no further explanation. Only slyly added, Brother Yin is going too. Su processed this revelation. It turned out that Jiang Yi and Li Shu were genuinely close. And since Shen Yan liked her, he was playing matchmaker. Being childhood friends with Jiang Yi, Su was already familiar with Shen Yan, Wu Zexi, and the others. She patted Wu Zexi on the shoulder, exclaiming, Brother Yin just transferred here and he's already charming girls? She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. Shen Yan strolled languidly while Li Shu took small, measured steps forward. After a while, Shen Yan realized that accompanying a girl to the convenience store was somewhat absurd. However, upon reflection, he decided to dismiss the thought and simply treat it as looking after a child. After all, he already had grandchildren. Adding another little one shouldn't be too much of a burden. Indeed, in the presence of that soft, innocent face, he found it difficult to muster any irritation. With this understanding, Shen Yan felt even more at ease. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he quickly located the chilled beverage section. Choose, he prompted. Li Shu pressed her lips together and selected 2 bottles of yogurt. Shen Yan was taken aback. Is that all? Just 2 bottles of yogurt? How embarrassing to admit that that's my first purchase for a girl. As he spoke, he grabbed 4 or 5 more bottles. That's enough, Li Shu said softly. It's hot. They might spoil. Shen Yan, for the first time as a host, found it hard to accept that he had to spin a 3-digit sum. Shall we get some snacks as well? No, thank you. I've already prepared plenty of food in the dormitory. Shen Yan stared at her for a long while. And after a moment, he remarked wistfully, well, that certainly saves me some trouble. Chapter 53. Which little sprite sent this? Su lounged in the corridor of Class 7, munching on chips she had pilfered from Jiang Yi's drawer. Jiang Yi felt exasperated upon seeing her. What are you doing here again? Su Su smiled and casually replied. I missed you. After hearing such sweet nothings for 5 or 6 years, Jiang Yi had become desensitized. He scratched his head in annoyance. I don't miss you. Unfazed. Su Su quickly changed her tactic. Well, I miss our son. Don't be ridiculous. Where's the absurdity in that? Isn't Lu Dafei our son? He still has me saved as mom on WeChat. Jiang Yi was exasperated, yet he had always been at a loss against Su Su, as he invariably came off worse in their quarrels. We are about to have class. You, a student from Sanzhong, loitering around our school. What kind of behavior is that? Su Su, munching on potato chips, mumbled, what is it to you? Even the security guards dare not stop me. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yi, recalling how he had not invited her to their gathering, and promptly poked his chest with her fingertip. You all drink without inviting me, Jiang Yi. Are you aiming for the heavens? She snatched a chip, causing Jiang Yi to hastily evade, his expression dark as coal. It's greasy. Don't go around touching me. Then you wipe it for me. Jiang Yi, aren't you afraid of getting caught by the teacher? Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. So, this bottle is for him? Does he still need to grow taller? No, it was just that on his first treat. He spent merely the cost of a bottle of yogurt. How pitiful. Midway through her teasing of Jiang Yi, Su Su received a phone call. Shopping? Now? Sure. I'll be right there. She quickly abandoned Jiang Yi, conversing as she made her way down the stairs. Jiang Yi's expression darkened further. Wait. He turned and entered the classroom, retrieving a box of chocolates from the drawer. With a stiff demeanor, chin raised, and voice gruff, he said, Here, take it. I don't know who sent it. I don't like it. Su Su ended her call, glanced at the chocolates, and cradled them in her arms. Which little imp sent these? This brand is not tasty. Next time, make sure she buys imported ones. Li Shu scrutinized the history teacher's wig for quite some time. Feeling fatigued, she lay down and casually opened a certain app, randomly tapping into a book that narrated a tale of a substitute. The melodrama was excessive, yet the somewhat juvenile dialogue was striking. Noticing her classmates, who had been lethargically gazing out the window, suddenly sit upright as if under the weight of Zhang Hong's intense scrutiny, Li Shu's slumped posture formed a glaring contrast. In the book, the substitute, hurt by love, rose to power, suddenly realizing she was about to sever ties with the male protagonist, just as Li Shu was engrossed in the narrative. Half of the light was obscured by a shadow. She turned her head and met Zhang Hong's furrowed visage. With palpable disappointment, Zhang Hong exclaimed, Li Shu, the teacher is quite disillusioned with you. Li Shu, unhurried, blinked slowly. Caught in the act, she made no attempt to conceal her actions. The page remained open, and Zhang Hong glanced over, catching sight of a particular line. Indeed, it is because of this face that I would choose you as my lover. Darling, be sensible and do not provoke my ire. Otherwise, this month's allowance of several million will vanish. Zhang Hong's worldview was shaken. Chapter 54. Are you attempting to test me? What on earth are children reading these days? He breathed heavily, forcefully jabbing the desk. Tell me, what is this? Li Shu, momentarily taken aback, furrowed her brow and replied softly yet earnestly, Teacher, this is a mobile phone. As her words hung in the air, the classroom fell into silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Yi could no longer contain himself and slapped the desk, exclaiming, Ha! What the hell? Shen Yan looked in astonishment at Li Shu's silhouette. The girl, feeling warm, had tied her hair into a ponytail, revealing her fair and slender neck. Zhang Hong's breaths came in heavy gasps. I know. He has eyes. Li Shu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lowered, exuding an air of despondency. Her voice was barely audible. Isn't it redundant for the teacher to ask that? What do you think? Zhang Hong erupted. Li Shu racked her brain but could not conjure a valid reason. Yet, soon, an absurd thought emerged. She furrowed her delicate brows, meeting Zhang Hong's dark expression with disbelief tinged with caution. Teacher, do you intend to test me? Lu Dafei slammed the table, laughing heartily. Where did this gym come from? The entire class erupted in laughter. Wu Zishi glanced at Shen Yan with a smile. Shen Yan leaned back, arms crossed, a hint of amusement dancing in his brows. A look of confusion crossed Li Shu's fair face. Xiao Ning found it hard to articulate her feelings. Seeing Li Shu reluctant, she patted her hand reassuringly. It's all right. The old man will return it to you this weekend. The classmates continued to chuckle. Li Shu remained perplexed by their mirth. She rubbed her delicate nose. Mengyichu, laughing to the point of pain, turned around. Li Shu is quite the warrior. Without her phone, Li Shu felt like scattered sand. incapable of finding her footing in anything she did. She pressed her lips together and opened a yogurt on the table, savoring it in small, precious sips. After a long wait, the class finally ended, and Li Shu rose, slowly making her way to the back door. As she passed Shen Yan, he extended his long leg to block her path. Li Shu scrunched her delicate nose in displeasure, casting an annoyed glance at the instigator. "Where are you going?" Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, his tone languid. "To get my phone. Since childhood." Li Mao had ensured that he could always contact Li Shu by providing her with a mobile phone. She had already made arrangements with the school. Thus, in Li Shu's mind, her phone ought not to be confiscated. Moreover, her teachers typically turned a blind eye to her phone usage. Even the principal dared not intervene. Such was the joy of having donated a building. Shen Yan found her audacity amusing, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "Do you know why the old man took it?" Of course, she had discovered the correct answer just before class ended. Pressing her lips together, she met Shen Yan's elongated gaze and replied earnestly, "That phone is newly researched. Expensive and highly sought after in the market. The teacher might want to study it with the intention of purchasing the same model." Shen Yan's hand, which had been twirling a black pin, suddenly froze. With a thud, the pin slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Chapter 55, There's no need to be so detailed. He found it absurd, yet her words seemed entirely reasonable coming from Li Shu. Shen Yan was in fits of laughter. Wu Zixi turned to observe the scene. In his experience, few could consistently amuse Shen Yan so effortlessly. The old man was already in a foul mood. It would be unwise to stoke the flames. Li Shu pursed her lips. Indeed, Zhang Hong was getting on in years and was quick to anger, igniting at the slightest provocation. However, if Zhang Hong were to return her phone only after school on Friday, how would she endure these days? Li Shu could hardly fathom it. Had she known, she would have agreed to go hot-pot with Su Su. She genuinely enjoyed her time with Su Su, who spoke her mind freely, displaying every emotion openly, fostering a pure and uncomplicated friendship devoid of ulterior motives. She sat in silence, yet Shen Yan could discern her thoughts. He sighed, bent down to retrieve the black pen, and placed it back on the table. "Is it too much to ask for you to pay attention in class?" Li Shu furrowed her brows and slowly retorted. "Have you ever seen someone at the bottom of the class attentively listening to lectures? Do you still think you have a point?" Li Shu was quite displeased, to the extent that she couldn't even touch her phone throughout the day. She sorrowfully accompanied her deskmate in passing notes. Following that incident, for the next 2 days, Li Shu appeared dispirited, sticking to a monotonous routine of attending class, dining, and returning to her dormitory. Since then, she had not exchanged a single word with Shen Yan. For the parties involved, this was, in fact, quite normal. However, it greatly distressed Jiang Yi. He frequently sauntered over to Li Shu's side. A few days prior, when Su Su visited, Jiang Yi had tenderly wiped her hands and gifted her chocolates. Yet in recent days, he had been making every effort to curry favor with Li Shu. Even though this individual was his father, he couldn't help but comment, "What a scoundrel." Lu Dafei was in agony. As a brother, he knew he should turn a blind eye, but as a son, he still had his mother to consider. Feeling helpless, Lu Dafei had no choice but to summon Wu Zixi, clutching his head in despair. "I can't watch Jiang Yi sink deeper into this quagmire. I must resolutely tell him that this is wrong. Playing both sides is despicable, don't you think, brother?" Wu Zixi then recalled the situation between Li Shu and Shen Yan, realizing he had forgotten to mention it to Lu Dafei. However, knowing Lu Dafei's tendency to complicate matters, Wu Zixi quickly made a decision to continue concealing the truth. He spoke ambiguously. "Jiang Yi is well aware of it. What does that matter? Look, he is approaching Li Shu again." Jiang Yi's relationship with Su Su was a matter settled by their elders and would not change. But Li Shu was unlike the charming Su Su. She was an untainted canvas. Such a person must not be sullied by Jiang Yi. If this situation continues to unfold, Lu Dafei will find it difficult to maintain his peace of mind. Li Shu. As Jiang Yi approached Li Shu, he uttered a name. Lu Dafei rushed forward, his corpulent figure colliding with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi barely managed to steady himself. "Are you trying to ascend to the heavens?" Lu Dafei trembled slightly, showing a hint of trepidation. Yet the very next moment, he fortuitously locked eyes with Li Shu's pristine peach blossom gaze. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go all in. "Father, I am in great distress. I have been unable to eat or sleep these past few days." "Jiang Yi?" Lu Dafei. "There is no need to be so explicit." Chapter 56. The child enters their rebellious phase. Li Shu quietly observed this farce. It was not just her. More than half the class directed their intense gaze towards the spectacle. As Jiang Yi was about to shove Lu Dafei aside, Lu Dafei squeezed out a tear, raised his delicate fingers, and, in a rather effeminate manner, declared, "Father, I have inexplicably developed feelings for you. Might you devote more attention to me?" He suppressed his disgust as he pointed his delicate finger at Jiang Yi's chest. "I no longer wish to be your son. I want to be your little treasure." Ugh. That was Jiang Yi's immediate reaction. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, speechless for quite some time. It wasn't just him. Li Shu was equally stunned, her gaze flitting between the two, her mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang Yi kicked out in frustration. "Are you out of your mind?" Wu Zixi had anticipated Lu Dafei would offer heartfelt advice, but he never expected such a bizarre approach. Shen Yan glanced over, lazily recording the moment on his phone. After a moment's thought, he shared it in the group chat, making sure to tag Yu Su, before leisurely silencing his notifications. Soon after, Su Su also chimed in with a message. "You, oil pastry, have committed an act of great rebellion against familial bonds. Lu Dafei, kindly elucidate this matter for me." Oil pastry laments that the chocolate in her mouth has lost its allure. Thus, the young lady presenting chocolate is Lu Dafei? What has become of my principles? Strangely, they seem quite compatible. With a smile, I extend my wishes for your happiness. Oil pastry addresses Shen Yan and Wu Zixi, suggesting an evening hot pot gathering, for which I have already reserved a private room. Jiang Yi interjects, inquiring about his inclusion. Oil pastry retorts playfully, urging him to partake in an unsavory meal with Lu Dafei. Lu Dafei, having seen the messages in the group late, felt an unsettling agitation within, trembling fingers sending forth an animated image. A groundhog's shriek echoed, followed by the proclamation that love knows no bounds of right or wrong. Yet, scarcely had he sent the message when the system coldly informed him, "You have been removed from the group chat by your father." Nevertheless, Lu Dafei succeeded in instilling a prejudiced view of Jiang Yi in Li Shu's mind. She found it incomprehensible that Jiang Yi, with his unruly hair, could attract any female attention, let alone that Lu Dafei, seated nearby, was unwittingly enmeshed in this entanglement of emotion. Consequently, whenever Jiang Yi approached, Li Shu could sense Lu Dafei's profound sorrow. Jiang Yi, too, discerned Li Shu's persistent disdain, often finding himself rebuffed. In yet another attempt to navigate this social sphere, Li Shu finally reached her limit, circumventing him and making her way to the back row, directly beside Shen Yan. Shen Yan, donned with headphones, sat nonchalantly engaged in an English listening exercise. As he was about to take a sip of water, he glanced up to find Li Shu. Her lips pressed together in discomfort. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed Jiang Yi lurking behind her, and understanding dawned upon him. Li Shu whispered, "Can you manage your desk mate?" Shen Yan removed his headphones and reclined slightly in his seat. The gaze directed at Jiang Yi carried a hint of warning. Yet it was delivered with a tone of mockery. "He is not your father, is he?" When a child reaches the rebellious phase, they are beyond control. Li Shu remained silent, feeling somewhat irritated. She wished to contact Su Su, but lacked the means to do so. In her recollection, appealing to a teacher was futile when dealing with Jiang Yi, while Shen Yan possessed the ability to manage him. However, from his reaction, Li Shu discerned that Shen Yan was unwilling to intervene. It dawned on her, albeit belatedly, that Shen Yan and her grandmother shared merely a singular connection. She could not assume that the distant Shen Yan would extend his assistance simply because of that one incident. Coming to this realization, Li Shu retreated once more into her protective shell, fixing her gaze intently on Jiang Yi. Chapter 57. A tinge of disappointment. Li Shu composed herself, her expression softening considerably. Her fingertips turned pale, and her eyes appeared vacant. Each day felt heavy upon her, and it was the first time Shen Yan had witnessed such an expression on her face. He was taken aback. Li Shu spoke in a calm, unwavering tone, pointing at Lu Dafei as she addressed Jiang Yi. "I do not wish to cause any disturbance between you two, so please refrain from seeking me out. It is quite bothersome." After uttering this, she avoided looking at Shen Yan and departed hastily. Shen Yan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, uncertain of what had transpired. The jest had seemingly gone too far. Ever since that uproar, Jiang Yi had become more subdued. On one hand, it was a case of well-intentioned actions gone awry, while on the other, he sensed that Shen Yan's gaze towards him had grown increasingly frigid. Following the commotion, Li Shu finally regained her composure. During the afternoon's physical education class, basking in the sun outdoors seemed far less daunting. The sound of cicadas filled the air, and the physical education teacher was considerate, not imposing any undue hardship on them. Class 7 was organized to run 2 laps, after which they were granted the freedom to engage in activities of their choosing. Li Shu went to the convenience store to purchase chilled watermelon slices, savoring them slowly, yet still feeling the heat. She then bought a popsicle. Li Shu, are you unhappy? Xiaoning noticed her unusual demeanor and couldn't help but ask. Li Shu offered a faint smile. No, not at all. Just a slight, minuscule disappointment. In truth, she was uncertain of the source of this disappointment. However, it was soon dismissed from her mind. Seeing her earnestness, Xiaoning felt relieved. That's good. Jiang Yi is the same. He seems off. He already has a fiancée, yet he still seeks you out daily. I find it peculiar. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, merely making conversation. I wonder what his true intentions are. After venting, Xiaoning inquired, by the way, Li Shu, do you still buy yogurt? Li Shu paused, recalling the discomfort she felt after drinking Shen Yan's yogurt. She lowered her gaze. No, I won't. As they exited the convenience store, Tsinghua was enthusiastically waving at them from a distance. Hurry, come watch those guys play basketball. Beside her, Mengyichu wore a displeased expression. She raised her chin defiantly. I'm not going. How typical. Mengyichu's penchant for socializing made her refusal to watch basketball rather odd. Li Shu glanced at Tsinghua, who explained, among the boys playing basketball, a few are wearing red sportswear. Mengyichu has recently developed an aversion to red. Conveniently, Li Shu was not inclined to join the crowd. The three of them retreated to a secluded spot shaded by towering trees, where they settled comfortably on the grass. Tsinghua exclaimed, for National Day, I'll be going to BJ, my idol is holding a concert. Mengyichu, it's boring. Xiaoning adjusted her large glasses. I'm not going out. I plan to review. Mengyichu, you're toxic. They all turned their gaze towards the silent Li Shu. As she spoke, she lowered her head to gaze at the delicate white beads on her wrist. Meanwhile, the basketball court was alive with excitement. After the first half, several players paused. Jiang Yi poured mineral water over his head to cool off. Wu Zishi squatted, supporting his knees, panting heavily. Shen Yan tilted his head back, his throat moving as he drank water. His sharply defined features were tinged with a faint blush, and the distant sounds of girls screaming could be heard. I'm dying. His indifferent gaze scanned the surroundings, but he did not see a single person in a school uniform. Shen Yan snorted softly through his nose. That little brat is quite the temper. Chapter 58. Why are you so difficult to please? 2 minutes before class ended, the physical education teacher blew the whistle to gather everyone. Which one is Li Shu? The entire class's gaze fell in unison upon the girl in the front row, clad in an unflattering school uniform. The teacher approached and relayed a message. Zheng Hong is waiting for you in the office. All right, the rest of you can leave class. Li Shu nodded weakly. The sun had yet to set, and her back was drenched in sweat. Xiaoning wanted to accompany Li Shu, but Li Shu felt it unnecessary and urged her to go with Mengyichu and the others to buy Odin. In the office, Zheng Hong was alone. Upon seeing Li Shu, he let out a gentle sigh. Come in. As he spoke, he assessed Li Shu's obedient appearance, clearly a diligent student. He retrieved his phone from the drawer. Li's supervisor called you. The teacher answered on your behalf without your consent. Zheng Hong had initially intended to call Li Shu for a pickup, but the incessant ringing of the phone felt like a death knell. Assuming it was an urgent matter, he hastily pressed the answer button, only to be met with a barrage of insults before he could even introduce himself. He recalled his earlier confrontation with Li Maogua. Their conversation had been aggressively confrontational, underscoring Li Maogua's rigidity and his veiled attempts to exert control over the child. Li Maogua condemned Zheng Hong's confiscation of the phone, and after abruptly hanging up, he swiftly contacted the principal. The principal was summoned, delivering another scolding to Zheng Hong. Reflecting on the negative reputation surrounding Li Maogua's personal life, Zheng Hong couldn't help but cast a sympathetic and helpless glance at Li Shu. What a wonderful child she was. Yet the impact of her family on her life was undeniably profound. He had finally discerned the true reason behind Li Shu's plummeting academic performance, which perhaps had little to do with typical adolescent rebellion. Li Shu suddenly lifted her head, her palms curling slightly. Zheng Hong's reaction, the look in his eyes, made her feel exposed, akin to having her shameful secrets laid bare under harsh light. Zheng Hong wished to articulate something, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed wearily, saying, "The opinions and actions of your father are not endorsed by me. Dear child, life is a journey one must navigate independently. Perhaps for you, whether you pursue your studies or not, a diploma from a prestigious institution may still await. But do you truly wish to live your life in such a manner? Like a marionette, manipulated throughout your existence?" Zheng Hong softened his tone, hesitating before adding, "Very well. Let us go have dinner." Li Shu finally retrieved her phone, yet her heart was devoid of joy. She felt utterly drained, her legs trembling as if they could no longer support her. Zheng Hong's gentle words seemed to weigh heavily upon her, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering her breathless. She was acutely aware of her inability to resist. She had tried before, but each attempt ended with a lesson learned. "Thank you, teacher." The girl's voice was scarcely a whisper, barely audible. She slowly exited the office, only to have her wrist grasped. Shen Yan, with drooping eyelids, inquired, "Shall we have hot pot tonight?" He appeared fresh, dressed in a loose white shirt and tailored trousers that accentuated his long legs, clearly having just taken a shower. His light brown eyes regarded Li Shu, as if in a silent bow. Li Shu blinked, replying, "I want to go." Shen Yan had anticipated her reaction. The summer breeze was stifling, brushing against the delicate contours of the youth's profile. "I'll have Jiang Yi apologize to you. How about that?" Li Shu remained silent. Shen Yan did not release his grip, leaning closer with a spirited smile. "Hey, why are you so difficult to persuade?" Chapter 59, After All. Not kindred spirits. Li Shu paused, glancing slowly at Shen Yan before turning her face away, unwilling to engage. She knew all too well that Shen Yan was not at fault. He had no obligation to intervene on her behalf. It had been her who had been stubborn these past few days. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt inexplicably petty. She feebly attempted to withdraw her hand, stating, "I'm going to have dinner." Shen Yan fixed his gaze upon her unwaveringly. "Are you really not going?" "No." Shen Yan's visit to Li Shu was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. Wu Zishi was not particularly surprised. He received the location of the private room sent by Su Su and instructed the driver to take the car near the school, only to hear Shen Yan being turned down. "Li Shu, it's lively with so many people. Brother Yin specifically came to invite you. Su Su just found out you would come and ordered a few extra dishes." As he spoke, he gave Jiang Yi a gentle push. Jiang Yi, raising his voice, exclaimed, "I was wrong, Li Shu, but I truly dare not harbor feelings for you. I have a legitimate reason to seek you out. I wouldn't dare to touch a brother-s woman." Jiang Yi cautiously met Shen Yan's enigmatic smile, closing his eyes to suppress his nausea. "Rest assured, even if I were with Lu Dafei, I would not pursue you," Shen Yan replied with a light laugh. "Is there any lingering concern?" At this point, Li Shu's discomfort began to dissipate. However, what place did she have in Shen Yan's gathering? After all, they were not of the same ilk. Just as she was about to decline politely, her phone screen lit up, and a WeChat message appeared. "Your Uncle Feng has specifically requested to see you, Xiaoshu. Be obedient. I've sent the driver to pick you up, and he is already on his way." Li Mao pondered this for a long time, feeling uneasy. Would a family like the Shen-s truly look favorably upon the Li-s? Yet what if they did? That would be an incredible opportunity. He devised a compromise that would not offend either side, allowing Li Shu to meet the Feng family first. It would be ideal if she and Shen Yan were to become a couple. If not, the Feng family would serve as a backup. Ultimately, she would not suffer any loss. Li Shu felt a flutter in her eyelids, but she recalled Zheng Hong's words from not long ago. "Child, life must be walked on one's own. Li Shu, do you truly wish to live your life this way?" Upon their meeting, should the Feng family express interest? If Li Mao were to discover that Shen Yan and she shared no romantic entanglement, merely a misunderstanding, the prospects of their union would undeniably accelerate. Subsequently, marriage and offspring would follow, and she would find herself as a lady of high society. Li Shu closed her eyes momentarily, her delicate visage marred by a tumult of conflicting emotions and a sense of irrevocable determination. She resolutely refused to attend the dinner gathering. Raising her gaze, she met Shen Yan's light brown eyes. Very well. The security personnel dared not impede their passage. The group exited the school with remarkable ease. Wu Zishi received the car keys from the Wu family chauffeur and took his place at the wheel. Li Shu remained silent throughout the journey, feeling a peculiar discomfort in joining them for hot pot. Yet with Shen Yan present, she inexplicably felt reassured that, at the very least, no mishaps would occur. As a female, Shen Yan insisted she occupy the front passenger seat while the others squeezed into the back. The five of them fit perfectly into the vehicle. Lu Dafei, being rather portly, nearly occupied 2 seats, much to Jiang Yi's chagrin. "If you continue to eat like this, you'll weigh 200 pounds. Don't crowd me," Jiang Yi admonished. Lu Dafei retorted, "Brother Yin hasn't he said anything about me?" Wu Zishi coolly replied, "Su Su didn't he invite you? If you find it cramped, feel free to exit." Shen Yan chuckled, "Our Dafei wishes to be Jiang Yi's darling. Jiang Yi, if you find it cramped, sitting on his lap wouldn't he be a loss?" Li Shu thought to herself, why does this person emit an air of insouciance at all times? Chapter 60. A beautiful thought. The hot pot restaurant had recently opened yet garnered immense popularity. Upon their arrival, the ground floor was already teeming with patrons. The waiter escorted them to a private room on the third floor. Li Shu followed closely behind, while Jiang Yi and Lu Dafei engaged in a spirited, raucous exchange. The potential for conflict palpable, rendering Li Shu with a sense of surreal detachment from the scene. It seems that she has not experienced such lively excitement for a long time. Shen Yan, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, ambled along but soon noticed that Li Shu had fallen behind. He turned around and snapped his fingers at Li Shu, who appeared somewhat dazed, slowing his pace. He waited for the girl to catch up. Shen Yan assumed the girl was shy, thinking there were no strangers among them. Li Shu was aware of this. She remained silent, her chubby cheeks flushed with warmth. Shen Yan felt a stir of affection as he spoke more gently. Do not be afraid. You are with me, and I will always look out for you. Jiang Yi entered the private room, and, seeing them dawdling, poked his head out. What are you doing? Hurry up. I'm starving. Upon seeing Li Shu enter, Su Su pointed to the seat beside her. Li Shu, come sit here. Li Shu did not decline. Lu Dafei casually made to sit next to Li Shu, picking up chopsticks to serve himself. Shen Yan approached and patted his shoulder. Hey, go sit elsewhere. Lu Dafei quickly changed his seat, allowing Shen Yan to settle down beside Li Shu like a lord. Wu Zixi and Jiang Yi exchanged knowing glances. Su Su was animatedly chatting with Li Shu, recounting her shopping spree and the joy of spending money. Since they had arrived, Su Su had only spoken to Wu Zixi and Shen Yan, her gaze never straying toward Jiang Yi. Lu Dafei, preoccupied with food, paid no mind to this, while Jiang Yi, grumbling, maintained his distance from Lu Dafei. After all, he was a straight man. Dishes arrived one after another, soon filling the table. Su Su remarked, wait. There is barely any alcohol in this. Is this what you call protection? Gazed intently at her and inquired, have you ever drunk before? Li Shu had never touched alcohol. She licked her lips, curious to taste it, much like she had avoided today's dinner gathering, yearning to experience everything she had once shied away from. A moment of silence enveloped her as she paused, lost in thought. Slowly, rose and cast a fleeting glance at Su Su before departing, a subtle warning lingering in the air. Su Su dared not entertain the thought of secretly allowing Li Shu a taste. Jiang Yi asked, where did Brother Yin go? Lu Dafei replied, I have no idea. Jiang Yi retorted, don't speak to me. Your very presence disgusts me. Lu Dafei, you must exercise restraint. Lu Dafei lamented, I harbor unspoken sorrows. Upon noticing Li Shu's momentary stiffness after his departure, Su Su felt a surge of awkwardness. She hurriedly snatched a plate of fatty beef that Jiang Yi had nearly toppled, retrieving half of it. Jiang Yi exclaimed, why are you snatching? Just take it if you want. Yet, wherever he reached with his chopsticks, Su Su seemed to anticipate his desires, snatching away the morsels he aimed to seize. Su Su, do you not possess hands? Are you out of your mind? If you steal my food, you'll choke. After his outburst, he watched as Su Su deftly turned her ladle, sharing half with Li Shu. Upon hearing his footsteps returning to the private room, Jiang Yi forced a pained smile, saying, no worries. If you enjoy eating, indulge yourself. What else would you like? I'm here to cook. Li Shu responded. But I do not fancy men just yet. Jiang Yi remarked. A true man must be adaptable. Drink this, he insisted. Was this his sole purpose for stepping out? Li Shu pressed her lips together and accepted. Thank you. Her voice was soft, barely audible beneath Jiang Yi's booming tones. Shen Yan accompanied Wu Zixi in consuming several bottles of beer, evidently not taking the matter to heart. Li Shu, with her head bowed, nibbled on the dishes that Su Su had brought over, listening to their animated banter. In this moment, Li Shu earnestly endeavored to immerse herself in the warmth of human connection. Wu Zixi remarked, do you remember our middle school days? It was Jiang Yi's birthday, and quite a few people came to celebrate. Su Su could hardly forget, responding with a cold laugh. Indeed, a throng of admirers arrived. That scoundrel was utterly pleased with himself, boasting about his charm in front of me. Having indulged a bit too much, Jiang Yi tapped the table with his chopsticks, exclaiming, what is there to discuss about such an embarrassing event? Who knew those people were blind enough to come just to see Shen Yan? I find it perplexing. What's so captivating about him? As he spoke, he wore a look of grievance, then pointed at Wu Zixi. Are you in a position to criticize me? The school beauty invited him to dinner, and look at how he dressed up, trying hard to impress. During the meal, the school beauty even asked him for Shen Yan's contact information. Lu Dafei burst into laughter. Why not just confess your feelings to Brother Yin directly? Jiang Yi scoffed. Confess? Nonsense. Su Su, doubled over with laughter, chimed in. I know this well. At first, Brother Yin patiently declined and even reminded them to focus on their studies. Consequently, those girls would crowd around him just to hear a word of advice. Eventually, Brother Yin grew weary of it all, resorting to a simple get lost each time. Lu Dafei nodded in agreement. That's quite beneficial. It keeps unwanted advances at bay. Jiangyi felt that Lu Dafei was still too young. What nonsense. Those foolish infatuates think that Yin Gu is incredibly handsome. Despite being advised not to rush into relationships, they remained captivated, eager to hear just one word: get lost. Shen Yan, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, his deep voice resonating in Li Shu's ears, causing her cheeks to flush. Lu Dafei was clearly intoxicated, his plump form leaning heavily on the table. As the alcohol took effect, his courage surged. Yin Gu. They say your first love is still around. Is that true? Shen Yan, picking up a boiled potato and dipping it in sauce, looked over, his slender eyes shimmering with an unusual charm beneath the steam of the hot pot. His words came out as enchanting as a fairy s. You can't have Jiangyi. So you wish to be my first love? However, at present, I have no affection for men. Li Shu noticed their lively discussion, feeling overlooked, and slyly poured herself a bit of wine. The scent was unappealing, and she brought the cup to her nose for a sniff. Just as she was about to take a sip, a voice interrupted. Little shorty. Shen Yan had glanced over at some point. Li Shu's heart skipped a beat as her cup was snatched away. She was taken aback while Shen Yan poured out the contents. Unwilling to concede, she was about to protest when Shen Yan's calm gaze met hers. Is there a problem? Li Shu could read a message written across his face. Do you still wish to grow taller? Chapter 62. Little shorty, you've coveted me for quite some time. Haven to you? Li Shu could only silently consume her yogurt, while Su Su took great care of her, frequently pinching her cheeks at the dining table. With each pinch, enthusiasm surged anew. From the dialogue among the group, Li Shu drew several conclusions. First, Wu Zixi and Jiangyi, overshadowed by Shen Yan's beauty since childhood, had lost their luster, an utterly pitiful sight. Second, Su Su and Jiang Yi shared a childhood engagement, yet Jiang Yi showed no inclination to honor the family's early arranged betrothal. However, the onlookers were clear. Claiming indifference towards Su Su was a notion only the self-deceiving parties present dared to believe. Third, Shen Yan, despite having celebrated a significant birthday, remained without a girlfriend, an unacceptable circumstance. After savoring the morsel of meat Su Su had provided, Li Shu could not resist fishing for a slice of baby bok choy from the bottom of the pot. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wu Zixi's eyes as he casually inquired, in the midst of your tirade against Yin Gu, Li Shu, are you currently single? Su Su interjected with a scoff. What? Are you offering yourself up or making an introduction? Wu Zixi, flustered, fell silent. Self-recommendation? He deemed that a path to demise. Su Su, as if to alleviate the tension, shifted the conversation back to Li Shu. Let us add each other as friends for easier communication. Li Shu readily agreed. Sure. You can scan my code. As she spoke, she unlocked her phone and noticed 6 missed calls and messages from Li Maogua. He must be beside himself with anger. Just as Su Su was about to scan for friends, she caught a glimpse of Li Shu's profile picture and couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness. One might think you and Yin Gu are a couple. Li Shu stiffened instinctively and glanced at her WeChat avatar, an image of a rainbow taken years ago at the broken bridge in Westlake. Nothing amiss there. Lu Dafei, with his corpulent frame, leaned in to catch a glimpse, bursting into laughter. This is splendid. You're under a clear sky, while he is amidst a downpour. The buildings captured in the photographs are all from the same vantage point, and to the unknowing observer, it might appear as though there is something more between the two of you. Li Shu felt a sense of restlessness, her palms instinctively curling. Yet, the nonchalant voice of the man beside her inexplicably dispelled her awkwardness. I've already stated that I'm not interested in men at the moment, Lu Dafei. Why are you so dramatically jealous? Are you hoping for a romantic connection with me? Shen Yan chuckled softly. If only you had mentioned it sooner. Perhaps I would have considered it, just to indulge your little secret fantasies. You truly are relentless in your pursuits. Lu Dafei felt a chill run down his spine. How absurd, he thought, feeling unworthy of speaking and burying his face in his drink. Shen Yan had successfully silenced him and leisurely glanced at Li Shu's phone screen. He took a few pleasurable sips of his drink, then pulled out his phone to scan the still-lit screen. Wu Zixi also picked up his phone to scan, saying, We're all in the same class, so feel free to reach out to us if you encounter any difficulties. Jiang Yi popped open another bottle of beer. Smirking as he added, Come on, let me join in as well. Su Su quickly retorted, Shut up. Don't you have enough of those random girls in your phone? Spare us the disgust. Amidst their playful banter, Li Shu received several notifications for friend requests. Shen Yan, however, remained fixated on the newly added friends page. Silent for a while. When Li Shu noticed him raise an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Soon, her gratitude for Shen Yan's earlier intervention evaporated. Shen Yan, with an expression that was hard to decipher, exuded an innate confidence. Little shorty, you've been eyeing me for quite some time. Haven't you? You may not be tall, but your audacity is quite commendable. Li Shu was suddenly enlightened. Perhaps Shen Yan's earlier words to Lu Dafei were indeed heartfelt, regardless of gender. His charm could captivate anyone. Shen Yan successfully caught a fierce glare from Li Shu. As they savored their meal, Lu Dafei was thoroughly intoxicated. His plump body leaning against the flushed Jai. The scent of alcohol enveloped Jai, who, though inebriated, instinctively recoiled from Lu Dafei's presence. Get away from me. We are both men. Lu Dafei, clutching a bottle, was on the verge of tears. The alcohol had finally prompted him to voice his grievances, though his speech was slurred. His words were distinct. Dad, why is your face so big? I prefer girls. With that proclamation, he succumbed to slumber. It took Jai a full minute to react. Seizing Lu Dafei by the collar, his steps unsteady, his speech incoherent. Why don't you like me? Am I not attractive to men? Those who remained sober in the vicinity chose not to intervene, opting instead to observe the spectacle. Li Shu stared blankly at Shen Yan, who was recording the scene with an amused expression. In the video, Lu Dafei was roused by Jiai's shaking. He wiped away imaginary tears and lamented, Dad, isn't having my mom enough? Why are you being so attentive to Li Shu? Li Shu could hardly believe that, while merely spectating, she had become embroiled in the drama. Just as she was about to frown, Jiai erupted. What are you saying? Li Shu is my sister-in-law. Li Shu. Lu Dafei could barely open his eyes. His mind foggy. Who is your brother? Jiang twisted Lu Dafei's head towards Shen Yan and remarked, There he sits. Lu Dafei responded, Isn't that my grandfather? Jiang Yi retorted, Fool, he doesn't even want me as his son. What grandfather? The ensuing conversation became a blur for Li Shu, her mind overwhelmed by a thunderous roar. Leaving her utterly disoriented, she and Shen Yan seemed to hear only the faint rhythm of her own breath. Shen Yan glanced at Li Shu, casually tossing a pack of cigarettes her way, playfully chiding, You've gone too far with your jokes, making the young lady uncomfortable. He reclined languidly in his chair, one hand idly swirling a glass of wine, his profile stern yet alluring, with slightly upturned eyes that were slender and sharp. Despite his words, Shen Yan's demeanor towards Jiang Yi suggested sincerity. He furrowed his brow, feeling an unprecedented absurdity, casting a warning glance at Jiang Yi. Upon checking the time, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. Wu Zishi interjected, Indeed, it's quite unsafe for a girl to take a taxi alone at night. Li Shu slowly stood, frowning as she was about to refuse. He addressed everyone, Prepare yourselves. I'll settle the bill first. Upon hearing this, Wu Zishi followed suit. Once outside the private room, Wu Zishi could no longer contain his curiosity. Do you truly have no feelings for Li Shu? Jiang Yi's earlier actions might have been influenced by this individual. And Shen Yan's gaze turned icy. Do you think me a beast? He replied. Yet, he treated her differently. Wu Zishi had never witnessed Shen Yan grow close to any girl, not even Su Su. The young man paused, staring at the opulent corridor illuminated by lights, reminiscent of a world steeped in indulgence. He suddenly closed his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. Perhaps he felt that her demeanor resembled his own from a time long past. The two passengers in the taxi exchanged no words. Li Shu's phone remained on silent. Throughout the brief journey of merely a few minutes, the screen continued to illuminate. Li Shu sat in a daze. Without needing to think, she could surmise the extent of Li Maoguo's anger, for she had dared to infringe upon the authority he held dear. Li Shu quietly observed her phone, which eventually hung up after a prolonged period of silence. The screen dimmed, only to glow anew shortly thereafter. The intermittent light cast a glow upon her pale, delicate face. Enveloped in silence, Shen Yan noticed the shift and turned his gaze. He had not lied to Wu Zishi. Indeed, he had seen his own reflection in Li Shu. Consequently, even now, Shen Yan could not delude himself into believing he had traversed that threshold. He remained unable to find closure. Li Shu glanced at the WeChat message sent by Li Maoguo, which merely reprimanded her for her lack of manners and decorum. She calmly read it without alarm before exiting the chat with Li Maoguo. The WeChat interface displayed several newly added friends. It was then that Li Shu noticed the couple's profile picture shared by Su Su. Shen Yan's profile picture was simple yet evocative, depicting the misty rain over the broken bridge. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Li Shu clicked on her own profile picture, revealing the rainbow arch over the broken bridge. A flush crept to her ears as a phrase suddenly surfaced in her mind. After the rain, the sky clears. Soon, Fu Nanzhong arrived. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Shu glanced back at the languid youth inside. She hesitated for a moment before softly uttering, "Thank you." With that, she turned and entered the school gates. Due to the one-way street, the taxi proceeded to the intersection ahead to make a U-turn. "Xiao Shu." Li Shu heard the familiar voice and turned to face the driver. "Uncle He." He Shu was sent by Li Maoguo to pick up Li Shu. Halfway through the dinner, this incident occurred, and Li Maoguo was furious. However, he could not reach Li Shu. After calling the school authorities and reviewing the surveillance footage, he discovered that Li Shu had left the school. But if she had already departed, why hadn't He Shu managed to find her? Li Maoguo pondered. It seemed that Li Shu simply did not wish to attend the dinner. Yet, he had made arrangements with General Feng to bring their children along. Li Shu's actions had left him utterly embarrassed. In contrast to Li Maoguo's agitation, He Shu remained calm, waiting at the school gate for several hours, his anxiety mounting. Now that he saw Li Shu was safe, he felt a great relief. "Child, if you didn't want to go, you could have at least sent He Shu a message in advance, so he would know you were all right." Li Shu replied slowly. "I'm sorry, He Shu. What are you apologizing for, little Shu? This situation has indeed put you in a difficult position." Li Maoguo found it hard to quell his anger, while his wife remained indifferent. "Little Shu, why must you be so stubborn? You are still young, and everything is uncertain. Attending this gathering would at least spare your father from distress." The driver hesitated for a long time, utterly baffled as to why the young lad had instructed him to turn off the car's lights. He simply turned his head to ask, "Aren't we leaving?" Shen Yan pressed his aching head and, through the rearview mirror, observed Li Shu getting into the car. He sighed softly, "Let's go." Chapter 64. On leave to elopement, Li Shu had initially intended to avoid the dinner and had already steeled herself to endure the ensuing pressure. Was she afraid? No. She felt only the numbness that followed, leading to a sense of relief. The aroma of hot pot clung to her, and after a slow greeting from Aunt Sue, Li Shu intended to ascend the stairs for a bath. Suddenly, a soft, adorable meow echoed, followed by a weight settling onto her foot. She gradually lowered her gaze to find a lazy cat nestled in her slipper. Its pure white fur, glassy eyes, and delicate pink tongue were undeniably charming. Yet, Li Shu found no fondness for the creature before her. It was the cherished pet of Shu Xiao, who cared for it daily. The cat stretched lazily atop her shoe, eliciting no reaction from Li Shu. "What brings you here?" she inquired, dressed in casual home attire. Shu Xiao did not meet Li Shu's eyes as she gently cradled the ragdoll cat. A faint smile graced Li Shu's lips, a practiced fade cultivated over years. "Mom." Shu Xiao soothed the cat while casting a fleeting glance at Li Shu, her tone aloof, reminiscent of a stranger. "I thought you were a clay figure. I didn't expect you to have your own opinions." With that, she began to play with the cat. Li Shu felt no inclination to discern whether it was praise or mockery. Unable to endure the lingering scent, she ascended the stairs step by step. The echo of Shu Xiao's words from that day still resonating in her ears. "Li Maoguo, you don't even spare college students." College students? Indeed, the girl in the picture, embraced by him, was brimming with youthful vitality and innocence, fresh and radiant. Her eyes lacked luster as she exhaled heavily. A loud bang 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 resonated as someone knocked on the door with force. "Li Shu, come out." Li Maoguo, barely having time to remove his suit jacket, stormed in to demand answers. Today, the son of General Feng had arrived, a rather unappealing figure with a plump visage, and Li Maoguo was dissatisfied with his appearance. However, Li Shu's absence only served to exacerbate his embarrassment. She rose from her bed, gently unlocked the door, and turned the handle. Li Maoguo observed her standing quietly in the light, a surge of anger swelling within him. Li Shu lowered her head, concealing the tumult of emotions in her eyes. "Father, I was wrong." "Wrong? How could you possibly be at fault?" The fury in Li Maoguo's alluring eyes was unmistakable. His voice rose, nearly shattering Li Shu's eardrums, resonating clearly even downstairs. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he abruptly raised his hand, poised to strike her delicate, pale face. He could distinctly see Li Shu trembling. The girl looked up, her face ashen, her eyes, mirroring his, glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Li Maoguo could no longer bring himself to strike. "Is this true, father?" Li Shu quivered as she extended the photograph in her hand. Li Maoguo glanced at it, rendered speechless. Consequently, Li Shu found a semblance of tranquility. She paid little heed to what he said before his departure, but he left with an unmistakable air of defeat. Li Shu, devoid of the earlier sense of grievance, casually entered the restroom to wash her face. She nonchalantly discarded the photograph that Li Maogua had forgotten into the trash bin. She understood her father's nature. Some actions, once taken, could not be repeated. The photograph had lost its value. Li Shu reclined on her bed, only to hear the sound of a car outside. Li Maogua was gone, stifling a yawn. She wore an expression of indifference. "Xiao Shu," came Aunt Sue's voice from outside the door. She gently placed a cup of milk on the bedside table. "All right. Make sure to rest early." Li Shu smiled faintly. "Got it, Aunt Sue." With that, Aunt Sue descended the stairs. Just as Li Shu was about to turn off the light, her phone chimed with a ding. She glanced at it, her expression momentarily startled. The profile picture is quite familiar, depicting a rain-soaked broken bridge. Just as she finally began to feel drowsy, her thoughts drifted to Li Shu. He pressed his back molars, his eyelids heavy, and typed, "Are you well?" Yet after a moment's reflection, he swiftly erased it. Shen Yan pondered for a while before rephrasing it. "Hey, little one. Do you drink yogurt before bed?" Li Shu fixed her gaze on the words yogurt, squinting slightly. Her fingers danced across the keyboard. "Li Shu, no, I don't." "Shen Yan, what about milk?" Li Shu's eyes instinctively shifted towards the glass of milk that Aunt Sue had just brought. Disinterested, she huffed and turned off her phone. She gazed at the half-drawn curtains, watching the moonlight spill through. The emotional turbulence caused by Li Maogua was settled into a rare tranquility at that moment. With this commotion, Li Maogua would likely refrain from appearing before Li Shu for at least a week. Upon awakening, Li Shu learned from Aunt Sue that Shu Xiao had hurried off to Italy on an early flight to indulge herself. For the next few days, the presence of those two would be notably absent from the household. Li Maogua fortuitously granted her a leave of absence, and Li Shu decided to forego school altogether, opting instead for a day of leisure. "Mengichu, Li Shu, why haven't you come to school? Is something wrong?" "Li Shu, nothing's wrong." "Li Shu, let us talk in a few days." Lu Dafei, upon awakening from a drunken stupor, still recalled the events of the previous day. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, rendering his mind incapable of coherent thought. Even during class, he managed to remain unperturbed. Thus, while everyone played matchmaker for Yin Gu and Li Shu, he remained foolishly waving the banner of Jiang Yi, the scoundrel, even risking his own reputation. What foolishness had he engaged in over the past few days? Just as Li Shu exited the dormitory group chat, a new message pinged in. "Lu Dafei, Li Shu. I am guilty. I have been blinded, misled by Wu Zishi. He is not a human. Rest assured, I, Lu Dafei, will not sink to their level of complicity." What a chaotic arrangement. After uttering this statement, Lu Dafei suddenly recalled Shen Yan's special connection with Li Shu in that bridge-themed profile picture. A realization struck him. Do you even need to matchmake anymore? You must have been together all along, which is why you both took leave today to elope. Impressive, Li Shu. Chapter 65. Are you provoking me? Shen Yan indeed took leave. It was close to his mother's Memorial Day, a tradition every year. In Li Shu's perspective, taking leave is quite commonplace, though it varies by individual. While Shen Yan excels academically, the casualness with which he mentions not causing any fatalities does not surprise Li Shu. However, it is peculiar that Lu Dafei and the others remained at school. The small group did not collectively take leave to skip class. Was it not a matter of personal grudges rather than a brawl? Li Shu pondered, but ultimately refrained from further inquiry. Shen Yan was awakened from his slumber around noon by the ringing doorbell. The youth had fair, pale skin and slightly curled eyelashes, and he casually tidied his disheveled hair. With an impatient demeanor, he donned his flip-flops and lazily approached the door. "Xiao Yan." The visitor wore a gentle smile, adorned in an elegant long dress, exuding the air of a refined lady, clutching a limited-edition handbag, radiating opulence. Upon seeing her appearance, Shen Yan's expression instantly hardened. "Your father has a meeting and cannot make it tomorrow. Your aunt will assist you with the arrangements." She spoke softly and delicately, a tone irresistible to anyone. Shen Yan, however, was disinclined to engage with her, scoffing coldly. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. The corridor was enveloped in silence, devoid of footsteps, while the individual on the other side of the wall remained still. Shen Yan's gaze was dark and brooding, his long fingers taut with restrained tension. His reason was slipping away, little by little, like a runaway train. A pair of beeps resonated, quickly answered by someone. "Is it Xiao Yan?" The other party inquired uncertainly. "And him?" Shen Yan replied coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. "President Shen is in a meeting. The phone is with me." "Have him take the call," the secretary replied. Hesitating. Xiao Yin, this meeting is crucial. President Shen has prepared for it for 3 months. Crucial? What does he possess that is not important? Shen Yan was truly weary of such remarks. His light brown eyes glinted with sarcasm as he lowered his eyelids, the words escaping his throat like a painful squeeze. He articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. I said, have him take the call. The secretary, sensing the urgency, could only muster the courage to knock on the conference room door. She whispered a few words into Shen Changchao's ear, compelling him to pause the meeting. He took the phone from the secretary's hand and hastily exited the room. What is it? Be brief. Shen Yan's voice came through, cold and filled with disdain. Manage your people. I have made it clear that I do not wish to see her. Are you provoking me? Upon hearing the tone, Shen Changchao's expression darkened instantly. Is that how you speak to me? Shen Yan let out a low, derisive laugh, his brow furrowed with distaste. I have already shown you enough respect. Shen Changchao suppressed his anger, recalling Shen Yan's earlier words, instinctively asking, what do you mean? Are you saying your stepmother has come to a city? Upon hearing the term stepmother, a flicker of crimson ignited in Shen Yan's eyes. He clenched the phone and hurled it forcefully against the wall. Why must he be forced? Ultimately, what is gained is merely a loss. He slowly turned around, gazing at the photograph on the bedside table, where a woman smiled gently, cradling a 5-year-old boy in her arms. Shen Yan closed his eyes briefly, yearning to reach out and touch the woman's face in the photograph. Chapter 66. Ancestor. Is this truly a minor issue? Shen Yan understood all too well that the woman had come to secure a favorable reputation for herself. On the anniversary of the first wife's death, her tireless efforts would surely earn her praises of virtue from anyone who heard of it. Over the years, Wang Qin had consistently failed to gain recognition from Old Master Shen, despite being lawfully married to Shen Changchao and listed in the Shen family household register. She remained a laughingstock in high society as long as Old Master Shen withheld his approval. It was only natural for her to seek to present herself favorably now. Regardless of her intentions, even if she were genuinely sincere, Shen Yan had no desire to sully his mother's memory. His gaze lingered momentarily on the shattered screen of his phone before he strode out the door. Wang Qin had not left, and upon seeing Shen Yan, she approached him eagerly. Xiao Yin Shen Yan didn't he even spare her a glance, striding away with purpose. He mounted the motorcycle at the entrance, leaving a cloud of smoke in his wake. Once he was gone, Wang Qin's expression darkened. After enduring multiple cold shoulders, her temper flared, and she resolved not to play the servant any longer. After all, news of her arrival in City A would soon circulate among the upper echelons. Though she was a stepmother, her diligent efforts to reach this point meant that Shen Yan was in the wrong. Soon, her phone rang. Hello, Cha Chao. Yes, I am in City A, hoping to assist, but Xiao Yin is rather unwilling. As she spoke, she was about to voice her grievances. However, to her surprise, the voice on the other end launched into a tirade. What temper does he have? After all these years, don't you know by now? During this time of year, this young man exhibits an insufferable temper, and regardless of the troubles he stirs, the old man invariably supports him without regard for right or wrong. 5 minutes later, Shen Yan entered the police station. During his previous stay in City A, he had become quite the regular here. Shen Yan navigated the precinct with ease, locating Officer Gong, who was handling cases. Ah, you're not retired yet? Officer Gong lifted his head at the sound of the voice, recognizing Shen Yan's face after a moment of contemplation. Shen Yan casually hooked his leg over a nearby stool, seating himself as if he belonged there. Indeed, after so many years, it was normal to forget a familiar face. As the familiar banter resumed, Officer Gong regained his composure. Young Master Shen? Shen Yan wasted no time, immediately stating, Officer, I am here to confess. Why did you strike someone? That scoundrel leered at me for several seconds. I was merely acting in self-defense. The surveillance footage shows he did nothing to you. Is it not enough that he violated me with his gaze? After all, I am indeed an object of temptation. Officer Gong felt a headache coming on at the sight of Shen Yan. Struggling, he managed to utter a few words. Do you have something to discuss? Shen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing of great significance. Just as Officer Gong was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Shen Yan casually mention, I merely stopped by to change my surname. Officer Gong understood the implications of Shen Yan's family name, should he choose to change it. The first to react would undoubtedly be the elder Shen. Does your grandfather know? With his head slightly bowed, Shen Yan responded softly. Is this trivial matter really something I need to inform him about? Ancestor, is this truly a trivial matter? What identity do you think you possess? Chapter 67. Grandfather will decide for you. Officer Gong, feeling a headache, had no choice but to contact old Shen. Thanks to Shen Yan, this humble officer had the privilege of possessing old Shen's personal phone number. "Hello, old Shen. It's me, Little Gong from City A." He straightened his back, genuinely filled with admiration for old Shen. After exchanging pleasantries, he finally broached the main topic. Officer Gong cast a glance at Shen Yan, who was deftly twirling a black pen in his fingers. Gathering his courage, Officer Gong said, "Shen Yan is here with me. He wishes to change his surname, which I believe is not a trivial matter. You are surely aware of this." "Indeed," the other interrupted in response. Officer Gong moved the landline closer to Shen Yan. "Young Master Shen, your grandfather wishes to speak with you." Shen Yan lazily accepted the call, not even managing to utter grandfather before a booming voice erupted from the other side. "Why on earth are you changing your surname?" Shen Yan smiled nonchalantly. "I've grown tired of it." Officer Gong shivered at the reply. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard Shen Yan, with a serious tone, say, "I'd prefer to take my mother's surname. Calling myself Zhong Yin suits me well." A few moments ago, old Shen had been in high spirits, but now his heart ached with anger. "Absolutely not. I will not permit it." As they spoke, both parties fell silent. Old Shen understood that Shen Yan was dutiful, for otherwise, he would not have left City A years ago to care for him during his illness. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of his mother's passing, and everything was going well. As he regained his composure, old Shen began to suspect something. His voice trembled. "Little Yin, has someone wronged you?" "Grandfather will take care of it." Shen Yan paused, his pen twirling, a rebellious glint in his eyes as he replied slowly, "I can't say. I smashed my phone." Old Shen pondered for a moment, offering gentle reassurances before abruptly hanging up the phone. He instructed his aides to conduct an investigation and, in a fit of anger, dialed Shen Changchao's number. The secretary, whose right eye had been twitching incessantly, felt her legs weaken upon receiving this call. "Shen, old Shen, where is Shen Changchao?" "President Shen is in a meeting." Old Shen scoffed coldly. "Make him answer the phone." The meeting was once again interrupted, and Shen Changchao's expression darkened like ink. However, upon realizing it was old Shen, he lost his temper entirely. "Dad, do not call me Dad, Shen Changchao. What are you and Wang Qin plotting under my nose? Did you send her to provoke Xiaoyan?" Shen Changchao protested his innocence. "How could I dare?" Old Shen sneered. "You had better not dare. Xiaoyan has suffered a tremendous injustice this time. If he chooses not to bear your surname, I will declare this Wang Qin's son who comes with her. If you want him to take the Shen surname, I have no objections. But do not forget, you have but one biological son. I only recognize Xiaoyan as my grandson." Old Shen raised his voice. "Shen Changchao, speak with some conscience. Where were you when Xiao Lan had her accident? When she was hospitalized, you were still preoccupied with that wretched company of yours. Is it not justified for Xiaoyan to resent you? You may remarry. I have no objections. However, if anything threatens Xiaoyan's position, I will settle this account with you thoroughly." Old Shen unleashed a torrent of scolding. "I do not care. Xiaoyan must bear the Shen surname, and the Shen group will remain unchanged. If you do not reconcile with him, take your illegitimate son and leave. Even if it means changing your surname." Chapter 68. How can you be so stubborn? As Aunt Sue departed, Li Shu consumed a bottle of milk in the morning. But by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hunger became unbearable. She grabbed a sunshade and resolved to venture outside for sustenance. Upon exiting her residential area, she was perusing the nearby culinary offerings on Meituan when a memory of the colossal burger she had previously enjoyed struck her. Li Shu was never one to deprive herself in matters of gastronomy, so she promptly summoned a ride. Having successfully acquired the burger, still packaged in 2 separate bags, Li Shu held the umbrella aloft and intended to head to a nearby convenience store. However, her keen eyes caught sight of Shen Yan, leaning against the wall in a narrow alley, smoking. His posture, once upright, now appeared slouched, and his expression flickered between clarity and confusion. Though he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, Li Shu sensed an aura of sharpness and despondency surrounding him. Recalling his recent leave of absence, she surmised that his current state was far from indicative of a mere brawl. She bit her lip, contemplating a quiet departure, wishing to avoid intruding upon the shadows of his troubled world. Yet, as she turned away, thoughts of Shen Yan's message from the previous night resurfaced. "Hey shorty, do you drink yogurt before bed? What about the milk?" This reflection halted her in her tracks. Although he had successfully captured her attention, a smile eluded Shen Yan. Aware of old Shen's affection for him, he understood the underlying dynamics. After all, Shen Changchao was old Shen's son. If this matter were to remain subdued, the most old Shen would do is have Wang Qin apologize and give Shen Changchao a few reprimands to pacify the situation. However, Shen Yan harbored a fear that his only grandson might indeed change his surname, even if Shen Yan could not alter it at this moment. Who could foresee what would transpire when he grew older and departed? Shen Yan felt ensnared, caught in a tumult of emotions, leaving him in a state of discomfort that permeated his entire being. The sound of footsteps, rhythmic and approaching, echoed in the air. Shen Yan initially regarded the passerby with indifference, but the individual halted before him. Clad in white sneakers, the gaze traveled upward to reveal the slender, fair legs of a young girl adorned in denim overalls, her hair cascading in gentle curls at the tips. Shen Yan's attention settled upon Li Shu's cherubic face, her cheeks still bearing the softness of youth. The girl munched contentedly on a snack, her cheeks puffed out adorably. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed capable of dispelling all restlessness. As if fortuitously crossing paths, she tilted her head slightly and offered him a bag of untouched pancakes. Her voice, delicate and tinkling, broke the silence. Would you like some? Shen Yan's gaze flickered momentarily, and with a stiff motion, he pinched his cigarette. His phoenix eyes, slender and elongated, radiated a graceful line, yet the former nonchalance was now overshadowed by a subtle gloom. Li Shu felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutiny. It was understandable. Having her solitude exposed was likely intolerable for Shen Yan's pride. Regret welled up within her. Had she known, she would have preferred to depart quietly. Taking a small step back, she sought to create distance between them. Suddenly, she caught a hint of laughter escaping his lips, a sound that brushed past her ear with an inexplicable, teasing sensation. In the next instant, the pancakes were snatched away. Shen Yan's fingers curled around the bag, the corners of his eyes lifting in a familiar, languid manner. It was as though the preceding moment had merely been a figment of her imagination. Hey, little one. Skipping class, are we? Shen Yan supported his chin with one hand, scrutinizing Li Shu intently. His words, delivered leisurely, struck her like pebbles, each syllable landing heavily. Not in school, and yet you've come to find me, specially skipping class for that. He elongated the last word with a teasing lilt. Honestly, why are you so stubborn? Chapter 69. A boy shouldn't be so frugal. The narrow alley was crowded, and Li Shu, weary of standing, shared half of her food with Shen Yan. She squatted down beside him, scrolling through her phone while eating. She savored each bite, taking her time, while Shen Yan finished his portion long before she had made a dent in hers. He did not rush her. That day marked an unprecedented display of his emotions. He wished fervently for Shen Changqiao to descend and apologize to Zhonglan. Work consumed Shen Changqiao's thoughts entirely. For the sake of a multi-billion-dollar deal, he had flown to the United States even when Zhonglan was hospitalized. As she grew increasingly frail and was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, for which no treatment was available, he flew from the U.S. to New Zealand. Zhonglan's condition deteriorated further. She would doze off mid-sentence, only to awaken in pain from her dreams. Shen Yan was perpetually terrified that she would slip away just like that. Meanwhile, Shen Changqiao was engaged in a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a charity organization. And then, on that day, Zhonglan appeared to be in better spirits than ever. She sweetly urged him to push her for a walk in the hospital park. She said, Xiaoyan, you're all grown up now. Don't be so picky with your food. She added, Xiaoyan, why has your father arrived yet? Is he still busy? Those were the last 3 sentences she left for Shen Yan. Throughout it all, Shen Changqiao had never set foot in her hospital room. The business deal was secured, and the contract was signed. On that day, the rain poured down heavily, and Shen Yan felt an overwhelming desire to confront him. He closed his eyes, choosing to forget. After all these years, the grudges and the pain etched deep within his bones remained vivid. Perhaps Shen Changqiao was not entirely in the wrong. He was a businessman, driven by ambition. Yet, from the perspective of a husband, he was undeniably unworthy. Shen Yan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Shen Changqiao. He harbored resentment towards him for neglecting his family. Subsequently, Shen Changqiao decided to relocate from City A to expand the family business. However, Shen Yan, regardless of what Shen Lao said, resolutely chose to remain in City A. In the city filled with vibrant hues, it was only when Shen Lao fell gravely ill that Shen Yan contemplated this and felt a longing for a cigarette. He pulled a lighter from his pocket, but suddenly remembered the girl on the ground, causing his throat to constrict as he suppressed the urge. Li Shu had finally finished the pancake in her hands. Having eaten too much, she felt a bit greasy, as the pancake was laden with toppings, becoming excessively salty towards the end. She retrieved a pack of tissues from her bag to wipe her hands, then stood up slowly. Shen Yan, you should get me some water, Li Shu stated with an air of expectation. She had treated Shen Yan to pancakes so it was only reasonable for him to procure a bottle of water costing 2 yuan. There was nothing amiss in that. She did not inquire about what had transpired with Shen Yan, maintaining their interaction as usual. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite the calculating one. Li Shu furrowed her brow, adopting a serious demeanor. As a young man, you shouldn't be so stingy. Even the Big Mac prices have gone up. She had treated Shen Yan after all. With this commotion, Shen Yan completely cast aside his previous concerns. He slightly bent his long legs, feeling relaxed, and thought of a nearby milk tea shop that was quite popular. How about some milk tea? Li Shu pondered for a moment, interpreting Shen Yan's suggestion as a sacrifice made to escape the triviality of a bottle of water. She decided not to be coy. Then I want to drink Yangji Ganlu. Shen Yan replied. You have quite the demands. Chapter 70. Absolutely not to speak of it, no one urged her, and Li Shu, in a spirit of determination, spent a few more days at home. The weekend passed, and it was only on Monday morning that she finally slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed to school. Upon entering the classroom, Li Shu unexpectedly encountered Zheng Hong. Upon noticing her standing there with an air of charm, Zheng Hong couldn't help but exhale softly, gazing at her for several moments. Come with me, he instructed, leading her into the office. Zheng Hong did not mince words. He retrieved several examination papers from his drawer. Your foundation in the humanities is commendable. With consistent practice and diligent memorization, you will surely catch up. However, the sciences are a different matter altogether. You'll need to start from the very beginning. Li Shu's previously buoyant spirits dwindled immediately, and she wilted under the weight of the papers in her hands. As Zheng Hong continued to speak, his lips moving but his words lost on her, she felt despondent. Finally released, she entered class 7 through the back door. As she passed by Shen Yan's desk, she couldn't help but glance over. The desk was conspicuously empty, indicating that Shen Yan had yet to arrive at school. Deep down, Li Shu admired Shen Yan's prowess. As soon as she took her seat, she heard Xiao Ning exclaim in disbelief, Am I seeing things? Is that an examination paper in your hands? Upon saying this, her expression transformed into one of immense satisfaction, and she regarded Li Shu with a nurturing gaze. Li Shu, put in your utmost effort. If you encounter any difficult questions, feel free to approach me. Li Shu remained speechless, casting a look at Xiao Ning that conveyed her incredulity. She truly did not believe that Xiao Ning's academic performance could offer her any guidance. However, it soon became evident that Xiao Ning could indeed assist her. Just as Li Shu was about to stow the papers away in her drawer, Xiao Ning, brimming with enthusiasm, extracted another examination paper from within. The early bird catches the worm, Li Shu. Since we have some time now, let us tackle some multiple-choice questions together. Li Shu found it impossible to decline her eagerness and reluctantly leaned forward, gripping a black pen as she earnestly reviewed the first question. Regrettably, the mathematics problem proved to be overwhelming. Li Shu took a moment to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, instinctively twirling the delicate string of Buddha beads in her hand. Only then did she turn her head and casually provide an answer. Autumn Ning, how could it possibly be C? I believe both A and D could be viable options. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly found B to be quite appealing. Li Shu, feeling disinterested, decided to search online. Soon, the answer appeared before her. As she gazed at the displayed option C, she fell silent. Look, Autumn Ning could assist her in eliminating the incorrect answers. No wonder she scored so low. The two exchanged silent glances when Lu Dafei unexpectedly appeared from nowhere, leaning in with curiosity. Li Shu, I can't believe it. My brother Yin is on his way too. You all said it wasn't prearranged? Taking leave on the same day to attend class, claiming it was merely a coincidence. Who would believe that? Certainly not Lu Dafei. The idea of clandestine romances within the confines of school was thrilling to contemplate. Just as Li Shu was about to clarify the situation to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Dafei excitedly pointed at the exam paper pressed under her elbow. Oh, this wouldn't be from Brother Yin, would it? Using homework assistance as an excuse? Heh. You two seem to be quite playful. Li Shu replied. You're overthinking it. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Dafei waved his hand dismissively, mimicking a zipper motion to indicate silence. I understand. I want to say a word. Li Shu responded. Well, thank you. Chapter 71. One cannot favor one over the other indeed. Shen Yan had arrived. As he entered the classroom, he was greeted with enthusiastic adoration from a group of privileged youths. Dad, your son has missed you dearly. Shen Yan, irritated by the obstruction, pushed the person aside. Jiang Yi followed closely behind Shen Yan, his demeanor lively. Wu Zishi and Jiang Yi were more restrained than usual, exercising caution in their jesting. The circle was small, and they had all heard whispers of young Master Shen's desire to change his surname. Upon hearing the news, they contemplated seeking out Shen Yan but ultimately refrained. Lu Dafei, who fancied himself astute in deciphering the clandestine romance between Shen Yan and Li Shu, carried a heavy heart, yet he too held his tongue. It was all too evident. The WeChat couple avatars and Shen Yan's attentive care for Li Shu, coupled with the myriad of incidents in their daily lives. Lu Dafei could not comprehend how these two fools had yet to recognize their situation. Jiang Yi even attempted to play matchmaker. Little did he know, they were already paired. This secret was his alone to bear, a tantalizing burden. The sensation of being the only one awake amidst a world inebriated was exhilarating. Let Lu Dafei shoulder it all alone. I had just come from Li Shu's side, where she was diligently working on her problems. Such industriousness was commendable. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan cast a glance ahead. The young girl's silhouette appeared despondent, slumped over her desk as she shoved her test paper into the space beneath. There was little sign of diligence to be seen. Lu Dafei's eyes gleamed with mischief. Look, she must be struggling. Brother Yin, as the academic prodigy you are, you cannot fathom the plight of us underachievers. We are in the same class. Perhaps you could spare some time to tutor Li Shu? He had even concocted an excuse for them. Go and teach her. Lu Dafei was nearly moved to tears by his own thoughtfulness. At that moment, Wu Zishi paused. Suddenly recalling Brother Yan's circumstances, he felt it unnecessary to mention it. Yet it seemed he had forgotten to inform Lu Dafei that Shen Yan was on leave due to family matters, leading the lad to possibly misconstrue the situation and entertain various thoughts. He exchanged a quick glance with Jiang Yi, and soon, they silently reached a mutual understanding. Perhaps it was better to remain silent and enjoy the sight of Lu Dafei in his clumsy antics. Just like the last time when Lu Dafei mistakenly believed Jiang Yi was playing both sides, after all, this was not the first time. And Lu Dafei had likely grown accustomed to it. As for Shen Yan, he was astute enough to discern the underlying meaning in Lu Dafei's words. His gaze, seemingly indifferent, carried a languid tone. Why are you so concerned about my affairs? Lu Dafei waved his hand dismissively. Of course, of course. Shen Yan's lips straightened, and his tone turned flat. She is different from other girls. Do not make light of her. Lu Dafei's heart screamed internally. He's protective. Shen Yan squinted, remaining silent, lost in his own thoughts. As for him and Li Shu, why would he harbor such feelings for someone as delicate as her, who, when provoked, resembled a spiky little creature? Finally, the long-awaited recess arrived, and Shen Yan made his way to the principal's office. The principal's interest in him was primarily due to his status and academic performance. Shen Yan responded perfunctorily, and after much effort, was granted permission to leave. He pressed his tongue against his back molars, the dense eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. By some strange twist of fate, he found himself purchasing a bottle of yogurt. Since Jiang Yi and the others had drinks, it would be unfair not to share. Thus, another bottle of yogurt found its way onto Li Shu's desk. Li Shu resolved to share half of her next pancake with Shen Yan, leaving the onlookers in shock. Xiao Ning was so distracted that she neglected her homework. Why is he giving you yogurt? Meng Yichu and Tang Wan exclaimed. I smell the scent of scandal. Wu Zishi and Jiang Yi exchanged glances. A stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat. Lu Dafei thumped his chest in frustration. I understand. I comprehend everything. Yet, it was an unspoken truth that the sender felt entitled to give, while the recipient accepted it with ease. Your art teacher had matters to attend to, thus allowing me to come and observe while you all self-studied. Should you encounter any difficulties in history, feel free to consult me. Shen Yan, on the other hand, was catching up on sleep, noticing the faint dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Yi realized that Shen Yan had been on leave and had not rested well at home these past few days. Indeed, in a vast and empty house, apart from himself, there was hardly a soul to be found, coupled with a heap of distressing matters, who could find peace to sleep soundly. Jiang Yi refrained from interrupting and turned to engage in a lively chat within a small group. Jiang Yi remarked, if I weren't aware of my father's character, I would think he indulged in frivolity last night. Just look at his worn-out appearance. With Shen Yan present in the group, Jiang Yi felt untroubled. For soon they would reach a count of 99 messages. Given Shen Yan's disposition, he would likely not bother to scroll back through the previous messages. Wu Zishi responded, full. Lu Dafei, at a loss for words, shed a couple of tears. What do you all know? What do you truly understand? Before long, the conversation shifted to whimsical discussions about where to frolic during the National Day holiday. Li Shu, engrossed in the dialogue, suddenly received a WeChat message. Li Shu. Are we heading to Sanya for the National Day? Su, munching on spicy strips, exchanged a few more words with Li Shu before switching to the group chat to review the earlier messages. Wu Zishi quipped, Lu Dafei, enough already. You're a grown man. Yet you act so effeminately. Su rolled her eyes in disdain. Just as she intended to search for travel guides online, she noticed the latest message. Jiangyi announced, I've got my swimming trunks already. The leopard print ultra-thin series, the young lady from Sanya. I have arrived. Ah, Su smiles. She has changed her mind. How could one say goodbye to Sanya? Li Shu was thoroughly engrossed in the scene when suddenly, her clothing hem was tugged by Ning. Just as she was about to inquire what was the matter, she saw Ning pointing towards the podium, urging her to look. Li Shu turned her gaze in that direction. Teacher Wu was intently using the computer on the podium, his expression serious and solemn. The whiteboard displayed a Baidu page. And Teacher Wu's demeanor was as if he were engaged in a momentous task, evoking a sense of reverence. She observed him maneuvering the mouse over the search bar. And soon a lengthy list of search history appeared. Li Shu's gaze faltered. How can I quickly stimulate hair growth? I am only 30, yet I am balding. Urgent. The top 10 folk remedies for increasing hair volume. Li Shu. It was apparent that Teacher Wu was quite troubled. Chapter 73. Who do you think you were looking down upon? Li Shu, how have you been managing those exam papers? Zhang Hong's mention nearly made her forget. Li Shu pressed her lips together, recalling how Zhang Hong had been concerned for her. She felt embarrassed to conceal the truth. The young girl blinked. They have gathered dust. Zhang Hong. He was about to shout, but Li Shu's enchanting eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake, her hands resting neatly on her knees. Her posture demure. Zhang Hong's anger dissipated significantly. All he could do was to reiterate his advice once more. But, Li Shu, is today's tea delightful? It's freshly purchased Longjing. Li Shu. You drink it, it's fine. We can just chat. The teacher won't tea rush you. Do not feel burdened. Li Shu found it hard to articulate her feelings. Zhang Hong chuckled. By the way, do children your age enjoy such novels? Since there are no classes, why not share your thoughts with me, allowing the teacher to gain a deeper understanding of you all? Li Shu. A protracted battle has begun. As Zhang Hong employs a soft approach to target her, making Li Shu a frequent visitor to the office. With her inherently reserved and languid demeanor, she ultimately succumbs to Zhang Hong's gentle words. Thus, Li Shu sips her yogurt, staring resolutely at the exam paper. Moments later, her thoughts drift far away. She contemplates that if this continues, she might even find herself discussing hair care with the history teacher. To avoid the embarrassment of conversing with Zhang Hong about those classic lines from a novel, Li Shu took a leave of absence from physical education class. When Ning offered to assist her with the exam, Li Shu declined, choosing instead to trust in the wisdom of online searches. Yet, many questions remained elusive. If she were to haphazardly approach them, Zhang Hong's evaluation might transform from a mere conversation into something far more daunting. Li Shu was genuinely intimidated by him. Soon, she noticed a girl seated in the third row of the class. The girl lazily picked up her phone, and for the past few days, Lu Dafei had incessantly whispered about Li Shu's visits to the office, making it nearly impossible for him to remain unaware. The young girl, now disheartened, rested her head down. And even from behind, Shen Yan could sense her profound despondency. He couldn't help but let out a light chuckle, leaning against the back door. With a refined nose and thin lips, his features were strikingly defined, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Clad in black pants that accentuated his long legs, he stood tall. Casting a glance at the painful exam paper, he suddenly had an idea. Could you do me a small favor? Shen Yan replied succinctly, clearly in good spirits. I cannot. Li Shu promptly disregarded this response. Her voice was barely a whisper, evidently embarrassed. Could you sell it? Shen Yan paused, a look of absurdity flickering across his face. Selling? Li Shu, however, found nothing amiss in his words. With a neutral expression, she articulated slowly, how much for an hour? Name your price. Shen Yan chuckled, taking several strides toward her. His tall stature made the height difference between them exceedingly apparent as she sat. He leaned in playfully, yet maintained a respectful distance. As the youth drew near, Li Shu caught a whiff of the fresh laundry scent that enveloped her, causing her to instinctively lean back. A hint of panic rising within her. Shen Yan chuckled lightly, then elongated his tone. An hour? Who do you think you're looking down upon? Chapter 74. Do you deserve my face? Li Shu furrowed her brow, about to speak when Shen Yan settled beside her. His long fingers leisurely adjusted his cuff. Li Shu's fingertips brushed against a stack of exam papers as she attempted to initiate a dialogue. Is there a discount for an overnight arrangement? Shen Yan froze, staring intently at Li Shu, whose expression was devoid of jest, leaving his mind blank and unresponsive. Her cherubic face was pale and flawless, as delicate as porcelain. The anticipation in the girl's gaze felt like a brush, occasionally scratching at his heart, creating a sensation that was both ticklish and breathless. He struggled to part his lips. "Are you certain?" Li Shu found his demeanor peculiar. Yet she was eager to evade the conversations with Zheng Hong that had plagued her in the office 3 or 4 times that day. Among the 3 in their dormitory, Tang Wan and Meng Yichu were merely coasting through school, while Qiu Ning was willing yet powerless. She had little hope for them. Looking around, the only student she recognized for their academic prowess was Shen Yan. "Certainly, it's just a matter of hiring you to compose a few examination papers. Can you provide a straightforward answer?" Shen Yan replied with a slight chuckle. Li Shu pondered for a moment before continuing. "If possible, could you finish it sooner?" Thus, her earlier mention of an hour referred to the completion of the papers. This stack of test papers, was she inquiring about an all-night effort? Shen Yan suppressed a fleeting moment of absurdity and quickly regained his composure. A flicker of light danced in his hazel eyes, and suddenly, without warning, he stood up. He refrained from looking at Li Shu and instead turned his gaze toward the window, feeling a tinge of annoyance escape his lips. The thought that flitted through his mind was rather scandalous. Indeed, what was he thinking? How could someone so young be so naive? He rubbed his aching temples. Li Shu cautiously picked up the examination papers, fearful that he might change his mind and leave. She leaned in slightly, adopting a tone of negotiation. "All right?" The sweet, milky fragrance of the girl enveloped him, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Shen Yan let out a deep sigh, his fingers gently pressing against Li Shu's forehead, pushing her away to create some distance. His expression reverted to its usual nonchalance. "Little one, even kindergarten children know they should complete their own homework." Li Shu, unfazed and slow to react, boldly replied, "Then I won't ask for a discount. I can afford it." She added, "Just tackle the simplest introductory questions. Leave the rest blank. If you happen to get them all right, it would be too unrealistic." Li Shu believed she had considered everything thoroughly. Shen Yan lazily picked up a paper, casually glancing at a few questions, his words capable of inciting fury. "What is this? These are all fundamental questions, aren't they? You can't even handle the first one? Has a donkey kicked your brain?" "Li Shu, I can deduce the answer even with my eyes closed." Feeling insulted, she longed to retort that she had consistently excelled in examinations throughout her life. Yet, confronted with her current predicament, she fell silent. Shen Yan lazily stifled a yawn, declaring, "As for me, I come at a premium, you know? Purchasing my services at this late hour without any other intentions. Do you truly believe you are worthy of my countenance? Such a waste of a precious resource." Li Shu understood the implications. The first 3 sentences were Shen Yan's boastful exaggerations, although his words bore a grain of truth. They struck her as insufferably arrogant. The subsequent statement underscored his worth. To acquire his assistance, one must be psychologically prepared. However, the final remark left Li Shu perplexed, gazing at Shen Yan in bewilderment. "Shen Yan, aside from solving problems, what else can you do?" She thrust the examination paper towards him. Shen Yan, observing the innocence in her eyes, felt a phrase echoing in his mind. "Are your competencies beyond mere problem-solving?" Chapter 75. Your family decides to donate several buildings to the school. Shen Yan, exasperated, could barely contain his frustration. He wiped the smile off his face and, suddenly serious, asked, "Li Shu, do you still wish to take the college entrance examination?" The college entrance examination? Li Shu was somewhat dazed. Could she still harbor hopes for it? Given Li Maoguo's controlling nature, all of this seemed an illusion. With a resolute expression, she stubbornly began to withdraw the test paper from Shen Yan's grasp, clearly unwilling to accept his assistance any longer. Noticing her reluctance, Shen Yan felt a headache coming on. "The old man cares about you. He is nearing retirement. So please do not provoke him to the point of distress." Li Shu, somewhat irritated, was akin to a child whose favorite treat had been denied. Yet, it was precisely Shen Yan who had unwittingly revealed her vulnerability. Zheng Hong was indeed a good teacher, wholly dedicated to her well-being. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. She continued to feign indifference, burdened by her thoughts. Li Shu gazed despondently at the examination paper, her tone laced with melancholy. "The questions are too difficult. Do you understand functions?" Li Shu replied candidly, "I have heard of them." Shen Yan had nearly discerned the extent of Li Shu's foundation, which was evidently lacking. The youth sighed. "Shorty," he spoke. The young man straightened his back, his tone earnest. "Is it not desirable to attend a prestigious university and escape a city?" "Certainly," she replied. Yet Shen Yan's words seemed overly casual. However, he appeared to fathom Li Shu's unspoken thoughts. He leisurely stood upright, his brows slightly furrowed. And his nonchalant words struck Li Shu with surprise. As long as your score meets the university's admission threshold, I assure you that your family will not be able to interfere. What do you think? Shen Yan smiled, his youthful visage handsome. Dare to take this bet with me? I guarantee your family will not be able to meddle. The boy's youthful innocence lingered in his expression, yet for reasons unknown, his declaration seemed beyond doubt. It was as if he could truly assist her in extricating herself from her predicament. Indeed, Jiang Yi and Wu Zishi were quintessential second-generation heirs. And although the Li family was substantial, they could not rival the clout of the Jiang and Wu families, both of which hailed from prominent governmental backgrounds. Not to mention, the leading figure was the astute Shen Yan. Li Shu felt a pang of bitterness in her eyes, and her palms grew clammy. She softly called out, Shen Yan, and then ventured to ask what she had longed to know. How many buildings is your family planning to donate to the school? Shen Yan. His phone vibrated incessantly, and he casually glanced at the group chat. Jiang Yi, father has made me wait to the point of desperation. Jiang Yi, I have withered away. Jiang Yi, maintain your smile. Jiang Yi incessantly sent messages, urging, while Lu Dafei sighed deeply, wishing to howl to the heavens. Li Shu was also in class. His grandfather was utterly engrossed in romantic entanglements. It was perfectly normal. Father, please be more mindful. Shen Yan glanced at the messages with a faint smile. The delay had been lengthy, and he did not intend to linger any longer. As I mentioned earlier, give it careful thought. He resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Li Shu saw herself reflected in his light brown irises and then listened as the young man chuckled softly, his voice deep and soothing, seeping gently into her heart. Little one, remember, destiny may never be in our hands, yet fortunately, we can still strive to alter it. Chapter 76. Such effort is indeed love. Yet, whispers continued in the dormitory. During a break, Li Shu stepped out to the balcony to take a call. The authoritative voice of Li Maoguo pressed upon her nerves. I heard from Aunt Su that you went to school? She responded with a soft mm. Well, you're grown up and have your own opinions now. I can't control you anymore. By the way, how have you been getting along with the young master of the Shen family? Li Shu tightened her grip on the phone, squeezing it slightly. She longed to declare that her relationship with Shen Yan was merely that of classmates. Yet, she could not. Noticing her silence, Li Maoguo felt disappointed, but then thought, it made sense. How could the young master of the Shen family be interested in the dull little Shu? The Shen family was of a different caliber. In this society, social standing is of utmost importance. Ambition often leads to a harsh downfall. Is he still unaware? Li Maoguo, Xiao Shu, I shared your photo with Uncle Feng's son, and he seems quite eager to befriend you. I've passed him your WeChat. Be sure to accept his request. The demise of the Shen family is regrettable, yet their disparity in status renders it less mournful. However, should the Feng family falter, that would indeed be a lamentable affair. After hanging up the phone, a WeChat notification soon chimed, signaling a friend request. Li Shu glanced at it, but chose to ignore it, finding herself unable to sleep. Yet, on this seemingly mundane night, a decisive thought emerged, uncontrollably influencing her mind. Xiaoning was alarmed to discover that Li Shu had begun taking notes in class. She repeatedly checked, feeling that something was amiss. Yet a wave of relief washed over her. Li Shu's actions undoubtedly reflected her influence. After all, Li Shu had not sincerely engaged in her studies for years. Even with a solid foundation, she had missed too many crucial points, leaving her feeling bewildered. With her pen in hand and her gaze cast downward, her writing was elegant. Lu Dafei, ever observant, noted, he understands again. Li Shu, driven by a desire to stand alongside Yan Ge, was determined to defy the insurmountable chasm of academic achievement. Such effort is the essence of love. Meanwhile, Shen Yan remained as indifferent as ever, following his own path with nonchalance. Lu Dafei lamented, Li Shu has misplaced her affections. This state of affairs persisted for Li Shu throughout the morning, until she finally wilted. Gazing at the perplexing questions before her, she inhaled gently and turned to Xiaoning. Do you know any tutors? Xiaoning replied, no, but someone just came to mind. You should seek tutoring from Wang Yu. He ranks first in his class and possesses exceptional academic abilities. However, his family background is rather modest, even strained. It was through casual conversation that Xiaoning mentioned Wang Yu's intention to offer tutoring services to support his living expenses. He is a decent individual, albeit somewhat obsessed with monetary matters. Since we attend the same school, it would be convenient for consultations. You provide the payment, and he offers his expertise. If it doesn't suit you, you can always seek alternatives. Li Shu pondered deeply. By this reasoning, Wang Yu indeed appears to be a commendable choice. When she approached him, she fully grasped what Xiaoning meant by his fixation on money. Wang Yu? She observed the young lad emerging from the library, cradling a stack of books, and confirmed her inquiry. Is there something you need? I wish to enlist you as a tutor. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing Li Shu. If I am not mistaken, you consistently rank at the bottom. That is disheartening. Upon realizing the conversation was futile, Li Shu sighed softly and prepared to depart. However, Wang Yu intercepted her, speaking rapidly. I charge 100 for an hour of tutoring, but given your circumstances, would 150 be acceptable? Chapter 77. He truly is a clever fellow. Xiaoning, where's Li Shu? Lu Dafei casually inquired as he passed the third row and noticed an empty seat. She went to find Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Dafei felt as if struck by lightning. He had warned Yin Gu against being overly demanding. Look where that led. His girlfriend was no longer interested. While Wang Yu was indeed a diligent student with decent looks, he paled in comparison to Yin Gu. Why would she seek out Wang Yu? Xiaoning, for tutoring. And Wang Yu has agreed. Lu Dafei scratched his head anxiously, realizing the predicament, and hurried to the back row. Shen Yan lowered his head, his demeanor relaxed. Clad in an oversized white t-shirt, pristine and devoid of any patterns. A simple necklace adorned his neck, marked by scratches that lended an air of cheapness. In his hands, he held a white-covered review material, diligently marking it with a red pen. The incessant bickering of Jiang Yi and Wu Zixi nearby, however, did not disturb his focus. Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Why on earth are we not going to Sanya? I've already bought my swim trunks." Wu Zixi shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Are you out of your mind? If he were Su Su, he wouldn't have hesitated to drag Jiang Yi for a punch long ago." Shen Yan, with drooping eyelids, pressed his tongue against his molars and remarked, "Are you going for leisure or for other pursuits?" Jiang Yi choked on his words, only to notice Lu Dafei hesitating, struggling to speak. Irked. He tightened his grip on Lu's throat. "Did you eat something foul?" Lu Dafei, with wandering eyes, evaded the question and awkwardly responded, "Cough." Li Shu and Wang Yu seemed to have a good relationship. Lu Dafei sidled away from Jiang Yi, adopting a seemingly casual tone as if engaged in light conversation. While it was indeed commendable that Wang Yu could tutor Li Shu, one couldn't help but wonder about the implications of a young man and woman blooming in their youth, spending time together. He truly was a clever fellow. Little did he know, as he departed, Jiang Yi and Wu Zixi exchanged knowing glances. If circumstances permitted, they would have burst into laughter. Lu Dafei's antics brought them unexpected amusement. He was a splendid catalyst, perpetually radiating his endearing clumsiness. The Na'vi boy exuded an air of self-satisfaction, as if he held far too much knowledge. It seemed Li Shu had taken note of it all. Shen Yan relaxed his furrowed brow. Shen Yan reclined slightly, a hint of delight gracing his features as he lazily stifled a yawn. The sight sent a chill through Jiang Yi and Wu Zixi. It seemed that Yin Gu truly had no feelings for Li Shu. Just then, a young girl entered through the back door, swathed in an oversized school uniform that concealed her figure, rendering her all the more petite. Shen Yan idly toyed with the pen in his hand and glanced over. Li Shu approached, struggling under the weight of a stack of books. Wu Zixi, noticing Shen Yan's indifference, quickly stepped forward, asking, "What is this?" "Let me help you." Li Shu, with a favorable impression of Wu Zixi, smiled gratefully. "These are notes from Wang Yu." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Shen Yan, as if to convey her decision to him. Shen Yan paused, instinctively closing the notebook in front of him with a languid hum. Wu Zixi placed the stack of books on Li Shu's desk and observed Shen Yan, who was engrossed in the notebook he had diligently filled throughout the morning. He was not one to take notes. Wu Zixi dismissed any further thoughts, simply concealing a smile. Wang Yu may be financially challenged, but he possesses commendable qualities in other aspects. It is only natural for circumstances to arise. Jiang Yi instinctively scrutinized Shen Yan. Indeed, one lacks financial resources while the other is affluent. They complement each other perfectly. Yet, Shen Yan remained unfazed, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. "Do you all care so much about others' affairs? A little shorty in love? Huh, how improbable." However, Shen Yan could not comprehend why Li Shu, with such advantageous resources at his disposal, would turn to Wang Yu. A mere word of persuasion from him might have sufficed. Contemplating her previous mention of selling something, Shen Yan felt a twinge of vexation. Why is he so expensive? Li Shu and Wang Yu exchanged contact information. She had initially assumed that the tutoring sessions would be held on weekends, but to her surprise, Wang Yu was quite diligent. "Wang Yu, starting tomorrow, during lunchtime, I will come to class 7 to thoroughly review the material with you. Lunchtime? Li Shu felt somewhat reluctant, yet recalling what Shen Yan had said. She begrudgingly typed a response. Li Shu, all right. Wang Yu felt a sense of trepidation regarding this student. For those of average academic standing, a slight nudge would suffice. But Li Shu was different. Nevertheless, he needed the money to save for future university tuition. Upon seeing Li Shu's agreement, he exhaled in relief. It seemed she should be relatively easy to work with. The person most delighted by this arrangement was undoubtedly Zhang Hong. As Li Shu had finally extricated herself from the daily, thrice-visited office predicament. However, she still lagged significantly behind. Despite having a solid foundation, once Wang Yu delved deeper, Li Shu found herself lost in a fog. Fortunately, Wang Yu displayed ample patience. He contemplated a change in strategy, deciding to start from the basics in the science subjects. As the score gaps in previous exams had primarily stemmed from the sciences, Wang Yu sat across from Li Shu, pulled out the required mathematics textbook, and began discussing sets. For each concept he explained, he presented Li Shu with several problems to consolidate her understanding. As Li Shu worked on the exercises, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She glanced at it and noticed the friend request she had overlooked yesterday reappeared. Li Shu furrowed her delicate brows. If she did not accept it soon, her father, Li Maobua, would find out, leading to a host of complications. After a moment's contemplation, she clicked to accept, her expression reflecting her displeasure. Just as she set her phone down, a message arrived from the other party. Is this Li Shu? I am Feng Qingwen. It is a pleasure to meet you. I heard from your father that you are still in high school, she said shyly, her phone clutched tightly in her hand. Since we are friends, when do you have time to go out for a meal? Wang Yu noticed she was still occupied with her phone, and with 2 problems left unsolved. He couldn't help but grumble. We agreed on 150 for an hour, and your phone time counts too. He glanced at the clock. There were still 15 minutes until class ended. By the way, my rule is to settle up immediately. You will need to pay me as soon as class is over. Li Shu felt a bit dizzy as she glanced at the continuous stream of messages from Feng Qingwen, instantly losing her motivation to continue working on the problems. She transferred the money to Wang Yu. I'm feeling a bit worn out. Let us call it a day and continue tomorrow. Wang Yu packed his bag but remained resolutely seated. Clad in a faded shirt that had seen better days, he insisted, I have a strong sense of professionalism. An hour is an hour. Li Shu sighed, staring glumly at her phone screen. In truth, she had seen Feng Qingwen in Li Maobua's circle of friends. His appearance was, to put it mildly, perplexing. It was not that she judged him solely by looks, but she was irked by the notion that decisions were made on her behalf. She could not fathom why a tall and seemingly outstanding person like Feng Qingwen would take an interest in someone like her, a petite girl who was so unremarkable. Did he truly have such a lack of selectivity? Moreover, she was just a high school student, rather introverted and hard to understand. Wang Yu's persistence in staying did not faze Li Shu. She did not urge him to leave. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Wang Yu, may I pose a rather bold question? Go ahead, he replied. Shen Yan does not stay on campus, and he hasn't been assigned a dorm with Jiang Yi and the others. A few individuals sat in a small shop, sipping on chilled sodas, while Lu Dafei intermittently spun tales of youthful campus romances, which irked him to no end. Before even entering the classroom, he overheard Li Shu cautiously yet earnestly inquire, Wang Yu, what type of girl do you fancy? Chapter 79. Could it be that he is more handsome than I? Wang Yu was taken aback. Nevertheless, Li Shu's earnestness during their previous interactions led Wang Yu to dismiss any notion of self-adoration, believing that Li Shu had developed an interest in him. Li Shu, generous as ever, offered an additional 50 for a mere word from him. Wang Yu accepted it with a calm demeanor, reciprocating the sincerity. He revealed his true preference. I am fond of affluent women. Li Shu pondered for a moment, subtly gesturing towards herself. What if you liked me, but I were not wealthy? Would you still feel the same? Wang Yu replied, I would not. What I admire is your wealth, and if you have none, then my interest wanes. Li Shu's understanding deepened. Indeed, Feng Qingwen sought a union, a powerful alliance between families. Thankfully, it was not a perverse intention. Outside, Shen Yan felt a throbbing ache in his head. Mere moments ago, he believed Lu Dafei was overthinking, only to find himself contradicted. He strode in with long strides, casting a shadow that obscured the light. Li Shu looked up, their eyes meeting. She tilted her head slightly, inquiring, is there something you need? Her tone suggested he had interrupted something significant. Shen Yan leaned over the table, hands braced upon it, and softly clicked his tongue. Are you here to study? Or are you merely using that as a pretext for something else? Just as Wang Yu was about to clarify, the second hand of the clock neared 12. An hour had passed. He abruptly rose and said to Li Shu, "I must take my leave. After all, every additional second carries its own price." With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and hurried away, resembling someone fleeing in panic before Shen Yan. Shen Yan cast a nonchalant glance at him. It was high time he left. "What are you staring at, you little runt?" He incredulously pointed at his previously confident visage. The young man slightly raised his chin and deliberately focused his gaze on Li Shu, questioning word by word, "Is he truly more handsome than I?" He stood a touch straighter, his posture erect. Bathed in backlight, the rays illuminated his profile, accentuating his delicately defined jawline, which appeared somewhat softer. Li Shu. He seldom referred to her by her full name. Li Shu paused for a moment. Shen Yan's index finger bent slightly as he gently tapped the table. His elongated phoenix eyes lifting at the corners. No early romances. Jiangyi, who had just entered, exclaimed. He couldn't help but feel indignant on Li Shu's behalf. How can that be? If you can't find someone, why interfere with Li Shu? Shen Yan met Jiangyi's indignant expression and chuckled. Can't find someone? I simply can't decide whom to choose. Then choose at will. It's not easy to switch later. Shen Yan, momentarily at a loss, elongated his tone and mused. It's merely a matter of not wanting to hurt those people's feelings. If they can't have me, they might stir up trouble. Jiangyi. He huffed. Enough of that. What about Li Shu? You have no right to meddle. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, seemingly digesting Jiangyi's words. No right? Indeed, it was a matter of legitimacy. He smirked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Li Shu gently rubbed her face where Shen Yan had just touched, as if the warmth of his fingertips still lingered there, feeling a touch of discomfort. This sensation feels rather unfamiliar. She turned away in discontent, remaining silent. Shen Yan picked up a black pen, playfully poking at Li Shu's cherubic face. Li Shu, finding him bothersome, could not help but glare at him, questioning, "What are you doing?" He murmured, "That S easily resolved." His gaze then turned to Jiangyi. "Come here. Acknowledge your sister." Chapter 80. Is this the sin of that little shorty? After completing her English vocabulary, Li Shu, possessing a strong foundation, recognized most of the words from the compulsory curriculum. Even though she was unfamiliar with, repeated readings etched them into her memory. Thanks to Qiuning. During these days she had been revisiting the Chinese material each morning, while Li Shu lay down, engrossed in her phone. However, her excellent memory meant that whenever Qiuning stumbled through her recitations, Li Shu would easily grasp the content. As for the sciences, Wang Yu took it upon himself to teach her gradually. To his surprise, he discovered that Li Shu was quite receptive to guidance, prompting him to increase the pace of their lessons. Shen Yan, still bleary-eyed, stifled a yawn. Having just eaten, he had accompanied Jiangyi and the others for a few rounds of cards at the convenience store, though his mind seemed elsewhere. Rubbing his temples, he took a sip of a cold beverage. After tidying up, he stood up, declaring, "You all continue. I shall take my leave." Shen Yan sauntered away with a leisurely wooze as she found it hard to articulate his thoughts. "Are you sure?" Lu Dafei wiped his face, gazing up at the ceiling at a 65-degree angle. A daughter? This damned little whimsy of his grandfather. When Wang Yu returned to class, accompanied by the whirring of the electric fan, his voice resonated clearly, a function with the base as the independent variable, the exponent as the dependent variable, and the constant as the exponent is known as an exponential function. Just as Wang Yu was about to provide an example, a jarring sound of a chair scraping against the floor interrupted him. Shen Yan had dragged his chair to the third row and settled down. "Classmate, do you need something?" Wang Yu inquired. Shen Yan mumbled a vague hum, his tone languid, just auditing. With that, he gestured for them to continue. Li Shu, who had intended to shoo him away, fell silent upon noticing the faint dark circles under the boy's eyes. At that moment, Li Shu understood all too well that Wang Yu was teaching her for compensation, while Shen Yan's kindness stemmed from genuine concern. Shen Yan was unlike anyone else, much like her grandmother. Even so, she could not fathom his motivations. She pressed her lips together and softly asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Shen Yan, bleary-eyed, let out a light ah. Li Shu retrieved a pillow from her drawer, one she had purchased for comfort during late-night study sessions. She tilted her head and offered, "Do you want to use it? I've used it a few times, if you don't mind." No sooner had she finished speaking than a long hand appeared in her line of sight, and the pillow was taken from her grasp. Its soft pink hue caught Shen Yan's attention, and after a few seconds of inspection, he lay down to sleep. As he drew near, a faint scent of milk wafted through the air. Was this the fragrance of the little fellow? Quite pleasant indeed. Shen Yan experienced a fleeting moment of rigidity, but soon, drowsiness enveloped him, and he gradually relaxed. Li Shu was indifferent, and Wang Yu refrained from further comments. Yet, it was the very same boy who had exhibited a face full of jealousy just the previous day. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is your relationship with him?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Shu, reluctant to divulge too much, felt somewhat constrained and simply replied, "Father and daughter." Chapter 81. Have some dignity. Thus, Shen Yan, bearing this identity, would come over periodically to rest. At long last, Li Shu awaited the National Day holiday. The teachers across all subjects relentlessly announced assignments, and the thick stack of examination papers elicited a chorus of despair from the entire class. Despite the lamentations, only a handful in Class 7 could manage the work. Tsinghua exclaimed, "Ah, my idol, Mom has come to see you." Chu, unfamiliar with the joys of idol worship, retorted, "You're insane." Xiao Ning, with a serious demeanor, meticulously calculated her answers, filling the draft paper to the brim. Arriving at the square root of 3, she exhaled in relief, pride evident on her face. It was a simple function problem. Wang Yu had just covered it. And if memory served correctly, the answer should be -1. Li Shu observed Xiao Ning's black-framed glasses, where she sensed a heaviness. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, students surged toward the exit. Once most had departed, Li Shu leisurely made her way out through the back door. A few individuals in the back row remained, with Jiang Yi's voice ringing the loudest. "Damn, my ultra-thin swim trunks have arrived. So cool. Yen Ge. I thought of you immediately and placed an order for the same leopard print once." Wu Zishi grimaced, making a retching expression. "You are utterly disgusting." Lu Dafei covered his face in agony, protesting, "Dad, why don't you buy me some? Dad, don't you love me anymore?" Shen Yan. Jiang Yi stepped closer. "That item is rather expensive. It is made of silk." Shen Yan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He cast a cool glance at Jiang Yi, his long legs crossed, and uttered words that sent shivers down one's spine. "Do you wish to match your underwear with mine?" Jiang Yi. "I do not." Shen Yan seemed unfazed. "What is this? Hiding behind the guise of a father-son relationship to mask your desires for me." He disdainfully concluded, "Quite cunning." Li Shu? She seemed to have overheard something she shouldn't have. Shen Yan's provocative remarks were indiscriminate of gender. Li Shu's ears turned crimson as she hastened her steps to leave. "Hey, little shorty." Shen Yan noticed her rather unflattering school uniform, which was conspicuously eye-catching, and couldn't help but call out. Li Shu paused, her expression numb. Shen Yan's slender phoenix eyes arched slightly, his pale skin contrasting against the warmth of his words. Elongated in a teasing tone, "Young lady, what are you eavesdropping on?" After this inquiry, he appeared to have an epiphany and shamelessly declared, "That makes sense. You and Jiang Yi are cut from the same cloth." Shen Yan inhaled deeply, his tone languid. "I must be in grave danger." Li Shu took a soft breath. "Oh dear, may Shen Yan develop an oral ulcer?" Shen Yan, with a gentle voice, struggled to utter 3 words. "Have some dignity." Upon saying this, she was met with a light chuckle from the man. She pressed her lips together and chose to ignore him, hurriedly exiting the classroom in a fluster. Jiang Yi felt quite aggrieved. He mimicked Li Shu, repeating her words. "Dad, have some dignity." Shen Yan lounged in his chair, thoroughly amused. Shen Yan shrugged his shoulders. With an air of confidence that seemed to suggest the entire world must find him intriguing, Shen Yan observed as most of his classmates departed, leaving a few lingering behind without any sense of urgency. He packed his bag, too apathetic to bother with the test papers. He had no intention of completing them anyway. After organizing his belongings, he cast a glance in the direction where Li Shu had vanished, chuckling as he muttered, "Did I scare her off? Is my appearance truly that intimidating?" Indifferently, he speculated, "She must be feeling shy." Jiang Yi, exasperated, exclaimed, "Ugh, I've truly had enough of this." Chapter 82. Are you truly more distinguished than him? Li Shu had long since booked her flight on the app, set to depart the following morning. After sitting in her room for a while, she recalled her grandmother's frequent mention of Shu Xiao, prompting her to leave her quarters. She ambled slowly to the master bedroom, blinking softly, her cat-like, glassy eyes reflecting a calm demeanor. With a gentle hand, she rapped on the door. Shu Xiao appeared, cradling a plush cat in her arms, her expression neutral as she quickly diverted her gaze, focusing instead on tenderly stroking the feline. "Is there something you need?" Li Shu was accustomed to her indifference. A subtle smile graced her lips, her cherubic face displaying a hint of warmth. In a soft, endearing tone, she inquired, "I'm heading to my grandmother's tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like me to bring?" Dressed in comfortable loungewear, Shu Xiao maintained her elegance, even at home, never neglecting her makeup. Li Shu chose not to press further, offering a compliant smile in response. Shu Xiao slowly raised her gaze, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, lost in thought. Suddenly, to Li Shu's surprise, she asked, "Your father wishes for you to form a union with the Feng family. What are your thoughts on that?" Li Shu, however, displayed no shock. She understood the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes. Shu Xiaohua is extravagant with her spending, much like Li Maoguo, and is equally unrefined. Should she form a union with the Feng family, Shu Xiaohua would incur no losses. In fact, it is likely that Li Maoguo would even raise her monthly expenditure limit. Li Shu gazed at Shu Xiaohua with eyes that spoke volumes, yet remained silent. "In my opinion, your father is overly timid. Once you and that young Master Shen are united, the Shen family is a paragon among the elite. What is the Feng family in comparison?" Shu Xiaohua chuckled softly, however. "The Shen family is indeed beyond our reach. Your easily manipulated temperament suggests that not only the Shen family, but also the Feng family is destined to face losses." Li Shu's gaze turned frosty. The sensation of being treated as a mere commodity, openly priced, sent a shiver down her spine. "So what?" As if oblivious to her suddenly pale countenance, Shu Xiaohua continued her monologue. "However, I have encountered Feng Chengguan. He is quite portly and has committed numerous disgraceful acts. The Feng family sent him abroad for studies after he caused a scandal by getting his cousin pregnant at such a young age. That was indeed a scandal. For an ordinary family, throwing money at the problem might suffice, but given the delicate circumstances, the one pressured is his own cousin. The two families have completely fallen out. Yet to keep it under wraps, they must maintain a facade of calm amid the storm. Few are privy to this matter. But the Li couple happened to be guests at the Feng residence that day. The Feng family's fondness for Li Shu is merely a means to prevent the Li family from revealing their business disputes. Once Li Shu and Feng Chengguan become entangled, the two families will be inseparable, and the Feng family will have no further concerns about the matter leaking, nor about their stocks plummeting. The Feng family has made a grand promise to bestow you with 10% of their shares upon your marriage. Your father has long been tempted, for he is far more ruthless than I." Li Shu found the situation rather amusing, recognizing it as a case of a hill of the same dirt. She clenched her palms, her voice slightly hoarse. "Why are you telling me this?" The cat nestled in her arms let out a soft meow. Soon after, Shu Xiao's voice pierced through the air like a chilling blade, sending shivers down her spine. "This is to ensure you understand clearly. Don't be foolish enough to be sold and then count the money for others." Li Shu suppressed the overwhelming bitterness within her, no longer able to pretend to be obedient. Her fair face was now a canvas of scorn as she gazed silently at Shu Xiao. She scoffed, "Are you truly more noble than him?" Shu Xiao's expression shifted. Chapter 83. Indulged by your grandfather to the point of recklessness. She steadied the anger bubbling within her. In truth, she ought to be grateful to Shu Xiao. Those words solidified her resolve to attempt an escape from the Li family through the college entrance examination. That evening, she refrained from joining the family for dinner. Aunt Sue brought her a bowl of hearty noodles, but Li Shu, lacking an appetite, barely took a few bites before numbly retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. After drying her hair, she memorized 50 English vocabulary words in a daze. This turbulent emotion only began to dissipate once she arrived at the airport and the plane took off. The flight from City A to City C took merely an hour. With familiarity, Li Shu navigated her way out of the airport and hailed a taxi, providing her destination. City C, adorned with ancient streets and quaint towns, exuded a serene, enchanting charm. "Aunt Wang," she called out, expressing her gratitude as she dragged her suitcase inside. As Aunt Wang watched Li Shu walk away, she couldn't help but murmur, "This young lady is becoming increasingly beautiful. I remember when she was just a child, playing house with our Chang and claiming she would marry him." Aunt Wang's husband wiped the sweat from his brow, interjecting, "Oh, spare us," as if she would ever look at Chang. Aunt Wang, indeed. I find myself weary even of my own offspring. Li Shu pushed open the wooden door, and as she approached the kitchen, the familiar aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, awakening her appetite. Ming Xianghong, wielding a wooden spatula, greeted her with a smile. "Xiao Shu, wash your hands. It's time to eat." Li Shu responded with a sweet smile. "All right." As she drew closer, she noticed a group of individuals lingering at the entrance. Xiao El was scratching his head, his expression fraught with difficulty, adamantly refusing to grant passage. Wang Qin contemplated turning on her heel in frustration. Yet she maintained her composed demeanor, unwilling to display her displeasure. Beside her, a youth impatiently kicked at the stones. Fully aware that he was not the biological son of Shen Qiao, the more grievances the two women endured, the more Shen Qiao would feel compelled to show his affection and seek to make amends. "Brother Qiao, it is not that I am unwilling to let you in. It is simply that old Shun has given specific instructions. You may enter," but these two Shen Qiao hesitated, his annoyance palpable. What my father said was merely a momentary outburst. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes and lazily stepped forward. Uncle L. This stark contrast rendered Wang Qin's expression momentarily stiff. She turned, maintaining her poise. Xiaoyan, it has been a while. Shen Wang deeply scrutinized Shen Yan before offering a faint smile. Brother. Shen Yan exhibited little interest in engaging with this family unit, casting a disdainful glance at the so-called trio before turning away, his tone icy. Uncle L. My grandfather is quite elderly. We cannot allow these chaotic relatives to intrude and upset him. Uncle L chuckled amiably. Very well, very well. Xiaoyan is truly filial. Shen Chao bristled at Shen Yan's lack of regard for his dignity in front of outsiders. Shen Yan, to whom are you speaking? You have been indulged by your grandfather to the point of lawlessness. Shen Yan scoffed, unfazed by his intimidation, alluding to the fact that he is the sole grandson. Some individuals may wish for indulgence, yet are denied such fortune. Chapter 84. Do not provoke the madman. Shen Chao seethed with rage, his heart and liver aching with frustration. He pointed at Shen Yan, his entire being trembling with fury. Your mother has a gentle temperament, speaking softly even in conversation. Look at you. Zhang Lan was Shen Yan's Achilles heel. He vividly recalled how, before her demise, Zhang Lan yearned to see Shen Chao just once, a desire that was ultimately thwarted. It was Shen Chao who instilled hope, only to gradually shatter it. Shen Yan's pupils constricted suddenly, the emotions in his eyes dissipating like mist. A thin veneer of frost enveloped his countenance. He stepped forward, gripping Shen Chao's collar, forcing him to stagger back. Each word was squeezed from his throat. Do you dare to speak of her? Brother. A youth rushed over to Wang Qin's side. Wang Qin, on the brink of tears, implored, Xiaoyan, why are you acting out? If you have grievances, direct them at me. What a family indeed. What then is the role of his mother? Shen Yan felt a surge of resentment. Before Uncle L could intervene, he disdainfully released his grip, coldly stating, then do not provoke the madman. With that, Shen Yan turned to leave. Uncle L hurried after him. Xiaoyan, will you not see your grandfather? As Shen Yan departed, the atmosphere outside the courtyard instantly turned frigid. Shen Chao was seething with anger, nearly pursuing him to administer a proper reprimand. Yet he restrained himself, aware of the countless eyes of the old master watching. Wang Qin's long nails dug into her flesh. Shen Yan's humiliation cut deep. She harbored a profound hatred for him, wishing for his demise. For even if her son were not of the Shen lineage, he would rightfully inherit the company. He understood that Shen Chao held his company and career in the highest regard. Therefore, she could only strive to instill a sense of guilt within him. A trace of sorrow clouded her brow, yet she remained the epitome of grace and poise that Shen Chao was most familiar with. She stepped forward, handing the health supplements she carried to Uncle Lu, saying, This has upset Dad. His anger is justified. Please ensure these are delivered. As she spoke, she discreetly wiped away the shimmering tears from the corners of her eyes behind Shen Chao's back, then gently clasped his wrist. In stark contrast to his biological son, who was on the verge of confrontation, Wang Qin's understanding nature was genuinely heart-wrenching. Unlike Wang Qin, who was pliable like a vine flower, needing to cling to him to survive, Zhang Lan possessed a gentle disposition yet always held her own opinions. The son he brought along habitually prioritized him above all else. A myriad of emotions surged within him. I apologize for the trouble you've endured. Once they had departed, Uncle Lu turned to contact Old Master Shen. Standing upright, his voice filled with reverence, he addressed, Old Commander Shen, just now, Chao brought them over. Old Master Shen, engaged in play with a parrot, felt a surge of anger at the mere mention of their names. Did they leave? Uncle Lu pondered for a moment. They did. Old Master Shen scoffed. Recalling Shen Yan's earlier comment about changing his surname, a chill running down his spine. This matter was handled well. Little Lu, I owe you an apology for the farce. Uncle Lu hesitated, but just now, Little Yin was also present. Suddenly, Old Master Shen sprang to his feet. Uncle Lu lowered his voice further, however. He was driven away by Chao. Old Master Shen stood in stunned silence. He even asked me to remind you to take your medication on time. With a resounding slap on the table, Old Master Shen erupted in expletives. Damn it. Shen Chao, such a peculiar individual, treasures not that which is his own. Why is it that he fails to care for his own son, yet prefers to entrust him to others? Should his beloved grandson, in a fit of anger, truly decide to change his surname, he would be the first to ridicule Wang Qin. Chapter 85. Oh, you speak of those two worthless individuals? Li Shu clung to Ming Xianghong's side, indulging in the watermelon she had sliced. Her small mouth babbled incessantly. The watermelon had just been retrieved from the refrigerator, and due to Li Shu's irregular menstrual cycle, Ming Xianghong dared not allow her to eat too much. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Little Shu, have your parents given you any trouble?" Ming Xianghong was well aware of Shu Zhao's temperament. When she loved, it was with genuine affection, but when she did not, even a glance became bothersome. It was no wonder she had grown indifferent towards Li Mao after her heart had turned to ash, neglecting even Li Shu. Now that the Shu family had fallen, Shu Xiao and Li Shu found themselves without support, and given Li Mao was mercenary nature, Ming Xianghong could not help but worry for the young girl. Fearful of causing further anxiety, she refrained from disclosing Li Mao's intentions. All right, that is good." Li Shu dashed upstairs and returned with a safety talisman, personally hanging it around Ming Xianghong's neck. The girl's innocence was fully displayed. Her cherry lips slightly parted as she shook Ming Xianghong's arm, saying, "Grandma, you must wear this every day for peace and safety throughout the years." His emotions gradually settled. Leaning in the lounge, he feigned sleep. Possessing handsome features, he quickly became the center of attention in a society where young women were as fierce as wolves. Before long, a call from Elder Shen came through. Shen Yan furrowed his brow, waiting a few seconds before answering. "Xiaoyan, your grandfather will always stand by your side. As for your father, I shall deal with him." Shen Yan leisurely typed a message. Now, his silence left old Shen feeling anxious, and he could hardly contain his desire to tear apart the pretentious woman, Wang Qin. The relationship between Shen Yan and Shen Changqiao had already been strained, and after Shen Changqiao married Wang Qin, he was often swayed by her whispers, leading to tense encounters between father and son. Old Shen, distressed, tightened his grip on his cane, jabbing it forcefully into the ground. He recalled the last time Shen Changqiao sought him out, suggesting that since the child bore the Shen surname, he should share a portion of the company as shares. Old Shen could only feel fortunate that, although the company was under Shen Changqiao's name, he had invested a substantial amount to support his venture, retaining a significant share of the company. After a stern reprimand, Shen Changqiao abandoned his intentions. "Your father has lost his mind." Old Shen contemplated his next move, deciding to invite a lawyer the following day to transfer his shares to Shen Yan after the latter's college entrance examination. From birth, Shen Yan had been born with a silver spoon. When Shen Changqiao was in high spirits, he had allocated 5 of the shares, which would take effect once Shen Yan came of age. With Zhonglan's departure, all her shares were also bequeathed to Shen Yan. If he added his shares to that, Wang Qin would surely be driven to desperation. Shen Yan remained silent, merely sniffing in response. Old Shen was taken aback. What sins had Shen Changqiao committed? His beloved grandson had suffered an immense injustice. Shen Yan's voice quivered as he said, "Grandfather, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll hang up now." With that, he decisively ended the call. Just then, a call from Jiang Yi came through, and he answered it. At the airport, a girl gazed intently at Shen Yan's profile, feeling as though she might swoon. They successfully witnessed the handsome youth effortlessly switch expressions in a fleeting moment. The handsome man wore a look of disdain, his words far from the earlier pitiable tone. "Oh, are you referring to those 2 worthless individuals?" The 2 girls seated in front of Shen Yan exchanged glances, their gaze fixated on his face, leading them to conjure but 4 words, enchanting yet despicable. Chapter 86. Do you use paper in the restroom? Jiang Yi, who had been in constant contact with him, happened to be famished. After Shen Yan shared his location, Jiang Yi quickly hailed a cab. By the time he arrived, Shen Yan had already begun to eat. Jiang Yi plopped down, glancing at the menu, his displeasure evident. "I came all this way just to treat you to a meal, and you're offering me mere noodles? It doesn't even cover my fare." The restaurant's meat sauce was expertly prepared, and the aroma of the fried noodle dish was delectable. Shen Yan consumed his meal rapidly. "Then you are free to leave." Jiang Yi retorted, "No, if I leave now, I stand to lose even more." He opted for the priciest dish, calling out to the kitchen's proprietor, "Boss, I'll have the rib noodles, and add 2 chicken legs. Double the ribs as well." Shen Yan regarded him with disdain for his lack of composure. "With this commotion, I fear those individuals will be restless once more." Wang Qin plays her part well, but her son is no pushover. Jiang Yi had previously suffered at the hands of Shen Wang, who had intentionally provoked him. Quick to anger, Jiang Yi had swung a fist, only to be caught by those in the courtyard, resulting in him not landing a blow but instead being chased and beaten by Zhang's father throughout the yard. Meanwhile, Shen Wang adeptly maintained his facade. Even in front of Shen Yan, a glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yan's eyes as he leisurely sipped his refreshingly chilled sour plum soup. "You can't blame me for that." Jiang Yi cursed Shen Wang a few more times before recalling the matter at hand. Shen Yan nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Whenever Su Su is mentioned, Jiang Yi's words seem unending. I have yet to confront her about the incident in Sanya. But she has the audacity to criticize the swimsuit I purchased, calling it ugly and lacking taste. Yin Ge, can you believe it? She actually expressed disdain for me. I couldn't help but chuckle. That girl dares to be dismissive of me. Honestly, just thinking about her makes my stomach ache. Yin Ge, I need to excuse myself to the restroom for a moment. Shen Yan found himself irritated by the ruckus Jiang Yi was making. In one breath, he was cursing the heavens, and in the next, he was weakly clutching his stomach. Shen Yan wiped his mouth and nodded with a cryptic smile. As soon as Jiang Yi departed, Shen Yan leisurely sipped on some plum juice. Foreseeing the chaos that would ensue once Shen Lao hung up the phone and unleashed his fury upon Shen Chao, there was no escaping it. Shen Yan, despite his commendable academic performance and handsome appearance, was meticulous and could not tolerate the slightest inconvenience. He rose and made his way to the cashier. The young cashier, too timid to meet his gaze, blushed as she stammered, "Table 3, 68 yuan." Shen Yan lazily picked up a piece of the orange-wrapped candy from the plate on the counter and unwrapped it, casually gesturing towards the direction of the restroom. "My friend has gone to the restroom. Do you remember that fellow with the blonde hair?" The cashier's attention remained fixated on table 3 as she quickly replied, "Yes, I do." Shen Yan smiled contentedly. "I have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave first. Is it all right if he settles the bill?" "Certainly. No problem. We welcome you to visit us again." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Jiang Yi was overwhelmed with emotion. The paper in his hand was a testament to Yin Ji's affection for him. In his haste to relieve himself, Shen Yan had gently called out to him and even tossed him a pack of tissues. "Wu Zishi, do you need paper for the restroom?" "Wu Zishi, do you use your hands?" Jiang Yi snorted, dismissing the matter. "I didn't bring any paper today. It's what Yin Ge provided. Who else enjoys such privilege?" The pride he exuded was as pronounced as the awkwardness with which he paid. Chapter 87. Feeling proud, you are the only daughter. Although it was a holiday, Li Shu dared not indulge in even the slightest negligence. The room was impeccably clean. Meng Xianghong made it a point to tidy up daily. When the Shu family was prosperous, she was a wealthy matron, but who would have thought that years later, she could manage her household so efficiently? A malnourished camel is larger than a horse. She still possessed a modest sum of money, and although she owned property in a city, she preferred the tranquility of Sea City. Li Shu extracted her assignments from her backpack, and as she perused them, she found that while she could stumble through a few humanities questions, the sciences made her seriously doubt her intelligence. With meticulous strokes, she wrote diligently. When she encountered difficulties, she circled them and subsequently snapped photos to send to Wang Yu. Once she had completed a substantial portion of her work and memorized several vocabulary words, she slowly retrieved her pajamas and headed to the shower. However, at that moment, the dormitory group chat buzzed incessantly. Tang Wan flooded the chat with 5 or 6 images of a recently popular singer. Tang Wan. The brother is so handsome. Meng Yichu. Men? They're all trash. Tang Wan. The local specialties I was going to bring you are gone. Smile. Shen Yan. Hey, shorty. There is something I need your approval on. Upon charging her phone and turning it back on, she found that Jiang Yi's messages alone numbered 99. Each word seemingly a blood-stained accusation, threatening to overwhelm her phone. Shen Yan silenced his phone, the incessant vibrations of WeChat messages becoming a source of irritation, prompting him to block the sender once more. The food delivery had yet to arrive, and with a deep sigh of boredom, he mindlessly sought out Li Shu's WeChat. Shen Yan, I just wanted to inform you, Jiang Yi is quite troublesome. He has been removed from my family tree. Shen Yan, remember this? He is no longer your brother. With a leisurely pace, Shen Yan continued to type, feeling proud, are you? You are now the only child. Upon reading this, Li Shu paused momentarily, sensing through his words the unmistakable blend of arrogance and cheekiness that Shen Yan often displayed. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. At that moment, Meng Xianghong entered the room, noticing the lights still aglow. Xiao Shu, are you still awake? She inquired. Grandma, the girl on the bed replied. Her long hair cascading around her in a soft halo, adorned in a delicate pink nightgown, the smile gracing her lips still lingering, her eyes sparkling with joy. Seeing her happiness brightened Meng Xianghong's mood considerably. Are you chatting with your classmates? She asked, settling down beside the bed with a gentle smile. Yes, Li Shu responded. Meng Xianghong had always been aware of Li Shu's introverted nature, recognizing her somewhat childish demeanor in their interactions. Concerned about her granddaughter facing difficulties at home and potential isolation at school, she now felt a sense of relief. She affectionately ruffled Li Shu's hair, saying, It's wonderful. My little Shu has made friends. We should invite them to see City to visit someday. Chapter 88. To see City the next day, around noon. Shen Yan dragged his suitcase out the door. Su, Lu Dafei, and Wu Zishi were already on the bus, waving at him. Come on up. The plane tickets are sold out, and so are the train tickets. We are left with no choice but to take the bus. And after picking you up, we still have to go fetch that fool Jiangyi. Shen Yan remained silent as he boarded the bus, instead of mingling with the lively crowd at the back. He donned an eye mask and feigned sleep, even too apathetic to inquire about their destination. Shortly thereafter, the bus picked up Jiang Yi, who was brimming with grievances. Just as he was about to engage Shen Yan in a discussion, he noticed him peacefully asleep and decided to hold his tongue, retreating to the rear of the bus. He asked, "Where are we actually headed?" Su cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "We will first dine and then proceed to City C. We'll be visiting Aunt Wang for some buns." Ming Xianghong fanned herself with a hand fan. She had never cultivated the habit of preparing breakfast, having relied on breakfast shops for years. Having risen early, she had already eaten. In the small town, where online payment options were scarce, Li Shu opted to withdraw some cash before heading out to Aunt Wang's for breakfast. She ordered half a steamer of soup dumplings along with a serving of sweet soy milk, savoring her meal leisurely, beads of sweat forming at her brow from the steam. Not wanting to intrude on the domestic affairs of others, Li Shu lowered her head and chose not to comment further. Aunt Wang's breakfast shop had been in operation for over a decade, renowned for its authenticity. Each bite of the buns burst with flavorful juice. After finishing her meal and settling the bill, she shielded herself with an umbrella as she stepped outside, heading towards the convenience store. "Oh, let me tell you," a nearby patron remarked. "Gu Mei, the owner of the shop, has been hospitalized. The place has been closed for quite some time." The others waiting for breakfast shook their heads in sympathy. Her life has been quite hard. She divorced and could not secure custody of her child. She has been working so tirelessly, reportedly saving up for her child's college tuition, whom she has seen in nearly 8 years. Just look at her. Worn down to the point of hospitalization. Li Shu recalled hearing Ming Xianghong recount the tale. Gu Mei's husband had strayed, and while she wished to contest for custody, the child preferred to remain with her ex-husband. Unable to bear putting her child in a difficult position, she had ultimately relinquished her claim. The journey was somewhat distant, and as Li Shu walked a few steps, her head began to droop slightly. Upon exiting the school gate, she finally shed her school uniform. The clothes she wore in City C were all prepared by her grandmother, and Li Shu chose the most inconspicuous, rather loose-fitting dress. However, her natural beauty was undeniable, with a fair complexion that exuded comfort. Her cherubic face showcased a delightful innocence. After 20 minutes, she finally arrived at the convenience store. The door was indeed open, and the cool breeze from the air conditioning unfurled the fine hairs on her body. Upon entering, Li Shu found no one in sight. She picked up a small basket and headed directly to the beverage section. Grabbing her favorite brands of yogurt, she placed them into the basket. Chapter 89. Is this that insufferable man? The wind chime at the entrance jingled melodically as the door swung open with the arrival of a new patron. When Li Shu heard the sound and turned to see the familiar brows and eyes of the newcomer, her peach blossom eyes widened in surprise. "Wang Yu, what brings you here?" Wang Yu, holding a food container and a bag of bones meant for soup, was quite flustered, having broken into a sweat from his hurried journey. Upon noticing Li Shu, he too exhibited a hint of astonishment. He then approached the cash register, barely pausing to catch his breath. "Come over and pay." Li Shu's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions as she slowly approached, wanting to inquire but finding her voice eluding her. Wang Yu, familiar with the process, scanned the QR code with a downcast face, his expression somewhat tense and his tone laced with sarcasm. "You've heard, haven't you? I truly am heartless and ungrateful." He had resolutely refrained from appearing before Gu Mei for 5 long years, despite the man forbidding any contact between them. The thought weighed heavily on him, especially as he recalled Gu Mei's pale visage lying on the hospital bed, her frail form a stark contrast to his memories of her. She ought to despise him. Yet the moment she saw him enter the hospital room, an expression of surprise illuminated Gu Mei's eyes, causing him both pain and discomfort. Li Shu pressed her lips together. She had always known that Wang Yu came from a humble background, but she had not anticipated such complexities. Could Wang Yu truly be as described by Aunt Wang and the others? Lacking comprehensive knowledge, she refrained from commenting. She concealed her confusion and remarked, "Who cares about that? Wang Yu." He was taken aback. "You." Li Shu paid the bill and, upon hearing his words, responded with an "oh," reminding him, "Make sure to fix it." As for Shen Yan and the others, their departure was delayed, and lunch consumed a bit of time. By the time the coach exited the highway and arrived at the designated guest house in City C, darkness had already fallen. Unlike bustling metropolises, City C had yet to develop tourist attractions, preserving its antique charm and pristine nature. The light bulb at the entrance of the guest house was broken, rendering it quite shabby. Their late arrival meant there was no takeout available, and the nearby restaurants had all closed. Jiang Yi, holding the instant noodles he had purchased from the guesthouse owner, felt like crying after the bumpy journey. Is this what we're eating? Lu Dafei, however, was quite content. As long as there's food, it's good enough. Dad, I have a big appetite. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Jiang Yi scoffed. You must be dreaming. Shen Yan, having slept throughout the journey, was in good spirits and lazily inquired, what made you think of coming to City C? Jiang Yi snorted. Sanya was off limits. But I must put my swimming trunks to use. Su said if we don't swim here, I would regret it for life. At least she has a conscience. Shen Yan furrowed his brow and turned to Su, asking, is there a sea here? With a sudden clarity, directed a gaze laden with mischief towards who felt an unsettling premonition. Why? He inquired. S elongated eyes narrowed slightly, his tone languid. There exists a notorious stinking drain on the easternmost side of Sea City, renowned for its foulness. Though its odor is distant from here, you shall discover its essence tomorrow when you venture there. With that, he appraised swiftly, elongating his words with a low, sultry voice. Is this what one might call a stinky man? Chapter 90. Encountering Sea City, in truth, offers little in the way of amusement. Ultimately refrained from sending to the fetid drain to unveil the malice of human nature. The surroundings comprised only narrow alleys and aged edifices, and after a brief exploration, the group found themselves weary of the monotony. With his long legs slightly bent, maintained his usual nonchalance, no tickets, otherwise a bus. S scalp tingled with apprehension. The prospect of enduring 7 to 8 hours was enough to extinguish his enthusiasm. Feeling mocked, sported a dark scowl on the verge of an explosion, though his demeanor elicited indifference from all but. She, finding delight in his discomfort, beamed brighter with each of his grimaces. Observing this, S countenance darkened further. Your laughter is utterly intolerable. Seriously, can you survive a day without provoking me? Indeed. Somewhat exasperated, reflected on the folly of his outing. The ancient town boasted a plethora of delectable street foods, and was quite content to linger. Soon discerning which vendor offered the most succulent meat buns and the most flavorful pancakes. As the two began to bicker heatedly, he swiftly devised a plan and extracted a 100 yuan bill from his bag. Allow me to make a quick trip to the convenience store. I shall procure some beer. Shen Yan found himself increasingly irritated by the incessant bickering of the two individuals, his gaze drifting languidly to Lu Dafei. How do I get there? Lu Dafei, lacking guile, candidly replied, just go out, take a left, and keep walking. It's quite a distance, but just go straight. Shen Yan rose slowly, obstructing Lu Dafei's path, then, with a languid droop of his eyelids, reached out to extract the money from Lu Dafei's hand. I'll go buy it. Lu Dafei protested. You can go. But you're using my money? As Shen Yan grabbed the phone from the table, Wu Zishi hurriedly followed. Wait for me. Naturally, Lu Dafei did not wish to linger. Listening to their futile quarrel, he scampered after them. Xiao Fei, the 3 syllables were affectionate, yet sent a shiver down Lu Dafei's spine. Shen Yan smiled, calmly retorting. With your parents like that, aren't you going to stay behind to keep watch? As the two exited and turned left, the cacophony of their shouting faded. And only then did Shen Yan's expression soften ever so slightly. Yet, the oppressive heat of the day did nothing to lighten his mood. Wu Zishi stretched lazily, remarking, they are truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. They've been at it for over a decade and never seem to tire. If they were to quarrel and never speak again, that would be one thing. Yet, Su genuinely suffers, while Jiang Yi, who has cycled through one girlfriend after another, remains willing to fight for her. That fool is infatuated with Su, and we all see it. Shen Yan walked ahead, his hands tucked into his pockets, moving with an air of nonchalance as he aimlessly kicked at pebbles. He mused slowly, what has the use of us knowing? Jiang Yi himself is oblivious. Every time we subtly hint at it, that fool gets defensive. Su is currently chasing after him, and that fellow, unaccustomed to such attention, may even find her clingy. However, on the day when Su turns to leave, Jiang Yi will undoubtedly have nowhere to weep. As Shen Yan contemplated this, he couldn't help but curl his lips in amusement. Wu Zishi, he spoke. I am quite looking forward to seeing Jiang Yi cry. Wu Zishi chuckled, slightly taken aback. With such thoughts, as a brother, He paused, then mischievously added, to be honest, I feel the same way. Chapter 91. Inappropriate. The sun blazed overhead. And soon enough, Wu Zixi found himself unable to smile any longer. The two adversaries were causing a ruckus, and it was they who bore the brunt of it. Just as he was pondering this, he glanced up at the roadside and finally spotted the small shop Lu Dafei had mentioned. He informed Shen Yan and hastened forward. However, just as he was about to push the door open, he came to an abrupt halt. Through the glass door, he beheld a girl with a serious expression, clad in a simple white dress that reached her knees, revealing her delicate legs and exquisite collarbone. Her neck was elegantly elongated, and her profile was captivating. She sat on a stool, her long hair cascading down, leaning over the counter with a pen in hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, indicating she was facing a dilemma. She instinctively bit the tip of her pen. Wu Zixi's pupils constricted. At first glance, she was stunning, and at the second, she looked remarkably familiar. This was none other than Li Shu. Goodness, how could she appear so ethereal without her school uniform? Wait a moment. Wu Zixi's gaze slowly shifted to the side, where Wang Yu was gently explaining problems, writing formulas. His mind was in a whirlwind of disbelief. It was one thing to teach at school, but in such a small, rundown city, were they really spending time together? As Shen Yan approached and noticed Wu Zixi's thunderstruck expression, he lazily put away his phone and asked, "What are you doing?" A glimmer of brilliance flashed across Wu Zixi's eyes as he casually pointed towards the two individuals inside. Clearing his throat, he remarked, surprisingly, "They make quite the pair." Shen Yan, following his gaze, momentarily faltered in his indifferent demeanor, his slender phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Wu Zixi caught a faint laugh escaping Shen Yan's throat, sending a shiver down his spine. Just as he was about to glimpse Shen Yan's expression, a companion pushed open the door to the convenience store and entered. He hurriedly followed suit. On this side, Wang Yu exhibited remarkable patience. This method is simpler. Do you understand? Li Shu nodded slightly, then replicated the task using his own approach. Li Shu was punctual, and Wang Yu welcomed the prospect of financial gain. At that moment, the gentle chime of wind bells filled the air, prompting Li Shu to gaze outside. Her calm eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, akin to the infusion of spring water. "What brings you here?" Shen Yan strode over, casually lifting a plastic stool and settling beside Li Shu. Though his gaze flickered towards Wang Yu, he raised an eyebrow, challenging, "If he can come, why can't I?" Li Shu opened her mouth to respond. "Wang Yu's mother is here." Shen Yan let out a light scoff, finally casting a patronizing glance at Li Shu, dragging out his words. "My daughter is still here." Li Shu frowned, her tone earnest and voice soft. "Shen Yan, you can't keep behaving this way." Shen Yan nonchalantly grabbed a piece of candy from the side, unwrapping it and tossing it into his mouth. Speaking as if to himself, he showed no restraint, ensuring everyone heard him clearly. "Isn't this fine? They all say that fathers are like this." He paused for a few seconds, exuding confidence. "Most charming." Li Shu ignored him and continued to focus on her problems. Over the course of these days, Wang Yu had indeed grown accustomed to the dynamic between the two. If not for their ages, he would genuinely believe that Li Shu was Shen Yan's daughter. Why else would she have come to Sea City, keeping an eye on him? Wang Yu chose not to dwell on their affairs, and instead concentrated on the math Olympiad problem that had perplexed him for an hour. After a while, when everyone assumed she would remain silent, she turned her head and remarked, "Your demeanor is clearly unseemly." Beside them, Wu Zixi, who was snacking, couldn't help but chime in. "What a dozen tea he passed by. I've mentioned several times that if not for his handsome face, he'd be nothing but a rogue." This statement held a kernel of truth. The corners of Li Shu's mouth subtly lifted. Then, glancing at the time, she asked, "Wang Yu, aren't you going to deliver the meal?" Wang Yu, having racked his brain without arriving at the correct solution, had filled an entire page of scratch paper with notes. Upon hearing her question, he hurriedly rose to extinguish the flame in the kitchen and poured the prepared chicken soup into a thermos. Li Shu began to tidy up, placing her pens and papers into her backpack. Noticing that Wu Zixi was still picking at his snacks, Wang Yu urged, "Hurry up. I'm in a rush to get to the hospital." As he spoke, he went to the drawer to retrieve the key for locking the door, only to find Shen Yan propped against the table, clad in a crisp white shirt, exuding a neat and polished appearance. In his hand was the very problem that had troubled Wang Yu for so long. A thought flickered in Wang Yu's mind. Shen Yan, with such an unremarkable demeanor, clearly did not fit the mold of a top student, yet unfortunately, he was indeed one. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "This problem is exceedingly tricky. Can you solve it?" Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at him, leisurely opening his mouth with a languid tone. "You can't even manage this, yet you dare to teach others?" As he spoke, he kicked the leg of Li Shu's stool. Startled, Li Shu hurriedly braced herself against the table to steady her balance. She was about to glare at him in annoyance when Shen Yan dismissed her concern with a nonchalant attitude. Hey, you've chosen quite the mediocre guide for yourself. Li Shu pursed her lips in retort. Wang Yu is the top of the class. Shen Yan paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something. He set down the test paper and shrugged in response. Then this Funan is merely average, I suppose. Wu Zishi, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Bro, it's clearly you who are the odd one, yet you blame others. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy at Shen Yan's words, which signified his own capability. He was about to seek guidance, but hesitated, fearing that Gu Mei might be hungry. After a moment's contemplation, he set aside the lock he was holding. Understanding Wang Yu's thoughts, Shen Yan's gaze drifted downward, landing on the scars on Wang Yu's hands left from chopping vegetables. Why should that be? Wang Yu replied. As a parent, one ought to care about their child's education. It was a rather reasonable assertion, prompting Shen Yan to nod in agreement. Wang Yu smiled and hurriedly made his way to the small electric scooter outside the door. Li Shu zipped up her backpack and slowly began to follow him out. But Shen Yan extended his long leg to block her path. He fixed his gaze on Li Shu, his eyes deep and silent. Shen Yan found it perplexing. He had initially urged Li Shu to focus on her studies, and though she hadn't sought his guidance, now that Wang Yu had left, he was willing to invest his time. Yet, Li Shu still intended to depart. Surely, he could not be inferior to Wang Yu. Such a notion was laughable. His light brown eyes reflected an emotion rarely seen. He pressed his tongue against his molars, on the verge of expressing his impatience. Yet the sight of Li Shu's obedient demeanor rendered him speechless. He could only mutter under his breath, damn. Under Shen Yan's gaze, Li Shu gradually placed her bag down. Shen Yan released his grip, a flicker of delight crossing his brow. It is most commendable that you can think this way. As he spoke, his attention lingered on Wang Yu's draft paper. After all, what Wang Yu could not grasp, I shall. He charges you 150 for an hour, since we are acquaintances. And you have been so considerate of my business, how about I offer you a discount? Chapter 93. Boys, they are not so bad after all. Once Li Shu departed, the convenience store was left with just the two of them. Wu Zishi had yet to transition from the realm of snacks to studying, staring blankly at Shen Yan. Shen Yan retrieved a cup of instant noodles from the shelf, instructing, call the others over. Wu Zishi, at a loss for words, replied, Brother Yin, you can't be serious. Can you? Shen Yan inquired. What do you think? Wu Zishi clutched his heart. You and Li Shu should focus on your studies. You know our group's capabilities. There's no need for us to join in. Shen Yan fixed his gaze on him, his eyes light and airy, remaining silent. Yet, from those phoenix-like eyes, Wu Zishi discerned a clear message. A family must be together. Wu Zishi thought to himself, I'm doomed. Li Shu's face flushed with warmth as she washed her face, while Ming Xianghong served her vegetables. Enjoying sweet and sour ribs, Li Shu appeared cheerful. Grandma, I need to go out again at noon. She was typically not one for excessive chatter, yet for some reason, Li Shu felt an urge to make Ming Xianghong aware of Shen Yan's presence. My classmate has come. We're going to work on some problems together. Ming Xianghong seldom heard Li Shu mention matters concerning school, so upon hearing this, she immediately took notice. Why not go outside? It would be much better to come home where your grandmother can prepare delicious meals for you. It seems you have a diligent and studious girl here. Li Shu furrowed her delicate brows and replied, Grandma, he is a boy. Ming Xianghong paused. A boy? Li Shu nodded. Ming Xianghong's expression turned serious, but she refrained from saying anything further. Yet, her heart was filled with unease. However, Li Shu's lips curled into a genuine smile, a reflection of her inner joy, which Ming Xianghong observed with a complex gaze. In her advanced years, she had witnessed many storms. She had seen the bitterness between her daughter and son-in-law, and the ugly faces of those who turned on their benefactors after a family's downfall. Now that she was old, how many more years could she accompany Li Shu? Over the past few years, she had come to understand the intricacies of the Li family. They were fated to be entwined in arranged marriages. Li Shu's remarkable understanding only deepened Ming Xianghong's concern for her happiness. As long as she was content, that was all that mattered, at least for these years. While still young, she could cherish a pure affection. With a sense of relief, she thought, a boy, that's fine too. Li Shu did not dwell on it much and, after spitting out a bone, recalled Shen Yan's assurances. She nodded. He truly is a good person. Where do you study? At Aunt Gu Mei's convenience store. Li Shu had previously mentioned classmates. Thus, after finishing her meal and resting for a moment, she leisurely made her way to the convenience store. Shen Yan was engrossed in his phone when he noticed the chatter quieting down. He picked up an eraser and tossed it across the room. Lu Dafei, struck by the eraser, felt numb. Brother Yin, this eraser is dirty now. That's quite unfortunate. Shen Yan did not raise his head, casually tossing the 100 yuan note onto the table. It's fine. Use your money to buy it. Lu Dafei, taken aback, exclaimed. Are you using my money to hit me with something? Stung by the remark, his voice echoed louder than anyone struggling with vocabulary. Jiang Yi whispered to Su Su, goodness. I haven't memorized vocabulary in hundreds of years. Is Brother Yin deliberately tormenting me? Suddenly, Su Su stood up, exclaiming, Brother Yin, Jiang Yi is chatting with me. Shen Yan put down his phone and noticed the girl standing outside the door. What are you doing there? Aren't you coming in? He then glanced at Su Su, who had reported the situation, and said, all right, you can take a 10-minute break. Jiang Yi had 20 more words. Su Su cheered, long live Brother Yin. Jiang Yi retorted, Su Su, you're dead to me. Chapter 94. I will catch up eventually. Li Shu picked up her notebook and moved the questions she did not understand in front of Shen Yan. Shen Yan, known for his impatience, explained the problem succinctly, condensing 3 steps into one. In contrast, Wang Yu meticulously wrote out each step of the solution before gradually analyzing it. At that moment, Li Shu felt utterly lost, her delicate fingers instinctively picking at the edges of the counter. Is that clear now? Li Shu remained bewildered. Shen Yan, considering her grades, could only click his tongue in frustration, tapping her head with a black pen. I'll EXP with a sudden cold snort, she reacted. Very well. Before Li Shu could comprehend the implications of Shen Yan's words, the youth stood up and stepped closer. Li Shu had no choice but to look up at her. Subsequently, Shen Yan grasped her delicate face, tugging it outward. With a dark expression, Shen Yan inquired, do you not understand? Then you shall wait until you do. Li Shu retreated a step, evading his grasp, rubbing her face in irritation. Although she felt somewhat vexed, her temperament had always been amiable. You need not make things difficult for yourself. Shen Yan merely raised an eyebrow, while Jiang Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha 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 ha. Oh my. A glance from Shen Yan silenced Jiang Yi immediately. His thin lips moved slightly, bored. Are we? At another 20 words. Heavenly, even Jiang Yi was reciting vocabulary, albeit with imperfect pronunciation. In the 3rd middle school, the little troublemaker had engaged in a competition with him, both racing to see who could recite faster. Wang Yu could hardly believe his eyes. The disdain he had previously harbored for the ordinary class transformed into guilt. After all, every individual possessed the right to learn, and one could not judge based solely on their academic performance. It was still too early to prepare dinner. As he approached Shen Yan to greet him, Shen Yan struck Li Shu's hand with a black pen, warning, if you wish for me to repeat this, you will be in trouble. Wang Yu fell silent. Turning to observe Li Shu, she felt a headache coming on from the lesson, disheartenedly pushing the problem away, her expression listless. You might as well break my legs. Wang Yu could not suppress a chuckle. Shen Yan's expression darkened. Leaning against the chair, his body stiffened slightly. For a fleeting moment, he began to doubt his own abilities. He let out a light scoff, listening to Wang Yu ramble on about the knowledge points related to the problem from beginning to end, then explaining it step by step. Shen Yan felt drowsy, sneering inwardly, convinced that the explanation was even more tedious than that of an elementary school teacher. However, after 10 minutes, Li Shu sincerely praised. I understood it. Wang Yu, your explanation was truly excellent. Wang Yu scratched the back of his head, responding, it's because you're clever. It all clicked for you. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, slowly unwrapping a piece of candy. Processing this scene, his once proud intellect faced a brutal blow. Li Shu shook her head and candidly admitted, I didn't understand. Shen Yan's explanation didn't help at all. Shen Yan chuckled coldly. Indeed, this was partly his fault. He paused, finding it hard to articulate. I may have overestimated your intelligence. This was hardly about being short, it was clearly. His gaze drifted over to Jiang Yi and the others, concluding, they were all rather dim-witted. After Wang Yu had thoroughly explained the problem, he approached Shen Yan, stammering. Shen Yan understood and picked up a pen from the table, swiftly jotting down the solution steps on a blank piece of draft paper, maintaining his usual succinct style. Wang Yu's understanding was instantaneously illuminated, a rare excitement gracing his delicate features. I get it now. Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at Li Shu and then smiled. Li Shu fell silent. So, the inability to comprehend was Shen Yan's fault? It was hers? Even though she was acutely aware that she was no longer the student who could easily secure a spot among the top 5 in her grade, Li Shu was still quite reluctant to acknowledge just how inept she had become. Wang Yu, satisfied, reviewed the solution approach a few more times before heading to the kitchen with the groceries he had purchased. Shen Yan, do you still underestimate me? With a subtle implication in his tone, he remarked softly, how can you assert that men are incapable? Then, with a hint of a smile. He added, "Do you look down on me?" Li Shu had held her breath for a long time, unsure of what she was trying to prove. She pressed her lips together and murmured, "I used to excel academically." Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Li Shu fell silent. Yet she felt that no matter how well she performed in her studies, it was all in vain. She had witnessed Li Maogua entangled with a strange woman, and then turned to see Shu Xiao getting into another man's car. She had always naively believed that her parents' relationship was merely discordant, but on that day, she realized she had been living in a dream of her own making, only to have it shattered by the harshness of reality, compelling her to confront this distorted world. Regret washed over her. Li Maogua and Shu Xiao had forsaken her, but how could she lose herself on the journey of growth? As these thoughts consumed her, her peach blossom eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Yet, she fixed her gaze upon the boy who illuminated the abyss, softly yet resolutely repeating each word. "I used to excel academically." Shen Yan was momentarily stunned. He gazed into the girl's glass-like eyes, his heart ablaze as if something were igniting within him. He found himself inexplicably patient and kind, perhaps all of it expended on Li Shu. His tone was no longer flippant, and he harbored no doubt regarding the truth of her words. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "All right, I understand." Then, he took a piece of candy wrapped in pink, lowered his soft brown eyes, and delicately placed it in Li Shu's hand. As their fingertips brushed inadvertently, Li Shu instinctively closed her palm and recoiled slightly. She murmured, "I will catch up with you later." Shen Yan replied, "I know." The sound of vocabulary memorization had long since ceased, and all eyes turned towards them. Jiang Yi witnessed the gentleness that should not have existed in Shen Yan. In disbelief, he glanced at Su Su, silently forming the words, "He must be possessed." Su Su, indifferent, paid her no mind. Wu Zishi remarked, "You claim to have no interest in young girls? Who believes that?" Lu Dafei secretly reveled in the moment, observing the expressions of everyone around. What was there to be surprised about? How long would he keep this secret? He could revel in joy. Li Shu composed herself, feeling lighthearted. It was only then she realized how close she had unconsciously leaned towards Shen Yan, and she quickly stepped back. Slow to react, she noticed the 4 pairs of eyes behind her, each gleaming with excitement, as if they could leap up and cheer at any moment. "What's wrong with them?" Li Shu inquired. Shen Yan, unfazed, returned to his usual nonchalance, his gaze sweeping over the group. Perhaps the task was too trivial. Shen Yan yawned. "Then let's add 10 more words for each person." This elicited a cacophony of lamentations. Chapter 95, Did I Give My Consent? For lunch, Shen Yan and the others had instant noodles and an array of convenience store snacks. Noticing the time, he placed the money on the counter, ready to lead them away. The kitchen was nearby, and the aroma of cooked meals wafted through the air. However, Lu Dafei was glued to the kitchen door, his hunger unmistakable. "Wang Yu, your cooking smells divine." His eager expression betrayed his desire to scrounge a meal. Li Shu was packing her bag when she witnessed the scene, feeling confident that Wang Yu, who was known for his frugality, would not let her down. Wang Yu had just plated a dish, turned off the stove, and glanced at Lu Dafei. "Would you like some? I bought plenty of ingredients today and just finished simmering pork rib soup." Gume was recovering well, and the doctor had indicated there were no dietary restrictions, so he was racking his brain to prepare delicious meals for her. Lu Dafei was salivating. He had arrived late yesterday and had to settle for instant noodles, then had a couple of buns for breakfast, and again resorted to instant noodles for lunch. He was thoroughly fed up. Lu Dafei looked eagerly at Wang Yu. "Is it possible?" Wang Yu replied, "Of course. It's 20 per person. If you come again tomorrow, you can order 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. There's an additional 10 yuan for ordering. Yes, extra dishes will also incur additional charges." Shen Yan glanced at Wang Yu's faded short-sleeve shirt he was washing in the kitchen and recalled Li Shu's recent tearful tone, causing his throat to constrict. Shen Yan said, "You have yet to complete the task assigned to you. It will continue tomorrow." Jiang Yi could not muster a smile. He truly did not want to return. Lu Dafei resigned himself to his hunger, clutching his stomach, and nodded towards Wang Yu in the kitchen. "All right, all right, all right." Li Shu slung her bag over one shoulder and turned to Su Su beside her, saying, "I'll be leaving now." The rebellious girl had no interest in studying. On the very first day of school, in an attempt to appear cool before the entire faculty and student body, she had ripped apart the textbooks handed to her. Now, feeling a bit annoyed, she was pleased to see Jiang Yi looking disheveled. "So, are you coming back tomorrow?" Earlier at noon, before Li Shu arrived. Although Shen Yan was engrossed in his phone, he kept a watchful eye on them, instilling a sense of fear that prevented the others from slacking off. Once Li Shu arrived, everything changed. All of Yanji's attention was devoted to the discussion at hand. Su had ample time to drift away in thought. Li Shu spoke softly. I'm here. Shen Yan, exuding a languid demeanor, replied with a tone of indifference. Did those who touched me seek my consent? Su, filled with indignation, retorted. One would think you were their woman. Li Shu had grown numb to Shen Yan's brazen remarks. She cast a slow glance at him before attempting to exit. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow and muttered under his breath, heartless little thing. Just as Li Shu was about to step out of the convenience store, Meng Xianghong pushed the door open. Surprised, she hurried forward. Grandma. We've run out of salt at home, so I came to buy a pack. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Including one who emerged from the kitchen carrying vegetables, 5. A total of 5 boys. Li Shu, are they all your classmates? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Meng Xianghong chose to disregard Su, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. So many boys. One was excessively overweight, another sported a head of yellow hair, clearly not the most reputable. That left the remaining 3. Meng Xianghong scrutinized them closely, expressing her approval of the last 3. Li Shu promptly withdrew her ticket. Gu Mei also stepped out of the courtyard. Perhaps due to her son's presence, she radiated an air of vitality. The news of Wang Yu's parents' divorce had long circulated among the group, and having spent considerable time in Sea City, Shen Yan and the others must have caught wind of various rumors. Aside from Shen Yan and Wu Zixi, the other 3 were rather boisterous and reckless. Yet, being a second-generation affluent individual, they possess a distinct standard for evaluating others, despite their usual lack of engagement. Having spent considerable time together, they are acutely aware that Wang Yu is not the person the rumors suggest. However, their cultivated demeanor prevents them from broaching the topic, and they refrain from asking any questions. Gu Mei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastens to assist in the kitchen. Wang Yu, this young man, is truly filial, indeed. One could say he has endured his share of hardships. Whenever the subject of her son arises, Gu Mei's smile cannot be concealed, although the fine lines around her eyes deepen. Yet, as she continues, her gaze dims. She wonders when they will meet again. Meng Xianghong, while selecting vegetables, offers comfort. He excels academically. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Indeed, little Yu has always performed well in his studies. My only wish is for him to succeed. Unbeknownst to them, a young man stands outside the door, his eyes glistening with tears. He blinks, and the crystalline droplets cascade down his cheeks. He wipes them away vigorously, uncertain whether leaving Gu Mei is the right decision, fearing detection from those inside. Wang Yu quietly retreats to the Ming family's backyard, where several individuals are playfully tussling. Yet, he remains silent and contemplative. Yes, he must achieve success. Only then will he possess the means to bring Gu Mei into a better life. Hasn't this been his unwavering aspiration? A divorced woman, lacking formal education and a decent job, raising a child, how arduous that must be. He had chosen to walk away from that man to alleviate Gu Mei's burdens. However, he soon realized how naive that notion was. Within 2 weeks of the man's infidelity and subsequent divorce, he remarried and had another son, leaving Wang Yu's situation both awkward and challenging. Pocket money had significantly dwindled. By the time he turned 16, it had ceased altogether. Had it not been for the fear of public scorn and the fact that he was a key student at school with his tuition waived, he might have fared differently. His father and current wife had long since ceased to support his education. He resolutely refrained from contacting Gu Mei, living frugally while juggling various part-time jobs and tutoring discreetly. He became increasingly stingy, overwhelmed with busyness, all to catch a glimpse of Gu Mei. After enduring for so many years, with life finally showing promise, he could not afford to squander his efforts. Shen Yan found the noise bothersome and was about to tell those fools to be quiet when he noticed something amiss with Wang Yu. Is something wrong? Wang Yu adjusted his demeanor. Without a second thought, Shen Yan replied, All right, we depart at 9. Chapter 96. Why are you so soft the next day? Accompanied by Meng Xianghong, Li Shu meticulously timed their gathering at the entrance of the guest house. The bus was parked by the roadside, and Gu Mei held 2 large bags of snacks, encouraging them to eat on the way. Wang Yu remained notably silent, listening to Gu Mei's incessant reminders about taking care of himself and not being picky with food. She then produced a card from her pocket. I never had the chance to give this to you, shall you? This is what I've saved over the years. Use it as you wish. He observed the strands of white in Gu Mei's hair, his grip tightening slightly, before he forced a smile. He declined the card but abruptly interrupted, Mom. Over these years, he had saved a bit himself, planning for university far removed from a city after the college entrance exams. He mentioned, once the first year begins, You should come to take care of me. We won't have to be apart anymore. As the vehicle set in motion, Li Shu and Su Su sat in a row, listening to the conversations from the rows behind them. Lu Dafei distributed cans of beer from a box, handing one to each in turn. Wang Yu remained silent, yet his culinary skills were exceptional. Lu Dafei contemplated the next opportunity to savor his dishes and generously offered him a jar. Although Wang Yu had never tasted alcohol, he reached out with reddened eyes to accept the gesture, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Jiang Yi remarked, "Dad needs 3 jars to drink like water." Wu Zishi chimed in, "You won't die from it." Jiang Yi retorted, "What kind of talk is that? Do you wish to brawl? Would you dare to lay a hand on me?" Su Su took a sip and couldn't help but feign a dramatic gagging sound. Lu Dafei was about to hand a jar to Li Shu when Shen Yan intervened, saying, "What are you drinking? You should have yogurt instead." Li Shu, taking his time, responded amiably, "Oh." As the bus ventured onto the expressway, the group found the beer too weak and mixed it with some white liquor. Shen Yan yawned and suggested, "I recommend you consider shedding some weight." Lu Dafei wiped away his tears, exclaiming, "No, I will find a partner. I am determined to be single no more by the time I reach university." Wu Zishi, noticing his pitiful state, tossed him a pack of tissues, saying, "Brother Yin has never been in a relationship. What are you so upset about?" Lu Dafei's sobs ceased, and he soon felt a sense of satisfaction. "Oh right. Brother Yin has never dated either. Ha 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 ha. I feel balanced now." Li Shu frowned. It was indeed surprising that someone with Shen Yan's looks had yet to experience first love. Shen Yan tilted his head slightly, sipping beer, his Adam's apple bobbing, lashes long and curled, features sharp and exquisite, with an alluring charm. Li Shu silently turned away, reflecting that such a visage should not go to waste on deceiving girls. Su Su chuckled, leaning directly against Li Shu, unable to resist squeezing her hand. "Ah, how is it that your entire being is so soft?" Li Shu felt her cheeks flush at her words, and fearing that others might overhear, she spoke in a hushed tone, "Stop joking." Su Su replied, "What am I joking about? Honestly, it's just like kneading dough. Your future partner will be quite delightful." No sooner had she spoken than a piece of candy came flying her way, causing her to clutch the back of her head in pain. With candy in his mouth, Shen Yan spoke somewhat indistinctly, "Be mindful of your words." Su Su's eyes darted around, noticing Li Shu's rosy cheeks and her clear, bright eyes. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched her. By the time Li Shu enters university and experiences romance, it wouldn't merely be a matter of playful touches. After all, a girl of her age is not meant to be kept under wraps. "Why are you fretting so much, pretending to be a concerned father?" she teased. "Am I wrong? Is a little touch too much for you? What will you do in the future?" Just then, Li Shu's WeChat notifications chimed several times. Feng Qingwen sent her messages daily, filled with an affectionate tone, yet devoid of ambiguity. He had a remarkable sense of boundaries, ensuring he didn't provoke any distaste. Had it not been for that ridiculous incident of his, Li Shu might have been more nonchalant in her responses. "I heard from Uncle Li that you can handle spicy food. There's a new Sichuan restaurant that is quite delightful. I'll take you there sometime," he wrote. Li Shu stared at the message, feeling irritated enough to consider blocking him. Su Su leaned in, and, upon casually glancing at the chat history, suddenly perked up. "Who is this man? He is flirting with you." "Yen Gu. Someone is flirting with your daughter." Jiang Yi exclaimed. "Whoa, ha 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 ha." Wu Zishi punched him playfully. "What are you laughing about?" Meanwhile, the inebriated Lu Dafei continued to lament. "I really want to be in a relationship. Men are also acceptable," Su Su exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she tilted her head to gaze at Li Shu. "Who is this man? Is he from your school?" The boy's mask lay discarded on the seat, and he cast a displeased glance at the profile of the individual in question, as well as the note Li Shu had assigned him, the rather conventional 3 characters, Feng Qingwen. He navigated to the homepage and observed Li Shu's note for him, which was equally standard, Shen Yan. "Oh." His lips straightened into a line. Shen Yan unfastened his seatbelt and addressed Su Su, who was seated in front. "Change your position." Su Su giggled playfully, feigning ignorance. "Why?" Shen Yan's demeanor turned slightly frosty, a thin veneer of ice overlaying his smile as his gaze drifted languidly to the lethargic Li Shu. His tone resembled that of a stern elder. "A child who misbehaves requires a reprimand." Li Shu genuinely doubted that Shen Yan would hesitate to break her legs at that moment, instinctively curling her petite form closer to the window. After completing this action, she realized there was no need for alarm. She lifted her fair, delicate face, exuding calmness. "My phone." Shen Yan's jaw tightened, irritation bubbling within him at the thought of Li Shu's official yet one-sided note. "Are you secretly dating behind my back?" "Absolutely not." Shen Yan remained unconvinced. He's already invited you for Sichuan cuisine. I did not agree. Your most important task right now is to focus on your studies. Li Shu nodded earnestly. Shen Yan felt an urge to delete Feng Shenwen's contact, but, recognizing that Li Shu held no interest in him, abandoned the notion. Though Li Shu appeared accommodating, once she took matters seriously, she was resolute and certainly not someone to be underestimated. With this thought, Shen Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He cast his hand aside and turned Li Shu's head towards him, compelling her to face him. Li Shu swatted his hand away, questioning, "What are you doing?" The young man chuckled lightly. "Father simply wishes for you to broaden your horizons and refine your future standards in selecting a partner. Did you hear that? From now on, adhere to this criterion. Those mismatched and grotesque options are quite unsightly." After speaking, he furrowed his brow, a hint of annoyance escaping in a sigh. What a predicament. I've unwittingly given you an advantage again. Chapter 97. Avoid unnecessary relatives yet. Unbeknownst to many, subtle transformations were afoot. For instance, during English class, students were called to the front to transcribe words, and Jiang Yi surprisingly managed to awkwardly spell out two. The entire class was left in astonishment. Furthermore, in the experimental class, Wang Yu was teaching Li Shu, and astonishingly, when the time was up, he did not dismiss the class punctually. Primarily because he was not charging extra. Even when encountering Shen Yan and a few others on the way, they could still share a meal in the cafeteria. What happened during the National Day holiday that led to such a dramatic shift? As everyone grappled with their confusion, Li Shu was battling drowsiness, her head bobbing precariously, threatening to rest upon the desk at any moment. In her hazy state, someone paused beside her. Li Shu yawned, tears glistening in her eyes, and slowly wiped them away. Soon after, a white-covered review material was tossed onto her desk. Upon learning that Li Shu intended to study, Shen Yan, somewhat whimsically, ventured to the bookstore to purchase this review material, making notes within it, intending to assist the petite girl. However, when she turned around to seek Wang Yu, Shen Yan felt her efforts were superfluous and promptly set the review material aside. Without further ado, Shen Yan, with a careless demeanor and a harsh tone, remarked, "If your performance remains this poor in the next exam, you'll be finished." Li Shu furrowed her brow, still unable to process the statement. When Shen Yan abruptly turned and left, dazed, she opened her study materials only to find numerous key points highlighted by someone else. Indeed, Wang Yu had been gradually teaching the content from the first year of high school, yet Li Shu struggled to keep up with Funan's monthly assessments. She concluded, Shen Yan is truly a good person. Under the inquisitive gaze of Qiuning, Li Shu felt a sense of familiarity with the cover, as if she had seen it before. "Yen Gu, you're sending our little sister study materials?" Jiang Yi remarked. "They say we are brothers. Yet I've never seen you care for me like this." Jiang Yi found this reasoning valid, even though he could boast about memorizing 2 English words for a lifetime. He understood all too well that during those days in City C, they were merely supporting characters. Is it so unreasonable for me to wish for a set of study materials? Lu Dafei, unusually silent, could only think about how these two were so deluded. Shen Yan, annoyed by the noise, sent a red envelope in the group chat. "Silence, go by your own." Jiang Yi, feeling indignant, retorted, "They want your highlighted study materials. If our little sister has them, so should I." After uttering this, he nonchalantly claimed the red envelope without a hint of embarrassment. Shen Yan, he pressed his tongue against his molar, his eyes slightly narrowing, his skin a cool white, and his nose straight and proud. With a tone that dragged on, sending shivers down the listeners' spines, he asked, "Are you jealous?" Jiang Yi, "What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I'm straight." Shen Yan lazily leaned back, as if devoid of bones, and added, "Also, stop calling her little sister so frivolously." Jiang Yi, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Isn't this your decision?" Shen Yan straightened her posture slightly, apologizing yet exuding an air of arrogance. "I sincerely apologize for neglecting to inform you. You have long been expelled from my household. Thus, refrain from fabricating familial ties." Li Shu ultimately chose to disregard Feng Shenwen, even neglecting to glance at the messages he sent. Others would have surrendered by now, yet Feng Shenwen, a seasoned player in the realm of romance, found his desire for conquest intensifying with Li Shu's indifference. Before long, Li Shu received a WeChat message from Li Maodhua. "I have arranged for Qingwen to take you out for lunch. He has already departed. Please make your preparations." Li Shu, feeling a sense of irony, gazed at the message with a languid demeanor. With her delicate fingers, she slowly typed a single response, "All right. Just don't regret it." She then set her phone aside and perused the review materials provided by Shen Yan, which contained specific questions, problem-solving steps, and explanations of key concepts. Li Shu was not a dim-witted individual. With a bit of analysis, she could often achieve sudden clarity. It was not long before the English teacher entered. Clutching a textbook as the class bell rang, she radiated vitality, her long, straight black hair transformed into luscious waves, embodying a woman's allure. Li Shu's keen eyes caught sight of the ring on her ring finger. "Teacher, are you married?" Someone inquired. The English teacher smiled and nodded. "Please turn to page 35. Most of the 7th grade class was disinterested in their studies, and upon hearing this, few could maintain their composure. "Teacher, what about the wedding candies?" "In the office. We shall distribute them after class." "Teacher, what does your partner do?" "Teacher, please regale us with tales of your romantic history." The English teacher's face flushed with embarrassment when Zhang Hong knocked on the door, his gaze piercing. "Those who are not attending class, leave at once." As he spoke, Zhang Hong glanced at the girl in the 3rd row, frowning slightly. "Li Shu, please step outside." Li Shu rose and followed Zhang Hong to his office. He motioned for her to sit, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "Li, your father has requested a leave on your behalf." Li Shu furrowed her brows in response. "All right." The girl still wore the oversized school uniform, presenting an appearance that was dishearteningly lackluster. Zhang Hong sighed. "Though the teacher is unaware of your whereabouts, dear child. If you do not wish to go, I cannot approve the leave request." Li Shu, taken aback, lifted her gaze slightly, surprised that Zhang Hong would risk displeasing Li Maoguo for her sake. He truly is a commendable teacher. Li Shu was acutely aware that she had to attend the meal today, regardless of her reluctance. Meals must be consumed. But the manner of consumption was entirely up to her. She no longer wished to be manipulated by others. "No need, I will handle it." "Thank you, teacher." Li Shu nodded and turned to leave, but halfway out, she abruptly halted. She turned back, offering a faint smile and a respectful bow to Zhang Hong. Li Shu truly could not fathom how Feng Chengwen still had the audacity to show his face. Apologetically, she addressed her English teacher, packed her bag, and exited the classroom. Jiang Yiyun, perplexed, wondered where little Shu was headed. Shen Yan squinted, catching a glimpse of the fleeting despondency that washed over Li Shu as she passed by him. He closed his textbook. "Shen Yan, where are you going?" The English teacher inquired upon noticing him leaving. "That child must have an upset stomach," the teacher fretted. Jiang Yi stood up, saying, "Teacher, I need to use the restroom as well." The English teacher replied, "Hold it." Jiang Yi felt a wave of indignation but chose to remain silent. Chapter 98. "Shen Yan, would you accompany me to skip class?" A luxurious Maybach was parked outside the school, attracting the curious gaze of passers-by. Feng Chengwen had long been accustomed to these envious glances. Leaning against the car, he perused a recent photo of Li Shuqing sent by Li Maoguo on his phone. How youthful it appeared. As soon as Li Shuqing stepped out of the school, he spotted the plump and slightly greasy Feng Chengwen. Feng Chengwen's eyes lit up. In person, Li Shuqing seemed even more youthful than in the photo. Clad in a school uniform, having grown weary of rich feasts, he found this refreshing and unpretentious appearance quite appealing. "I've made a reservation at a Sichuan restaurant nearby. I wonder if you will find it to your liking," he suggested. Li Shuqing blinked and replied, "I can." Feng Chengwen maintained an elegant demeanor, yet his striking appearance and charm could not be overlooked. He opened the door to the passenger seat for Li Shuqing and escorted her to the renowned Sichuan restaurant. They entered a private room, and after placing their orders, he couldn't help but glance at Li Shuqing again. "Thanks to Uncle Li, I finally get to treat you to a meal," he remarked. "I understand that you are still studying, but for families like ours, certain decisions must be made early." Feng Chengwen considered her future thoughtfully, his large eyes soft with concern. "However, you are still young, and I am willing to wait." Li Shuqing rarely displayed emotional fluctuations in front of outsiders, but at that moment, she felt a wave of disgust. Li Maoguo's desire to forge an alliance with the Feng family would ultimately lead to nothing. Maintaining a poised smile, she inquired, "Have you expressed such sentiments to Miss Feng?" Feng Chengwen's smile froze. Li Shu's gaze was as tranquil as autumn waters, her peach blossom eyes devoid of color, and her fair, delicate face seemed to emanate a soft glow. One could surmise that she had spoken of this matter before. For Master Feng was not of an age to be oblivious. It was said he was in high school at the time. She witnessed Feng Chengwen's pupils constrict sharply, his complexion paling to an unflattering hue. Li Shu's palm curled slightly, revealing the sweat that pooled within. Feng Chengwen was aware that the Li couple were privy to that incident, which had led to the fracturing of the Feng family. His uncle's household no longer maintained ties with them, prompting much speculation regarding the rift that had emerged within the Feng clan. During that time, conjectures abounded, and opinions varied widely. There were a few genuine theories that were swiftly suppressed by the Feng family. How had Li Shu come to learn of this? It could not possibly be through the self-interested Uncle Li, nor could it be from the indifferent Aunt Li. Feng Shenwen could no longer afford to ponder how Li Shu had acquired this knowledge. He had once harbored feelings for his cousin, feeling a pang of sorrow when she suffered a miscarriage, yet by the time he found himself sent abroad, he was already steeped in regret. As the sole heir of the Feng family, what woman could he not have? How could he have stumbled in such a manner with his cousin, resulting in this misfortune? Feng Shenwen trembled, his earlier composure entirely lost. Li Shu enunciated each word with clarity. Her voice soft yet piercing like a knife to his heart. This incident must be a nightmare for you, Master Feng. I am indeed still young, merely of school age, and do not wish to contemplate other matters. I hope we can coexist peacefully without disturbing one another. You are a wise man, and I trust my father knows how to handle this. As she spoke, Li Shu retrieved several bills from her bag. Consider this meal my treat. Please enjoy it at your leisure, Master Feng. As she spoke, she stood up in her school uniform and exited the private room. There, she found a youth clad in white, leaning against the wall, his long legs slightly bent, a cigarette perched between his fingers, its ember glowing like a star. Shen Yan tilted her head, raising an eyebrow with evident delight. I hadn't realized you were quite the chatterbox. Li Shu, perplexed, inquired, What are you doing here? The young man nonchalantly replied, catching someone. Li Shu remained silent, yet could not deny the sense of relief that washed over her upon seeing Shen Yan. She let out a gentle sigh. The acrid scent of smoke made her frown. She stepped closer and gently tugged at the hem of Shen Yan's clothing. Her voice soft. It's not good to smoke. Instinctively, Shen Yan extinguished the cigarette, just as he was about to mock her for her timidity. He noticed Li Shu's eyes glistening with unshed tears as she wiped her sweat-stained hands on his garment like a makeshift cloth. Shen Yan felt a surge of irritation, his expression darkening. Yet, the young girl gazed up at him, saying, Shen Yan, I'm actually quite scared. Shen Yan's reprimand lodged in his throat. But I'm here now. Li Shu's heart, which had been racing, began to slow its frantic pace. She was surprised by Shen Yan's arrival but felt no shame in revealing her vulnerability to him. Shen Yan cast a glance at the despondent, unremarkable figure of the plump man in the room, remarking, This situation is rather unique. However, he took hold of Li Shu's wrist and led her down the elevator. As they descended, Li Shu watched the numbers change from 3 to 2, and then to 1, before the elevator chimed and the doors slid open. Just as Shen Yan was about to step out, Li Shu stubbornly blocked his path, her ears flushed crimson, stammering as if shy. Soon, her voice dropped to a whisper, Shen Yan, would you accompany me to skip class? Upon uttering those words, her sense of shame seemed to evaporate. Li Shu, with a serious demeanor, nodded and declared, I do not wish to attend school today. Skipping class was one thing, but now she sought a companion in her defiance. Shen Yan, albeit reluctantly, played along. Where do you wish to go? Li Shu, feeling despondent, fell silent, uncertain of her destination. The internet CAF or bar that Su frequented were evidently not suitable for her. Shen Yan pondered for a moment but arrived at no conclusion. How about a CAF? Li Shu shook her head, listless. An arcade? Again, she declined. Shen Yan, at a loss and losing patience, shoved his hands into his pockets, his slender, captivating gaze adjusting, exuding an alluring charm tinged with laziness and a hint of rebelliousness. He jokingly suggested, perhaps, to my house? The word home made Li Shu feel a twinge of embarrassment, for she had never been invited to a friend's residence before. Unable to suppress a smile, she timidly inquired, Is that all right? Not really, he replied. There remained an undeniable distinction between the genders. Furthermore, with no one at his home, the thought of being in an intimate space alone with Li Shu felt peculiar. Shen Yan was at his wit's end. Watching her enter a boy's car at the school gate, he felt a surge of anger, wishing to drag the small boy out. Fortunately, her school uniform gave her a youthful appearance. At that moment, Shen Yan was left speechless, dared not to gaze upon Li Shu. He merely heard a buzzing sound in his ears. A wave of unease washed over him, spreading from his heart to his limbs, all gravitating towards a singular direction. His mind was a blank slate, yet he was acutely aware that he had been summoned. Chapter 99. You certainly know how to command others soon. Their figures materialized in the supermarket. Shen Yan trailed behind Li Shu, his expression inscrutable, observing her joyfully purchasing an abundance of snacks. She then eagerly ventured towards the produce section. Shen Yan, do you enjoy sweet and sour pork? Shen Yan felt a twinge of confusion, noticing his lack of response. Li Shu tilted her head and inquired again. He suppressed the unsettling feeling and gave a somewhat dismissive nod. What about black pepper beef? He nodded once more. Li Shu tossed the items into the shopping cart, then pushed it towards the vegetable section to select tomatoes. As Shen Yan watched her move away, The oversized school uniform appeared rather comical, obscuring the graceful curves of a young woman. Suddenly, he heard Su's voice echoing in his ears. Ah, how is it that your entire body feels so soft? Like kneading dough, your future partner will surely enjoy it. Shen Yan shut his eyes, feeling as if he were losing his sanity. Only Jiang Yi and the others had visited his home. There were no new slippers, so if they didn't mind, they could wear his. At the entrance, Shen Yan, holding a bulging plastic bag, addressed Li Shu behind him. She shook her head and bent down to grab a pair of slippers, inside which were pink socks adorned with little rabbit patterns. No need. Shen Yan paused briefly before changing into a pair himself. Suit yourself, he muttered, feeling somewhat awkward. He placed one bag of snacks in the living room and carried the other to the kitchen. It felt gratifying for Li Shu to not refuse his visit to her home. Shen Yan is truly a remarkable individual. She has consistently restrained her smile, fearing that Shen Yan might mock her. Clutching a bag of potato chips, she glanced around the surroundings, which were simple, tidy, and casual. After all, it was someone else's home, and Li Shu did not dare to move about freely. She resolved to purchase such a house in the future. As Li Shu was secretly calculating her little savings, she noticed Shen Yan emerging from the kitchen. Shen Yan's gaze upon her seemed somewhat peculiar. Li Shu found it unremarkable. Once she bought her own home, she would surely invite Shen Yan and Su over to enjoy themselves, which would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Shen Yan approach, then circle around her to settle on the sofa and subsequently turn on the television. Li Shu inquired, "Aren't you going to cook?" Shen Yan fell silent, realizing that it was she who was expected to provide nourishment. Under Li Shu's puzzled gaze, Shen Yan's racing heart gradually found tranquility. "I cannot," she replied. Li Shu responded with an "oh," munching on a chip, and murmured, "Then what should we do?" "I can't either." Shen Yan began to suspect that Li Shu had been sent by Shen Chansha to play tricks on him. He regretted, deeply, his earlier impulsive agreement. With a sigh, he recalled the 2 tubs of instant noodles still in the house. Li Shu, however, stubbornly insisted in a hushed tone, "But I want sweet and sour pork, black pepper beef, and tomato egg custard." Shen Yan could not help but curse softly, resigned to the idea of ordering takeout. Yet, the young girl cheerfully called out to him. Li Shu had discovered a solution and felt quite pleased. "Cooking is not difficult. You should learn." She then produced a tutorial video and presented it to Shen Yan. "Why don't you go learn?" Shen Yan found himself at a loss for words and could no longer muster any anger. He possesses a remarkable knack for commanding others. He replied, "No." Li Shu parted her lips, on the verge of calling out for her father, but Shen Yan seemed to anticipate her words, admonishing her, "Do not shout indiscriminately." Li Shu felt a twinge of sadness. With utmost caution, she inquired, "Is it truly impossible?" Shen Yan, upon gazing into her hopeful, doe-like eyes, found himself unable to articulate a firm refusal. He closed his eyes momentarily, resigned to fate, and conceded, perhaps. Shen Yan's manual dexterity was commendable. Although he had never ventured into the kitchen, he occasionally joined Jiang Yi and others for hot pot, ensuring a well-stocked array of condiments. Li Shu, determined to maintain a semblance of dignity despite the potential lack of flavor, took a bite and was utterly captivated by the taste. Unable to contain her curiosity, she exclaimed, "Shen Yan, your kung pao chicken must be delicious too." Shen Yan replied, his scalp tingling with discomfort. Li Shu took another mouthful of rice, her tone laced with hope. "Will there be an opportunity next time?" Shen Yan interjected, his voice icy and resolute. "No." Li Shu blinked innocently, readily acquiescing. Oh, after their meal, Li Shu offered to wash the dishes, but Shen Yan declined her offer. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she noticed his gaze drift to her delicate, unblemished fingertips, which clearly had not been accustomed to hard labor. His expression turned slightly sour. "You've eaten your fill, yet now you feel shy?" Reflecting on this, Li Shu nodded in agreement as she watched Shen Yan head to the kitchen. At the dining table, her phone vibrated, signaling an incoming call. "Shen Yan." "It's a call." Shen Yan's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Who is it?" Li Shu leaned in to take a glance. "It's Jiang Yi." Shen Yan, with his hands submerged in bubbles, clumsily rinsed the dishes. A nuisance call. The proposed union between the Feng and Li families was ultimately thwarted by Feng Qingwen's steadfast resistance. Fearing that Li Shu might resort to desperate measures and reveal secrets, he swiftly reached out to Li Maodua. "Uncle Li, I just met Xiao Shu. She is far too quiet. I believe she is better suited to be a younger sister." Li Maodua, while expressing regret, masked his discomfort with a grim countenance before abruptly ending the call. "Mr. Li, who has provoked such ire in you?" A woman clad in silky pajamas inquired, her laughter attempting to soothe him. Li Maodua, however, brusquely pushed his new companion away, extinguishing any previous warmth. It was indeed unfortunate that his father's promise of shares from the Feng family contingent upon the alliance was now rendered null. Jiang Yi made 5 consecutive calls, all of which went unanswered, leading him to question his very existence. Ha ha, Lu Dafei chuckled. What is so funny? Jiang Yi retorted. As if you think Yingu would actually pick up your call. I know, Lu Dafei replied, that's why I didn't humiliate myself. Jiang Yi lamented. Who knows where he has vanished to? I've searched every restroom in the school. Wu Zishi distanced himself, bemused by Jiang Yi's exhaustive quest to locate someone in the restrooms. Where's Yingu? You might want to inquire with Li Shu, he suggested. Thus, Li Shu found herself inundated with messages. Jiang Yi quickly sent her a text. Li Shu, are you with Yingu? After a moment's thought, she replied with a simple yes. Jiang Yi exclaimed, where are you two right now? Take me with you. He continued, what are you two up to behind my back? This is truly disheartening. Jiang Yi, indeed, love can fade away, can't it? The incessant chimes of the phone reverberated, messages arriving in rapid succession, leaving one in awe of his typing speed. Shen Yan emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, inquiring, who is it? Li Shu pondered for a moment. Spam messages. Chapter 100. Observing. Not appearing particularly astute, Li Shu put away her phone, a playful smile barely concealed on her lips as she stood at the table. Shen Yan yawned, wiping his hands dry with a tissue. Are you really that happy? May I stay a little longer? Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at the girl, his elongated, phoenix-like eyes arched slightly. All right. He gestured nonchalantly towards the study. Review in half an hour. Li Shu sensed a shift in her mood, as if the joy had ebbed away. She pressed her lips together, cherishing this fleeting half-hour. Ignoring the spam messages, she noticed Su Su's profile picture. Su Su had sent her 2 images. You Su, just did my nails. Do you like this color? Li Shu enlarged the images, admiring Su Su's slender fingers adorned with cherry red, jelly-like nails, replying, beautiful. You Su, wait for me. I'm coming to hang out. I heard about a new crawfish restaurant that's incredibly popular and the food is fantastic. Let us go tonight. Li Shu hesitated, typing slowly. I might not be able to today. I'm not at school. You Su? Where are you? Li Shu, being quite honest, typed, visiting Shen Yan. Just as she was about to send it, she felt it was inappropriate, deleted a few words, and rephrased. Li Shu, studying at Shen Yan's. This caused a momentary pause for Su Su. In the Shen family's abode, one cannot help but wonder if their pursuits are merely academic. Was it merely Li Shu who visited Brother Yin, or was the entire organization present? If it were the former, she discerned the hints of intimacy, however. If it were the latter, Su Su would feel abandoned by the group. She pinpointed her focus. A sense of restlessness stirred within Su Su, prompting her to send a voice message to Jiang Yi for confirmation. Why didn't you invite me to join you at Brother Yan's? Alas, the moments of joy are fleeting. 30 minutes later, Li Shu sat in the study, cradling the review materials for her first-year high school subjects. The young girl, holding her pen, exhibited a serene profile that could soothe any troubled soul, her fair skin flawless and delicate. Shen Yan mused that despite familial discord, she had been nurtured with care. Yet, she displayed no trace of a spoiled temperament, at most choosing to ignore others, a demeanor that elicited sympathy. Shen Yan averted his gaze, rising to leave, his eyelids drooping as he headed for the door. Where are you going? Came the gentle voice of the young girl behind him. To sleep, he replied. Li Shu furrowed her brow. Then why must I study? As Shen Yan exited the study, he returned to his usual carefree self, elongating his tone. So, would you like to join me? Li Shu pursed her lips in frustration. No, thank you. Shen Yan chuckled softly, then turned serious. I will check your English listening practice for 2 hours. If the results are unsatisfactory, you shall face the consequences. The headphones are in the second drawer. Find them yourself. Regrettably, Shen Yan had not managed to rest for the full 2 hours, while Li Shu, equipped with the headphones, found the study remarkably soundproof. In the master bedroom, the young man lay in a dignified slumber, yet the relentless chime of the doorbell intruded upon Shen Yan's dreams, rousing him from his haze. With a heavy heart and a scowl etched upon his face, he trudged through the living room to answer the door. Standing there were Jiang Yi, Wu Zishi, Lu Dafei, and Su Su, all present and accounted for. Shen Yan, still enveloped in the remnants of sleep, cast a weary glance at them, his expression darkening further. If there is nothing of significance, you might as well consider yourselves doomed. Jiang Yi trembled slightly, taking in Shen Yan's disheveled attire. His lips parted in a futile attempt to speak several times before finally finding his voice. Yen Ge, your anger. Have we interrupted something of importance? Li Shu, exerting herself to discern the English listening exercise, sought out keywords. Upon confirming her answers, a slight smile graced her lips. However, just as she removed her headphones, a disturbance at the door caught her attention. Turning to look, she beheld the young man. Expressionless as he opened the door, irritation evident in his eyes. When their gazes met, he seemed to temper his demeanor, as if wary of startling her. Li Shu gazed quizzically at the disheartened scions behind him, who remained silent. Shen Yan coldly elucidated, "They have come to memorize vocabulary." Jiang Yi appeared disheveled. Yet he dared not retort, casting a resigned glance at Su Su, who stood behind him. Li Shu hesitated. As she had never encountered anyone who intentionally skipped class merely to come to Shen Yan's residence for vocabulary drills, today, there were 4 such individuals. Observing them, it was evident that intelligence was not their strongest suit. Jiang Yi, with a hint of defiance, attempted to protest, "In fact, I believe it is not absolutely necessary to memorize vocabulary." Shen Yan responded with a cold smirk, promptly ushering him into the study. As his gaze swept over the individuals before him, a sense of foreboding lingered. 30 words each, and should you fail to recite them? Li Shu, noticing his pause, kindly interjected with a slow, deliberate tone, "If you cannot recite them, your fate is sealed." Shen Yan replied, albeit begrudgingly, thank you." His attention then shifted to the headphones on the desk, lingering for a moment before he regarded the distraught individuals who seemed on the verge of tears. "Recite silently." "Do you hear me?" Wuzishi remarked. He shouldn't have interfered. These privileged youths, devoid of any scholarly pursuits, are adept at gambling their fortunes away. Yet the task of memorization is utterly daunting. If they must memorize, so be it. They should accept their fate. But silent recitation? Isn't that a form of bullying? As he departed, Jiang Yi, with tears in his eyes, began to memorize the words. Having followed Shen Yan for quite some time, he was acutely aware of the consequences of failure. Wuzishi squatted beside him, utterly perplexed as to why a once formidable school bully had ventured down the path of academia. Only Su Su chose to sit beside him, asking, "Li Shu, do you prefer your crayfish steamed, with garlic, or in a spicy sauce?" Li Shu rarely indulged in crayfish, as Li Maoguo deemed it lacking in sophistication. He neither consumed it nor permitted its presence at the Li family dining table. "I am open to any preparation," he replied. Jiang Yi perked up. "I enjoy the spicy version, and let us have a few crates of beer." "That would be delightful." Su Su dismissed him. "What business is it of yours? Focus on memorizing your words." "And why aren't you studying?" Jiang Yi retorted. Su Su shrugged. "Have you forgotten the rules when it comes to Brother Yan?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Shen Yan found it distasteful to penalize the girls, due to his engagement with Su Su, every time she failed to complete her tasks. Shen Yan would impose the consequences upon him. Indeed, it was always Jiang Yi who bore the brunt of double the torment. 30 words for each of you means a staggering 60 for me." Jiang Yi was on the verge of utter despair. How tragic. Meanwhile, Su Su, tugging at Li Shu, spoke with words that felt like daggers slicing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Yin insisted that Jiang Yi take her place. What a twist of fate. It so happened that Jiang Yi's grandfather was present, compelling him to muster the courage to utter, "I love you." This delighted his grandfather immensely, who exclaimed that Jiang Yi had matured and grown more understanding. Chapter 101. Shen Yan, you should undergo some grooming. Li Shu mourned for Jiang Yi. Aware of Li Shu's busyness, Su Su engaged him in conversation for a while before leaning over to play with her phone. Li Shu donned his headphones and continued his auditory pursuits. Wuzishi and Lu Dafei struggled with their tasks, but knowing Jiang Yi had to double his efforts, they exchanged amused whispers every now and then, exhibiting no sense of urgency. Shen Yan, well rested, noted that everyone except Jiang Yi had completed their tasks. Observing that Jiang Yi had managed over 40, he deemed it a commendable effort and refrained from further pressuring him. "Weren't we supposed to eat crayfish? Let us go." Jiang Yi felt rejuvenated. "I've overstrained my brain today. I must try every flavor." They called for 2 vehicles, one for Jiang Yi, Wuzishi, and Shen Yan, and the other for Lu Dafei and Li Shu. As Su Su had predicted, the restaurant she recommended was indeed bustling, with no available seats in the main hall. Fortunately, she had made a reservation for a private room in advance. Shen Yan scanned the QR code on his phone to order the crayfish and, just as he was about to finalize the order, he bypassed the crayfish section to select a few cold dishes and beverages. Without a second thought, he added a serving of kung pao chicken. The dishes arrived swiftly, and the crayfish boasted a robust flavor. Li Shu was sweating from the spice, while Lu Dafei appeared distracted, a stark contrast to his usual foodie persona. Wuzishi explained, "What else could it be? His heart is aflutter. Lu Dafei clutched his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. How could the cashier in the lobby be so breathtakingly beautiful? Alas, he had fallen in love. Shyly, he fidgeted. I just exchanged a glance with her, and she even smiled at me. If you like her, go ahead and add her as a friend. Don't be timid. Lu Dafei, blushing deeply and filled with hesitation, replied, No way, asking for her contact information on the first meeting. Wouldn't she think I'm frivolous? He shook his head in disapproval, but spoke as he stood up. Wait for my news. With that, he tidied his hair and confidently exited the private room. Jiang chuckled. Let us go. Let us catch up and see. Li Shu intended to follow as well, but just as she stepped out of the room, she noticed a waitress approaching with several bottles of drinks. Hello. The sixth room ordered too many dishes, and the boss said to send a few drinks for free. This is our homemade fruit wine. Its taste is delightful. Li Shu gazed at the 3 glasses of fruit wine, each a different hue, shimmering under the light, stirring her curiosity. Thank you. She sat down and continued to indulge in a few more lobsters. From a distance, Li Shu could hear Jiang Yi's exaggerated laughter. Wow. How infectious, ha 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 ha. What else with the young lady? That child is already 3 years old. And he mentioned just exchanging a glance. Clearly, she was looking at her husband who came to pick her up from work. Li Shu glanced around and turned to ask Su, where is Lu Dafei? Crying in the corner. Shen Yan, noticing the surprised widening of Li Shu's crystal-like eyes, tilted his head slightly. Don't mind him. It truly is rather unkind. But the entire group passed through. Li Shu-chan had been craving fruit wine for quite some time. She licked her lips and, pointing to the glass, inquired of Su, would you like to drink? No. Like them, I mix red, beer, and white. Shen Yan, upon hearing the conversation, glanced over, assuming the liquid before Li Shu was merely juice, and thought little of it. With a mischievous smile akin to a cat that has stolen a fish, Li Shu selected the glass that resembled watermelon juice the most. Lifting it to her nose, she inhaled the fruity aroma, sweet and refreshing. She took a small sip, and her eyes sparkled. It was even more delightful than yogurt. Jiang Yi and Mu Zishi exchanged glances, and then Jiang lightly nudged Lu Dafei with his elbow. How's it going? Lu Dafei, momentarily pausing in his task of peeling lobster, believed his performance was commendable, unaware that to the others, it appeared rigid and contrived. Dismissing the inquiry with a wave, he exaggeratedly replied, I was going to approach her, but upon closer inspection, I found she wasn't that pretty after all. Jiang Yi stifled a laugh and echoed, I also think she isn't particularly attractive. Lu Dafei, seizing the opportunity, nodded vigorously, exactly, so I lost interest immediately. Stubborn as he was, Li Shu's gaze flitted between the 2 men. A phrase quickly materialized in her mind, no one knows a child better than their father. Soon after, she finished the glass of fruit wine. With a few glasses remaining, she savored one sip from this cup and another from that. In the blink of an eye, all 4 glasses had been consumed, yet she had not touched the yogurt again. Shen Yan rotated the glass turntable, bringing the plate of Kung Pao chicken to her. Li Shu felt a sense of confusion. Turning her head, she found Shen Yan's expression complex as he asked, in a neutral tone, Li Shu, do you know how to write from beginning to end? Clearly, he enjoys drinking yogurt, so why has he developed a penchant for those few cups of beverages? Upon uttering this remark, he noticed the young lady's cheeks flush a deep crimson, adorned with a rosy hue. Just as Shen Yan sensed something amiss, he beheld Li Shu. Her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a perfect set of 8 pearly whites in a smile. Accompanied by her usual gentle tone, there was an added softness to her voice. Shen Yan, you misuse idioms, she remarked. How did I misuse them? Li Shu shook her head in disapproval, her delicate fingers tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. It sounds as though I have wronged you. At this point, she became earnest, her small mouth chattering incessantly. Also, you should be mindful of your words in the future. Your demeanor truly suggests a proclivity for both genders. I can overlook it, as I am already immune, but those few others endure your torment daily. Immune? Shen Yan inhaled sharply, his expression cold as he picked up the empty cups to bring them closer for a sniff. The sweet aroma lingered. Yet there was still a faint hint of alcohol. Such a low alcohol content. Shen Yan sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Noticing his silence, Li Shu leaned in and cupped Shen Yan's face in her hands. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Shen Yan's body tensed, a sensation of unprecedented awkwardness washing over him. Oblivious to his discomfort, Li Shu observed closely, your face is far too conspicuous. It truly isn't a good thing for a man to look like this. The girl leaned closer, her presence imbued with a sweet, milky fragrance. Their proximity was intimate, with just a slight forward motion. Shen Yan could silence her incessant chatter with a kiss. Instinctively, he recoiled, but Li Shu stubbornly held her ground. With genuine concern, she suggested, Shen Yan, truly, you should consider undergoing some cosmetic enhancement. Shen Yan, regaining composure and calming his rapid breaths, scoffed as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Articulating each word distinctly, cosmetic surgery? Indeed, I believe transforming into someone like Feng Qinwen would be quite appealing and safe. Li Shu, I wish you would hope for my well-being. Chapter 102. I crave fried rice. Having suggested that Li Shu go on a blind date, he had deduced much about Li Maoguo's character from the unappealing suitors she encountered. If Li Maoguo were to discover that Li Shu had been drinking and was inebriated to such an extent, it might lead to a cascade of troubles. Shen Yan pondered for a while, and under the watchful gaze of the girl's sparkling eyes, he sighed. He took Li Shu's phone from the table, pinched her index finger to unlock it with her fingerprint. Li Shu, adorably leaning back in her chair, allowed him to proceed, but soon furrowed her brow and spoke with a hint of seriousness. Shen Yan, are you attempting to secretly transfer my assets? Shen Yan, you are overthinking. Li Shu felt reassured, nodding her head before leaning forward, seemingly shy, and cautiously inquired, could you perhaps repay the over 800 IO on Huabei? Did she lack funds? Not at all. She simply wished to avoid repaying it herself. Jiang Yi slammed the table, exclaiming, what the heck? Ha ha. Li Shu's thoughts were interrupted by the laughter, and she turned towards the source of the sound. Narrowing her eyes, she focused on the thick mane of yellow hair. This inadvertently reminded her of her history teacher, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. Jiang Yi, your hair is truly abundant. Jiang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, suddenly plagued by an ominous premonition. Li Shu asked, which clinic did you go to for your hair transplant? I would like to recommend it to Teacher Wu. He truly deserves some relief. Shen Yan flipped through his contacts and dialed Xiaoning's number. But it was late self-study time, and he couldn't get through. He then called Meng Yichu. Meng Yichu was engrossed in a mobile game when she noticed the incoming call. Seeing that there was no teacher in the classroom, she boldly answered, hello, Li Shu? It's me, Shen Yan. Meng Yichu exclaimed, what the heck? And promptly hung up. He turned to Su Su and said, you take care of her tonight. It would be troublesome if she were discovered at school in her current state. Su Su responded without objection, don't worry, my parents are rarely home, always traveling. Meng Yichu was left in a daze after the call. She repeatedly checked to confirm the reality of the conversation. What did Li Shu want with you? Tang Wan inquired. Meng Yichu murmured to herself, this is too thrilling. Jiang Yi and Lu Dafei were also quite inebriated, while Wu Zixi remained relatively sober and called for a designated driver. Shen Yan replied affirmatively. And just as he was about to close the door to the back seat and move to the front passenger seat, Li Shu grasped the corner of his clothing. Clearing a hand, she patted the empty seat beside her, her brows furrowed in confusion. Shen Yan, why are you treating this differently? Shen Yan, disinterested in arguing with a drunk, simply took a seat in the back. Su Su found it amusing to see Shen Yan at a loss, giggling as she relayed their address to the driver. Li Shu's chatter was incessant. Are we going to school? Shen Yan replied, we're heading to Su Su's home. Li Shu was perplexed. Why would a boy go to Su Su's house? Shen Yan sighed. I'm taking you there. Why would I need to go? Li Shu covered her mouth and let out a hiccup, turning to Su Su beside her. Are you afraid to sleep alone? As the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the community, Li Shu's exuberance made Shen Yan uneasy, prompting him to turn and remind Su Su. Remember to prepare a cup of honey water for her. Don't worry, I've taken care of that scoundrel Jiang Yi a few times. I have experience, Su Su replied. As they conversed, the girl next to them, standing on tiptoe, suddenly darted towards the bustling supermarket at the community entrance. Su Su, wait for me, Su Su exclaimed. The supermarket was vast, and in the sea of people, Li Shu quickly vanished from sight. Fearing a fall, she treaded cautiously once inside, surveying her surroundings before decisively heading to the junk food aisle. The shelves displayed an array of spicy strips from various brands. As Li Shu scanned each one, none matched the brand she longed for, the kind she could buy by the piece for a few cents at the supermarket. In her childhood, she had secretly indulged in them while hiding from Li Maoguo. They were truly delicious. However, she never finished that piece, as Li Maoguo caught her in the act. Upon returning home, Li Maoguo scolded her for a full half hour, while Xu Xiao glanced at her with indifference, not intervening, and leisurely ascended the stairs. Since then, she had not touched spicy strips again. Li Shu, feeling lightheaded, slowly squatted down, hugging her knees with a look of bewilderment on her face. She struggled to suppress her thoughts, but couldn't help but sniffle, tears welling up. Yet, They never fell, as Shen Yan, who had come looking for her, pulled her out of the supermarket. Li Shu offered no resistance and listlessly followed him. The emotions stirred by the alcohol arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. She soon revived. Shen Yan, you just affected me. The image of the young girl squatting in the corner, lost and desolate, as if abandoned by the entire world, weighed heavily on Shen Yan's heart. Li Shu moved unsteadily, and fearing she might be jostled by the crowd, Shen Yan instinctively took on a protective stance. Guiding her through the throng, he patiently offered, "Shall I apologize to you?" After a moment's reflection, Li Shu, deciding not to dwell on the matter, waved her hand graciously. "Forget it. No need." Upon exiting the supermarket, Shen Yan had Li Shu sit on a wooden bench outside. Su, who had been trying to contact Li Shu, felt relieved upon hearing that Shen Yan had found her, realizing their household supplies were nearly depleted. She asked Shen Yan to keep an eye on Li Shu while she went to buy some snacks. Meanwhile, Li Shu, swinging her legs, animatedly discussed hair transplant techniques with Shen Yan. He reminisced about the quiet Li Shu he rarely spoke with, yet instinctively found the lively version before him quite endearing. He lowered his gaze at Li Shu, teasing, "With all this chatter, don't be embarrassed and pretend to be dead when you wake up tomorrow." No sooner had he spoken than the girl fell silent. Li Shu, her emotions fluctuating, sniffled, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment of helplessness, as Shen Yan was at a loss for how to respond, she looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. "Shen Yan," Li Shu said, clutching her stomach. Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat, fearing she was unwell. With a sob, her voice thick with nasal tones, she lamented, "I really want to eat fried rice." Shen Yan could only respond with a stunned silence. Chapter 103. Do you like it? Su purchased a considerable amount of snacks and scheduled a delivery time for the following day with the store. She delicately presented a 4-inch fruitcake. As she approached, the distinctive sound of a girl sobbing reached her ears, shattering her heart. Li Shu's tears streamed down her face as she gazed longingly at Shen Yan, pleading, "I want to eat Yangzhou fried rice with extra shrimp, please." Shen Yan, devoid of any irritation, deftly navigated her phone screen. Once Li Shu achieved her desire, she fell silent for a few moments, slowly retrieving a tissue from her bag to gently wipe her face. Subsequently, she patiently awaited Su's approach, her gaze gradually descending to the cream cake in Su's hands. The top was adorned with a few plump, glistening strawberries. Li Shu blinked and said, "Shen Yan, what is it now? Please treat me to fried rice next time." After sipping honey water and enjoying the cake, Li Shu remembered she needed to shower. She took the change of clothes from Su and, feeling somewhat unsteady, made her way to the bathroom. After some time, Li Shu lost her earlier exuberance. Feeling too exhausted to move, she leaned back against Su's spacious bed, attentively listening to Su's grievances about Jiangyi. You can't imagine how infuriating it was. Jiangyi flirted with girls right in front of me. If he wants to flirt, fine, but at least choose someone less attractive than me that I simply cannot accept. Who does he look down upon? If he dates one, I will break up with another. His ex-girlfriends could fill several mahjong tables. Li Shu paused. Over the years, while she had never played herself, she had learned to count cards, her skill far surpassing that of others. With utmost sincerity, Li Shu assured Su, "Next time, I'll help you out. I will defeat them." Su was amused by her earnest demeanor. She turned off the main lights, leaving only a bedside lamp casting a faint glow, ensuring the room did not descend into complete darkness. Su adjusted the quilt for her but could not restrain her curiosity. Shu, do you have feelings for our Yingu?" Li Shu's eyes widened in surprise. Su reflected on Shen Yan's unique attentiveness towards Li Shu, muttering to herself, "I have never seen Yingu be so considerate towards anyone else." Even amidst the earlier commotion, when his patience wore thin, he refrained from uttering a harsh word to Li Shu. Su could confidently assert that if Jiangyi were to drunkenly grasp Shen Yan's face, his hand would likely be met with disdain. Over the years, countless girls had thrown themselves at him, yet he remained indifferent. He appeared so approachable, yet after the incident with Zhonglan, his demeanor had grown distant. Aside from their tight-knit group, he had no other friends. However, Su understood that deep down, Shen Yan was profoundly sentimental. She buried her head in the pillow. Mimicking Li Shu's serious expression, "I believe Yingu likes you." Su was eager to discover how someone like Shen Yan would transform when in love. She awaited the gradual accumulation of affection, anticipating a turning point and an eruption of emotions. What a sight that would be! Li Shu began to feel drowsy, her eyelids drooping. Yet, Su gently shook her, persistently inquiring once more, Shu, do you like Yingu?" The drowsiness clouded Li Shu's senses. But recalling Su's earlier words, she instinctively felt the need for reciprocity. She whispered, yes. As time progressed, Funan's midterm examinations gradually approached. Li Shu only vaguely recalled that the strawberries on the cake that day were exceptionally sweet, with no other memories remaining. Upon returning to school, everything resumed its usual rhythm. Except that whenever she passed by Shen Yan, he would always emit a disdainful snort through his nasal tone. Li Shu was oblivious to which fool had offended Shen Yan. And when she inquired, he remained reticent, his gaze growing even more indifferent. She needed to prepare for the upcoming examinations, and during these days, she yearned to review several knowledge points daily. Shen Yan avoided the subject, and Li Shu refrained from pressing further. The voice of her desk mate, Li Shu, broke the silence. I'm so annoyed, I can't find the cheat sheet I made last time, and now I have to create another one. Tsinghua chimed in. I had a dream yesterday where someone revealed a series of numbers to me. 321, 1423. Li Shu was filled with excitement and abandoned her cheat sheet. I got it. For the multiple choice questions, I'll choose CBA-DBC. Wow, you shared such a secret with me. I'm genuinely touched. Tsinghua, bewildered, responded. I merely mentioned that I bought a lottery ticket this morning. Listening to their exchange, Li Shu couldn't help but smile gently. She then proceeded to solve a problem. Arriving late to the cafeteria at noon, there was little food left. Not finding her favorite dishes, she opted for a plate of dumplings from the far left window. Taking a vacant seat, she observed the dumplings adorned with a few scallions, which she patiently picked out one by one. Shen Yan had been in a particularly foul mood lately, refusing to mention that evening's events, his demeanor sour, causing everyone to tread carefully around him. It was assumed that an unpleasant incident had transpired between him and Li Shu. Only Shen Yan knew that Li Shu's approach that day had led him to a delightful dream that very night, with Li Shu as the enchanting protagonist. Yet, the instigator seemed to have forgotten everything as he departed, dismissing the culinary offerings of the cafeteria. Jiang Yi cast a disdainful glance at the soupy dishes, expressing his discontent. They seldom dined in the cafeteria, but today, they were too lazy to venture elsewhere, only to discover that the food had all but vanished. Beside him, Shen Yan wore a stern expression and was about to leave, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a demure girl in uniform savoring dumplings. He shifted his steps toward her, taking a seat across from Li Shu, who appeared pleasantly surprised by his presence. The complexity in Shen Yan's elongated, almond-shaped eyes was beyond Li Shu's comprehension. In a low tone, he inquired, "Are the dumplings to your liking?" Li Shu, without much thought, nodded affirmatively. "They are quite tasty. Filled with celery and pork." Shen Yan squinted slightly. "Is that so? Yet I find fried rice far more delectable." Li Shu sensed Shen Yan's recent cryptic demeanor. Noticing her table-mate was absent, he asked, "Where is your companion?" "She is feeling unwell," she replied. It is a common occurrence for girls to experience irritability during certain days of the month, but it appears boys can also be affected. Li Shu chose to overlook the matter graciously. Jiang Yi, Wu Zishi, and Lu Dafei soon caught up, greeting Li Shu before turning their attention to Shen Yan. "Brother Yan, are you going out to eat?" "No," Shen Yan replied curtly. Lu Dafei remarked, but there is nothing left in the cafeteria. After a moment's thought, he recalled the far left counter where they served fried noodles, fried rice, dumplings, and wontons. "Never mind, if I starve, I shall order a bowl of dumplings." He turned to Shen Yan. "Brother Yan, will you also have dumplings?" "I can go get them." Shen Yan's gaze remained fixed on Li Shu. "Listen attentively." Each word tinged with a sense of gritted teeth. "Today, I yearn solely for Yangzhou fried rice, particularly with an abundance of shrimp." Chapter 104. She ought to treat him better on the day of the examination. Wang Yu specifically ventured to Class 7 to offer encouragement to Li Shu. "Relax. The past few days have surely yielded positive results. There is no need to be anxious. Maintain a calm mindset." Given that Wang Yu charged by the hour, Li Shu was genuinely taken aback. Was she nervous? Indeed, how could she not be? After expressing her gratitude, she watched Wang Yu's figure vanish down the corridor before she slowly made her way into the classroom. As she passed by Shen Yan, she paused. Her peach blossom eyes glistened with moisture, fixed intently upon the languid youth. Shen Yan yawned and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Li Shu replied softly, "I will do my best in the exam." With a sigh, Shen Yan seemed to concede, "Then do not bring me shame." After each examination, Li Shu refrained from obsessively checking answers, quickly shifting her focus to the content of the upcoming tests. Jiang Yi continued his nonchalant attitude as usual. However, during the English exam, he disregarded both the listening and written components, filling in the blanks with the vocabulary he had memorized over the past few days. even going so far as to annotate their meanings beneath. As he looked at the filled pages, Jiang Yi experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The monthly test lacked the grandeur of the initial assessments, conducted entirely in their own classroom under the supervision of their subject teacher. Li Shu broke her previous habit of submitting blank papers, meticulously analyzing each question. The examination spanned 2 days in total, and upon completing the final subject, she was delighted that the weekend had arrived. Yet, on that Friday, Shen Yan was conspicuously absent. After submitting her paper, she went directly to seek out Wu Zishi. Why didn't Shen Yan come today? What has transpired? What else could it be, if not the trivial matters concerning the Shen family? Upon contemplating this, Wu Zishi's countenance darkened considerably. Elder Shen has sought legal counsel to arrange for the transfer of his shares to Shen Yan upon his graduation. Naturally, when Wang Qin learns of this, there will be an uproar. Wu Zishi cannot fathom why Shen Yan, being the sole heir of the Shen family, does not currently possess the shares in Elder Shen's possession, nor should the Shen group rightfully belong to him. What audacity does Wang Qin possess to contest this? Is it merely because her son has taken the Shen surname? One must possess a sense of self-awareness. Yet, she lacks this insight. With Shen Chanchao present, at least she could ensure a modicum of stability and dignity. She should not covet what does not belong to her. Given the current status and prestige of the Shen family, what could she possibly desire that they cannot provide? Yet, she is fixated on the shares held by Shen Chanchao. Yearning for power, she fears that Shen Chanchao, under Elder Shen's influence, will bequeath all the equity to his biological son once Shen Yan inherits the company, leaving no crumbs for her and her child. Thus, in recent days, she has resorted to both soft persuasion and hard bargaining to secure some assurances for Shen Wang. Shen Chanchao, considering Shen Wang as akin to a son, and even more considerate than Shen Yan, eventually relented and agreed. When this news reached Elder Shen, it incensed him to the point of hospitalization. Fortunately, Elder Shen emerged unscathed. Otherwise, given Shen Yan's temperament, it could have resulted in a tumultuous upheaval. Brother Yan has matters at home. Do not be concerned. Ultimately, this is an internal affair of the Shen family, and Wu Zishi dared not divulge too much. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of Li Shu's unique position in Shen Yan's heart. Wu Zishi mused that there is little more he can do. Li Shu, do you understand why Brother Yan cares for you so deeply? This has long been a troubling issue for Li Shu. Though she remained silent, her palms clenched tightly. She listened as Wu Zishi expressed his poignant thoughts. Yin Gu once told me that the current you bears a striking resemblance to him back then. Wu Zishi continued. Once again, Yin Gu finds himself in a predicament, yet no one seems to care for him. With a pointed glance at Li Shu, his words lingered in the air, leaving her in a state of deep contemplation for quite some time. Upon returning to the Li residence, she entered her bedroom, burdened by her thoughts. She opened her laptop and took a deep breath, searching for information about the Shen group, hoping to uncover details regarding Shen Yan. To her dismay, she found nothing. Instead, she stumbled upon another name, Shen Wang. There were no images, only a brief introduction. Following the trail, she scrolled down until she came across a comment from a netizen in an inconspicuous corner. How can this current wife compare to the previous one from the Zhong family? What a pity she died young. But isn't the true heir of the Shen group not Shen Wang? Isn't he the stepson of Shen Chanchao? Li Shu fixated on that line, unable to find any further clues, clearly indicating that the Shen family had adeptly managed their online reputation. She felt an inexplicable sense of injustice on behalf of Shen Yan. Why did Shen Wang have a Baidu Baiki entry while Shen Yan did not? Shen Yan was undeniably the true son of Shen Chanchao. How could there be such favoritism towards the stepson? It was utterly bewildering, even more so than Li Mao was muddled thinking. Despite Shen Yan's unfortunate circumstances, he still bought her yogurt. Li Shu believed she ought to treat Shen Yan with a bit more kindness. Madam, how can one skip dinner? Shu Xiao remarked leisurely, sipping on yam and pork rib soup, the spoon clinking against the white porcelain bowl with a crisp sound. She remained indifferent. At her age, she understood the principle of eating when hungry and enduring hunger when not. Aunt Su once again felt the coldness of Shu Xiao. She quietly retreated from the kitchen. Li Shu came downstairs to pour water, and as she descended the steps, her eyes immediately fell upon the elegantly seated Shu Xiao, dressed like a woman of high society. At that moment, she had no desire to maintain the image of a dutiful daughter. Yet her feet seemed to move of their own accord, leading her to pause beside Shu Xiao. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Mother, could you tell me about the Shen family? However, she was met with Shu Xiao's impatient tone. What do you wish to know? Shu Xiao scoffed. All crows in the world are black. I only know that Shen Chanchao is just like your father, one who seeks to sell his daughter for glory. while the other didn't even show his face for months after sending his wife to the hospital until her death. Suddenly, she felt a surge of concern for Shen Yan. The Li family appeared insignificant in the face of the Shen family, yet the Li family had its share of sordid affairs. What could be expected from the Shens? She grasped her phone, poised to send a few messages to Shen Yan. Her anxious heart found an inexplicable sense of reassurance upon seeing his profile picture. Drenched in the melancholic hues of dusk. Strangely, neither she nor Shen Yan had changed their avatars. Li Shu had grown accustomed to it over time. Believing their relationship to be normal, changing the avatar secretly would only evoke a sense of guilt. After all, they were acting within the bounds of propriety. She understood Shen Yan's temperament. He was simply too indifferent to bother changing it. After contemplating for a moment, Li Shu composed a few words. Her delicate fingers hovered over the send button for several seconds before she finally pressed it. Chapter 105, Someone Should Care for His Xiao Yin in Li Shu's imagination. Shen Yan must be feeling pitifully rejected at this moment. However, reality often diverges from expectation. Within the confines of the VIP hospital room, old Master Shen, due to his advanced age and the distress he has endured, must remain under observation for several more days. With his reading glasses perched on his nose, his gaze falls upon Shen Yan, who is diligently peeling fruit. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yan nonchalantly raises an eyebrow. Grandfather, I dare say even you would find that hard to believe. Otherwise, how could you have been so angered as to end up in the hospital? Old Master Shen chokes on his words, filled with exasperation, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps to Shen Changqiao. Although the shares given by Shen Changqiao were not substantial, they ensured that Shen Wang would live without worries for the rest of his life. Yet, there is a lingering fear that Shen Wang and Wang Qin's appetites are insatiable, leaving them dissatisfied. Once Shen Yan has finished peeling the apple, he hands it to old Master Shen before excusing himself to wash his hands. Shen Yan is not surprised by Shen Changqiao's actions. He understands that Shen Changqiao has his limits and can only provide so much for that mother and son. However, human greed often leads to excess. Shen Changqiao married Wang Qin in the second year following Zhonglan's death, a decision Shen Yan vehemently opposed. Yet, what good was his opposition? 6 months later, the child brought by Wang Qin bore the Shen surname. Now, it concerned shares. What about the future? Shen Yan scoffs coldly, his youthful, phoenix-like eyes narrowing in disdain, his lips curling into a derisive sneer. Over the years, he has watched with a detached gaze, inadvertently fueling Wang Qin's ambitions time and again. The prospect of inheriting the Shen Group does not intrigue him. He has never regarded the title of the Shen Group's heir as particularly honorable. The regret surrounding Zhonglan's death is matched only by his loathing for the Shen Group, even if he no longer desired it. Even if it were discarded and rotting in the trash, no one else should dare to claim it. Even if it were to come into their possession now, there would surely come a day when he would spread his wings and demand it back. He concealed the sharpness in his gaze and washed his face before exiting the restroom. Outside the hospital room, a gentle lady of high society, carrying a thermos, was halted by the bodyguard. With her head bowed, she displayed a sorrowful expression, her eyes brimming with grievance, and softly addressed the impeccably dressed middle-aged man beside her. This is the chicken soup I prepared for my father. Please take it in. Seeing her humble submission, Shen Changqiao felt a pang of discomfort, yet the elderly gentleman was advanced in years, and without Wang Qin's presence, he felt helpless. It's all right. You have done enough. I will speak kindly to my father. You have endured much hardship over the years. Wang Qin shook her head. This is what I ought to do. In her heart, Wang Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. The more the elderly gentleman acted this way, the more Shen Changqiao's heart ached for her. Shen Changqiao sighed and said to the bodyguard, "Allow my wife to enter. My father may have a sharp tongue, but he has a soft heart." The bodyguard had always politely refused, maintaining dignity for both parties. However, this time, the young master had given specific instructions. The bodyguard fixed his gaze ahead, not sparing a glance at Wang Qin. Old Shen has rendered great service to the nation. Even the higher-ups have come to inquire about his health. We cannot take the risk of allowing him to consume anything questionable. Wang Qin's expression stiffened, yet she maintained her smile. This is soup I personally simmered overnight. Every ingredient was selected by me, untouched by others. How could it possibly be unclean? The bodyguard stated unequivocally, "Young master, as you have remarked, the VIP ward is not a place for just anyone to enter. One must have dignity, and it is essential to possess self-awareness in life." The bodyguard's words infuriated Shen Changqiao to no end. Yet, without the elder's tacit approval, how would the bodyguard dare to speak thus? He turned to offer a few comforting words to Wang Qin before entering the ward. Upon seeing his face, Shen Lao's expression darkened. He continued to eat the apple cut by Shen Yan, entirely ignoring him. Shen Chanchao glanced at his son, who did not acknowledge his presence. Acting as if he were invisible, with an awkward smile, he prepared to hand over the thermos. I fear that what that woman made might not agree with you. Shen Chanchao, feeling helpless, replied, Father, your words are unjust. Wang Qin has done remarkably well. He understood that Shen Lao was upset, and he bore some responsibility for not discussing matters beforehand. However, Wang Qin was his wife, and Shen Wang was to call him father as well. He must leave them with something. Shen Chanchao looked at the young man leaning against the window. During the time he had not been involved, Shen Yan had grown taller than him. A sudden wave of disorientation washed over him. Xiao Yan, Shen Wang has always been a well-behaved child. I assure you, he will never surpass you. Shen Yan lazily stifled a yawn, his tone indifferent. That is your concern. Shen Chanchao disapproved of this attitude. After all, Shen Wang is your brother. Shen Yan lowered his gaze, sunlight dancing upon his profile, illuminating and dimming. He offered a faint smile. I am rather mundane. Not as noble as Shen Zong raising a child for others. Shen Changchao's face flushed with embarrassment. He truly could not comprehend why. After so many years since Zhang Lan's passing, Shen Yan had yet to move on. Each encounter was fraught with tension and veiled animosity. Trembling, he pointed at Shen Yan. Meanwhile, old Shen, having finished his apple, hurled the cord directly onto Shen Changchao's expensive suit. Do you think I am dead? Who the hell are you pointing at? Shen Changchao swallowed hard, feeling that Shen Yan's temperament had been nurtured by old Shen's indulgence. Father, listen to what he is saying. Old Shen retorted with a cold smile. Has Xiao Yan spoken incorrectly? Shen Changchao, do you believe you are conducting human affairs? I think Xiao Yan has shown considerable restraint. Old Shen, suppressing his fury, instructed. Xiao Yan, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with him. Shen Yan had no objections. He picked up his phone and, upon exiting the ward, encountered Wang Qin. As she approached, ready to greet him, he coldly uttered, "Get lost," and strode away. Inside the ward, old Shen clutched his heart in frustration. Indeed, it was understandable for Shen Changchao to present gifts to Wang Qin and her child. Yet what could he have bestowed? Money, yachts, estates, gardens. He and Xiao Yan would certainly not utter a word of discontent. What could possibly guarantee a lifetime of security for that mother and child? Yet, it had to be company shares. Shen Changchao, I ask you, is this truly worth it? Creating such a rift between father and son, what exactly do you seek? After scolding him, old Shen sneered. Oh, I almost forgot. Your son is not merely Xiao Yan. Shen Changchao felt a dull ache. Once Shen Yan departed, his true feelings emerged. Father, I believe Wang Qin has had a tough time. She has been here for quite a while, yet you do not show her any regard. How many in this circle mock her? Old Shen shook his head in disappointment. Do you feel sorry for her? What about little Yin? How old was he when Zhonglan left? Did you ever care for him? That half-grown child wept at his mother's grave, gasping for breath, words failing him. The mere thought of it made old Shen's chest constrict painfully. I heard that a month ago, you specially ordered a cake for Shen Wang's birthday, Shen Changchao. I must ask, when is your biological son's birthday? You seem to take fatherhood quite lightly. Old Shen could scarcely bear to look at his son any longer. He spoke not to instill guilt in Shen Changchao, but rather to convey that his little Yin deserved affection too. Chapter 106, speaks him since Shen Yan, with drooping eyelids, made his way to the corridor. He disregarded his cleanliness obsession and leaned against the wall. The sound of a lighter flicked through the air. He pinched a cigarette between his slender fingers. After taking a long drag, he exhaled slowly, the smoke curling around him. Yet the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth remained unchanged. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He leisurely finished the cigarette before carelessly retrieving his phone for a glance. The next moment, his gaze halted. Shen Yan, this brand of yogurt has released a matcha flavor. Image JPG, Shen Yan stared at the rainbow after the rain. Remaining motionless for a while, he sighed softly, feeling the instinct of a father to a daughter. Noted. Li Shu noted what? Shen Yan, in a few days. Shen Yan? Li Shu, Shen Yan, you should treat me too. Gazing at the assertive words of the young girl on the screen, Shen Yan could almost envision Li Shu in a city, earnestly typing away, then staring at the display, eagerly awaiting a response. Amusement welled up within him, and laughter escaped his throat. He temporarily set aside his troubles, opting not to send a message but to make a voice call instead. Li Shu was momentarily taken aback. Her fingertips trembled slightly before she slowly chose to answer. As soon as the call connected, Shen Yan's leisurely tone, laced with a hint of mirth, resonated through the phone. His languid voice flowed from the device as if he were whispering directly into her ear. Li Shu, let us be reasonable. You want yogurt and a Big Mac, are you a thief? With downcast eyes, Li Shu conceded. Shen Yan paused, recalling the night Li Shu had been drunk, pleading for his assistance in repaying her Huabei debt. He also remembered how everyone referred to her as the wealthy young lady in the school forum, leaving him with a sense of unspoken complexities. He jested, $7 is indeed quite extravagant, but at this rate, are you planning to bankrupt me? Bankrupt? Li Shu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. So, it was one thing for Shen Cha to neglect his own son, but now he was also skimping on his pocket money? Li Shu felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Yan. Noticing her silence, Shen Yan reverted to his usual teasing demeanor, elongating his words. Come on, tell me. Are you after my money or my company? Grinding her teeth, Li Shu found it incomprehensible that Shen Yan could still joke at such a moment. Reluctantly, she replied, neither. Shen Yan responded with a bemused, ah. Through the crevice of the corridor door, she glimpsed Shun Changchao emerging from the hospital room, accompanied by Wang Qing. His voice, tinged with melancholy, resonated softly, then I must truly be a failure. The deliberate lowering of his tone, languid and sonorous, permeated the air, sending a shiver down Li Shu's spine. Instinctively, she ended the call, her ears flushed with warmth, her heart racing faster than usual. How frivolous, she thought. Even at such a moment, he remained so irreverent. Li Shu resolved to expend all of Shen Yan's money, ensuring he would never dare to be so flippant again. Due to the situation involving Feng Qingguan, Li Maohua had not sought out Li Shu in recent days. However, she had heard that Li Maohua and the Feng family had engaged in discussions regarding a development project. The Feng family utilized this matter to appease Li Maohua's ire, which he accepted with equanimity, and the two families resumed their frequent interactions as if no rift had ever existed. Li Shu found it unremarkable. As long as Li Maohua did not trouble her, everything was acceptable. Since then, she had refrained from contacting Shen Yan, as it would appear too deliberate. From Jiang Yi, she learned that Shen Yan's grandfather had been hospitalized, yet Jiang Yi remained tight-lipped about further details. Li Shu studied her improving report card. In this recent examination, her English soared to 92, while her Chinese reached 88, reflecting substantial progress in her humanities subjects. This cohort faced a different college entrance examination model, which would separate into liberal arts, politics, history and geography, and sciences, physics, chemistry, and biology. The reform eliminated the traditional distinction between arts and sciences, requiring students to take 6 subjects for the entrance examination. With the policy introduced during their second year of high school, the school struggled to reorganize classes, allowing students to adapt to new environments and teachers. As a decisive measure, they implemented a rotating class system, enabling experimental classes to interchange and regular classes to do the same. Each student attends classes according to their elective subjects. At that time, there was a surge of enthusiasm for choosing courses. The students in Class 7 were inherently indifferent towards their studies, showing little concern for which electives to select. The school had scheduled the elective classes for Class 7, which included history, physics, and chemistry. The students, disinterested in moving between classes, unanimously opted for these 3 subjects. Consequently, while other classes were bustling with transitions, Class 7 remained utterly unmoved. The school, well aware of Class 7's tendencies, allowed this to continue, even removing them from the list of students required to change classes. Thus, the number of students in Class 7 remained unchanged, except for English, where she scored 40 out of 150. She managed to achieve 155 in each of the 3 elective subjects, culminating in a total score of 375 out of 750 in just a month, a little over half. In the past, Li Shu consistently ranked among the top 5. But this time, she felt a sense of elation. She snapped a picture, instinctively intending to send it to Shen Yan. However, just as her finger was about to press the send button, she hit delete instead. She questioned herself, what is there to share? It is hardly an impressive achievement. Xiao Ning, clutching her report card, glanced at Li Shu's scores and then at her own, her eyes welling with tears. She clenched her fists and thought, I believe I need to seek tutoring from Wang Yu as well. Li Shu patted her shoulder, wanting to advise her that, given her foundational knowledge, it might be uncertain how effective tutoring would be. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and she felt happy for Wang Yu. With Xiao Ning's foundation, once Wang Yu assessed her level, he would undoubtedly raise his fees. Nevertheless, Wang Yu's capabilities were indeed worthy of such an increase. Li Shu's intuition proved correct. After Ning explained her situation and requests to Wang Yu, he pondered for a moment. For 200 per hour, I can only provide tutoring on weekends. Are you amenable to this arrangement? Ning seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. Not only was she willing to accept 200, but if it meant surpassing a total score of 375, she would prostrate herself before Wang Yu without hesitation. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yi gazed upon Li Shu's scores, ranked 21st in the class, he could hardly believe his eyes. He typed furiously, "Wow, Li Shu is incredible. Is this progress akin to a rocket launch?" Just last time, the total score had barely reached 150. In his eagerness to confirm, he quickly sent over the report card. Jiang Yi assumed he was preoccupied. Unaware that shortly after his message was dispatched, Li Shu's phone vibrated with a new notification. "I'll buy it for you." It was both a concession and a reward. Chapter 107. A dashing figure in the national gold after school. Li Shu opted not to have Uncle He pick her up and instead made her way through a narrow alley. By the time she reached home, her legs were numb, and the sky had darkened, but the streetlights illuminated her path as bright as day. Just around the corner, she would soon be home. As she lifted her foot to step forward and glanced up, she spotted Xu Xiao disembarking from a luxury vehicle in front of the Li family gate. Almost immediately, the driver's side door swung open, and a well-dressed man emerged, holding a box. "You forgot your things. Look at me. Your memory seems to be failing you." "Memory failing? Yet you could remind me of a meal I owe you for an entire month. But I haven't seen you extend an invitation." The affectionate banter reached Li Shu's ears. She had always recognized that Xu Xiao and Li Maoguo belonged to the same ilk. Did she not fear that Li Maoguo would discover this? Yet, it seemed their long-standing estrangement rendered such concerns moot. Judging by his physique and voice, the man appeared to be relatively young. Li Shu closed her eyes, quietly waiting for their pleasantries to conclude, anticipating the moment the engine would roar to life as the luxurious vehicle departed. Upon entering, she exchanged her shoes. In the living room, Xu Xiao had transformed into a comfortable home attire, cradling a cat while perusing a fashion magazine. Her lips adorned with a serene smile, a sight Li Shu seldom witnessed. Was it because of that person? Did it cause her discomfort? Not at all. She pondered where Li Maoguo might be at that moment, perhaps with one of his mistresses. It seemed quite fair, didn't it? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Li Shu lethargically approached, expecting to find Aunt Su, only to be met by Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao's gaze was as tranquil as water. "Your homeroom teacher informed me of your grades." Li Shu remained silent, not uttering a word. Xu Xiao observed her closely. "Do you aspire to achieve excellent results and escape the Li family?" Those seemingly light words tightened Li Shu's chest, leaving her utterly astonished. "What are you trying to say?" she stammered, her fingertips turning pale, her body trembling slightly. Xu Xiao regarded her from a superior position, a fleeting softness passing through her eyes, yet her words remained icy. "You possess courage. But can you outmaneuver Li Maoguo? He can sell you once. He can certainly do it a second time. Ultimately, the incident with the Feng family was merely luck for you. What about next time?" Li Shu met the gaze of a face strikingly similar to her own, yet she unexpectedly laughed aloud. "Wouldn't it be better if you simply refrained from speaking?" She paused, articulating each word deliberately. "Wasn't your previous indifference quite effective?" "What do you mean?" Li Shu continued, just like before, disregarding my existence entirely. "Never sparing a glance even when I cried. Haven't you always excelled at that? Since that is the case, how I choose to proceed in the future is entirely my own decision, and there's no need for you to pry, is there?" In the presence of her parents, Li Shu often presents herself as obedient and reticent, particularly before Xu Xiao. She had always believed that this facade could be maintained indefinitely, with no necessity to tear away the final veil of decorum. Yet this time, she could no longer contain herself. Years of pent-up resentment flowed effortlessly from her lips, offering Li Shu an unprecedented sense of liberation. Xu Xiao maintained her demeanor of cold amusement. It is no wonder she is of the Li Maoguo lineage. Who could have imagined that it was all a ruse? For so many years, she had deceived everyone, ensnaring all in the illusion of her mask. While she remained startlingly lucid, she could swallow her grievances with weakness, her eyes reddening without a single complaint. Yet she could also articulate words that would offend others profoundly. This remarkable ability to bend and yield bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Maoguo. However, one must concede that the stubbornness she exhibited was strikingly reminiscent of her own character. Li Shu had arranged to meet Wang Yu at a CAF for tutoring on Saturday afternoon. Wang Yu, busy with his professional endeavors, was responsible for Ning in the morning and Li Shu in the afternoon. The hourly wage they offered was generous, and he had chosen not to take on any additional students, needing to carve out time for his own studies. Li Shu believed she would enjoy a restful slumber. However, she was roused by the blaring of her phone at 8 in the morning. Burying her head into the soft pillow, she soon succumbed to its embrace. It was only when her breathing became labored that she extended a delicate arm to fumble for her phone on the bedside table. "Hello? Shu, come out shopping. There's a handsome guy at Guijin," came Su's excited voice. Li Shu, still groggy, replied, "Wait a moment, I need to wash up first." She donned her pajamas and treaded lightly towards the bathroom to brush her teeth, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Yet, her mind began to stir. Wait. What was happening with Guijin? Was it that foolish man again? Was Jiang Yi acting the fool once more? Or had Lu Dafei set his sights on another charming cashier? Li Shu bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. After freshening up, she slipped into a t-shirt paired with straight-leg pants, wary of the sun's rays, and added a sun-protective shirt. After applying sunscreen, she hurried to the address sent by Su via WeChat. Upon receiving her message, Su was already waiting at the door. Upon spotting Li Shu, she linked arms with her. "Let's go to the milk tea shop on the second floor." A minute later, Li Shu felt bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to be watching that foolish man? Shouldn't it be Jiang Yi and Lu Dafei? Why was there a boy before her whom she did not recognize? Su's voice, tinged with excitement, whispered in her ear, "Look, that's him. Is he not the embodiment of cuteness? He could easily shine in the entertainment industry. I've been watching him for a long time. In just an hour, he has downed 3 cups of milk tea without so much as a pause." Li Shu remained perplexed. Indeed, as Su had mentioned, the young man clad in a black jacket had rosy lips and white teeth. His thick hair, naturally curled, lent him an endearing charm. In fact, he was not at all inferior to Shen Yan. It was only then that Li Shu realized Su was referring to an exceptionally handsome man. Turning to Su, she asked, "Don't you have Jiang Yi?" Su grimaced slightly. "That Jiang Yi with his garish yellow hair is unbearable. He thinks it's unique. I've long wished to snip that hair off with a pair of scissors." She shrugged. "Just because I have Jiang Yi, it doesn't mean I can't admire handsome men." As she spoke, she pointed at the boy in the black coat and said, "Li Shu, what do you think? Isn't he handsome?" Li Shu hesitated for a moment before responding with utmost sincerity, "Indeed, he is handsome." Chapter 108. But his intellect truly leaves much to be desired. Su went to purchase 2 cups of milk tea and settled down with Li Shu at a nearby table. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the boy in front of her. Her eyes seemed glued to him, unable to look away. Li Shu sipped his milk tea cautiously, feeling uneasy as he worried that the boy might notice her stare. As a spirited girl from class 3, Su was known for her candidness. She shot a knowing glance at Li Shu and remarked, "Goodness, he's had 3 cups of milk tea and still hasn't gone to the restroom. This guy must have a strong bladder. And judging by that well-defined backside, his kidneys should be in excellent condition too." Li Shu was taken aback, nearly choking on his drink. A flush crept up her ears. However, Su, unfazed, quickly shifted her thoughts to Jiang Yi, that foolish boy. She couldn't help but wonder who was superior between them. Nevertheless, she soon dismissed the thought, concluding, "Well, I can accept that Jiang Yi only lasts 3 minutes in bed." Li Shu found himself at a loss for words, desperately trying to suppress the blush creeping up his neck. He pressed his lips together and, after a lengthy pause, attempted to change the subject. "Did you come to Guijin so early for a specific reason?" In his mind, Su was not the type to rise early. Her appearance at Guijin before 8 o'clock seemed rather peculiar. Su casually replied, "I saw it on my moments. Without a second thought, I just stepped out." Yet, she was not easily diverted by Li Shu's attempt to shift topics. "But Yen Gu is even more striking. Our Yen Gu has quite a prominent nose." Upon hearing this, Li Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Su, appreciating the handsome features, retrieved a mirror from her bag to touch up her makeup. She pulled Li Shu and boldly approached the young man. Clearly a seasoned player, her opening line was delivered with remarkable finesse. "Hey handsome, let us exchange WeChat." The boy opposite her had evidently noticed Su's scrutiny and was not surprised in the least. He was well-mannered and did not shoo her away. After finishing the last sip of his drink, he uttered something in a language Su could not comprehend. 48 minutes. Su was momentarily flustered, caught off guard by the unexpected response. She had clearly encountered a worthy opponent. In the next instant, however, the boy shifted his gaze to Li Shu, scrutinizing her with an intense, almost intrusive stare that made her feel uncomfortable. Just as she was about to frown, she heard him say, "I know you. Li Shu, right?" Li Shu's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, As she failed to recall who this unfamiliar young man was, he left no impression on her at all. Yet, she was unsettled by the peculiar glint in his eyes. The boy set down his milk tea, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and stood up. His voice tender enough to drown in, "Li Shu, I believe we shall meet again soon." With that, he pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and placed it under the small round table as a tip. As he departed, he glanced back at Li Shu. Once he was out of sight, Su was left in a daze. Wait, who was that guy? Li Shu, why didn't you say you knew him? Li Shu, perplexed, replied, "You might not believe me, but I truly don't know him." Su's mind was racing. You don't know him? But what did he mean by that? Su was equally baffled, pondering the possibility. Could he be someone who has a secret crush on you? Li Shu furrowed her brows and shook her head, her tone earnest. It's impossible. It gives me a certain feeling. What feeling? It's as if I owe him money. Neither of them had dined, so they decided to resolve it at the mall. Su grasped Li Shu's hand, strolling through the corridors, visiting one shop after another. She did not inquire, "What do you want to eat?" The conversation revolved around the same few phrases. "This place has no handsome guys at all. I won't eat here. This shop has no boys. It's dull. Hey, look at that barbecue spot. The guy by the window isn't bad." After a moment of silence, Su exclaimed, "I was wrong. What is so handsome about him?" Their peculiar antics quickly drew the attention of passers-by. After wandering for quite some time, Li Shu finally halted, reluctantly pulling a mask from her pocket to wear. Su, perplexed, couldn't comprehend why she suddenly donned a mask. "Aren't you hot?" Li Shu sighed, her expression serious with frustration. "I still have to navigate a city." Ultimately, driven by hunger, they settled on a barbecue restaurant. After enjoying the meal and engaging in conversation, they realized it was time to part ways, and Li Shu bid farewell to Su before heading to the CAF, where she was to meet Wang Yu. To her surprise, she spotted Ning at the coffee shop. She approached her. "Aren't you supposed to be in class this morning?" Ning replied cheerfully, "Wang Yu is teaching you. I might learn a thing or two." Li Shu couldn't help but admire Ning's dedication to her studies. She ordered 3 cups of coffee and then retrieved her review materials from her bag. Ning energetically stood up. "You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom." Once she left, Li Shu noticed that Wang Yu appeared quite haggard today. A sudden jolt ran through her heart. Could it be that Wang Yu's mother had encountered yet another misfortune? Wang Yu, resembling a weary old man, let out a heavy sigh. Li Shu whispered, "What is troubling you?" Wang Yu cast a glance her way, his tone imbued with an indescribable regret. Charging her a mere 200 for an hour's work felt woefully inadequate. Frustrated, he took a sip of coffee, forgetting to add sugar, leaving it bitter enough to numb his tongue. He lamented, "I have truly never encountered such foolishness." On his paper, he inscribed physics formulas, instructing Ning to memorize them for future application during exams. However, Ning was unwilling to accept such simplicity. She insisted that learning was an endless journey and that she could not afford to be vague. She yearned to delve into the derivation of the formula. Observing her thirst for knowledge, Wang Yu felt compelled to commend her spirit. "Very well," he agreed to explain. Yet, Ning remained perplexed and insisted that he repeat himself. In a bid to elucidate the derivation of a single formula, Wang Yu explained it 5 times. In a tone of unyielding determination, Ning implored, "Wang Yu, please explain it once more. This time, I shall surely comprehend." After 5 attempts yielding no understanding, what gave her the confidence that the 6th would be any different? Wang Yu could hardly fathom that after an entire morning, he had managed to convey just one formula, and she still seemed only partially enlightened. The most exasperating part was that the derivation would not even be tested in the exam. It was merely a matter of rote memorization. Wang Yu complained, "Li Shu, do you grasp the significance of 5 attempts?" Observing his distress, Li Shu nodded in understanding. Wang Yu, on the brink of despair, could not help but acknowledge. Her attitude towards learning is commendable. Li Shu concurred with a nod. Yet Wang Yu added, "But her intellect leaves much to be desired." After Wang Yu finished speaking, he took another sip of coffee. He had arranged with Li Shu to meet for class at 1 o'clock, and it was evident that Li Shu had arrived early. As the time had not yet come, Wang Yu was reluctant to discuss the matter of Ning any further, feeling a mix of regret and remorse. He swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, have you heard about the significant drop in Anjia's stock market?" Anjia? Li Shu was unaware. However, Wang Yu had heard some whispers. Anjia had offended a formidable real estate tycoon, and in a fit of anger, the tycoon declared that any company collaborating with Anjia would no longer be considered for long-term partnerships. Consequently, Anjia became a pariah. with numerous partner companies opting to pay hefty penalties to terminate their contracts, leading to a drastic decline in Anjia's stock. Anqi's father had long passed away, and the company was now managed by her stepmother, who lacked the necessary leadership skills, resulting in significantly diminished annual dividends. Shareholders had grown discontented, wishing fervently for her ousting. Just as an opportunity arose with the plummeting stocks, internal strife ensued. Moreover, the real estate mogul was operating behind the scenes, making bankruptcy an inevitable outcome. Wang Yi was aware of the animosity between Anqi and Li Shu, and since he shared a class with the beleaguered Jiangxia, he felt a certain camaraderie. It was somewhat satisfying for him, as each person had their own adversaries to contend with. I doubt Anjiao will last much longer. Li Shu seldom paid attention to such news, but he often heard Meng Yichu lamenting about it in passing. Anqi had once again approached the experimental class, asking Jiangxia to buy her snacks. Seriously, can't she do anything for herself? Does she not have hands? Jiangxia's hands are meant for basketball. This woman truly possesses a toxic nature. Jiangxia must have committed some grave sin in his past life to be entangled with her. How unfortunate he is. Thus, if the Yan family were truly to face bankruptcy, would Jiangxia finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief? Wang Yi was about to say something, but just then, the alarm rang. He adjusted his demeanor and commenced his lecture on physics. Li Shu, however, paid no heed to the affairs of the Yan family or Jiangxia, fully engrossed in the lesson. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, on her way to the convenience store at Funan Middle School, she was called out to. Li Shu. Jiangxia, shedding his previous gloom, now bore a glimmer of light in his eyes, speaking with politeness and restraint. May I have a moment of your time? Li Shu nodded in response. Jiangxia continued. I am transferring schools. Li Shu furrowed her brow. What about Anqi? A hint of mockery surfaced at the corners of Jiangxia's mouth, though it also seemed as if he were exhaling a breath of relief, observing the precarious state of the Yan family. And she had not attended school these past few days. Self-preservation is a fundamental instinct, given the current predicament of the Yan family. This was precisely the opportunity for him to escape his nightmare. He held no affection for Anqi and, similarly, harbored disdain for her machinations. With Mrs. and preoccupied with her own troubles, how could she continue to meddle in his affairs? Let us not speak of her, Jiangxia stated. He scratched his head, recognizing that he had grown sufficiently through these experiences. He simply felt it was time to bid farewell to Li Shu. I have already completed the transfer procedures. I will be leaving a city the day after tomorrow. I wish to apologize for my previous actions. I was presumptuous. She stood there quietly, her long neck and serene features perfectly aligned with my preferences. I told myself to confess my feelings. These were the words he had penned in his diary. As I gaze upon the youthful girl, her eyes glimmering like dew-kissed peach blossoms, her visage reminiscent of serene memories, and her skin flawless as porcelain, Jiangxia smiles, finding solace. Li Shu waves her hand, pausing for a moment before speaking earnestly, her voice soft and imbued with the gentle sweetness it ought to possess. Jiangxia, I wish you a future as splendid as brocade. Jiangxia is momentarily taken aback. Yet, it seems that his youth is merely at its inception. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, clarity fills his gaze. Unbeknownst to many, this moment is captured by a keen observer. Lu Dafei stealthily retreats to a corner, and upon sending the image, he excitedly types on his phone, Brother Yan, there's a fire in your inner courtyard. Just as he prepares to retrieve the exam papers arranged by Wang Yu, he notices his phone, carelessly tossed in the drawer, vibrating incessantly, likely the handiwork of Li Maogua. Li Shu, unbothered, dismisses it with a glance and immerses herself in her studies. He lazily opens the photos sent by Lu Dafei and pauses slightly upon recognizing the figures within. In the next moment, his thumb and index finger enlarge the image. The scene of the girl sharing a smile with the boy cradling a basketball is painfully vivid. It is rare to see Li Shu smile in such a manner. Perhaps she simply does not favor smiling at him? Shen Yan's light brown eyes swirl with thoughts as he addresses the driver, to Funan Middle School. After a moment's contemplation, he opens the chat with Li Shu, where their last conversation lingered on the topic of the Big Mac. His slender fingers begin to type slowly. Shen Yan, is Wang Yu's assigned study task too trivial for you? Clearly, he has become idle enough to engage in conversation. Shen Yan, shorty, you have more of those troublesome admirers than I do. You truly are remarkable. Shen Yan, have you truly received my genuine teachings? He had not rested much over the past few days, suffering from a lack of sleep that resulted in a severe headache. Suppressing his thoughts, he closed his eyes in a feigned slumber. Upon reopening his phone, a single message from Lu Dafei lay glaringly on the screen. Brother Yan. There's a fire in your inner courtyard. Shen Yan scoffed and revisited his chat history with Li Shu, his tone sharp. Lu Dafei's message seemed to have sunk into oblivion. He assumed Shen Yan was occupied. However, to his surprise, someone reached out through WeChat an hour later and walked directly into the classroom. The youth stood tall and straight, akin to a slender bamboo, with a prominent nose and eyebrows that revealed no hint of impatience. His white shirt was slightly unbuttoned at the collar, and the chain around his neck appeared rather cheap. Just as Lu Dafei was about to greet him in astonishment, Shen Yan brushed past him and headed straight to the third row. Li Shu was meticulously calculating when a shadow fell upon her. Before she could raise her head, the youth remarked, "Little shorty, working so diligently." She looked up in surprise at the newcomer. Shen Yan wore a smile that was more ironic than genuine, but upon seeing Li Shu's lips gently curve upward, she appeared even more joyful and tender than in her photographs. Undeniably, he felt a wave of comfort. Li Shu made a concerted effort to analyze his words, then, perplexed, pointed at herself. "Are you referring to me?" Shen Yan scanned her from head to toe. "Do you think I would concern myself with that fool Jiangyi?" Then, tilting her head, she enunciated clearly, almost incredulously, "You're empty-handed." It was easy to say the giant yogurt was delightful, yet he had not brought a single one. Shen Yan replied, "So, you're this happy just for food?" Li Shu frowned slightly. "Look, you've started being stingy again." Chapter 110. Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, the news of Jiang's transfer spread rapidly through Funan. As a student of the experimental class, the teachers expressed their regret. Yet considering the hardships Jiang had encountered, they felt that leaving amidst this turmoil was indeed the wisest choice. On the day of his departure, the school forum erupted once more with fervent discussions. ABA, our idol has left. I shall never love basketball again. Ahid, the young trash picker, here. I dedicate a song. I send you away, 1,000 miles apart. ABA, why can you send voice messages? Smile, JPG. Mafengwa, and she still hasn't revealed herself. She deserves it. I've long found her displeasing, forcefully taking away our boys. It's utterly unjust. Why shouldn't she vie for my attention, sparing me a decade of struggle? Am I not worthy? The oppressive heat rendered even the most spirited individuals lethargic, and to prevent heat stroke among the students, the physical education teacher kindly refrained from making them run, instead leading the entire class to rest beneath a large tree. However, attendance was still mandatory for both the pre-class and post-class roll calls. Do you understand? This type of physical education was primarily designed for the experimental class. Yet, no one from Class 7 voiced any objections. After all, wouldn't he sitting in an air-conditioned classroom be preferable to baking under the sun on the playground? The boys played basketball as usual, while others wandered aimlessly without any repercussions. All right, they all chimed in agreement. The physical education teacher nodded. The school has acquired a new set of uniforms, and we need to measure everyone's height. Once that is done, you may engage in free activities. Li Shu? Measure height? That is my least favorite activity. Surrounded by a throng of classmates, the physical education teacher, intent on recording the measurements, called out names. Li Shu stealthily attempted to slip away, planning to return once the crowd had dispersed after their measurements. However, she found herself the only one adorned in the school uniform, making her stand out conspicuously in that moment, appearing exceptionally obedient. The teacher had already set her sights on Li Shu. You there, the one in the uniform, stop looking around. It's you. Step forward for your measurement. Li Shu fell silent, casting her gaze down at her pristine white shoes. In a barely audible voice, she murmured, "Teacher, I can use the record from last time." No sooner had she spoken than she heard a muffled chuckle. The voice was all too familiar. She needed no glance to identify its owner. Annoyed, she bit her lip. Shen Yan's laughter felt like mockery. Was she really still using last year's height measurement, as if she hadn't grown at all? Although the uniforms were somewhat oversized, the height records were primarily for those boys who were rapidly sprouting taller. Yet, why did that thought irk her so much? Shen Yan had previously teased her about not reaching even 140 centimeters. The physical education teacher, being quite amiable, replied, "All right then." Li Shu took a step forward. "Teacher, I should measure after all." The height measuring device swiftly displayed a number, 155 centimeters, raising her head. She noticed Shen Yan watching her intently. The corners of his mouth curled into a broader smile, and without uttering a word, he silently mouthed 2 syllables, "Shorty." Li Shu was taken aback. After completing her measurement, she approached Shen Yan with a stern expression. "I am 155 centimeters. The boy, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Oh, so you've grown." Li Shu's preoccupation with her height and her sensitivity towards it was almost comical. Shen Yan continued her thought. How much did you grow? 1 centimeter. Shen Yan chuckled, playfully tapping his index finger on Li Shu's head. Oh, you were quite stubborn. From that day forth, Li Shu ceased to engage with Shen Yan. Li Shu, has Xiaoning lost her wits from studying? It was not without reason that she made such a remark. Xiaoning's behavior today was exceedingly peculiar, typically studious. Today she seemed invigorated, even pulling out vocabulary words to memorize while walking. Li Shu shook her head. Wang Yu praised her yesterday. Praised her for what? Meng Yichu inquired softly. Li Shu replied quietly. Wang Yu said that anyone with dreams is remarkable. It was a clear irony directed at Xiaoning's stubbornness. Yet she failed to grasp the underlying meaning, believing instead that her efforts had garnered recognition. Apologies for the interruption, Meng Yichu said. In regard to the recent examination results, Zhang Hong was exceedingly pleased with Li Shu's performance. With the conclusion of this semester and the upcoming final year, if she maintained this pace, Li Shu would likely catch up without any unforeseen circumstances. Joyous tidings lifted Zhang Hong's spirits, and he hummed a cheerful tune in his office. The head teacher of the experimental class remarked on his apparent nonchalance. Teacher Jing, Class 7 must have ranked second to last in the entire grade this time. If I were you, I would be at a loss for what to do. Zhang Hong seemed unfazed by the subtle mockery. He retrieved the report cards that had been sitting on his desk for several days. Teacher Chen, your student Wang Yu performed exceptionally well this time, consistently securing first place. Our school has annual slots for guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. Wang Yu was recognized as an exemplary student at the provincial level last year. If he passes the guarantee exam in the fall, he won't even need to take the college entrance examination. Teacher Chen smiled broadly. Wang Yu is exceptionally perceptive. I indeed have high hopes for this child. Zhang Hong took a sip of strong tea and remarked, Shen Yan from our class is quite a promising talent. Although he only took 3 subjects this time, each score is exceptional. He feigned a look towards Teacher Chen, saying, as a physics teacher, you should be more aware than I am. Aside from Shen Yan from our class, how many students from the experimental class achieved full marks this time? Teacher Chen's smile faltered. The exam was challenging, and Shun was the sole student to achieve full marks. In contrast, Wang Yu from their class lost 3 points for a single mistake. Zhang Hong continued his pretense, having already scrutinized the results with his reading glasses. He simply could not tolerate the arrogance of the teachers in the experimental class, as though no capable students existed in the ordinary class. Zhang Hong added, it seems your class performed rather poorly this time. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two from Shen Yan. Upon uttering these words, he heard Jiang Yi's loud voice exclaim, Yen Go, why are you playing games on my phone again? Zhang Hong maintained his composure and smiled. Our Shun Yin believes in a balance between work and play. Learning cannot be so monotonous. Teacher Chen chuckled. Well said. But it is not as if you could confiscate those students' phones. She continued, in our class, there are quite a few students scoring between 600 and 700. Zhang Hong, unwilling to concede, replied, our ordinary class cannot quite match that. However, I anticipate at least 2 students from our class will score over 700 in the college entrance examination. Teacher Chen responded, oh, come now. What? Do you intend to split Shen Yan in half? After their casual conversation, Zhang Hong called for Li Shu to come to the office as he watched Teacher Chen leave. Do you comprehend the purpose of my visit? Li Shu, unexpectedly. I recently boasted that our class would have 2 students scoring over 700 on the college entrance examination. Li Shu. Zhang Hong observed the astonishment in her eyes and gently patted her shoulder. So give it your all. Li Shu. Have you lost your mind? Chapter 111. He should remain single for a lifetime. The following morning, Li Shu ordered 3 small steamed buns and a pan-fried dumpling from the cafeteria, along with a bag of soy milk. She carried her breakfast to the senior high school building. To her surprise, she instinctively glanced towards the back row. Shen Yan was sleeping soundly with his head resting on the desk. Li Shu reflected on her previous remarks about Shen Yan's frugality and offered a sincere apology. She shared her breakfast with Qiu Ning and the others, joyfully indulging in a giant burger. The explosion of flavors delighted her senses. Li Shu. This couldn't have been bought for you by Shen Yan, could it? Li Shu nodded. The portion of the giant burger was substantial, and she certainly couldn't finish it alone. Would you like some? Meng Yichu raised her eyebrows and replied, no thanks, we already had breakfast. However, Shen Yan has never arrived at school this early, has he? Is today special just to bring you breakfast? I'm feeling a twinge of jealousy. Tang Wan chimed in. Lemon trees bear lemons, beneath the lemon tree. It's just you and me. Xiao Ning set her book down and slapped the table. Shen Yan is definitely pursuing you. Li Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. That's impossible. Why is that impossible? Li Shu pressed her lips together, lowered her voice, and spoke earnestly. Don't you think Shen Yan's appearance suggests he should remain single for life? As she spoke, Li Shu recalled the boy she had encountered last time at Wujin. The other person is indeed attractive, yet there are few boys like Shen Yan, who exude an aura reminiscent of a silkworm at all times. In comparison, that boy pales significantly against Shen Yan. Ning. Meng Yichu. That makes a certain degree of sense. As they conversed, classmates began to trickle in. The back door remained closed in the morning, and Jiang Yi swaggered through the front entrance. Upon passing by Li Shu, he halted, intrigued. Li Shu, what are you eating? Goodness, it smells divine. Li Shu sipped some yogurt to quell the richness. There's one more serving of pancake here. Do you want it? Jiang Yi eagerly replied, yes, yes, yes. He tore open the packaging and began to devour the pancake. What are you eating? Wu Zishi approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jiang Yi exclaimed, this pancake is from Sister Shu. I swear, it's the best pancake I've ever tasted. The pancake was astonishingly filled with an abundance of fillings. Amazing, Wu Zishi remarked. When did the school start selling pancakes? I must get one another day. As they chatted, they became acutely aware of a lingering gaze upon them. Shen Yan, unbeknownst to them, had awakened. With one hand propped on the desk and the other resting on a book, his gaze was as chilling as an autumn night, settling upon them with a dispassionate air. His eyes then drifted downward, landing on the familiar oversized packaging. So, he had risen early to buy this for Li Shu, only for her to hand it over to another boy? Jiang Yi felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Shen Yan's tone revealed no trace of emotion as he inquired, is it good? Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively, it's delicious. Shen Yan's voice remained flat, echoing his previous question. Is it good? Jiang Yi felt uncertain, and his tone weakened. Is it delicious? Shen Yan lowered his eyelids, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, his voice diminishing. I asked if it is tasty. Under the scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Shaoyi trembled. It's not delicious, not at all. Li Shu was once again summoned to the office by Zheng Hong during the long break. However, this time Zheng Hong wore a serious expression, lacking the usual demeanor of inviting her for a heart-to-heart conversation. Li Shu, the Li family is called, informing that your mother fell down the stairs. Fortunately, she is not severely injured. Please prepare yourself. Mr. Li has already sent someone to pick you up. Li Shu's fingertips quivered slightly. She softly replied, okay. Upon hearing the news of Xu Zhao's hospitalization, was she anxious? Perhaps, yet such feelings lingered only for a few seconds. Zheng Hong sighed. Please send my regards to your mother. Off you go. As Li Shu stepped out of the school gate, Uncle He awaited her at the entrance, promptly opening the back door upon seeing her. Soon, the car headed towards the Eastern City Hospital. From the rearview mirror, Uncle He noticed her downcast expression and silence, appearing both listless and dejected. Xu Xiao is never an impulsive person. This time, the mischievous cat had knocked over the kettle, scalding itself with boiling water. Upstairs. Upon hearing the cat's agonizing cries, Xu Xiao rushed down, but in her haste, she stepped on her skirt, leading to the accident. The lady had her arm in a cast, but the doctor assured that she would recover well and was not in serious danger. Li Shu learned from Uncle He that Xu Xiao had admitted herself to the hospital for the sake of that cat. Her eyelashes fluttered. It seemed Xu Xiao truly had an attachment to that feline. Yet, Li Shu found it both amusing and sorrowful. The journey was enveloped in silence. Xu Xiao resided in a VIP ward, the corridor devoid of any presence, the door to her room slightly ajar. Just as Li Shu was about to step inside, she overheard a familiar quarrel. Why did you call her here? To serve me? Xu Xiao's voice was laced with disdain. Li Maogua, can't you even afford a caregiver? Li Maogua retorted, Xiao Shu is your daughter. Is it not natural for her to come while you are hospitalized? Xu Xiao's complexion was pale, her long hair cascading over her chest, an added touch of fragility compared to her usual demeanor. Yet her commanding presence remained unchanged as she spoke. You know full well that I detest seeing her. You are intentionally provoking me. Li Maogua bent down gently, tucking Xu Xiao's stray hair behind her ear. Darling, while you may hold a grudge against me, please do not take it out on Xiao Shu. His words revealed the depths of his paternal concern for their daughter. Li Shu felt a chill sweep through her from head to toe, grasping the doorknob tightly. She recognized for the first time that Xu Zhao's blatant disdain was far more preferable to Li Maogua's insincere pretense. It was evident that this sentiment was not unique to Li Shu. Xu Zhao's voice turned icy as she stated, you care for her? Yet you introduced her to Feng Qingguen? Even though that endeavor failed, you certainly reaped some benefits, feeling quite pleased with yourself, I presume. She chuckled softly. What's the matter? A person like you, who exploits others for your own gain, has yet to hastily prepare for your next conquest? Her eloquent words cut deep, evidently striking a nerve with Li Shu, whose expression darkened as he opened his mouth to respond. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. Li Shu entered, her demeanor unchanged. Clad in her school uniform, her small face as pale as jade, she addressed them, "Father, Mother." Li Shu, seemingly oblivious to the quarrel that transpired, suppressed his anger. "Sheshu has arrived. You should keep her company. I have some matters at the company that require my attention, so I must take my leave." As he spoke, he inquired about Li Shu's recent circumstances. Subsequently, he did not spare a glance at Shu Xiao and departed directly. With a resounding bang, the door was shut. Li Shu silently took a seat on the chair beside Shu Xiao's hospital bed. Shu Xiao cast a fleeting glance at her, her eyes shimmering. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Li Shu replied, "Yes." Chapter 112. Do you still dare to assert that you have no ulterior motives towards me? Shu Xiao's gaze flickered, diverting away. Li Shu placed her backpack down and rose to fetch hot water from the thermos. Perhaps after having a fierce argument with Li Shu. Shu Xiao appeared weary as she spoke. "Since you have heard everything, why haven't you left yet?" Li Shu retrieved a paper cup, poured the water, and set it aside to cool. Her enchanting eyes lacked any sparkle as she candidly responded, "I do not wish to stay either. But my teacher granted me a 2-day leave." Shu Xiao fell silent. The hospital room was well equipped. Li Shu took out her exercise book and, after informing Wang Yu that there would be no supplementary lessons today, began solving problems at the table. The room was enveloped in tranquility, unbeknownst to anyone. Shu Xiao observed Li Shu for quite some time. Meals were prepared and delivered from Aunt Su's home, and Shu Xiao had also arranged for a caregiver. Li Shu could hardly be of any assistance in the hospital. However, she welcomed this arrangement. Upon exiting the hospital room, Li Shu entered the elevator with an impassive expression. Once outside the hospital, her small face finally fell. The dialogue between Shu Xiao and Li Shu lingered in her mind. She found herself somewhat, albeit slightly, concerned. Li Shu had always been aware of her position in her parents' hearts. Yet, it must be acknowledged that even with this awareness, the stark reality laid bare before her was still profoundly disheartening. Throughout the day, Shen Yan had been enveloped in a palpable gloom. He hardly cared about the pancake incident. His head throbbed intensely, making even the simplest conversation an ordeal. To make matters worse, he found himself unable to sleep, resorting to a restless pretense of slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yi was in a state of trepidation, scarcely daring to speak above a whisper. After enduring the day, Jiang Yi bolted from school like a wild horse freed from its tether, a sight that amused Wu Zishi to no end. "Brother Yan, shall we have dinner together tonight?" Shen Yan, with his eyelids drooping, replied, "No." He then scanned the vicinity, inquiring, "Where's Jiang Yi?" "He ran off," came the response. Shen Yan smirked, retrieving his phone to make a call. After a prolonged moment, the call was answered. Jiang Yi spoke cautiously, "Is there something you need, Dad?" Shen Yan queried. "Where are you?" Jiang Yi stammered in response. Shen Yan smiled. "Your English test was filled out quite thoroughly. The old man is quite impressed." With a yawn, he added nonchalantly, then memorized 30 more words. Jiang Yi felt a lump form in his throat, pleading, "Dad, please spare me." Unfazed, Shen Yan remembered Jiang Yi's fervent passion for the colossal pancake and offered an incentive. "If you finish, I'll buy you pancakes tomorrow." Jiang Yi trembled at the thought. "No, I don't want them. I will never eat pancakes again in this lifetime." Shen Yan, disinterested in further discourse, promptly ended the call. As he approached the door, he noticed a figure squatting at the entrance. Dressed in a school uniform and clutching a backpack, she resembled a stray cat devoid of a home. The girl hugged her knees, her gaze vacant and devoid of luster. Paused momentarily, then approached, his tone as casual as ever. "Hey, what are you doing squatting here? Collecting debts?" The young girl looked up, sniffing, her voice thick with emotion. Upon seeing him, her eyes, usually sparkling, were suddenly misty, and she fought to keep her tears at bay. Suppressed the amusement in his gaze, his jaw tightening as he focused on her glistening eyes. Li Shu had left school without reason, and it was evident that something had transpired in between. Without needing to ponder further, was well aware of the myriad connections to the Li family. He closed his eyes, refraining from inquiring why Li Shu was crying, as if to avoid reopening old wounds. He stood quietly against the wall, keeping the small girl company for quite some time. Once Li Shu had finished crying, she felt embarrassed and quickly lowered her head, wiping away the traces of her tears. Rarely did she shed tears, but the moment she heard his voice, she couldn't hold them back. While everyone deemed arrogant, Li Shu understood that he was, at heart, a gentle soul. She had not come seeking comfort or to lament her woes. She simply wished to avoid solitude. In this moment, she felt no need to speak and instinctively understood not to pry. This sensation was truly comforting, as if she had not been forsaken by the world. Li Shu's grip on her backpack loosened unconsciously. She was not a greedy person, yet at that instant, she craved this tenderness. She felt a bit dazed. Bent down to meet her gaze, and Li Shu instinctively shrank back, murmuring, "It's numbing." A hint of laughter escaped the boy's throat. Li Shu looked up to hear him ask, "Hey, little shorty, would you like some Kung Pao chicken?" Li Shuxin's heart quivered, stirred by the allure of Kung Pao chicken. From her vantage point, the undulating Adam's apple of Shen Yan was exceptionally captivating. She pursed her lips and inquired, "Could we possibly add a dish of sweet and sour pork?" The absence of provisions in Shen Yan's household prompted Li Shuxin to trail him downstairs to the supermarket. As Shen Yan pushed the cart, she selected the ingredients with remarkable synchronicity. Upon reaching the seafood section, Shen Yan procured some shrimp. Once their shopping was nearly complete, they joined the queue at the checkout. On the counter, a display of rainbow candies caught Li Shuxin's eye. She licked her lips and leaned forward to seize a box. Her attention was then ensnared by a row of heart-adorned, whimsical packages, and without glancing at the English inscription above, she carelessly tossed one into the cart. After completing this, she heard Shen Yan emit a barely perceptible sigh from behind her. "Hey," Li Shuxin turned to him, her brow furrowed in displeasure. "Candy isn't expensive." Shen Yan, languidly scrutinizing her, retorted, "Do you dare claim that you harbor no intentions towards me?" Li Shuxin, taken aback, remained silent, her expression stern. Shen Yan's gaze shifted downward, his long, elegant fingers grasping the box as a teasing smile played on his lips, his eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. As he pronounced the English word with impeccable clarity, "Condom," Li Shuxin's face blanched. "Huh?" she exclaimed, abruptly glancing at the label on the shelf. Her ears flushed crimson, spreading to her cheeks. "I thought it was candy." A suffocating sensation enveloped her, as if someone had tightened a grip around her throat. She couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Yan's grasp on that box was decidedly suggestive. Unfazed, Shen Yan remarked, "Ah, this box has a grainy texture," and with a smirk, he added, "Little shorty, do you fancy strawberry flavor?" Before she could even catch her breath, Shen Yan expressed regret in his tone. "Do you think I cannot afford it? Perhaps one day it will come in handy." Li Shu interjected, "For heaven's sake, stop with the banter." She shot Shen Yan a fierce glare. Shen Yan straightened up and let out a sigh. "Indeed. The size was too small. It was ill-fitting for me." Chapter 113. Why does no one want me? Li Shu felt numb. If it weren't for the enticing sweet and sour pork, she would have certainly gone to fetch tape to seal Shen Yan's mouth. His culinary skills were undeniably impressive. After finishing a bowl of rice, Li Shu couldn't help but serve herself another half bowl. Without a doubt, she had overindulged. Setting down her utensils, she exclaimed, "Delicious." Seeing her eyes alight with joy, Shen Yan noticed the gloom that had enveloped her before had completely dissipated. He nodded, "Go wash the dishes." Li Shu looked at him in confusion. "Is this your way of being a gracious host?" Shen Yan chuckled in disbelief. "I cooked the meal. Do you expect me to wash the dishes too? Little shorty, do you have the audacity?" From his tone, it seemed she had committed a grave offense. Li Shu fell silent, pondering whether her actions were indeed outlandish. The last time she had attempted to wash the dishes, Shen Yan had refused, and this time she had no desire to do so. Soon enough, Li Shu looked at Shen Yan with sincerity and admitted, "I do have the audacity." Shen Yan responded with a puzzled expression. Li Shu picked up her bag, her cherubic face inciting an urge to pinch her cheeks. Her neck was long and fair, as smooth as jade. Shen Yan had always known Li Shu was fair-skinned, but had never realized just how fair she truly was. "Go wash the dishes," he insisted. Li Shu opened her mouth, perplexed by his insistence, and pressed her lips together. Shen Yan remarked, "So now you recognize the differences between men and women? During mealtime, one was quite cheerfully stuffing their mouth." After Li Shu finished speaking, she tentatively glanced at him. "Shen Yan, aren't you going to escort me downstairs?" Shen Yan responded, utterly speechless, "Seriously, this is beyond frustrating." Resigned, he stood up. Li Shu headed to the bathroom for a shower, emerging refreshed in a nightgown. Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a message from Wang Yu. Unable to suppress her laughter, she opened it. "Wang Yu, since you were absent today, I decided to teach Qiuning." Wang Yu, honestly, how does someone with such intellect manage to survive? Wang Yu, it's infuriating. She possesses an inexplicable confidence. With each mistaken problem he explained, Qiuning was convinced her answers were correct, firmly believing it was Wang Yu who was at fault. She even presented her arguments. Convoluted as they were, leaving Wang Yu to think, hey, this fallacy actually sounds somewhat reasonable. Wang Yu, I truly can't endure this any longer. How can such a peculiar person exist? Wang Yu was typically reticent. Reading these messages, Li Shu was certain that he was indeed on the verge of losing his sanity over Qiuning. Lu Dafei, let us celebrate. Wu Zixi sent a red envelope directly. Jiang Yi's phone buzzed as he hurriedly claimed it. Thank you, big shot. Jiang Yi, welcome, welcome. Finally, we have a girl in the group. Yu Su, huh? Do you think I'm lifeless? Jiang Yi, do you lack self-awareness? Yu Su, some are alive, while others have already perished, smiling JPG. Li Shu was about to type slowly when the group chat erupted with messages. Jiang Yi, Shen Yan, come out and entertain. Li Shu pondered, for the first time, how the phrase entertain could sound so refreshingly unconventional. Before long, Shen Yan finally received some news. Shen Yan, busy? Li Shu had yet to inquire about what he was occupied with when another message arrived. Shen Yan, selecting a dishwasher. Shen Yan had never cooked at home, a fact that Jiang Yi was well aware of. Upon reading the message, he assumed it was a jest. Jiang Yi, are you trying to fool a fool? However, Shen Yan was genuinely browsing an online marketplace, opting for an imported brand and selecting the most expensive model before placing his order. He leisurely captured a screenshot and shared it in the group chat. The once lively chat fell into complete silence. Observing the increasing number of participants in the group, Shen Yan scrolled through the members and immediately noticed a familiar ID. A glance at the chat history revealed that the individual had yet to utter a word upon joining. Shen Yan fixated on that vibrant rainbow, implying, I don't want to wash dishes. Wu Zixi, come on, as if you could cook. Yet, Li Shu was taken aback, striving to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She could once again indulge in a meal, and it seemed the other party had tacitly approved. It felt as though Shen Yan, through the dishwasher, was conveying to her that in times of distress, she could come over. Li Shu gazed at the line of text and couldn't help but chuckle. The following day, she awoke close to noon. Aunt Sue had prepared a pot of rib soup and, noticing Li Shu descending the stairs, served her a bowl while storing the rest in a thermos. Li Shu enjoyed the sweet and sticky purple sweet potato buns alongside a few sips of soup. Aunt Sue, shall I take it to the hospital? Aunt Sue joyfully agreed. Wishing for Li Shu to spend more time with her mother, it was essential that the bond between mother and daughter remain strong. After finishing her meal, Li Shu climbed into Uncle He's car, dressed casually in a shirt and jeans, with her hair tied up in a bun to combat the heat. She appeared refreshingly neat and tidy. Upon entering the exclusive VIP corridor, she was about to step inside when she heard Xu Xiao's laughter. Xu Xiao seldom smiled, at least not in the presence of Li Shu. I'm leaving now. Remember to drink your congee, came the parting words. Shall I expect you to see me off? Soon, the door to the ward swung open, revealing a man clad in a suit. Li Shu scrutinized his face, recalling the intimate conversation he had with Xu Xiao at the entrance of the Li residence. She regarded him with a stoic expression as he looked at her in astonishment. Are you Xu Xiao's daughter? Li Shu brushed past him and entered the ward. She observed the lingering hint of a smile on Xu Xiao's lips, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. How could Xu Xiao dare to meet that man so openly? When did you arrive? Li Shu ladled out the soup, noting with a rare sense of satisfaction the flicker of panic in Xu Xiao's eyes. Indeed, just like Li Maogua, she too had every reason to feel anxious. An inexplicable sense of relief washed over Li Shu as she fixed her gaze on Xu Xiao and remarked, I've been here for quite some time. Xu Xiao faltered, falling silent. Aunt Sue made your favorite corn rib soup. Upon finishing her sentence, Li Shu subtly glanced at the small dining table, where a half-eaten bowl of congee lay. Yet it seems you have no need for it. Xu Xiao shut her eyes momentarily. Who are you being sarcastic towards? Li Shu looked at her, whispering softly, Mother. I cried yesterday. Xu Xiao's grip on the soup spoon trembled slightly. But now that I think about it, there truly wasn't much to cry about, after all. I have long been the one forgotten. Haven Ti? Li Shu's voice dwindled to a whisper. What I cannot comprehend is that I have always been obedient. Yet none of you wanted me. As she spoke, the visage of Shen Yan floated in her mind, carelessly imbued with languor. Li Shu smiled faintly, remarking that it seemed to be of little consequence. She placed the meticulously prepared soup beside the mushroom and lean meat congee. Then, without casting a glance at Xu Xiao, she resolutely exited the ward. Watching her departure, Xu Xiao averted her gaze. With a soft plop, a crystalline tear fell into the soup. Chapter 114. Hey, are you a snail? At dinner, as usual, Li Shu delivered the meal, her expression inscrutable to all. Aunt Sue assumed that the mother and daughter had a harmonious relationship. harboring no doubts whatsoever. Unbeknownst to her, Li Shu's visits were solely for the purpose of bringing food, nothing more. Jiang Yi astounded everyone by completing the entire English exam with unique vocabulary. Initially, he felt indifferent until the letters of admiration began to accumulate in his drawer, and he frequently heard fervent screams on the street. Look, that's Jiang Yi. He is so cool this time. It must be said that Jiang Yi was buoyed by the compliments. As time passed, without Shen Yan needing to prompt him, he found himself willingly immersing in his English studies, driven by the joy of being in the spotlight. Naturally, he still did not pay attention during class. He simply relished the experience. Lu Dafei, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "Keep your distance from me. I'm about to vomit." He glanced at Shen Yan, who was idly twirling a pen, then turned his attention to Jiang Yi with his golden hair, and sincerely advised, "Dude, just give up. Once the girl's excitement wears off, you won't matter to them anymore." Jiang Yi retaliated, gripping Lu Dafei's head fiercely. "Are you looking for trouble?" Lu Dafei, unperturbed, replied, "Did I say anything wrong? Do not speak of the future. Rather, take a stroll with grandfather right now and observe who acknowledges you." Li Shu stood by the back door, listening to Shen Yan's light laughter. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his profile, accentuating his distinct features, a delicately sculpted jaw, and long, curled eyelashes that appeared to be infused with light, exuding an extraordinary gentleness. Then she heard Shen Yan teasingly scold, "Fool." Li Shu replied, "I apologize for the intrusion." She held a Big Mac in her hand, purchased on her way here. Generously, she intended to offer another one to Shen Yan. As she stepped inside, she noticed Jiang Yi's gaze, piercing as a torch, fixated on the bag containing the Big Mac. It was utterly impossible to overlook. In contrast, the Big Mac was conveniently available downstairs for Shen Yan anytime he desired. The paper bag pivoted in the air and was extended towards Jiang Yi. "Would you like some?" Jiang Yi trembled, casting a wary glance at Shen Yan. Meeting his seemingly amused eyes, the fear from their last encounter magnified exponentially in that moment. Jiang Yi exclaimed, "No, no. I loathe pancakes more than anything in this world. Anyone who offers me one shall face my wrath." Li Shu remarked, "If you do not swallow your words, I shall believe you. Has Wang Yu been bullying you?" Xiaoning, taken aback, adjusted her large black-framed glasses. "Not at all." Mengyichu, who had been engrossed in her phone, turned her head, crossing her legs, a piece of fried dough twist clenched between her lips, speaking indistinctly. "This bookworm has been quite moved." Mengyichu was thoroughly impressed. Not long ago, she had left Wang Yu in despair. Were it not for his commitment to integrity, he would have surely ceased teaching. After class, Wang Yu unexpectedly gave her a thumbs up. "I have tutored many students, but you are the first of your kind. Truly commendable." Li Shu gleaned a rough understanding from Mengyichu's words, perplexed. What was she so moved by? Xiaoning, cradling her face, expressed her delight. "He praised me." Li Shu responded, "Have you lost your mind?" He was clearly being sarcastic. Amidst a sudden downpour, the darkened sky was pierced by flashes of cold light as thunder rumbled, and the temperature gradually dropped. To avoid disrupting the students, Li Maoguo had promised that the library's construction would be postponed until the winter break. Beneath the girls' dormitory, the uneven concrete ground was quickly transformed into sizable puddles as rain poured down. The dormitory, situated at a lower elevation, was particularly affected. By morning, the area beneath the dormitory was filled with students. "How are we supposed to get through? Our shoes will surely get soaked. These shoes cost 30,000. They cannot touch water." The elderly dormitory supervisor, clad in a raincoat, could not help but roll her eyes at these complaints. However, this particular dormitory housed students from ordinary classes, most of whom were spoiled. The supervisor, with no other options, resorted to her unconventional methods. In a gruff voice, she declared, "All right, I will find a way." 3 minutes later, she appeared riding a 3-wheeled cart typically used for garbage. Although it was routinely cleaned, it still emitted a foul odor. The supervisor's posture on the bike was rather impressive, and with an air of calmness, she instructed, "Don't rush, don't shove. It's a small cart, if 3 of you can fit. I will take you across." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was left in stunned silence. "No way, that stinks. My shoes cost 30,000. Mengyichu, taken aback for a few seconds, stomped her foot in frustration. "Damn, she certainly hasn't let me down." Having endured the embarrassment of the red underpants incident, the 3-wheeled cart truly seemed like a trivial matter. As no one approached, the dormitory supervisor pressed the hoarse and raucous loudspeaker. "What are you standing there for? I'm not even concerned about the engine getting damaged." The morning bell rang, and Li Shu glanced at the puddle, resignedly bending down to roll up her pant legs. Then removing her shoes and socks, holding them in her hands. The water was somewhat chilly, and the cement floor was strewn with gravel. Stepping in, Li Shu winced in pain. Meng Yichu understood immediately and hurriedly followed suit. She would rather endure anything than take another tumble in front of the dorm supervisor. Xiaoning and Tang Wan also complied. The ground was slippery, and Li Shu moved cautiously, slowly shifting her weight. With each step, her body swayed slightly. A few individuals, reluctant to endure the hassle, were about to climb onto the tricycle when they noticed the girl with long braids removing her expensive shoes. I would rather perish than ride in that garbage truck. Those beside her echoed her sentiment. Exactly. It feels so strange, both foolish and silly. Consequently, the entire group of girls began to take off their shoes, transforming the scene into a beautiful yet comical spectacle from a distance. The senior high school teaching building was situated at the innermost part of Funan, accessible via the playground and dormitories. This ensured tranquility, preventing any disruptions to the students' studies. Jiang Yi followed closely behind Shen Yan, his sharp eye spotting the girl from the dormitory, taking cautious steps as if she were a penguin. Ha ha ha, Yan Ge, look how silly she is. She waddles like a penguin. Shen Yan glanced over, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, raising an umbrella and heading in that direction. Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Hey, where are you going? You're not planning to flirt just because she is cute, are you?" Wu Zishi sighed, exasperated by Jiang Yi's foolishness. "Do you honestly think there are any girls in that dormitory wearing uniforms besides her?" As he spoke, he disregarded Jiang Yi and followed suit. Shen Yan stood beneath the tree, his features striking, as he observed Li Shu approaching with hesitant steps, resembling a clumsy penguin. Aware of her fiery temperament, he could not resist teasing, "Hey, are you a snail? In chapter 115, do you wish to possess me at the slightest disagreement?" Indeed, Li Shu glared up at him, their gazes intertwining. It was then that she noticed a throng of people rapidly closing in behind her. Li Shu pursed her lips, continuing her sluggish pace. After a struggle, she finally emerged from a puddle, her feet now caked in mud. She fretted over the state of her shoes and turned to wash her legs in the murky water, emerging considerably cleaner. Shen Yan, having put away his umbrella, felt a fiery gaze fixate on the girl's delicate calves. Lower, he noticed her soles, reddened from wear. They were fair and petite, evoking an impulse within him to give them a gentle squeeze. Shen Yan shut his eyes, the fleeting thought striking him as both perverse and absurd. As his mind wandered, Li Shu approached him, looking somewhat dispirited. "Are you mocking me?" she asked. Li Shu followed his gaze downward. Her calves were indeed slender and graceful, but her feet appeared rather grimy. In contrast, Shen Yan's sneakers were impeccably clean. Thus, the realization dawned on her that Shen Yan was indeed laughing at her misfortune, and the thought left her exceedingly displeased. Tilting her head in contemplation, she suddenly stepped on Shen Yan's foot with remarkable swiftness, successfully leaving a smudge behind, as if to assert her own predicament. With an innocent expression, she slowly remarked, "I didn't do it on purpose." Shen Yan exclaimed, "I can't believe your audacity." Enraged, he grabbed Li Shu by the collar, only to find her losing her balance, propelled forward by his forceful grip. Shen Yan, fearing she might fall, instinctively reached out to support her, neglecting the umbrella in his hand, only to be pushed back a few steps by the force of her momentum. Li Shu clutched at his clothing, her small face as pale as a ghost. The faint, comforting scent of milk enveloped his senses, and Shen Yan's hand instinctively tightened around her waist, his heart fluttering. How could she be so delicate? Su Su's words rang true. In a flurry, she hurriedly stepped back, her porcelain-like face still etched with fear. Shen Yan regarded her with a gaze as profound as an unfathomable sea. Li Shu widened her beautiful peach blossom eyes and protested, "I did not." Shen Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, lying in front of all these people. "Did you not just leap towards me with the intention of removing my clothing?" Observing the wrinkled hem of his garment, Li Shu felt her confidence wane significantly, yet she persisted, "I did not." Shen Yan seemed unfazed by her denial, exhaling a breath as if she posed no challenge. "Do you honestly believe I would take you at your word?" Li Shu remained silent, biting her lip in resignation. The commotion had naturally attracted the attention of the dormitory supervisor on the tricycle, who immediately spotted the students who had just separated, nearly leaping from her seat in outrage. The elderly woman, trembling with anger, accelerated towards them, exclaiming, "What kind of behavior is this? What kind of behavior?" A tense silence fell over the crowd. Yet, Shen Yan languidly turned his gaze towards Li Shu. "Hey, classmate, you stumbled towards me, soiling my shoes and wrinkling my clothes. Is it too much to ask for an apology?" The supervisor's anger faltered, realizing the situation was not as it seemed. Her expression softened. Li Shu, in an unspoken agreement, timidly offered, "I will compensate." Wuzishi stifled a laugh. Observing the dormitory supervisor's rigid expression, one could see her cautiously apologizing to Li Shu. Yet the latter remained unyielding, fueled by a burgeoning sense of justice. "You, a male student, ought to know better. What skill is there in bullying a young girl? It's merely a matter of dirty shoes and wrinkled clothes. Oh dear, if you're this petty, you'll never find a wife." Upon hearing Shen Yan's provocative remarks, it was evident that the students, who were close to Li Shu and Shen Yan, were rendered numb. "Dorm supervisor, open your eyes wide. Perhaps the girl you're protecting is destined to be his future wife." However, with the notorious Jiang Yi present, not a single soul dared to utter a word. Simultaneously, a post titled "Matters Between the Transfer Student and the Young Lady That Must Be Discussed, Quick." There's a sequel to the previous incident, emerged. The poster meticulously chronicled the event in 3,000 words, expressing their exhilaration and reflections. Soon, comments began to flood in. A commenter known as Ababab remarked, "Ah, I was there too." Shen Yan's words nearly swept me away. At that moment, the number of likes on the comments surged dramatically, capturing everyone's attention. Another user, Cool-Loving Dominant Fiction, noted, "I humbly present my contribution below. I hope you all enjoy it." To which Ababab retorted, "Ha ha ha, you're going to make me laugh to death. Are you trying to inherit my 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of practice?" The individual known as Cool-Loving Dominant Fiction did not name anyone specifically. Yet it was clear to all who the protagonists were. A young lad, who rummaged through trash, lamented, "Why must I only scavenge for garbage, while others can fish for wives in puddles?" P.S. The dorm supervisor is truly formidable. She can even think of a garbage truck. Ha ha ha. A salted duck egg. What is a garbage truck? I still vividly recall the suffocating experience of lost and found operations. Mafengwa, I must say, when these two stand together, their height leaves me utterly flustered. Does no one else find this pairing peculiar? Jiang Yi scrolled through the forum, a smile never leaving his face. Occasionally, he would cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yan, then lower his head to continue laughing at the comments. Noticing Jiang Yi's odd behavior, Shen Yan remained vigilant, stealing a glance at Jiang Yi's screen, his expression growing frosty. He looked at Wuzishi, his gaze sharp yet filled with mirth. It's turned dark. Wuzishi groaned. Dark again? Shen Yan, too, found the incessant dark posts bothersome. He glanced at the girl in the third row, who was intently calculating with a pen in hand. Her hair cascaded down, the ends naturally curling. Shen Yan drooped his eyelids, his fingertips seemingly lingering on that soft, delicate touch, unable to resist a gentle caress. Is it troublesome? Then let us just darken the school forum. Wuzishi retorted. Isn't that even more troublesome? He might as well just keep darkening posts. Li Shu's phone buzzed incessantly, filled with messages from Li Maogua inquiring about the forum. It dawned on Li Shu that the school forum might have sparked another unfounded topic. Li Maogua, you child, getting close to young Master Shen while keeping it a secret from your father. Li Maogua, well done. Do invite young Master Shen over for dinner sometime. Li Shu had grown weary of reading the other messages. Lacking a forum account, she asked Meng Yichu for one. A storm of chaos arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Meng Yichu was about to show Li Shu a post, it was suddenly blacked out. How familiar this operation felt. Meng Yichu, damn, here we go again. Chapter 116. Is she really that delicate? Meanwhile, students scrolling through the forum noticed that any content related to such topics was swiftly eradicated. Skeptical individuals attempted to post a message, only to have it vanish without a trace upon refreshing the page. After several futile attempts, their accounts were promptly hacked. Onlookers remarked, "This is simply terrifying." Another added, "Is this what it means to be protected by powerful figures? I feel envious." A third chimed in, "We're the admirers of domineering protagonists. Come on, it's your time to shine." On a rainy day, a user commented, "Stop searching for her. Her account is gone. She's probably weeping in the restroom." The user known as Mafengwa was glued to the screen, laughing heartily, until suddenly, the display flickered, revealing a jumble of garbled text that extinguished her mirth. She yearned to discover which restroom the passionate admirer of domineering narratives had taken refuge in so they could share in their collective sorrow. Undeniably, the attire was quite unsightly, truly ghastly, even more so than the outfit worn by Li Shu. The fabric was of good quality, suitable for the season. The ensemble featured a crimson top paired with gray bottoms, adorned on the back with the words Funan Middle School in a rather conventional font. The school administration explained that this represented enthusiasm and a proactive spirit, mandating that students wear it during the national flag-raising ceremony the following Monday. Meng Yichu glared at the vivid red, her face flushed with anger, and in a fit of excitement, she flung the uniform aside. She then turned and threw herself into Tsinghua embrace, howling, "I can't go on like this." Tsinghua comfortingly patted her shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Such an unattractive uniform is rarely worn. Just consider it the school's nonsense." Li Shu, blinking innocently, quietly, and bashfully remarked, "But I would wear it." Meng Yichu exclaimed, "Ah." Li Shu's appearance exudes no aggression. She is both soft and adorable. Yet, she insists on donning her school uniform every day. Fortunately, her petite stature prevents her from ever appearing unattractive. However, there's a foolish tenacity about her. Meng Yichu found it perplexing that, despite Li Shu's advantageous circumstances, exemplified by her watch worth over 10,000, she remained steadfast in her choice of attire. She reached out to pinch Li Shu's cherubic cheeks, the sensation delightfully delicate. Indeed, with a bit of grooming, she might easily attract the attention of numerous admirers. Tsinghua did not push her away and couldn't help but laugh at this. Who would dare to pursue the partner of a formidable individual? Upon hearing this, Meng Yichu felt it was a valid point and let out a playful shout, reluctant to release her grasp on Li Shu's face. The group erupted into laughter. In the next moment, someone stood beside Li Shu, calm and collected, with a composed demeanor as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. "Are you attending the barbecue this Friday?" Li Shu lazily inquired of Shen Yan. "Where will it be held?" Shen Yan replied, "What? Do you wish to come to my house again?" Li Shu felt a twinge of ambiguity in his words. Yet there was a kernel of truth in what Shen Yan said. She awkwardly responded, "Is that permissible?" Shen Yan teased, "Have you become attached to me?" Li Shu candidly replied, "I simply do not wish to wash the dishes." Shen Yan smiled, "No need for that. This time we will dine at a restaurant." However, judging by his demeanor, it was apparent he had no intention of doing so. Tsinghua, Meng Yichu, and Xiao Ning interjected, "We are still here. Why do you both keep mentioning your homes? Do you not understand the concept of refraining from dog abuse?" Li Shu had consistently denied any romantic involvement with Shen Yan. The three of them believed in her honesty, but in this moment, their trust began to waver. Even if there was nothing in the past, based on the events of these recent days, they simply could not believe that there would be nothing in the future. Li Shu nodded, "Then I shall go." Shen Yan received the answer and nodded in return. His indifferent gaze fell upon Li Shu's flushed face. Meng Yichu had barely exerted any force, yet left a mark. Was she truly that delicate? Shen Yan awkwardly averted his gaze, suppressing the tremors that stirred within him. He could deceive himself once with such thoughts. It was no great matter. However, to entertain them repeatedly compelled Shen Yan to ponder deeply. Did he harbor feelings for Li Shu that were beyond his control? His expression fluctuated between clarity and confusion. Yet, with his eyelids drooping, he slowly turned to Meng Yichu and inquired, "Now that you all know she is mine, why do you still pinch her?" Meng Yichu, "I'm sorry." "So, you actually heard that?" Shen Yan paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the others. He leisurely retrieved an unopened bottle of yogurt from Li Shu's desk, his movements so natural. He yawned, "In the future, if you intend to act, do inform me first." Meng Yichu, "Understood." The moment Shen Yan departed, the three women instantly surrounded Li Shu. "Tsinghua, you've been to his house. Now, tell us, what is your relationship?" Meng Yichu, "Don't try to fool me with the friend or classmate excuse. I don't believe it." Xiao Ning, "He brought you yogurt, and you didn't mind? You were never like this before." Under their scrutinizing gazes, Li Shu appeared quite fragile. After a moment of contemplation, she finally admitted, "Indeed, we have a relationship." 3 pairs of eyes instantly lit up. Li Shu spoke earnestly, "We are dining companions." A dining experience devoid of the chore of washing dishes. His academic performance was commendable, prompting the teachers of various subjects to show understanding, mistakenly believing he was unwell, as even his voice during class had noticeably softened. Shen Yan, unable to find solace in sleep, wrestled with tumultuous thoughts regarding Li Shu, his mind spiraling into chaos. He was acutely aware of the impropriety of his feelings, yet he found himself unable to rein them in. Suddenly, the jarring sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed through the room, and he abruptly stood upright. Exiting the classroom under the gaze of many, the history teacher, rather than reproaching him, cast a worried glance in the direction Shen Yan had departed. Jiang, he had become accustomed to this preferential treatment. After leaving the classroom, Shen Yan wandered into a seldom-used corridor to smoke. He did not possess a strong addiction to cigarettes, he only indulged when his spirits were low. As he exhaled a slow plume of smoke, the restless thoughts began to dissipate. Shen Yan reflected that he could not behave like a beast and delay the future of the young lady. Li Shu still had the college entrance examination ahead of her. Yet, he found himself unwilling to relinquish his desires. With a heavy sigh, the image of Li Shu looking up at him, her peach blossom eyes glistening with unshed tears, surfaced in his mind. Shen Yan closed his eyes, contemplating that if he, a person who had little to offer in terms of security, were to generously provide her with everything, could she, in turn, assist him in gratifying these inappropriate thoughts? As time passed, the emptiness in his heart was gradually filled, yet he was met with the tender yet complex expression of Zheng Hong. Shen Yan found himself at a loss for words, as Zheng Hong observed the cigarette but in his hand, which he had not yet discarded, and remarked softly, "Busy. Are you?" Chapter 117. Shen Yan, are you hiding something from me? Even Shen Yan, for a moment, was unsure how to respond. If Zheng Hong were to adopt a more assertive stance, reprimanding him for disregarding school regulations and neglecting the student handbook, he might still choose to ignore such admonitions. Nonetheless, the other party, displaying a friendly demeanor, would casually remark, "I'm busy." Shen Yan paused, utterly perplexed by Zheng Hong's tactics and intentions. Indeed, Zheng Hong was unlike any other teacher. With the weight of the academic pressures in the third year, and Shen Yan's commendable performance, Zheng Hong found it hard to fathom the immense burden he bore. Look, it had driven him to escape the classroom for a smoke. Zheng Hong felt a pang of sorrow. He could hardly believe that the normally composed Shen Yan was internally fraught with confusion and solitude. He berated himself. As a homeroom teacher, he should have detected Shen Yan's distress at the earliest opportunity. With a sorrowful gaze, Zheng Hong approached Shen Yan. He gently patted Shen Yan's shoulder and offered, "Do you have any cigarettes left? Let me join you." Shen Yan remained silent. In recent days, Li Shu had become acutely aware of Shen Yan's unusual behavior. He no longer flirted with her. Furthermore, it was a stark contrast as he ceased to engage with her alone. Clearly, many misunderstandings had been alleviated. Yet Li Shu could not help but wonder what was troubling Shen Yan. Beyond this, she could discern no other peculiarities. The commotion in the back row persisted, with Jiang Yi's voice seemingly soaring into the heavens. "Dad, our hot spring resort is about to officially open. When shall we go for a soak?" Shen Yan shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "Not going. Come on, we'll all go together." Shen Yan languidly leaned back in his chair, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, his slender phoenix eyes hinting at indifference, his tone as irreverent as ever. "I'm just being cautious." "Cautious about what?" He elongated his tone. "Are you planning to soak in the hot spring, or are you intending to soak me?" Jiang Yi. Li Shu entered with a book in her arms and couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Shen Yan caught a glimpse of the hem of his school uniform but chose to terminate the conversation, dismissing any playful undertones. Jiang Yi yelled, urging Li Shu to speak fairly. "Li Shu, listen to this. I invited him for a bath, and he claims I have ulterior motives. Do you think I am so foolish?" Li Shu pondered for a moment and, with a serious demeanor, nodded. Jiang Yi. "What?" Li Shu, with a serious expression, replied, "Considering how Shen Yan looks, isn't it normal to have such thoughts?" Jiang Yi. "I'm a guy. He is also a guy. Which is precisely why you ought to reconsider," she retorted. Shen Yan furrowed his brows, concealing a hint of amusement. "Shorty, go solve some problems," he said, glancing at Jiang Yi. "You will memorize 20 vocabulary words. I will check them after class." However, Li Shu clearly noticed that Shen Yan had abandoned his usual teasing and frivolity in her presence, as if he held some reservations. It was as if he could effortlessly transition from bantering with others to adopting a serious demeanor upon seeing her. Li Shu's lips pressed into a thin line, discomfort bubbling within her. Even when a massive burger occasionally appeared on the table, she found herself unable to smile. She was overly sensitive and stubborn. Having someone who treated her well was a rarity, and she desperately wished to cling to that affection. This state of affairs persisted until Friday, when Li Shu could no longer contain herself. After Wang Yu's class, she tossed her pen aside and approached Shen Yan directly. Shen Yan was engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. Upon seeing her, he disregarded the game entirely, closing the page with a single motion. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Li Shu, Shen Yan, is it true that you are hiding something from me?" Li Shu inhaled deeply, her tone imbued with melancholy. Upon hearing her grave words, Shen Yan instinctively softened his breathing. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, "Is there another daughter?" Shen Yan had never found anything so absurd. Li Shu, with a forlorn demeanor, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Shen Yan, one daughter is sufficient. One must not be overly greedy." Shen Yan was taken aback, realizing the extent of her overthinking. In the next moment, he found the pretense of restraint he had maintained before her to be quite laughable. His youthful voice hoarse as he replied, "Having you alone is already troublesome enough." He held disdain for deceit. Evidently, it was she who had misread the situation. And Li Shu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Yet, considering his recent odd behavior, she cautiously leaned closer, asking, "Shen Yan, are you running low on money? Is that why you're deliberately distancing yourself from me, fearing I might drain your finances?" Shen Yan had always been extravagant, suggesting that Shen Chanchao had not placed any restrictions on his spending. However, it was possible that Shen Yan had encountered some conflict with someone named Shen Wang. And perhaps Shen Chanchao had prioritized his stepson over his biological son. This left Li Shu with no other explanation, and her heart ached for Shen Yan. He truly seemed to be suffering. Shen Yan observed as her gaze shifted to one of sympathy, and he was puzzled to see her distressed demeanor. "Shen Yan, how much is your dishwasher? Let us split the cost." The barbecue on Friday proceeded as planned, as soon as class ended. Li Shu organized her backpack and exited the school with Shen Yan and their companions, trailing behind him alongside Jiang Yi and others. As I walked along, I could hear the hushed whispers of the girls around me. "Wow, that must be the woman of a big shot. Isn't she the center of attention?" Just standing there is enough to leave me breathless. Breathless? Li Shu remained unfazed. She wished to inform these individuals, whose minds were clouded by novels, that the esteemed figure they spoke of was currently a poor wretch. Jiang Yi scrolled through his phone, contemplating how to treat Shen Yan to a lavish meal. "Yan go. Let us dine at the North Korean restaurant. Their seafood is all imported." The North Korean restaurant? Li Shu had been there a few times. The prices were astonishingly steep. Given Shen Yan's current financial situation, it seemed unlikely he could afford it. Shen Yan was indifferent to the destination, lazily stifling a yawn. "Fine, you book a private room." Hearing his feigned nonchalance, Li Shu couldn't help but think, a stubborn duck. For the sake of pride, was he willing to forsake his very foundation? Li Shu found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. "Little shorty, do you have any issues with seafood?" Shen Yan turned to her and inquired. Li Shu hesitated, attempting to leave him an out, hopeful he would reconsider. "Wouldn't that be a bit extravagant?" The term extravagant uttered by the young lady left everyone astonished. Aside from her school uniform, everything she wore was of designer brand. A gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves, swirling them gracefully in the air. The girl appeared languid, her neck long and fair, her head slightly bowed as if faced with a challenging predicament. Shen Yan regarded her with his usual tone, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "What is this? Are you trying to save money for me already?" Li Shu clutched her backpack, mentally calculating her modest savings. At this rate, it would be sufficient for Shen Yan to indulge several times. Shen Yan took the bag from her hands and sauntered forward, casually suggesting, "Order whatever you desire. Do you truly fear that I shall be financially burdened?" Indeed, she did harbor such concerns. Even at this hour, Li Shu could not comprehend how Shen Yan had the audacity to boast. Did he intend to indulge in a feast of seafood, only to subsist on mere scraps for the ensuing month? Li Shu was thoroughly preoccupied with worry. Chapter 118. Brother Yin will surely approve. Li Shu numbly listened as Jiang Yi recited the names of the dishes, her sense of disbelief further compounded as Shen Yan, with remarkable composure, instructed the waiter to order a portion of the extravagant Buddha jumps over the wall for each person at the table, a dish worth thousands. Her admiration was undeniable. As she sipped her yogurt, she mentally calculated the approximate cost of the lavish spread before her. In the midst of her unease, Li Shu seized the opportunity to excuse herself under the pretense of visiting the restroom and made her way to the service desk. With a sigh, she requested, "Please settle the bill for VIP room 5. The receptionist, with a gracious smile, accepted her card, responding, "Certainly, please hold on a moment." She proceeded to check the consumption details in the system. Mr. Shun is a regular in room 5. All expenses will automatically be deducted from his prepaid membership card. The balance is ample, so there is no need for you to make any additional payments. Li Shu was left speechless. Very well, Shen Yan remains unfazed by financial constraints. All my worries are indeed unwarranted. Shen Yan had already sensed her unusual demeanor and leaned closer, softly inquiring, "What troubles you?" Li Shu, her expression serious, gently pushed him away and shifted her chair slightly towards Su Su's side, declaring, "Shen Yan, I do not wish to converse with you at this moment." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, amused by her sudden shift in mood, and could not help but chuckle. "Is it truly that grave?" Li Shu maintained her stern expression, giving a slight nod in affirmation. Shen Yan smiled as he languidly took a tissue to wipe a drop of oil from the table. Subsequently, he used the communal chopsticks to serve a piece of roasted scallop to Li Shu, tilting his head to observe her. It seemed that his light brown eyes could only accommodate Li Shu. He did not inquire about what had provoked her. With a low and languid voice, he asked, "Shall I offer you an apology?" Li Shu bit her lip, taken aback. In truth, Shen Yan had never complained about his financial struggles. Those were mere figments of her unfounded imagination. What fault did he possess? In the face of her unreasonable outburst, Shen Yan silently accepted blame. Meeting his earnest gaze, Li Shu's heart fluttered. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. "Hey, there are others present. What are you two whispering about?" Jiang Yi's voice pierced through the atmosphere. Su, unable to contain her exasperation at his lack of awareness, rolled her eyes and retorted, "You really are quite meddlesome." Emerging from the confines of the Korean peninsula, it was barely 8 o'clock. The city's neon lights illuminated the surroundings, rendering the stars in the sky increasingly inconspicuous. A chorus of agreement followed, acknowledging Su's convenience of having a driver to pick her up, prompting Shen Yan to remain silent thereafter. Once the group dispersed, Li Shu finally posed the question that had been weighing on her throughout the meal. Her voice was soft, the words she uttered nearly causing Su to stumble. "Did Jiang Yi bite your lip?" The two ascended to the second floor of the mall, where branded goods were sold. Su purchased several outfits in quick succession, only to glance at Li Shu's school uniform and sigh in frustration. "So ugly, yet you wear it so often." Li Shu refrained from revealing that the latest school uniform was even more unsightly. She possessed a delicate softness, devoid of any hint of aggression. Her skin was fair, and though her features were exquisite, she lacked the art of adornment. Su selected a knee-length white dress, embellished with a few pearls. The gown was as pure as snow, exuding elegance and innocence. It boasted a light, gauzy texture that accentuated its refinement while maintaining an alluring irregularity. She tossed it towards Li Shu, instructing, "Try it on. I shall await you outside." Reluctantly, Li Shu entered the fitting room. Su settled onto the sofa. Perusing the store's clothing catalog, she raised a glass of lemonade, offered by a staff member, to her lips, only to encounter the scarred corner of her mouth. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as she recalled the instigator of her discomfort, darkening her expression. How could he be so bold, yet lack the courage to acknowledge his actions? Such a despicable creature. In her heart, she made a mental note to remember Jiang Yi's transgressions. As she berated him inwardly, the sound of footsteps drew her attention, and she looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. The white dress clung tightly to Li Shu's slender waist, which was remarkably petite. Su realized that beneath the oversized school uniform and baggy clothing, Li Shu possessed such a remarkable figure. Even more surprising was the ample curve of her bosom. The neckline dipped, revealing her delicate collarbone, making her skin appear as radiant as fine jade. With her long hair cascading down, the ends naturally curling, she stood there in serene beauty, tinged with a hint of shyness. Li Shu attempted to cover her chest, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly remarked, "It's too revealing." Su stepped forward, pulling her hands away. "Revealing? What era are we living in? Goodness, you look absolutely stunning." The sales associate, unable to hide her astonishment, approached them. "Miss, this dress seems tailor-made for you." Su, seizing the moment, discreetly opened her camera and took a photo. After a moment's consideration, she sent it to Shen Yan without a hint of guilt. "Oil pastry. Image JPG. Our bookshop is the brightest gem in the mall." Having completed her shopping, she seized Li Shu, who was about to head to the fitting room. "How beautiful is this? Why change? Just wear it out." As she spoke, she instructed the nearby attendant, "Wrap it all up. We'll settle the bill together." Li Shu hesitated, about to voice her refusal when Su pinched her cheek. "Even I, a woman, am moved by this. Yan Gu would surely like it." Li Shu paused. Would Shen Yan truly appreciate it? She was well aware of the nature of her relationship with Shen Yan, yet Su's words made her heart flutter. She cast a glance at the unfamiliar reflection in the full-length mirror. Something within her wavered. She heard herself softly declare, "I'll pay for it myself." She pondered whether if Shen Yan liked her, he might treat her even better, although he had already been quite kind. Yet, Li Shu yearned for more, as it would alleviate her worries about Shen Yan potentially transferring his affections to someone else. In fairness, she would reciprocate his kindness tenfold. Just as she was about to check out, a young man clad in a black coat entered the store, holding a half-finished milk tea in one hand. With a card pinched between two fingers, he extended it forward, glancing at the two young ladies with a slight smile. What a coincidence! Li Shu furrowed her brow, instantly recognizing him, and instinctively took a few steps back. Unfortunately, they were in a women's clothing store. He nodded, his tone gentle. "I told you, we would meet again soon." He then addressed the attendant, "Charge their purchases to my account." This was utterly bewildering. As Su Su gazed at the handsome visage before her, she couldn't shake the feeling that this person was rather peculiar. Chapter 119. This dress makes you look shorter. Noticing the stranger's gaze lingering on Li Shu, Su Su instinctively shielded her friend behind her, fearful that he might harbor intentions towards Li Shu. After all, their group had long subconsciously concluded that Li Shu belonged to Shen Yan. With a hint of annoyance, Su Su retorted, "Do you think a few measly coins make you formidable? What a jest! Do we not appear capable of affording our desires?" Li Shu silently observed the abrupt intruder, whose tone was so overly familiar as if they had known each other for ages. Yet, Li Shu was acutely aware that she had never encountered this individual before. His presumptuous demeanor was truly irksome. With a stern expression, she addressed him earnestly. "I could take over this establishment. Could you?" The boy faltered momentarily. Li Shu's innocent countenance was unwavering as she queried, "So, why pretend to be something you are not?" Su Su found her serious demeanor amusing, and upon witnessing the fleeting confusion in the boy's eyes, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Unable to restrain her sardonic wit, she jested, "Come on. Don't be timid. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't just settle for one store. I'd go bankrupt to ensure everyone was pleased." The young man regained his composure, donning an appropriate smile, seemingly unbothered by the earlier humiliation. He gazed at Li Shu with an undeniable warmth, expressing admiration. "You are quite entertaining." A shiver ran down Li Shu's spine at his words. She retrieved her card from her bag to settle the bill, even opting not to change her attire, grabbing her school uniform instead, and pulled Su Su along as they departed. The boy waved gently, as if bidding her farewell. Not only Li Shu, but even Su Su felt a chill creeping over her. Who on earth was this person? Truly, he was rather unsettling. Surely he does not wish to pursue you. Does he? His gaze is as gentle as water. Li Shu shook her head. She had always been perceptive, adept at reading people's expressions over the years. Li Shu could confidently assert that the individual was deliberately attempting to capture her attention, that he had come solely for her. However, she found herself saying to Su Su, "It seems he is trying to look past me at someone else." Su Su, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. Goodness! How repulsive! Could he possibly be that Klitsch D, an aging substitute? Li Shu shook her head. "I am uncertain." As the two conversed, Shen Yan strode over, appearing as though he had run a considerable distance, his breath coming in gasps. His gaze fixed upon Li Shu, burning intensely, unwaveringly locked onto her. Li Shu felt a sense of discomfort and held a plastic bag in front of her, attempting to shield herself. With Shen Yan's arrival, Su Su grasped the situation immediately. She understood that Li Shu held a unique position in Shen Yan's heart. Yet, she was taken aback that someone like Shen Yan would disregard everything for the sake of a photograph. Considering the time, he must have sprinted here. This was not characteristic of him. Li Shu, cautiously and somewhat self-consciously, inquired, "Do I look good like this?" Shen Yan closed his eyes briefly, his tone low. "Li Shu, you actually look better in your school uniform. Dressed like this, you attract attention. Every man passing by glances in this direction." And he found it perplexing. What could be so appealing about a petite high school girl? Shen Yan felt vexed. Li Shu hesitated, somewhat incredulous. "Better in a school uniform?" Shen Yan nodded, without any hesitation. "Yes, you look utterly unappealing like this." Upon hearing this, Li Shu allowed him to fetch the school uniform jacket, wrapping it around her snugly. Shen Yan zipped it up, feeling uneasy, and feigned nonchalance as he added, "From now on, you should wear the school uniform. Those exposed arms and legs make you appear shorter, especially in that skirt." When it came to the matter of height, Li Shu nodded solemnly. "I understand. Well, that's good to know." Su Su. Hiki. Shen Yan's abrupt departure resulted in a dismal defeat for the gaming team. By this time, it was already 10 o'clock. Jiang Yi, irate, vented his frustrations in the group chat regarding Shen Yan's outrageous behavior. "Jiang Yi, I must voice my grievances." Jiang Yi typed furiously. "Last time, Brother Yin promised to help me rank up, but halfway through, he claimed to be tired and quit the game, leaving me to fend for myself." Jiang Yi, the time before that, while driving on the highway, he passed a rest stop, and when I emerged from the restroom, I couldn't find him anywhere. After a barrage of calls, I discovered he had forgotten about me. This was already infuriating enough. Yet Jiang Yi still vividly recalled Shen Yan's moment of realization over the phone. It seemed like I missed something. Subconsciously, I thought it was insignificant. But it turned out to be you. Wu Zishi, ha 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 ha. With a scowl, Jiang Yi glared at Wu Zishi, who was laughing while leaning against Lu Dafei. He shouted, "How dare you laugh at me? You were in the car too. Why didn't you remind Brother Yin?" Wu Zishi feigned innocence. I had no ill intentions. I merely wanted to see your flustered state. Jiang Yi felt a surge of frustration, ready to burst. He continued to type indignantly. This time, victory seemed within reach. Yet without a word, you fled. Brother Yan, I find myself restless tonight. Jiang Yi exclaimed. Why are you silent? Father, can you find solace in sleep? Where did you abandon us to go? Woe is me, father. Is our friendship truly so fragile? In response, a brief video was flung his way. Jiang Yi, quick to act, opened it. In the footage, he was seen drunkenly clutching Lu Dafei's collar, his voice filled with a poignant despair as he bellowed. What gives you the right not to like me? Jiang Yi reflected, and thus, the annihilation ensued. Without his incessant messages, the group chat fell into an eerie silence. Shen Yan lay on his bed, leisurely typing, clad in a pristine set of pajamas, his long legs crossed, his eyes narrowed in amusement. Is there any lingering discontent? Speak it all at once. Su finally broke her silence. Jiang Yi, please refrain from further embarrassing yourself, smile. Jiang Yi trembled with anxiety. One was a father, and the other, a consequence of his impulsive behavior yesterday. Both were beyond his reach. Jiang Yi felt as though he would go blind. Damn it. Wu Zishi laughed until his stomach hurt. Li Shu had taken a shower and dried her hair. Cradling the milk brought by Aunt Su, she sipped delicately. And only after finishing did she take a moment to glance at her incessantly vibrating phone. As she scrolled through the messages, each one confirmed Shen Yan's capabilities. Jiang Yi's misfortune was undeniable. He had seemingly vanished, no longer participating in the chat, and began to voice his grievances, filled with sorrow. In the end, like a defeated rooster, he retreated to a corner to lick his wounds. Li Shu couldn't help but smile softly, yet in the next moment, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Shen Yan wasn't playing games? How did he end up in the mall? Chapter 120. It should be enough for me to marry a wife. When Li Shu awoke and descended the stairs, she found Su Xia lying on the sofa, perusing a fashion magazine. Li Shu greeted her in a rather indifferent manner before heading to the refrigerator to retrieve a piece of bread. Su Xia did not respond, her gaze merely flickering slightly. The two shared no further conversation. In the kitchen, Aunt Su was simmering soup in preparation for lunch. Upon hearing the commotion, she emerged with a spatula in hand, chattering away. Xiao Shu, why are you eating such unnutritious food again? I bought a free-range chicken today. You've been studying hard. Both you and your wife need to nourish yourselves. Li Shu looked at Aunt Su and replied, no need. I'm heading out. Annoyed by the hassle, she shook her head in refusal. Really, I'll go by myself. Then please be careful on your way. All right. Li Shu went to the entrance to change her shoes and slowly exited the villa. At the CAF, she spotted Wang Yu, feeling surprised not to see Qiu Ning but instead encountering Shen Yan. Her eyes brightened, and her steps became noticeably lighter as she approached him. What brings you here? Shen Yan leisurely adjusted himself into a comfortable position. Just a coincidence. Coincidence? Wang Yu was skeptical. It was one thing to attend classes at school, but to haunt the CAF on weekends was something entirely different. However, Shen Yan had recently pointed him in a certain direction. Wang Yu, with a guilty conscience, fabricated a lie. Yes, I saw classmate Shen sitting alone, so I invited him to join. Li Shu thought little of it, nodding in agreement as she extracted a chemistry problem from her bag. Shen Yan slightly bent his long legs. What would you like to drink? Li Shu replied, cappuccino. Shen Yan lazily summoned the waiter to place the order. It was not yet time, and Wang Yu had yet to begin speaking on the topic at hand. He sat upon a leather sofa, his expression somewhat grave. However, the man had recently heard some whispers, and his stepmother was fanning the flames beside him. Just yesterday, the man had wielded a shoulder pole to unleash a brutal beating upon his back. He forbade Wang Yu from associating with Gu Mei, berating him as an ungrateful wretch, compelling him to swear an oath to sever ties. Wang Yu did not comply, and choosing to follow the man, mistakenly believing it to be in Gu Mei's best interest. He had erred. These years had not been kind to him, and even less so to Gu Mei. He had already made one mistake. How could he possibly repeat it? Seeing his defiance, the man pointed directly at his face, spitting words in fury. Have you gained some prowess? Do you no longer heed my words? Very well. If you are so capable, then leave. Step out of this house, and I shall consider you no son of mine. Wang Yu, think carefully about what it means to gain nothing while losing everything. What good can come from following Gu Mei? Do not forget, without me, where would you be now? How could you have achieved such commendable results, or even gained admission to Funan? Now that you have grown wings, you oppose me? His pompous rhetoric could easily mislead an outsider into believing him a responsible father. Wang Yu found no desire to retort. Over the years, aside from providing him with a roof, What else had he offered? Tuition and living expenses were earned through his own hard work. Who knew that under the demands of his stepmother and the man's approval, he was also obliged to pay 300 in living expenses each month. Thus, Wang Yu packed his belongings yesterday and left the Wang household. With the school dormitory unoccupied over the weekend, he could not gain entry and was left with no choice but to seek refuge in a modest inn for the night. As the phone chimed in his mind, he swiftly set aside his thoughts and focused on explaining the problems to Li Shu. However, Li Shu appeared somewhat distracted. Her gaze drifted past the suitcase at Wang Yu's feet and then settled on him as he grasped his pen, slowly inscribing key points onto the paper. His writing was deliberate, his posture awkward, and he hesitated to exert pressure with his wrist, leaning over with effort yet refraining from bending too far. It was rather peculiar. Contemplating Wang Yu's condition, Li Shu furrowed her brows and asked, "Wang Yu, have you been hurt?" Wang Yu paused, momentarily silenced. "Did he throw you out?" Li Shu inquired. A hint of anger in her tone. Wang Yu responded with a cool smile. "You've noticed that, haven't you? Just like Shen Yan, your observations are astute." Li Shu, lacking the inclination to continue the lesson, gathered her assignments and asked, "Do you have a place to stay?" Wang Yu glanced at Shen Yan and replied, "Yes." "Where do you reside?" Shen Yan, appearing languid, lazily lifted his eyelids and stated, "I own an apartment in City A." He still cherished the memory of a home filled with warmth. Sensing Wang Yu's discomfort, he quickly deduced the gravity of the situation and tossed him a set of keys. Although Wang Yu was fond of money, he was not one to take advantage of others, so he could not accept the offer. However, Shen Yan nonchalantly remarked, "Do you think I would let you stay for free? As a favor to a classmate, it will be 500 a month. You can owe me for now. And when you are able, you can repay me, but do not get too comfortable. I will be charging interest." He provided Wang Yu with ample dignity and simultaneously gave him a reason. Upon hearing that Shen Yan possessed another property, Li Shu found her cappuccino suddenly lacking in flavor. With Wang Yu's predicament seemingly resolved, she couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration. "Shen Yan, just tell me, how many properties do you actually own?" Li Shu had some spare money, sufficient to purchase a house or a shop. Yet, she hesitated, fearing the consequences should Li Mao would discover her clandestine acquisition of property. Shen Yan leaned back, subtly initiating the conversation. "There are only 2 houses in City A." "What does that mean?" "There are only 2 houses in City A." Li Shu exclaimed, astonished. She had previously thought Shen Yan to be impoverished and had even considered using her private savings to assist him. Noticing her eager gaze, Shen Yan pondered for a moment. "I can't recall the specifics. My grandfather had a peculiar habit of gifting either yachts or houses on joyous or significant occasions." Li Shu was taken aback. Was the Li family's donation of a teaching building truly significant? After all, she herself owned no property. With a huff, she shot Shen Yan an annoyed glare. "Stay away from me. What are you doing?" "I harbor a resentment towards the wealthy." Shen Yan, unable to suppress a chuckle, responded with a low, melodious voice that sent shivers down her spine. "I just calculated my assets." Li Shu perked up her ears. Shen Yan continued, "It should be enough for me to marry." Li Shu retorted, "Is your future wife adorned with diamonds?" Shen Yan's gaze softened. "Indeed." Li Shu, feeling indignant, murmured under her breath, "Spendthrift." As she spoke, her eyes wandered longingly to the house in Shen Yan's possession. Abandoning her studies, she unabashedly stared at him. Her voice sweet and tender. "Father, when you draft your will, please remember that there is a daughter named Li Shu." Chapter 121. The Stubborn Little One. On Sunday afternoon, the homeroom teachers reiterated the announcement. The national flag would be raised on Monday, and students were expected to wear their new school uniforms. The school would deduct points from the respective classes for any noncompliance. Class points. Zheng Hong paid little heed to such trivialities. With Jiang Yi and his gang around, which week did they not see their points plummet into the negatives? After casually forwarding the message, he offered no further commentary. Clearly, he was indifferent to this matter. It was far more productive to contemplate how to encourage that unruly bunch to focus on their studies. Monday dawned, and as was customary, only the few experimental classes complied with the school's directives. The other classes continued to disregard the point deduction system. It wasn't that the students were inherently rebellious. Rather, most simply refused to comply, and a minority could hardly endure the unattractiveness of the uniforms, opting instead to follow along with eyes closed. Yes, the entire class was expected to present a neat appearance. However, Class 7, with Jiang Yi in attendance, became the center of attention for both faculty and students alike. Zheng Hong's class had a reputation for being the source of trouble, yet this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A striking splash of red stood out in the crowd. The petite figure felt no embarrassment in her distinctiveness. The scene was remarkably comical. Li Shu was taken aback as her menstrual cycle arrived 5 days early, leaving her utterly unprepared. She wore a stern expression, her delicate face taut with anxiety, fearful that any sudden movement might unleash a torrent. As Class 7 made their entrance, the playground erupted in laughter. "Oh my goodness, this little one is so stubborn, ha 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 ha. I can't breathe from laughing. She looks just like a lucky cat in that uniform. Is she the class mascot?" An informed observer shot her a glance. Nonsense. Li Shu is practically the darling of the group. How surprising it is to discover that she is indeed Li Shu, the woman spoken of in whispers among the elite. I cannot help but wonder, what makes her so extraordinary? What is it about school uniforms that captivates her so? You cannot possibly understand. Is it not permissible for the affluent to possess their own peculiarities? The head of the grade listened to the commotion among the crowd, his irritation palpable as he bared his teeth and shouted into the microphone. "Silence! Have I granted you permission to speak? What is this ruckus? Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? Do you not regard the teachers present? Do you not consider the solemnity of raising the national flag?" No sooner had he finished his admonition than a figure rushed toward him. It could only be the tardy Jiang. He waved energetically in the direction of Class 7, then mimicked checking his phone. The director's vision darkened. "Jiang, as if being late were not enough. You dare to openly provoke me with your phone." Though Jiang often pushed the boundaries, he was not one to intentionally seek reprimand in front of a crowd. Typically, he would enter the school alongside Wu Zixi and Lu Dafei, yet today he appeared alone. Shen Yan's eyelashes fluttered as he retrieved his phone to glance at the group messages. 8:15 a.m. Jiang. Shen Yan. Hurry. Wang Yu has been beaten. 8:20 a.m. Jiang. Damn, that person is mercilessly attacking Wang Yu. Wu Zixi and I rushed in to intervene. And who would have thought he was Wang Yu's father? 8:30 a.m. Jiang. Wang Yu is being taken to the hospital now. Blood streaming from his head. Just thinking about it is terrifying. 8:32 a.m. Jiang. Yan, where are you? Shen Yan's expression froze as he absorbed the messages. Without delay, he hurried towards Jiang. The director of education exclaimed, "You in the white shirt. Where do you think you're going? Do you believe I won't issue you a warning?" As soon as the words left his lips, the sole ray of red in Class 7, struggling with her short legs, followed the departing group. The director's face turned a deep shade of anger. Is Class 7 truly beyond control? A warning must be issued. Soon, he composed himself and went to the principal's office, detailing the incident from start to finish. The repercussions of this matter were severe. Class 7 had long resisted discipline, disregarding school regulations, and issues of conduct had persisted. I was aware that Teacher Zhang, due to his advanced age, might find managing the class more challenging than his younger counterparts. However, Zheng Hong was rather laid back. Compared to other homeroom teachers, he invested far too little effort in his students. The principal, infuriated, slammed his teacup down. And what about Zheng Hong? How is he fulfilling his role as a homeroom teacher? Bring him to me. Zheng Hong hurried over, sensing the tense atmosphere in the office. He could guess the gist of the situation. The principal's tone was far from pleasant. I called you here for a reason. You should be aware of it. The grade director, already at odds with Zheng Hong, seized the opportunity. This matter must be addressed. Teacher Zhang, what is your opinion? Zheng Hong understood his intentions but remained unperturbed, smiling gently. Those few children in my class are merely a bit mischievous. Mischievous? Principal, listen to this. Such heinous behavior is merely considered mischievous in Teacher Zhang's eyes. He seemed to have seized upon a critical point, holding it firmly without any intention of letting go. Given the gravity of the situation, if the principal were to show bias towards Zheng Hong, it would be indefensible. The principal pondered for a moment. Indeed, without a proper explanation, it would be challenging to convince the public. Zheng Hong nodded in agreement, affirming, certainly, without rules, there can be no order. However, I truly cannot manage Jiang. Teacher He, as the head of the grade. Perhaps you could reach out to the Jiang family? Who is Jiang? The head of the grade would hardly dare to provoke the Jiang family's wrath. He hesitated, setting aside the matter of Jiang for the moment. Even the Jiang family is unable to rein him in. Teacher Zhang, it would be wise to first address the issues concerning the other two students. Zheng Hong found a seat. Known for his protective nature, his current cooperation was indeed unusual. This poses quite a challenge. The funds donated by the Li family are expected to arrive next month, and I fear if Mr. Li becomes displeased, the library project could fall through. He casually dropped a bombshell, observing the head of the grade S expression crack under pressure. Without granting him a moment to regroup, he unleashed another bombshell. Then there's the matter of Shen Yan. which is even more troublesome. He transferred here on the explicit recommendation of old Shen, who contacted me with utmost urgency, fearing that the heir of the Shen group might suffer grievances while at Funan. Old Shen has made it clear that even if Shen Yan were to create chaos at Funan, he would take full responsibility. At this point, he rubbed his forehead in distress, exuding an air of helplessness. The list for next semester's English competition should be finalized, right? With Shen Yan's abilities. Securing a top 3 position should pose no challenge, yet I worry it might dampen his spirits. How absurd to bring up matters of the next semester at this moment. What? So it is those 2 rascals who audaciously dashed out of the school gates. The grade director appeared as though someone had seized him by the throat. Stifling his breath, he pondered, why was Zheng Hong so accommodating? It turns out he had been waiting here for him. Ironically, all the flattering words had already been exhausted. Though he spoke of necessary punishment, his expression conveyed a clear sentiment. Those 2 students were untouchable. And as for Jiang Yi, he could be dealt with at will. But would he dare? Chapter 122. Am I to consume you now? Setting aside the challenges posed by Jiang Yi, Li Shu and Shen Yan were also key figures under the school's scrutiny. The office fell into a profound silence. Zheng Hong had outmaneuvered the grade director and exited the office with a sense of rejuvenation. Joy invigorates the spirit. With a smile, he addressed the flustered man. He Sheng, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Teacher Zheng?" Zheng Hong surveyed him with the air of a victor, casting a condescending glance. "You mustn't take offense just because I did not betroth my daughter to you. You can't keep making my life difficult." He waved his hand dismissively, feigning a troubled expression. "But alas, my little Fei has no interest in you, and I am powerless to change that. Wouldn't you agree?" He Sheng, trembling with rage, departed hastily, his face a shade of gray. Zheng Hong raised a middle finger at his retreating figure. "Hello, is this Jiang Yi's father?" Jiang Yi has truly crossed the line this time. "What? You intend to continue suspending his card and reduce his monthly allowance? Very well, this child needs to be disciplined." Jiang Yi's news had circulated in the group, and it was no wonder that Li Shu had followed suit. Shen Yan did not rush her. The 3 of them swiftly made their way to the hospital. Along the journey, Jiang Yi recounted the general circumstances. Ever since Wang Yu moved out of the Wang family, his stepmother had begun to regret her actions. Wang Yu consumed little, residing in a dimly lit storage room at home, seldom seen throughout the day, and still paying living expenses. With his departure, had he not severed a source of income? Wang's father considered this rationally. Hiring someone else would incur additional costs, and the price of tutoring classes was exorbitantly high. Yet, he discovered that his son resided in a high-end community, devoid of any semblance of a pitiable living situation. For every word he uttered, Wang Yu could counter with 10. That lad, surprisingly, did not retaliate but instead foolishly allowed himself to be struck. He emerged bruised and battered, even losing a tooth. Had it not been for Wu Zishi fortuitously encountering the scene in their community, the situation could have escalated further. Jiang Yi felt a surge of anger at this recollection. Had Wang's father not fled swiftly, he might have dealt another blow. Although he held disdain for the bookish students in the experimental class, Wang Yu was different. He spoke with them devoid of contempt or sycophancy. He could only be grateful that he had enjoyed a lively time with Lu Dafei at Wu Zishi's house the previous day, opting to sleep in the guest room there. Li Shu, listening intently, felt a sense of danger. She recalled that Wang Yu's father was prone to violence, especially now that Wang Yu was in high school. Was Wang Yu unharmed? Wu Zishi and the others had already gone to the hospital and just called to inform her that he was fine, merely suffering from superficial injuries. Li Shu wished to ask more, but without any warning, she was abruptly pulled by the person beside her, losing her balance and nearly toppling into Shen Yan. The impact left her nose stinging. Unhappily, she looked up, their gazes locking. Shen Yan did not release his grip. Instead, he drew her even closer. Li Shu, feeling displeased, questioned, "What are you doing?" Shen Yan let out a light scoff, his tone languid as he replied, "I might inquire the same of you. Little one, you seem rather concerned about Wang Yu." Jiang Yi interjected. "At this moment, you still have the energy to feel jealous?" Impressive. The 2 were uncomfortably close, prompting Li Shu to push Shen Yan away with a hint of force, creating some distance. Shen Yan, his voice low and teasing, remarked, "Why are you running away? Do you think I would devour you?" Li Shu was momentarily taken aback by his question. She clenched her fingers, biting her lip, and softly said, "Shen Yan, you are acting like this." She struggled to articulate her thoughts, sounding somewhat like a scorned lover. As her words hung in the air, she heard Jiang Yi's exaggerated laughter. Turning her gaze to Shen Yan, she noticed his expression had cooled into a neutral facade. Realizing she had misspoken, She earnestly attempted to mend the awkwardness, saying, "Shen Yan, rest assured, if you were to end up in the hospital, I would be concerned." This elicited a burst of laughter from Jiang He. Huh? Shen Yan was utterly bemused by her. He couldn't discern whether Li Shu was genuinely concerned for him or cursing him. The boy sighed in exasperation, recalling Li Shu's reaction from the previous day. He casually remarked, "What you truly care about is whether their essays share for you in the inheritance, isn't it?" Inheritance? Jiang He suddenly perked up, turning in his seat with excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Dad, I wanted to." Shen Yan sighed, feeling surrounded by unsavory characters. He lowered his eyelids wearily, casting a languid glance at Li Shu, and let out a lazy yawn. Cease your daydreams, calamities may linger for millennia. The complexity of Li Shu's sentiments is difficult to articulate. I truly cannot comprehend how Shen Yan can refer to himself as a calamity with such nonchalance. Upon arriving at the hospital, guided by the ward number provided by Wu Zishi, several individuals hastened towards the inpatient department. Along the way, Jiang Yi excused himself to a corner to answer an onslaught of calls from his biological father. As Li Shu approached the ward, he overheard Lu Dafei's voice filled with relief. "Wang Yu, fortunately, you did not injure your hands this time. Otherwise, cooking would be quite the inconvenience." Is this even human discourse? Shen Yan led Li Shu into the room, casting a glance at Wang Yu before finding a chair to sit. In a cool tone, he remarked, "Have you really managed to reduce yourself to this state after merely a day apart? Do you not even know how to evade trouble?" Wang Yu's head was wrapped in bandages, his lips pale, his voice frail, and his demeanor dim. Such a tale, if shared, would be met with disbelief. Everyone present was left astounded. It was unheard of for the eldest son to support a younger half-brother with no blood relation. Moreover, Wang's father and the stepmother were yet to be incapacitated. Not to mention, Wang Yu was merely a high school student, lacking any emotional bond with the younger sibling. Lu Dafei interjected, "Pa, this is utterly shameless." Those gathered understood that His tone was rather indifferent, as if he were merely discussing what to have for dinner. He had long outgrown the age of seeking help from teachers. "Since I have a good relationship with Officer Gong, would you like me to introduce you?" Chapter 123. Why aren't you blushing? The chair in the hospital room was uncomfortable, prompting Shen Yan to shift positions. His long legs clad in black pants casually resting on the railing of the bed where the basin was placed. Li Shu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. When would she possess such legs? Speaking of old acquaintances, Shen Yan's mood lifted considerably. His long fingers tapped on the phone screen. "I've sent you my contact information." Wang Yu was still quite young, yet he bore the burden of supporting an utterly emotionless younger brother. The road ahead for him was long. Did he truly have to toil endlessly for the sake of another's life? Who had ever taken responsibility for him over the years? Seeing Wang Yu on the cusp of success, Shen Yan thought it wiser to sever ties completely in the present rather than allow those individuals to continue draining him. Moreover, he had met Wang Yu's mother, who was in frail health. Certainly, calling the police might not suffice, but with a mere nudge of influence, Wang Yu's father would be deterred from making any further moves. He understood all too well that the harsh reality of society was that everything revolved around power. Shen Yan suppressed the desolation in his gaze. He disliked the smell of disinfectant in the hospital and frowned tightly. "Two paths lie before you, one of resignation, the other of liberation. I've pointed them out, now it's up to you to choose." Wang Yu was taken aback. He had contemplated leaving City A with Gu Mei after entering university, yet he had to consider the possibility of his father resurfacing. Given his temper, if he were to seek out Gu Mei in Wang Yu's absence, how would that be dealt with? Hiding away felt unjust, after all. He was not the one in the wrong. He appeared somewhat unsteady, gazing at a lengthy list of contacts, and silently made a decision. Li Shu stood listlessly, momentarily considering that at least she need not worry about her livelihood, which was fortunate enough. She cast her eyes down at her scuffed white shoes. Shen Yan had been observing her from the corner of his eye, and upon seeing her expression, felt a sense of irritation. Although he initially intended to refrain from intervening, he sighed inwardly and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered, Shen Yan's tone lazily familiar. "Officer Gong, it's been a while since we last connected. I was just thinking of inviting you for tea." Officer Gong felt a pang in his chest upon seeing the caller ID. Whenever Shen Yan reached out, it was rarely for anything good. The other party remained silent, but Shen Yan was unconcerned. "Well, I don't have anything significant to discuss. It's just that I haven't had a good fight in a while, and I'm feeling restless." "What? You want to come over? That's fine. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital's inpatient department." He chuckled, listening as the voice on the other end anxiously urged him not to act impulsively. Before abruptly hanging up, he then rose slowly, lifting his eyelids. Shorty. Li Shu turned to him. Shen Yan spoke with a teasing tone. With Wang Yu in this state, who will tutor you at noon? Li Shu remained expressionless, aware from her experience with Shen Yan that what followed would likely not be kind. Indeed, his expression turned awkward as he spoke lightly. Fine, I suppose I could reluctantly tutor you. I'm not just anyone's tutor. Tell me, how is it that you are so fortunate? He continued. You get to spend time alone with me, Li Shu. Go ahead and laugh if you wish. After all, this is indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Listening to him, one might think she had gained some substantial advantage. Li Shu fell silent, pressing her lips together. After a brief pause, she resolutely declared, I shall not trouble you any further. After all, the words spoken by Shen Yan were difficult for her to comprehend. And there was no need for both to endure suffering. However, Shen Yan's smile abruptly faded, his expression becoming absurd, as if he found it hard to accept. In a deep voice laced with incredulity, he questioned, Li Shu, are you rejecting me? As those words hung in the air, the hospital room fell into an abrupt silence. Li Shu could hear the faint rhythm of her own breath. Before she could respond, Jiang Yi burst into the room, tears streaming down his face. I despise that old man. I shall be a pauper from now on. Everyone else remarked, you have been for quite some time. Witnessing a group approach. Animated and jovial, save for Jiang Yi, who wore a pained expression, Zhang Hong awaited their arrival and then quipped with a smirk, where have you all been frolicking? Wu Zixi and Lu Dafei exchanged knowing glances, feigning indifference. Jiang Yi vented his melancholy at a 45-degree angle. Zhang Hong, exasperated, bypassed the three of them and focused intently on Shen Yan and Li Shu, his most esteemed students, the ones in whom he harbored the greatest hopes for the upcoming college entrance examination. Shen Yan, tall and imposing, and Li Shu, petite and delicate, formed an unexpectedly harmonious pair in Zhang Hong's eyes. Shen Yan had already taken steps to resolve matters concerning Wang Yu, rendering school intervention unnecessary, and the group had no intention of disclosing the details. In response to Zhang Hong's inquiry, Shen Yan quietly confessed, I simply couldn't resist. I went out for a smoke. Zhang Hong gasped in dismay. Has this child taken on too much pressure? His imposing demeanor diminished by half. Honestly, if you must smoke, seek out a teacher. Not Jiang Yi. But why is there such differential treatment when it comes to Yan? Jiang Xiaoyi remarked, he has a temper now. Shen Yan replied in a nonchalant tone. It's because Jiang Yi's cigarettes are expensive. Yours cost only 10 yuan a pack. Zhang Hong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yi and scoffed. So what if it's 10 yuan? Jiang Yi won't even be able to afford 5 yuan ones in the future. He then turned to Li Shu and asked, what about you? What's your reason? Li Shu blinked innocently and fabricated a lie without a hint of remorse. Teacher, I went out for a smoke with Shen Yan. Zhang Hong was left speechless, gasping for breath. It's no wonder the pressure on third-year students is so immense. How could I not have provided timely guidance? Zhang Hong felt a surge of anxiety. In recent days, Shen Yan had seized every opportunity to tutor Li Shu, and she had begun to change her perception of him. She had not anticipated that Shen Yan's explanations would be even more detailed than Wang Yu's. Li Shu indeed benefited greatly, yet faced with such an attentive Shen Yan, she felt somewhat flattered and astonished. Unable to contain herself, Li Shu asked, did you specifically consult Wang Yu on how to explain problems for my sake? Shen Yan lightly tapped her head with a black pen, his tone less than pleasant, his light brown eyes glinting with disdain. Say that again. Do I really need to consult Wang Yu? Li Shu furrowed her brow. Shen Yan, are you angry because I guessed correctly? Shen Yan fixated on her earlier remark. You clarify this. Do you think I would be inferior to Wang Yu? Although his temperament was indeed worse than Wang Yu's, Li Shu chose to remain silent and not fan the flames. Shen Yan tilted his head to look at her, his tone languid and casual, a smirk playing on his lips. As for what you said about doing this specifically for you, such remarks from you have yet to elicit even a hint of embarrassment. A leave request, indeed, for one day. I hope my dear friends will forgive me. Chapter 124, Secretly Harboring Feelings for Me? Naturally, Shen Yan does not limit his guidance to her alone. He has also extended his support to Jiang Yi and a few others. Li Shu turned away to focus on her exercises, disregarding him. Under Shen Yan's supervision, Jiang Yi diligently memorized a considerable number of vocabulary words. Praised profusely by the English teacher, he felt a mix of agony and pride. In this convoluted state of mind, he occasionally felt compelled to flaunt his newly acquired English phrases in front of Lu Dafei, who, however, was not impressed. What gibberish are you speaking? As this occurred time and again, Lu Dafei could no longer tolerate it and turned to Wu Zixi to complain. I truly feel nauseated. Does he even understand what he is saying? It was not only Lu Dafei, Wu Zishi had also had enough. Even in the group chat, which was lively with conversation, Jiang Yi felt the need to show off with an English message, which inevitably led to an awkward silence lasting 3 seconds. Yu Su, if you have the ability, don't score in the single digits. Smile JPG. Wu Zishi, doesn't he realize how foolish this appears? Lu Dafei, he thinks he is brilliant. Jiang Yi, has he failed at showing off? Impossible. To maintain his dignity through cultural expression, Jiang Yi yearned to insult in English. However, he found himself at a loss. Yet, an idea struck him, and he quickly devised a plan. With newfound confidence, Jiang Yi typed, "And you Bing?" After all, they were all English words. Rounded up, they were English. The group fell into silence once more, this time for 10 seconds. Yu Su, goodness. Where did this fool come from? Wu Zishi, please, let my grandfather, who has been gone for 3 years, drive this person away. Lu Dafei, am I not clever enough? I'm really putting in a lot of effort. Li Shu momentarily lost her focus. Reaching for her phone to glance at the chat history, unable to suppress a smile. She turned to observe Shen Yan beside her. He appeared quite drowsy, having solved a few problems before resting his head on her plush pillow. The youth, cradling the soft cushion, exuded an extraordinary harmony. Indeed, he was naturally handsome. Yet, Li Shu could never quite comprehend how someone like Shen Yan, who rarely seemed diligent in class, could achieve such remarkable grades. The disparity between individuals was truly infuriating. Jealousy clouded her vision. Shen Yan awoke partway through, still enveloped in drowsiness, his eyes half closed as he reached for water, only to sense the gaze resting on him. Upon lifting his head, he locked eyes with Li Shu. She fixated on the faint red imprint on his face, rendering his handsome features somewhat comical. She genuinely admired Shen Yan and stifled a laugh. However, Shen Yan shook off his drowsiness, propping himself up on his arm, momentarily taken aback. Then, as if coming to an understanding, he asked enigmatically, "So, how long have you been watching?" As if struck by a thought, his expression brightened, and he elongated his tone. "Li Shu, you're quite something, secretly fantasizing about me?" Such an innate degree of narcissism. Li Shu remained silent, disinterested in engaging with him. Reaching for her phone once more, only to have it snatched away. Shen Yan, slightly furrowing his brow in annoyance, maintained an air of nonchalance, speaking teasingly. "See? It's free, after all. There are plenty of people who harbor ulterior motives toward me." With that, he moved his lips, adding a few more words. "You're not special." In a moment of levity, Meng Yichu emerged as the wellspring of gossip, adeptly weaving tales that ranged from the cafeteria lady's second marriage to the principal's unfortunate encounter with his wife's ire. Today, she bore yet another significant revelation. With 3 pairs of eager eyes fixed upon her, particularly the glistening, peach blossom eyes of Li Shu, which could melt the heart of any onlooker, Meng Yichu felt an undeniable sense of pride. The captivating beauty from Class 5, previously rumored to be entangled with Jiang Yi, had recently been hospitalized. "Is she unwell?" Xiaoning inquired. Meng Yichu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "She underwent surgery. At such a young age, one would hardly expect it, but she appears so demure." Xiaoning mused. Perhaps she simply succumbed to a man's sweet talk. How foolish of her. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, Meng Yichu added, "I've also heard that the man, unprepared to take responsibility, merely tossed her a sum of money and called for a separation." Xiaoning adjusted her oversized glasses. Her expression, one of confusion. "I don't quite comprehend." Tang Wan interjected, "It's only natural that you don't understand, dear." With a gesture towards the silent Li Shu, she continued, "Even our Shu is at a loss. You two can keep each other company." Li Shu smiled faintly. And as the lights dimmed with the ringing of the curfew bell, the dormitories descended into darkness. The night enveloped everything in its embrace. Though silent, Li Shu understood the underlying nuances. She had witnessed Li Mao's indiscriminate affections and was acutely aware of his cold detachment when interests were at stake. In today's society, how many men like Li Mao existed? To label them as merely fickle would be an oversimplification. Their exits were always swift and decisive, for it was but a fleeting dalliance. Suddenly, a notification chimed on her phone, casting a soft glow upon Li Shu's delicate visage. It was a message from Su Su. "Yu Su, had I known, I would not have ventured into this bar. The noise is giving me a headache. And that fool Jiang Yi shows no sign of leaving." Li Shu is aware that they gather for small get-togethers every 3 days and larger assemblies every 2. Tonight, yet another gathering awaits. Her gaze lingers on the word bar. Li Shu has never been. Yet she knows it is a realm reserved for adults, a prime locale for encounters of passion. "Li Shu, are you all there?" "Yu Su, indeed. If you don't come, I shall be utterly devoid of energy. This internet CAF lacks even a single handsome gentleman. At this rate, it will surely go out of business. Thus, Shen Yan is also present, which makes sense. He and Jiang Yi are good friends, and such places are likely frequented by him. As this thought crosses her mind, Li Shu purses her lips. Men, it seems, are rarely of good character. Even Shen Yan is not exempt from this norm. Li Shu, I have never been. Su feels genuinely disheartened. Jiang Yi abandoned her long ago to revel in the festivities, while Shen Yan rests peacefully on the couch, undisturbed by the cacophony around him. The other two are merrily shaking the dice. She wishes fervently that Li Shu would join her. Su, next time, I shall take you. We will switch to that place on Sanjiang Road, where the men are exceptionally handsome. Just the two of us. Li Shu feels a twinge of unease. Yet a part of her yearns for adventure. Slowly, she types, I have heard that boys go to bars to meet girls. Jiang Yi has vanished into some corner, leaving Su irritated and in agreement. Isn't that the truth? Li Shu tilts her head. Then why do we go? Su, to charm men and embark on grand endeavors? Li Shu, no? She types earnestly, crafting an excuse for herself. You are taking me to broaden my horizons. Su, it's just so contradictory. Chapter 125. Is he not responsible? In order to broaden Li Shu's horizons, Su promptly reserved a booth for Friday night. After their conversation, Li Shu's gaze lingered on the profile of Shen Yan. Li Shu, can I have a Big Mac tomorrow? She pursed her lips, contemplating that she had indeed made plans with Su, merely a visit to the bar. What was the big deal? Li Shu, Ning called her. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Li Shu locked her screen and rested her chin in her hand, continuing to listen to their conversation. Nothing much. Chu boasted, don't doubt me. Back in elementary school, the number of boys who liked me was beyond count. Yet, ever since she cut her hair short, she hadn't received a single flower. It's truly infuriating. Tang retorted, so, you've become unattractive? Chu exclaimed in anger. Get lost. The topics among girls shift rapidly. And soon they turned their attention to Ning. I mean, your family isn't doing poorly. Why do you have to study so hard? Ning wore a sorrowful expression, even a bit aggrieved. I'm the only child in my family. Tang Chu, Li Shu, Chu sat cross-legged. Looking at Li Shu, what about you? Why have you suddenly started to study diligently? Li Shu held back, not out of fear that they would expose her embarrassment, but because she was not accustomed to laying her scars bare for all to see. With a hint of humor, Li Shu replied vaguely, perhaps I wish to inherit the family business. Li Shu perked up and opened up. Shen Yan, understood, rest early. Although she indulged herself, she insisted that she should rest, clearly embodying the hypocrisy of allowing the officials to wreak havoc while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Yet, mere seconds later, Li Shu, are you home? This time, Shen Yan responded promptly. What is it to you? Li Shu, here we go again. As if aware that Li Shu would become irate, Shen Yan had grasped her nature, and this time refrained from engaging in banter. There was no way Shen Yan could confess to Li Shu that he was at a bar. He leisurely typed, yes, at home. Li Shu stared at those two words, grinding her teeth. After greeting Su, Shen Yan stepped outside to hail a cab. Thoughts of the dishwasher he had purchased, still wrapped in its packaging, crossed his mind, causing him to lower his gaze, his throat tightening as he forced a smile. Hey, are you coming to my place for hairy crabs on Friday? Shen Yan did not ponder deeply. He tentatively suggested, how about Saturday? Shen Yan, I'm quite busy. As Shen Yan exited the bar, he chose not to text and instead sent a voice message, perhaps slightly tipsy. His typically subdued tone now imbued with an unfamiliar allure. So busy. Li Shu rapidly typed. I checked my schedule. I can still carve out some time to have dinner with you on Saturday. Shen Yan chuckled, sending a 3-second voice message in reply. I appreciate it. On that Friday, before school was even dismissed, Su, adorned with a limited edition handbag and exquisite makeup, arrived at Class 7. The presence of the queen bee from Class 3 silenced the room, even halting Chu mid-snack. Su had tea eaten, and rummaging through Li Shu's desk, she retrieved a bottle of yogurt and a sausage. Alas, the traffic. You cannot fathom the duration of my ordeal on the road. Foolishness abounds. Su, ever the extrovert, playfully kicked Chu's desk and exclaimed, Hey, are you munching on sunflower seeds? Share some with me. The marks on Su's lips had vanished. And as Li Shu observed her indulging in snacks, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the visibly uneasy Jiang Yi. Aren't you going to greet Jiang Yi? Li Shu inquired. Leaning against her, Su replied, Why should I? For the past few days, he has been avoiding me like a bashful maiden. It was a rare occasion to encounter him at the bar, yet Jiang Yi had not uttered a single word to her. As if the fervent intimacy they shared that night had never existed. Li Shu, with a stern expression, questioned, "Is he not accountable? Does he dare?" Su scoffed. Just then, as she placed her bag on Li Shu's desk, she noticed a boy seated to her left, enjoying potato chips. Su approached him. "Do you have any with tomato flavor?" Her beauty was secondary. She was the queen bee, notorious for once causing a rival to bleed out of displeasure. The boy, trembling with trepidation, promptly offered both hands in submission. Just as Su reached out to take some, a hand intercepted her. Jiang Yi's face was as dark as ink. He grasped Su's arm firmly and growled, "Come with me." Irritated, Su retorted, "On what grounds?" Yet, despite her words, she followed him. Rising to her feet, she raised an eyebrow at the boy clutching the chips and quipped, "Good sir, may you enjoy a peaceful life." Li Shu, with a mischievous glint, noted Jiang Yi's increasing ire. Xiaoning had never dared to scrutinize Su from such proximity. Now, she felt a surge of excitement. Su is simply stunning. I sense her temperament is rather amiable too. Li Shu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. She glanced at the time and thought about the bar she intended to visit. Her emotions fluctuating intensely. Gripping her pen, she found herself unable to absorb a single word. She sat down, seemingly unperturbed. Cradling a large bag of snacks that Jiang Yi had brought, she beckoned Xiaoning and the others to partake. Li Shu scrutinized her closely, her gaze landing on the slightly flushed, delicate lips. She furrowed her brow and softly inquired of Su, "Did he take advantage of you again?" Su, without a hint of shyness, replied, "I kissed him." In the past, Jiang Yi would have pushed her away, rambling on about the trivialities of friendship. Yet today, he remained steadfastly silent. Indeed, men are often creatures of contradictions. Li Shu remarked, "That makes sense. I wondered how he became so proficient in kissing. Having had so many ex-girlfriends, the last time he left me in such a state, I was utterly astounded by him." Su paused, pondering. That scoundrel Jiang Yi, couldn't he possibly be inexperienced in kissing? Could he? He can't even manage to breathe properly. Though this notion was preposterous, it amused Su. As dusk descended, the chilly wind stirred, sweeping away the withered leaves and leaving behind a desolate scene. The weather grew increasingly frigid. The two wandered through the streets and indulged in Japanese cuisine. With time still on their side, they decided to visit a well-reviewed sauna adjacent to the bar. Clad in a loose sauna robe, Li Shu wiped the sweat from her brow with a clean towel. The ample short-sleeved robe hung loosely at her sides. Su tugged at the hem of her garment, the girl's slender waist strikingly apparent. "You're far too thin. Wearing torn school uniforms all day is simply wasteful." However, recalling Shen Yan's earlier deception regarding height, Su chose to remain silent. She took out her phone and showed Li Shu several photographs. These depicted the attractiveness of the bar's waitstaff. Their faces alone served as living advertisements. Although they could not rival Yin Ji's stunning looks, they were undeniably handsome. Each in their unique way, Li Shu meticulously examined the personal details beneath the images, particularly focusing on the tips they received for their company and entertainment. She sighed. "How expensive?" Su nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is pricey, but just look at their long legs and sculpted backsides. They could provide entertainment for an entire year." Li Shu, feeling the warmth rise within her, turned a shade of crimson, as radiant as the dawn. This further intensified upon hearing Su's remark. However, she quickly regained her composure. Was this truly a respectable bar? While bars are venues for nightlife, it is not uncommon for some interactions to flirt with the boundaries of indulgence. Nevertheless, the two were merely there to relax, and as a regular, Su had little to worry about. Su found Li Shu's school uniform to be rather ostentatious, but fortunately, the bar's temperature was quite comfortable. Li Shu removed her outer jacket, revealing a simple cream-colored sweater underneath, paired with jeans that accentuated her refreshing appearance. Su applied lipstick on Li Shu and casually untied her hair. The girl's long locks cascaded down, the ends displaying a natural curl. With her fair skin and rosy lips, the contrast to her usual unadorned appearance was striking. She looked much more appealing this way. Li Shu felt a twinge of anxiety. Asking, "But we are still students, can we really go in?" Su took her hand and nonchalantly remarked, "What is there to fear? In this society, wealth reigns supreme. With me around, you can indulge to your heart's content. When the time comes, simply select a few charming attendants." At this point, Su shifted the topic. "Now, how about you tell us a story?" Li Shu furrowed her brow. "Aren't we supposed to drink at the bar? The cocktails prepared by the mixologist are surely delightful. I've even crafted a strategy for it." Li Shu tilted her head and inquired, Su, Are you afraid of getting drunk? Susu replied. I fear for your inebriation. Have you forgotten the state you were in last time? They successfully entered the bar, where the pulsating beats synchronized with the rhythm of Li Shu's heartbeat. Under the dazzling neon lights, a throng of revelers danced fervently to the music. A courteous server guided them to a booth. Li Shu felt somewhat out of place until the server brought forth a table laden with fruit platters and snacks. She nibbled on the tidbits while Susu engaged in conversation with the server. With their evident camaraderie, the server was delighted to sit beside them. The server remarked, You both appear quite young. Susu, in jest, replied, Oh, not at all. You can't tell? I have an 8-month-old child. Is that true? You're already married. And what about this young lady beside you? Susu continued her playful fabrication. Her? She looks so youthful that people often mistake her for a high school student. Don't you think she resembles one? Indeed, she does. But she is getting married next month. Li Shu could only respond with silence. Strangely enough, the server believed these tall tales as Susu exuded the aura of a regular patron at such establishments. Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Shu reclined against the leather sofa, clearly accustomed to the cacophony surrounding her. She surveyed the wildly swaying crowd, her gaze momentarily pausing on a middle-aged man who held the hand of a young woman, exposing her navel. With his left arm wrapped around the waist of a short-haired lady, the trio appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Shu was evidently taken aback by the complexity of their relationships, especially as the two young women laughed and frolicked with abandon. Meanwhile, Susu had one arm draped around Li Shu. She expressed her thirst and took a sip of plain water before leaning in to whisper in Li Shu's ear. Did you hear? That waiter earned 80,000 last month, including tips, most likely from wealthy patrons. The joy of these affluent ladies is simply beyond comprehension. Li Shu felt that such money was beyond her reach. Regardless, Susu playfully slammed her hand on the table, jesting, If that jerk Jiang goes bankrupt, I'll have him work in a bar. Seriously, he must have at least 30,000, if not 80. Li Shu stifled a laugh. Aren't you worried about the multitude of women chasing after him? Susu hesitated, noting that managing the girls at school was already quite enough for her. The thought of constantly monitoring a bar was overwhelming. Li Shu reassuringly patted her shoulder, saying earnestly, Don't worry, once you take over the bar, it will all be your network. Wow, you really are quite the extravagant one. A keen-eyed waiter nearby, observing the watch on Li Shu's wrist and the bag Susu carried, could tell that they were well off. However, the idea of taking over this bar was utterly implausible, considering it was backed by a prominent family business. Just as he was about to speak, a young man in black approached, cradling a cup of milk tea. The individual he recognized was none other than the son of the bar's proprietor. He promptly rose to his feet, greeting the young man and vacating his seat. The youth removed his black mask, seated himself across from Li Shu with a gentle demeanor. It has been quite some time, he remarked with a warm smile. To Li Shu, it felt as if she had encountered a ghost. Her expression turned frosty as she retorted, Why are you everywhere I go, haunting me? The young man, maintaining his good-natured composure, swirled the cocktail prepared by the waiter and replied, It is merely fate. The waiter, anxious to avoid offending the young master, quickly interjected, This is our young master. Li Shu instinctively grasped Susu's arm, who was on the verge of confrontation, as she straightened her posture, her expression neutral. We have paid for this space. Regardless of his status, he has no right to sit here without our consent. What rationale is this? The young man chuckled softly, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Shu, not wavering in the slightest. He said, You look lovely in that attire. At his words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Shu immediately attempted to pull Susu away, but Susu rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, I've long found you displeasing. What do you think you are? Before she could act, an individual rushed over, seizing the young man's collar with a fierce grip. The aggressor violently slammed the black-clad youth's head against the wall, his voice cold and laced with malice. This was a side of Li Shu she had never witnessed before. Shen Yan, do you believe I one-TN'd you? Chapter 127. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Li Shu was taken aback. This version of Shen Yan was utterly unfamiliar. Her fingers curled slightly as she observed Shen Yan, disheveled and drenched in spilled milk tea, looking rather disoriented. Is this Shen Yan, the son of Shen Yan's stepmother? Was Shen Yan approaching her with ulterior motives? As this thought crossed her mind, Li Shu's disdain for him intensified exponentially. Shen Yan exuded an air of hostility, his jawline taut, and his light brown eyes devoid of warmth. He had never held any fondness for that mother-son duo. And despite Shen Yan's attempts to ingratiate himself in his presence, he found it impossible to harbor any affection for him. In fact, he felt a deep-seated loathing. Veins bulged on his hands as he warned, I have cautioned you to keep your distance from me. This is City A, not the territory of that old man. Shen Chao's influence had yet to reach City A, and Shen Yan was more than capable of ensuring that Shen Wang faced dire consequences. He had never anticipated that Shen Wang would dare to provoke him so brazenly. The two remained at an impasse until a waiter hurried off to summon the lobby manager. The unfolding drama quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. The invigorating music ceased, and the crowd fell silent. A glimmer of delight flickered in Shen Wang's eyes, as he appeared unperturbed, almost as if he were someone easily bullied. However, Shen Yan was acutely aware that this individual had, in a brief span of time, managed to win over Shen Chao's secretary, gaining insight into his schedule, and had repeatedly sought to establish a connection with him. Such a person was far from straightforward. The lobby manager, having received word of the disturbance, rushed over, determined to prevent any incident from occurring under his watch. He quickly assessed Shen Yan, failing to recognize him, and weighed his options. Sir, I must ask you to release him. Otherwise, we will be compelled to involve the authorities. He did not hesitate to issue a veiled threat, adding, I advise you not to provoke individuals beyond your means. This is our young master Shen of the Shen group, a name you should be familiar with. Upon hearing this, Li Shu's anger flared, her vision reddening. Young master Shen? What then, was Shen Yan? Shen Wang cast a glance at the manager, a silent warning that immediately silenced him. He then turned his gaze deeply towards Shen Yan, speaking in a gentle tone, so only Shen Yan could hear. Brother, I merely wish to see how you're faring. However, Shen Yan responded with a mocking chuckle and in an instant, delivered a fierce punch to Shen Wang's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan. Once Shen Yan unleashed his wrath, no one could intervene. Before anyone could react, punches rained down mercilessly upon Shen Wang 1, 2, 3, until he collapsed onto the floor. Only then did Shen Yan relent, looking down from his height at Shen Wang, who curled up in pain. Yet, he remained cautious. After all, he would not permit anyone to act beneath his notice. Not long ago, he received word that Shen Wang, who was supposed to be studying abroad as an exchange student, had been absent from classes for an extended period. Indeed, Shen Wang was resourceful. It had taken considerable effort for his people to track him down. Upon learning his precise location that evening, Shen Yan rushed over, only to witness Shen Wang engaging in ambiguous conversation with Li Shu. A flame of fury ignited within him, burning ever more fiercely. How dare he? What was Shen Wang truly up to? Seeing him grow close to Li Shu, was he attempting to make advances? Shen Yan knew he could intervene. But what if Shen Wang was unaware of the implications? With Shen Wang's duplicitous nature, it would only be a matter of time before he could charm someone into a stupor. What did Shen Wang intend to do with Li Shu while keeping Shen Yan in the dark? As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Yan's pupils constricted suddenly, a chilling glint surfacing in his eyes. The manager, taken aback, had not anticipated that after being named directly, the other party would still dare to resort to violence. Fearing for his position, he interposed himself between Shen Wang and Shen Yan just as the latter prepared to deliver another kick, promptly contacting security. Raising his voice, he declared, You are finished, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Shen Yan sneered, shaking his sore fists. His eyes reflected no trace of emotion as he spoke. Shen Wang, if I were you, I would tuck my tail between my legs and cease to appear before me, seeking your own demise. With that, he let out a chilling laugh and swung the wine bottle from the table, shattering it against the floor, scattering shards everywhere. He picked up a piece. The crimson liquid flowed down his wrist, dripping thickly like blood. Yet, he remained utterly oblivious, his tone laced with mockery. After all, how many lives do you possess? His reckless demeanor tightened the hearts of those present. Li Shu stepped forward hesitantly, tugging at Shen Yan's sleeve. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of distress that rendered her voice tremulous with unshed tears, an unusual occurrence for her. Yet this time, she could not contain herself, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Shen Yan paused, his expression softening as he gazed at the tear-filled eyes of Li Shu, his hostility diminishing by half. The shard slipped from his grasp. It was as if a glimmer of rationality returned to him. He closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, the crimson hue had faded, leaving behind a clarity of mind. The hall manager assisted the pained Shen Wang onto the sofa, who, in a state of exasperation, commanded, Take them all to the police station. Those two women as well. I have already contacted President Shen's secretary. Brace yourselves for imprisonment. Shen Wang attempted to voice a retort, but the pain rendered him unconscious. As his words fell, a group of security guards prepared to apprehend Shen Yan, gripping Li Shu's wrist. Shen Yan cast a significant glance at Su, who promptly smiled, eager to appease, fearing that Shen Yan would hold her accountable for bringing Li Shu to the bar. However, regarding this farce, it is merely laughable. The true heir stands here, yet the people insist on treating a mountain chicken as if it were a phoenix. She is acutely aware of Shen Yan's modus operandi and understands that in this matter, no one can derive any benefit from him. She leisurely sent a message to Jiang Yi. Unlike Su Su, who was in a frantic state of worry, he remained oblivious to how much Mr. Shen dotes on Shen Yan, only feeling that Shen Yan would suffer a loss this time. Shen Yan, what should we do? Shen Yan glanced at the camera overhead. His demeanor indifferent yet sufficiently intimidating. Do not touch me. I shall walk on my own. As he spoke, he strolled casually, pulling Li Shu along outside. Halfway, he slightly bent down and lowered his voice. Li Shu, how dare you come to a place like this? Are you planning to ascend to heaven with my back? However, upon seeing Li Shu sniffing, and the tears he shed for him, Shen Yan's temper dissipated entirely. He had 100 ways to avoid the police station. Yet he felt that this was a rare opportunity. Why not seize it? With this thought, his spirits lifted. Forget it. I shall let you off this time. So, since we are at the bar, how about I take you to the police station for some tea? Chapter 128. What? Do you want strawberry-flavored yogurt too? Officer Gong had just finished attending to his affairs when he was met by a throng of people. The lobby manager led the charge, aggressively demanding an explanation. This kid assaulted someone without cause. His behavior is atrocious. This is the surveillance footage we retrieved. The injured party is our young Master Shen, a member of the Shen group, and this matter is far from trivial. It must be dealt with seriously. Young Master Shen? Upon hearing this, Officer Gong's expression changed dramatically. That rascal Shen Yan had actually been beaten. How could he have failed to report this to old Shen? Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he noticed someone leisurely strolling in behind the group of security guards. Ah, Officer Gong, I have come to reminisce once more, the newcomer remarked. Officer Gong, taken aback, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Shen Yan appear unscathed. The manager pointed at Shen Yan, exclaiming, "It's this brat, recklessly inflicting harm." Officer Gong, having served as a police officer for so long, found himself quite bewildered. What nonsense is this? Did Shen Yan injure himself? It makes no sense at all, he thought. Utterly perplexed, the manager, trembling with rage, urged, "Officer, look. He is utterly arrogant and lawless." Though Officer Gong was at a loss, he had no means to deal with Shen Yan. With an irritable tone, he retorted, "Am I unaware of his character? Do I need you to tell me?" As he spoke, he glanced at Shen Yan, then briefly shifted his gaze to the girl he was with. Suddenly, Officer Gong's spirits lifted. Well, young man. Have you taken a girlfriend? Does your grandfather know?" Shen Yan pressed Li Shu down onto a chair, wearing a smile that was more mocking than genuine. Yet his response was entirely off-topic. "The young lady doesn't like tea. Is there yogurt available?" Li Shu, finding his audacity unbearable, turned to look at Shen Yan. Just as she was about to speak, she heard him quip, "What? Do you want your yogurt to be strawberry-flavored?" The mere mention of strawberries left Li Shu momentarily speechless. As the embarrassment from their last encounter came rushing back, she opted to feign ignorance. Officer Gong, wishing to glean more information, quickly realized he needed to address the matter at hand. He straightened up and, with a serious tone, sternly demanded, "Now, confess honestly, what has transpired this time?" Shen Yan waved his hand innocently, saying it was merely a restless impulse. His right hand bore the remnants of wine stains, and throughout the journey, he had been pulling Li Shu with his left hand. He felt quite nauseated but maintained his politeness, stating, "Please continue your conversation. I shall visit the restroom." The manager, sensing the familiarity between Shen Yan and the police, felt a pang of anxiety. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he felt a surge of confidence. "Hello, Mr. Shen. This is indeed my oversight. Yes, we are already at the police station." Unexpectedly faced with this situation, he did not seek to avoid it and directly inquired about the specifics in front of the newspaper-reading elder Shen. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Please pass the phone to Officer Gong. I wish to speak with him." Upon hearing Officer Gong's name, Elder Shen put down his newspaper and turned his attention. The phone quickly reached Officer Gong, who glanced at the disdainful Shen Yan, feeling a considerable headache. Shen Chanchao remarked, "Our Shen Wang has a good temperament and has never made enemies. I have heard that the person who harmed Xiao Wang is acquainted with you." Officer Gong, "I am aware of your care for Xiao Yan, for which I am grateful as a father. This time, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation." Upon hearing Shen Wang's name, Elder Shen continued to read the newspaper with irritation. He adjusted his reading glasses, but the next moment, he was taken aback. "Officer Gong, Shen Wang. So, Shen Wang is in City A? Considering his grandson's fiery temper, if he were to learn of Shen Wang's presence in City A, he would surely become furious. He quickly moved closer and said, "Put it on speaker." Without further thought, Shen Chanchao complied, exuding an air of controlled authority. Clearly determined to get to the bottom of the matter, regardless of the other party's status, our Shen family shall never suffer indignities. Gong, the officer, finally grasped the situation. Shen Chanchao was actually willing to sacrifice his own son for the sake of his stepson. Remarkable indeed. Over the years, whenever Shen Yan encountered trouble, it was always Shen Chanchao who shielded him. Ultimately, this young man was under his protection, and if he faltered, there was still the formidable presence of old Shen behind him. Gong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he cast a sardonic glance at the group of security personnel and the manager, who strutted about like a proud rooster. Li Shu remained motionless, intently observing the unfolding events. She heard Officer Gong remark, "Mr. Shen, this may prove rather challenging." Li Shu concentrated, attempting to discern any sounds from her phone, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through her head. She turned her gaze towards the instigator. Shen Yan spoke in a languid tone. "What are you so anxious about? Afraid I won't be able to handle it?" Those words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, soothing Li Shu's tumultuous emotions. Shen Chanchao was taken aback by the rejection. He closed the documents and said, "Officer Gong, whom do you intend to protect? I urge you to recognize who the true victim is in this matter. Is this what you consider fairness and professionalism?" Officer Gong replied, "Mr. Shen, I can understand your anger this time, but I cannot take the lead on this issue." Just then, someone snatched the phone away. Shen Yan, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "The one who dealt with your precious son is me. What, do you intend to send me to prison?" Upon hearing this, the manager's confidence began to wane. An ominous premonition crept over him. Yet, he could not fathom who would dare to confront the Shen family. Soon enough, he would discover the answer. Upon hearing a familiar voice, old Shen swiftly seized Shen Chanchao's phone. He furiously shouted at Shen Chanchao, "Are you out of your mind? In the past, I couldn't care less about your affairs, but now you intend to send your own son to prison for a stepson? Shen Chanchao, are you trying to drive me to the brink of madness? Go ahead. If you have the audacity to do so, send me in as well. Shen Chanchao, do you find my existence burdensome?" His voice, loud enough to pierce through the phone, reached the manager's ears, causing his legs to weaken. Nearly dropping to his knees before Shen Yan. What sin had he committed? Wait, which one of them was actually the young Master Shen? Shen Chanchao paused, quickly regaining his composure. "Father, do you truly believe such words? Do you think I am capable of that?" Shen Lao sneered. "What is it that you are incapable of?" Experience speaks volumes. He pinpointed the crux of the matter, tapping his cane firmly against the ground. "Let me ask you this. Why did Shen Wang go to City A? Our Xiao Yan has no regard for him. Doesn't he realize that? Why does he feel the need to assert his presence before Xiao Yan? What is he trying to achieve? I think a good beating is well-deserved." Shen Chanchao replied helplessly, "Father, the way you put it." Shen Yan was aware that every Friday, Shen Chanchao would visit the old residence. But he had not anticipated that it would lead to Shen Lao discovering the truth so swiftly. After taking the surveillance footage from the manager, he operated the computer. And soon, the Voic Shen Yan chuckled softly and said, "You repeatedly assert that you will not allow anyone to threaten my position, yet what is the current situation?" Chapter 129. Have you even gone so far as to dress up for this? Shen Chanchao choked on his words, realizing the gravity of the matter. Everyone was aware that he had a son with his original wife, but that was merely the extent of their knowledge. Only Shen Wang, bearing the identity of the Shen family's heir, appeared in the public eye. However, you cannot lay a hand on him. Shouldn't your concern be why he is so eager to seek a confrontation rather than enjoying his time abroad? Could it be that he has received a promise of shares and is deliberately flaunting it in front of Shen Yan? No, Shen Wang had always been polite and gentle. Yet, Shen Chanchao found no other justification. Regardless of the underlying reasons, Shen Yan's words had instilled a sense of caution in him. He asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" Shen Yan replied, "Shares." Shen Chanchao closed his eyes for a moment and conceded, "All right." After Shen Yan had resolved these matters, he lazily expressed a few pleasantries to old Shen before abruptly hanging up the phone. Having completed these tasks, he disregarded the manager, who was on the verge of fainting, and reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. "Officer Gong, until we meet again." Officer Gong shot him an exasperated glare. "What do you mean until we meet again? Every time I see you, I feel like I've lost half a year of my life." Shen Yan grinned playfully, giving a thumbs up. "Why curse oneself? Truly remarkable, Officer Gong." Upon exiting the police station, Li Shu had yet to transition her impression of Shen Yan from that of a fragile and helpless individual to one of someone who effortlessly grasped Shen Chanchao's lifeline with audacity. This was not aligning with her expectations. She even questioned her own eyes, yet this transformation in Shen Yan felt entirely unremarkable. Li Shu was almost relieved to see the young man effortlessly turn the situation around, but simultaneously, she could not fathom how Shen Yan had endured these years. Possessing such formidable talent to contend with his family, she silently followed behind him. Beside them, Su, who had just finished watching the play, noticed the young man with one hand in his pocket, tall and upright, and felt a sense of unease, fearing that Shen Yan might settle scores come autumn. At that moment, Jiang Yi arrived in a rush, having received the news, and exclaimed, "Brother Yin, is that thing really in City A? I can't believe I was a step too late." He continued, "What is wrong with him? I just don't understand why that guy seeks validation from you every now and then. Could it be that he wants to play the role of a deep brotherly bond? If he weren't in the hospital right now, I would genuinely want to punch him a few times." Shen Yan found him bothersome and glanced at the silent Li Shu. Li Shu pressed her lips together and replied, "It was my idea to have Su take me to the bar." Shen Yan responded nonchalantly, "What? Is there some honor in that?" Li Shu felt his tone pierce through her. The night was deep, and beneath the glamour of the big city, the stars appeared particularly dim, while the streetlights cast their glow upon the few individuals present, gently illuminating Shen Yan's profile, where his youthful features appeared exceptionally gentle. Li Shu lowered her gaze to the shadow on the ground, hearing Shen Yan's cold scoff as he remarked, "Did you even go to the trouble of dressing up? Who are you trying to impress? Tomorrow's hairy crabs one tea include you." Li Shu retorted, "Shen Yan, how could you say that?" She was displeased and raised her eyes to meet his. "Are you planning to let the dishwasher gather dust?" Shen Yan was at a loss for how to educate them when he heard those words, momentarily rendered speechless. His expression darkened as he cast a faintly displeased glance at Li Shu. He said, "Do you think that place is commendable? What if I hadn't arrived in time?" Even without Shen Wang, there are countless dubious characters at the bar. Su instinctively took a few steps back, as if facing a formidable adversary, and quickly signaled to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, aware of her fear of reprimand and recognizing that Shen Yan had always been regarded as the elder brother among them, could only muster his courage and indignantly declare, "Exactly. You too. This is utterly outrageous." After uttering that, he seized Su's hand and turned to the cool-eyed Shen Yan, stating, "Brother Yin, I'll take her away first. I will certainly give her a proper scolding." Su breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a helpless glance at Li Shu, she allowed Jiang Yi to lead her away, and once they had distanced themselves, she began to relax. Glancing at their intertwined hands, she suddenly exclaimed, "Your golden hair is shimmering under the lights." Jiang Yi was momentarily unsure whether Su was teasing or complimenting him. Nevertheless, he did not release her hand. As they rounded a corner, he abruptly pushed her against the wall. "Brother Yin, one tea, let this slide. Do you think everything is settled? Not only did you go to the bar without informing me, but you also brought Li Shu along. If anything were to happen to you two, Brother Yin would surely hold me accountable." Su leaned against the cold wall, unfazed. "What is the big deal? You faced worse consequences before." Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's neck, lightly rising on her toes, and playfully exclaimed, "Jiang Yi, are you trying to wall slam me right now?" Jiang Yi's explosive mindset crumbled abruptly as Su drew nearer. He suddenly felt a pang of thirst, his gaze wandering. In that moment, he forgot the ultimate purpose of pinning Su down here. With an air of awkwardness, he inquired, "So, shall we share a kiss?" His voice was barely above a whisper, so low that Su could scarcely catch it. She remained lost in the recent events at the police station. To compensate for Jiang Yi's tardiness, she animatedly recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. Honestly, Yen Gu is becoming increasingly formidable. This maneuver is akin to a miraculous escape, exploiting his father's vulnerabilities and seizing the opportune moment. Incredible, truly. At that time in the bar, Su could only remember surreptitiously messaging Jiang Yi. In comparison, she felt utterly inadequate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi released his grip and lifted his chin with a sense of pride, as if Su's praise was directed at him. Indeed, when has our Yen Gu ever suffered a loss? Shen Yan had done nothing, yet they were all subdued effortlessly, employing both wit and skill. It was no wonder the group was left spinning in circles. As their conversation continued, he cast an unsatisfied glance at Su. "Such a splendid performance. And you didn't even think to record it. I barely had time to enjoy the show, let alone film it. Though, it seems Shu was genuinely frightened this time. She truly cares for Yen Gu." Su recalled the evident height difference between them, her thoughts shifting. She muttered to herself, "This time, Yin Gu didn't he punish me? Jiang Yi replied, then you ought to thank me. What grand gift? I won't tell you. Chapter 130. Do you truly desire me so? Li Shu and Shen Yan were locked in a stalemate. In the past, Li Shu dreaded Li Maogua's incessant chatter. Just a few of his words would make her wish for deafness. Yet now, a few mundane remarks from Shen Yan fill her heart with secret delight. This concern and affection stir a selfish desire within her to linger a little longer. Li Shu acknowledges that her current thoughts are quite improper, and should they be vocalized, they would likely invite ridicule. Nevertheless, she finds herself unable to restrain her feelings. The delicate features of a young girl, with her peach blossom eyes shimmering with flecks of joy, sparkle even brighter than the ambient light. Shen Yan feigns indifference, hoping to prompt her reflection, yet to his surprise, she remains rather cheerful. Indeed, Li Shu does not disappoint him. With her slender fingers, she brushes aside the wind-tousled strands of hair and urges, Shen Yan, scold me, quickly. Shen Yan is amused, having never encountered someone so eager for reprimand. Were it Jiang Yi, he would have already welcomed the confrontation. But with Li Shu, a fragile girl with traces of tears still lingering in her eyes, he hesitates. He fears that even raising his voice might frighten her. He raises an eyebrow, about to speak, when his phone vibrates, reminding him that it is growing late. She had initially intended to stay at Su Su's home, but Su Su had been scared off by Shen Yan. Li Shu instinctively feels that Shen Yan must take responsibility for this situation, unguarded in his presence. Her thoughts are betrayed by her expressions. Shen Yan pauses, conceding to this unspoken truth. He scrutinizes Li Shu with a critical eye, then gathers his coat, stepping back as if profoundly troubled by the matter of chastity. His tone languid and teasing, he remarks, so, you came to my home as a guest, and now you wish to stay the night? A simple statement, yet it evokes an array of unspoken implications. It was as if he said, first, you enjoyed my hospitality, and now you wish to share my bed? Li Shubin pondered, recalling how Su Su had just followed Jiang Yi for a brief moment before she interfered, disrupting their rendezvous and creating an atmosphere of discomfort. Before her lay two potential solutions, either Shen Yan would pay for a hotel room for her, or they could linger at the nearby tea shop and reconnect with Su Su after a short while. Unexpectedly, Shen Yan proposed a third option, which, upon reflection, seemed quite agreeable. After all, it was preferable to a hotel. Li Shu fell into contemplation. During the day, there appeared to be no issue, yet at night, the absence of genuine kinship raised concerns about potential gossip. However, Shen Yan was a good person. With a serious demeanor, she inquired, is that acceptable? Shen Yan, merely jesting, was taken aback by her earnestness. He chuckled derisively. Who, pray tell, is the one constantly yearning to rush to him? Noticing his silence, Li Shu assumed she had struck a nerve, leaving him speechless in his defense. With a nurturing tone reminiscent of a mother, she gently cautioned, you haven't even graduated yet. Shen Yan replied, thank you for the reminder. The young man remained silent, his gaze lowered, his long, curled lashes cast shadows that blurred his features in the warm light, rendering him particularly elegant and profound. It seemed his words had resonated with her. Li Shu sighed in relief, a gentle smile gracing her lips as her voice, sweet and melodic, inquired, Shen Yan, have you tidied the guest room at your home? Shen Yan was taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at Li Shu. She was the one who mentioned graduation. Yet it was also she who posed the question about the guest room. Shen Yan was utterly exasperated. Li Shu spoke slowly yet assertively. Unsure whether her words were directed at Shen Yan or herself, there is no need to overthink our relationship. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes, taking in the girl before him, her lips a deep crimson, her teeth pearly white, her visage soft and delicate. He swallowed hard, his tone laced with a subtle threat as he leaned closer to Li Shu. He chuckled. What kind of relationship is that? Li Shu remained unfazed, responding coolly, father and daughter. She delivered the line with such ease that it bore no weight upon her conscience. Shen Yan scoffed lightly. Are you dreaming? That might be the case. After a brief pause, he pondered aloud, but I fear you might disturb me in the dead of night. Li Shu found herself at a loss for words. You could simply lock your door. Yet Shen Yan remained unmoved. I worry you might pick the lock. Li Shu's displeasure grew as she shot him an annoyed glare. Do you have a persecution complex? You have nothing to fear from me. Shen Yan, unashamed, replied, indeed. Li Shu stifled a sigh, diverting her gaze. Shen Yan spoke almost to himself, but his words reached her clearly. This face of mine is indeed quite perilous. Little one, you must understand, I'm not safe even while walking down the street. Women may be one thing, but men also cast their eyes upon me. He paused, a smirk playing on his lips. It is indeed quite troubling. I don't want to know. Li Shu wished fervently to cover her ears, desperate to escape Shen Yan's ramblings. Shen Yan ceased his teasing. If it were Jiang Yi and the others, their stay would be inconsequential, as long as the guest room was kept tidy. But with Li Shu, Shen Yan mused, his self-control was not quite so steadfast. The girl he adores resides next door, an affliction and torment for anyone. He can only reach out to Su Su, yet at this moment, Jiang Yi is with her. It would be utterly inhumane to disrupt the budding relationship of the two young souls. Nevertheless, Shen Yan, devoid of any moral scruples, opens Su Su's WeChat with ease. He appears relaxed, clicking without a second thought. The first 10 seconds of the voice message are filled with a prolonged silence. Unexpectedly, before his finger can touch the pause button, the phone finally emits a sound. It is Su Su's voice. Shu Shu, do you like Yinge? Yes. The night is enveloped in silence, with only the faint glow of a solitary streetlight illuminating the empty alley. No figures are in sight, and the clamor has ceased. As if the world has been momentarily paused. Not only he, but even Li Shu seems taken aback. She, is that not her voice? How could she have no recollection? Could it be that on that drunken night, she confessed her affection for Shen Yan? They say that inebriation unveils the truth. Thus, her peach blossom eyes widen in astonishment. Shen Yan cast a deep glance at her, followed by an enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. He appears both pleased and self-satisfied. Li Shu, do you desire me so fervently? A wave of sorrow washes over Li Shu. Shen Yan regards her as a daughter. Yet she finds herself coveting him. The thought fills her with shame. Her voice, delicate and soft, carries a hint of embarrassment as she utters, I'm sorry. Chapter 131. Little one, you must exercise restraint. Li Shu feels a twinge of anxiety, uncertain about how to navigate the situation. How could this be? Yet she cannot deny that Shen Yan is the first person with whom she can openly bare her soul. In his presence, she feels entirely unguarded. So, is this what it means to like someone? Li Shu's thoughts spiral into disarray. It is not only he who is disordered. Shen Yan suppressed his irrationality with great effort. Yet upon hearing Li Shu's apology, he could not help but chuckle softly. How delightful. He lazily lifted his eyelids and returned the remark. Li Shu, you have yet to graduate. As he spoke, he rubbed his temples, appearing both resigned and melancholic. Li Shu held back for a long time before responding. I understand. Shu Shu, do you have feelings for Yinge? Yes, she replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. What else do you want to say? Yet, someone seemed to find amusement in the matter, their expression brightening as they reopened the conversation. The young man, brimming with confidence, stated, I merely wish for you to listen a few more times and recognize your true feelings. Little shorty, some things require restraint, do you understand? Amidst the biting cold wind, Li Shu listened to the dialogue replaying in her mind, and eventually, the flush on her cheeks faded. She was distinctly different towards Shen Yan. A fact she was acutely aware of. It must simply be a fondness typical among friends, she reasoned. Even if it were not. Such matters were not meant to be contemplated at present. She regained her composure, weighing her thoughts carefully, determined not to dwell on unpleasant concerns. She was grateful for her generally carefree nature. Shen Yan, she said earnestly, and he turned to her. With utmost seriousness, Li Shu inquired, are you lacking in affection? In the end, Li Shu followed Su Su. Shen Yan escorted her to the foot of Su Su's building. Su Su felt a nagging doubt. Thinking that Shen Yan had squandered a golden opportunity to make the most of the situation, truly wasting her good intentions, she considered asking a few probing questions. But upon seeing Li Shu's lack of energy, she abandoned the idea. Indeed, for Li Shu, this day had been enough to keep her on edge. After feeling flustered, she began to ponder the hairy crabs from Shen Yan's home. He is an excellent cook, and she wonders how the hairy crabs will be prepared. Li Shu licked her lips, feeling quite tempted. Just then, a message popped up on her phone screen. It was from Shu Xiao. Li Shu stared at the message for a long moment, her fair fingers scrolling through the chat history. The last conversation had taken place 6 months ago. What could Shu Xiao want from her? With curiosity lingering in her mind, she finished her grooming. She observed Su Su drying her hair and suddenly spoke up. Will you marry Jiang Yi? Su Su's hand trembled slightly. Who can say what the future holds? As long as that fool doesn't irritate me, I'll be eternally grateful. Indeed, Jiang Yi was quite the unconventional character. Li Shu nodded thoughtfully. She lay back down, while Shen Yan found himself completely sleepless, clutching a book, yet unable to absorb a single word. Does he have feelings? Yet, he could see clearly the unmasked confusion in Li Shu's eyes. That little fool probably doesn't even understand what it means to like someone, and here she was, foolishly apologizing to him. A soft sigh lingered in the air. Damn. Where did this treasure come from? The next day, as she stepped into the foyer, a ragdoll cat mewed softly at her feet. Li Shu cast her gaze down, choosing to ignore it. "Little Shu," Aunt Sue called out, emerging from the kitchen with flour dusting her hands. Upon seeing Li Shu, she beamed, her smile warm and the wrinkles around her eyes exuding a sense of familiarity. "Aunt Sue," Li Shu greeted. Aunt Sue gestured for her to look at the cake on the dining table. "Madam asked me to buy this early in the morning. She has been thinking of you." Even if she doesn't say it aloud, Li Shu felt a sudden sense of clarity. It dawned on her that the school had scheduled a major exam next month, which meant this month's test had been canceled. Today was November 20th, her birthday. Li Shu had almost forgotten herself. She gazed through the glass door of the bright mirror at Aunt Sue bustling about in the kitchen. Her attention then fell upon the cake. After enduring disappointment time and again, her expectations had waned, and she had ceased to harbor hope for Shu Xiao. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. As she turned to ascend the stairs, she encountered Shu Xiao, who was leaning on a cane. Her leg had nearly healed, the cast long removed, however. She relied on the cane for support, wary of re-injury. Always proud, she bore no sign of distress, her makeup impeccably intact. Li Shu observed her for a few seconds and said, "Thank you, Mom." Shu Xiao did not even glance at her, her tone cold and detached. "Don't thank me. It was your grandmother who notified me." "Oh, that explains it," Li Shu replied, her expression unchanged. She brushed past Shu Xiao and went upstairs to drop off her backpack. Just then, a call came from Meng Xianghong. Li Shu answered, her tone now infused with a touch of cheerfulness. "Grandma, our little Shu has turned a year older. Did Mom celebrate your birthday?" Li Shu squeezed her phone, her voice barely above a whisper. "She bought a cake." Meng Xianghong huffed in response. "Well, that's more like it." After a brief pause, she inquired, "What about your dad?" Li Shu understood that someone as hypocritical and all-encompassing as Liang Maoguo, even while abroad, would not forego the customary gestures. Just like last year, when he had transferred a sum to her account, she wondered how much it would be this year. After exchanging a few more words with Meng Xianghong, Li Shu reluctantly ended the call and descended the stairs. Shu Xiao was then seen cradling a plush cat, tenderly stroking its fur. The cat, content, squinted its eyes and emitted a soft purring sound. She was aware that Li Maoguo and Shu Xiao had once been in love. Yet their passion faded, leaving only fragmented scars. Li Shu had never believed in marriage. She understood that love may begin with a fervent blaze, but as time wears on, it inevitably withers, transforming into a pair of resentful partners, much like Li Maoguo and Shu Xiao, who now regarded each other with disdain. Upon hearing a sound, Shu Xiao glanced up at her. Li Shu remained silent, clearly unbothered by the events that had transpired, lacking even the energy to feign indifference in front of Shu Xiao. Shu Xiao paused momentarily in her caressing of the cat, then continued in a frigid tone. It was the first time she had informed Li Shu of her itinerary. Li Shu, perplexed, merely followed her lead and asked, "Shall I see you off?" "There's no need," came the reply. "Oh, that's fine," she responded. And the atmosphere grew tense once more until Shu Xiao, in an unusual manner, shattered the stillness again. She averted her gaze from Li Shu, concealing the complexity swirling in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, "Over these years, have you hated me?" "I do not now," Li Shu replied. "There was a time when I felt wronged and complained, but with the passage of time, I have grown indifferent." Li Shu wished to disengage from the conversation with Shu Xiao. She intended to head to the kitchen to see what Aunt Sue had prepared. Yet, after only a few steps, she heard a voice behind her, softly murmuring, "But I hate you." Li Shu's fingers trembled slightly. She had known. She had known all along. Chapter 132. The importance of fidelity. Li Shu ultimately did not partake in Shen Yan's hairy crabs. Her performance in the recent examination had improved significantly. It wasn't just her. The overall average score of Class 7 had also risen considerably, garnering the attention of the entire school. The reason was simple. Zhang Hong had begun to invite each student for tea, nearly driving the members of Class 7 to the brink of collapse. But they reasoned that it was merely a matter of letting it go in one ear and out the other. In the stillness of the night, one roams the corridors of the dormitories, footsteps silent as a whisper. Through the small pane of glass in the door, one peeks into the boys' dormitory, discerning the faint glow of mobile phones on the beds, bed 3, bed 5. A casual conversation about dreams ensues, devoid of criticism, yet it stretches on for over 3 hours. Even the most patient individual would find it unbearable. This aside, he can even wander through the cafeteria with a tray in hand. Upon spotting the group from Class 7, he settles beside them, instilling a sense of trepidation among all present, fearful that this little old man might conjure some mischief. As anticipated, it unfolds predictably. Zhang Hong sips his soup, wearing an enigmatic smile. Odd changes, even remains unchanged? Everyone is momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Zhang Hong continues, still smiling. Excellent. Each of you shall transcribe this 100 times. And to prevent any cheating, do remember to come to the office to copy it. Some, in a state of desperation, protest, teacher, we still have classes. Zhang Hong ruthlessly unveils their true nature. Come now, as if you lot are still attending classes? Just don't be a nuisance. How embarrassing. Having finished his meal, Zhang Hong steps out of the cafeteria and spots Jiang Yi at the entrance of the convenience store, indulging in Odin. He approaches. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, visibly shaken, takes a few steps back. Don't call me. I get scared just seeing you. Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Jiang Yi is bewildered. He glances at Lu Dafei beside him, clearly more perplexed than he is. Jiang Yi, exasperated, shouts, what on earth? Zhang Hong smiles. Excellent. You shall transcribe this 150 times. Jiang Yi is utterly at a loss, watching Zhang Hong depart in a seemingly frenzied state. Indeed, in his eyes, it was sheer madness. He continued to immerse himself in the delightful taste of Odin until Shen Yan and Wu Zushi emerged from the convenience store after settling their bill. He popped a fishball into his mouth and said, Yen Ge, may I inquire about something? Shen Yan, fiddling with the candy wrapper, cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Speak. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows, recalling a recent encounter. Just now, an old man approached me, speaking in a rather peculiar manner. Wu Zushi, intrigued, asked, what did he say? Just as Jiang Yi was about to respond, the words momentarily eluded him. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he smacked his thigh exclaiming, right? The old man asked me about chickens, whether they change or not. How bizarre. I was utterly dumbfounded. Why would he pose such a question? He even insisted that I write it 150 times. Good heavens, how humiliating. At this, Shen Yan's hand trembled, causing the candy he had just peeled to slip from his fingertips. Wu Zushi interjected, I'm sorry, he has chosen to be deaf. Lu Dafei remarked. It seems something is amiss, yet it also feels somewhat accurate. It does sound plausible. Moments later, Shen Yan erupted into laughter, his slender phoenix eyes arching with casual indifference. The youth appeared languid, lazily lifting his eyelids, muttering, fool. Jiang Yi retorted, why are you insulting me? Truly, he resembled the foolish son of a landlord. Shen Yan bent down to retrieve the fallen candy, tossing it into the nearby trash bin. It's about the transformation of odd and even. The symbols pertain to quadrants. He allowed his eyelids to droop wearily, stating, let us make it a round number 200 times. Jiang Yi exclaimed, what have I done wrong? The exquisite box of peace apples that Li Shu received that day occupied half of a drawer, cradling a teacup. Li Shu intended to fetch some hot water from the tea room. As he passed by the back row, he noticed Shen Yan still sound asleep. In a span of 10 instances, 5 found him in slumber. Li Shu observed the empty cup on his desk and, seizing the opportunity, decided to perform a kind deed. While fetching water, she encountered Wang Yu, who, upon noticing her, was about to greet her but halted upon seeing the 2 teacups she cradled. If memory served him correctly, the black cup belonged to Shen Yan. Wang Yu choked slightly, incredulous. Even to fetch water, Shen Yan required a woman's assistance? Li Shu languidly glanced at him. It was merely a matter of convenience. Wang Yu shook his head disapprovingly. I must tell you, men should not be indulged. Especially someone like Shen Yan. His personality would lead him to take liberties. After the grades were announced, Wang Yu felt quite dejected. While Li Shu's progress was anticipated, it was disheartening that Qiu Ning not only failed to maintain her previous ranking but had also slipped further behind. Unbelievable. Li Shu furrowed her brow. Our class is watching a movie. Wang Yu's expression remained impassive. Does she truly think her meager grades warrant a film? Li Shu pondered this and found no fault in it. The class monitor had already begun distributing snacks. Jiang Yi accepted a can of cola. Everything is here. Even popcorn has been prepared. Awakened by the commotion, Shen Yan lazily leaned against his chair, eyelids drooping, his mood quite foul. Unexpectedly, his wrist was seized. Shen Yan smirked nonchalantly. How considerate of you. Fearing he might utter something inappropriate, Li Shu stifled her response and retorted, after all, a daughter is a cherished little bundle. The onlookers, Jiang Xiaoi, erupted in laughter. Shen Yan's light gaze fell upon them, silencing the mirth. It was rare to see Shen Yan at a loss for words, which piqued her curiosity. Shifting her gaze, she settled on the snacks adorning their table, uncertain if she should speak. Are you all participating? Shen Yan has never been fond of such activities. In contrast, those few second-generation heirs would rather frequent internet CFS. Shen Yan succinctly replied. Lu Dafei has been called to the office. Understood, he has gone to endure some torment. No wonder they haven't left. It seems they are waiting for someone. Li Shu covered her hands. Her fair, flawless face resembled a piece of uncut jade. She glanced at the table laden with snacks. Can I have your snacks then? After all, Shen Yan doesn't like these. Shen Yan had grown accustomed to her assertiveness. The young man raised an eyebrow but did not express agreement or disagreement. Don't you have some? It's unwise to covet what is not yours. I certainly did not teach you that. Li Shu replied earnestly, you did not teach me these things. Shen Yan gazed deeply at her. Then let me teach you now. Be devoted in your pursuits. Li Shu responded with an "Oh. So, will you return the snacks to me?" She requested with a singular focus, applying what Shen Yan had taught her. Chapter 133, Contemplating My Life's Major Events After Christmas Eve. All members of Class 7 found themselves subjected to a fresh wave of greetings from Zhang Hong. The morning reading sessions resumed, and there were fewer students playing basketball during breaks. Even Lu Dafei was crouched down with Jiang Yi, reciting vocabulary from an English book. Zhang Hong constantly introduced new methods. No student dared to discreetly reach for their phones during his classes. The moment he approached, they were gripped by a primal fear of being controlled, instinctively exclaiming. Even numbers looked to the quadrants. Zhang Hong shot them a disapproving glance. What are you so anxious about? Are you not aware of the consequences of your actions? It was evident that Zhang Hong was indeed oblivious. Zhang Hong smiled gently, pointing at Xiao Ning. The old man reminisces about his youthful fervor. Xiao Ning immediately felt invigorated. She had recently memorized it. She straightened her back confidently. With the left hand, I lead the yellow. With the right hand, I hold the azure. She recited it well and casually explained the meaning of the entire text. Xiao Ning. Unconsciously, her spine began to curve. Li Shu silently observed Zhang Hong. She truly wanted to pose a question. Do you still remember? Were you solely a mathematics teacher? Yet, it must be acknowledged that in such an atmosphere, everyone was on edge, and Li Shu became increasingly earnest. Shen Yan understood that Li Shu aimed to achieve commendable results at the end of the term. He seldom disturbed her. Nevertheless, a bottle of yogurt and a giant burger occasionally appeared on Li Shu's desk. After more than a month at home, Li Shu encountered Li Maohua. Of course, she did not pay much heed. Recalling the money Li Maohua had sent for her last birthday, Li Shu smiled obediently. Daddy. Li Maohua's peach blossom eyes, so reminiscent of Li Shu, instantly sparkled with delight. It was not that he thought much of this daughter. Rather, it was a comfort to see Li Shu's understanding and obedience. He asked, Daddy has been quite busy lately and has neglected you. By the way, is your pocket money sufficient? Li Shu was not extravagant with her finances. Over the years, she had saved quite a bit. However, at that moment, she bit her lip, appearing somewhat bashful. Could you give me a little more, Daddy? This time, I will be frugal. Upon hearing the word frugal, Li Maohua frowned. Did his daughter truly need to be frugal? It would be laughable to admit that he had deprived Li Shu in matters of money. Indeed, a girl ought to be pampered, and Li Shu, in particular, should learn to adorn herself. If my memory serves me right, a bottle of cream from Shu Shao costs nearly several tens of thousands. Whatever one desires, one should simply purchase it, as we are not lacking in wealth. This oversight was my own. Consequently, an additional 100,000 was deposited into Li Shu's account. Reflecting on the lavish expenditures of recent days, all funded by Shen Yan, Li Shu resolved that she could not continue to benefit without reciprocation. She planned to present Shen Yan with a substantial red envelope. Their exchanges over WeChat had dwindled, and as Li Shu opened his profile, a sense of disorientation washed over her. Li Shu, are you there? He seemed to have a penchant for sending. In a good mood, she imitated him and sent 3 greetings in quick succession. Shen Yan, he swiftly replied. I am contemplating. Li Shu, puzzled, inquired. What are you contemplating? A book on finance lay closed before Shen Yan. His thoughts lingering on whether it would be too daunting for Li Shu to consider applying to Qing University, where the finance department had an excellent reputation. His tone remained teasingly cryptic. Considering the significant matters of my life. Li Shu paused for a few seconds upon reading those words. Then, with an expressionless demeanor, she typed, Oh, are you looking to find me a mother? It sounded odd, yet it was not without truth. The youth possessed distinct features, a pure clarity, and his smile was irresistibly charming. What? Do you have an objection? Li Shu fell silent. WeChat red envelopes had a limit of 200. She sent one over. Shen Yan? Li Shu. It's a contribution. Thus, she demonstrated through her actions that she held not the slightest objection. Susu had messaged her several times. inviting her to go shopping and celebrate the new year together. But with Li Maoguo at home, she declined. Midway through, Li Maoguo received a phone call and casually briefed Li Shu before stepping out, left alone at home. Even the once-disdained ragdoll cat had been taken abroad by Shu Xiao. As Li Shu gazed at the darkening sky, she belatedly realized her hunger. To avoid highlighting her plight, she refrained from ordering takeout and donned a coat before stepping outside. Yet, she found herself at a loss for where to go. Suddenly, she recalled a narrow alley known for its plethora of snacks and eateries, where she had once lingered in an internet CF and enjoyed a delightful dish of pickled fish. Without a second thought, she summoned a ride. Upon arrival at the alley, however, she was taken aback. Many establishments were shuttered. With only the internet CAF and a convenience store within 100 meters still open, it seemed that business was forsaken for the New Year's celebration. Indeed, the nearby Century Square was hosting a fireworks display, drawing crowds towards it. Clutching her stomach, overcome by hunger, she reluctantly entered the convenience store, only to find even the Odin sold out. She settled for a cup of instant noodles, adding 2 tea eggs, a truly dismal choice, far inferior to ordering takeout at home. The store lacked even hot water. The shopkeeper glanced at the time and remarked, "Miss, do you need anything else? I'm about to close." Li Shu silently shook her head and stepped outside, venturing into the adjacent internet CAF. The proprietor regarded her with a hint of familiarity, and as he looked at the identification card she presented, memories swiftly resurfaced. Noticing the cup of instant noodles in her hand, he warmly inquired if she would like some hot water. Li Shu expressed her gratitude. After satisfying her hunger, she settled the bill and exited the CAF, unsure of her next destination, yet feeling an all-too-familiar emptiness within. Leaving the alley, she spotted an octagonal gazebo. This location is in close proximity to Times Square, where the distant clamor can still be faintly heard. One might even catch a glimpse of fireworks. Li Shu has chosen to sit upon the cold stone bench, surrounded by street lamps that provide a sense of solace amidst the inky darkness of night. She glances at the time. It is still early, not yet 10 o'clock. Dressed warmly, she feels no chill. The dormitory group chat is abuzz with conversation. Tang 1. Is anyone gathering at Times Square? Mengichu. Me. I'm at the Candied Hawthorne stall. Where are you? I will come find you. You might as well not come. Just now a boy asked for my WeChat, inviting me to celebrate the new year together. So shy. Mengichu, in frustration, bites into her Candied Hawthorne, the sourness overwhelming. Damn, am I just a backup? Mengichu, Li Shu Chioning, come out and have some fun. Chapter 134. Celebrating the new year together. Shen Yan finishes his meal and prepares to leave the table, opting out of the activities planned by Jiang Yi and the others. Last year's bar and KTV outings were boisterous venues, clearly lacking in appeal. We are planning to go to the amusement park, together. Shen Yan rises leisurely. I've covered the meal. I will reimburse you for your fun today. Having been constrained by budgetary limits until now, Jiang Yi suddenly abandons his principles. Brother Yan, take a good rest. Long live Brother Yan. Perhaps an accident has occurred ahead. On the road, he calls Shun Lao. Grandfather. Shun Lao's voice is robust and evidently in good spirits. Xiaoyan, have you eaten? Yes. Not long ago, Shun Lao received a call from Officer Gong, and they exchanged pleasantries. Officer Gong had brought him explosive news. Indeed, Mr. Shun, young Yin has embarked upon a romantic endeavor. The girl is both fair and demure. Young Yin seems quite taken with her, often holding her hand as they come and go, a rather excessive display of affection. Mr. Shen had long been aware that Shen Yan entered the police station accompanied by a girl, having assumed it was Su Su, a child he did not regard with much importance. Clearly, young Gong is acquainted with Su Su, and the girl he refers to as someone else entirely. Contemplating this, Mr. Shen probed gently, Young Yin, I heard from your uncle Gong that you have been spending considerable time with a young lady. What does grandfather wish to know? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow in response. Known for his self-discipline, he had not been heard of mingling closely with any girls aside from a few friends over the years. Mr. Shun felt a sense of relief. Shen Yan had no intention of concealing anything from Mr. Shun. As he thought of Li Shu, a warm smile graced his features. Perhaps now was not the right time? He then lifted his gaze to the stars twinkling above. His voice, like a whisper carried by the wind, yet remarkably resolute, declared, I have yet to begin my pursuit. Shortly after concluding the call, he spotted the girl seated in a pavilion along his usual route. As he approached, he was taken aback by how her profile resembled that of the heroine from their previous conversation. What a coincidence! How did she end up here? Shen Yan furrowed his brow. The young lady leaned against a pillar, Her head bowed as she engaged with her WeChat. Her graceful neck radiated a luminescent whiteness under the lights, and had it not been for the brightness within the pavilion, she might have seamlessly blended into the surrounding darkness. On this festive occasion meant for family gatherings, she sat there all alone. An unexpected wave of discomfort washed over Shen Yan, even a sense of reluctance to let go. Why should his little girl be all alone on such a day? He gazed at her for a while, concealing the chill on his face. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Little squirt, are you seeking my company to welcome the new year?" The familiar voice sent a fleeting jolt through Li Shu. Suddenly, she turned her head towards the source of the sound. Shen Yan sat beside her, his demeanor languid, with his elongated phoenix eyes slightly raised, exuding an alluring, dreamy charm. Li Shu extended her hand to accept the offering, her thoughts tangled. $200 for a piece of candy. Only he could conceive such a notion. Did you not join Jiang Yi and the others? Shen Yan lazily lowered his eyelids, dismissing the idea. What is there to celebrate the new year with a bunch of stinky men? Li Shu felt a lump in her throat, recognizing the validity in his words. Then I thank you. Shen Yan glanced at her, his gaze profound, harboring sentiments that Li Shu could not decipher. He elongated his tone, as if bestowing a tremendous favor, and said softly, "This is my first time celebrating the new year with a girl." Li Shu replied, "Here we go again," her voice light and delicate. "This is also my first time spending such an important day with a boy." Shen Yan's heart fluttered, and then he smiled with a playful demeanor, evidently. Li Shu's words brought him immense satisfaction. That seems quite fair. The candy Shen Yan offered was delightful, rare to find in the market. Li Shu savored a piece. Her taste buds delighted. She whispered, "Shen Yan." When she called him in that manner, it rarely boded well, and this instance proved no exception. "Could I have the entire box of candy?" The tone was clearly one of soliciting opinions, yet the delicate white hand slid forward to lay open before him. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "Why don't you just take it?" Li Shu pressed her lips together, seemingly in contemplation, before her gaze fell upon his bulging pocket. A hint of embarrassment flickered within her. "Is it permissible?" "Absolutely not." Shen Yan smirked. "What do you think?" With that, he irritably tossed a box of candies to Li Shu. These sweets were purchased during his trip to Italy. "I have another box at home. Feel free to ask for more once you finish these." In that moment, Li Shu perceived Shen Yan as exceedingly generous. She maintained her composure and managed to utter two words, "All right then." Shen Yan scoffed. "Do you truly take such pleasantries seriously? Yogurt, a giant burger. And now candy. What is this? Have you completely become dependent on me?" Li Shu slowly glanced at him, unashamed, and nodded in pragmatic agreement. "Indeed." Shen Yan. He lowered his head and let out a soft chuckle, the sound deep yet melodious. "Well, I suppose that could work." The cold wind howled, biting to the bone. Initially, Li Shu thought there was nothing amiss with merely waiting for the fireworks. However, with Shen Yan's presence, she now felt the two of them braving the chill was rather foolish. She glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until midnight. Time passed swiftly. When the distant sounds of jubilant countdowns reverberated, Li Shu suddenly sprang to her feet. 10, 9, 8, 3. Li Shu. Someone called out to her. She turned her head to look at Shen Yan. She heard the youth speak, his voice delicate and nearly drowned out by distant sounds. He had shed his usual indifference, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed intently at her, as if she inhabited his every thought. "Next time, I shall accompany you for New Year's." A tremor coursed through Li Shu's heart, inevitably quickening its pace. In this frigid weather, her palms were damp with sweat. Undeniably, his words ignited a warmth in her eyes. The term accompany felt foreign yet filled her with a longing she had never dared to entertain. She parted her lips and replied, "All right." No sooner had the words escaped her than a resounding boom erupted, and fireworks soared into the night sky, transforming the horizon into a resplendent tapestry of colors, leaving behind a world adorned with jade trees and crystal flowers. Chapter 135. A young boy must also hold self-respect and love for himself in her dreams. Shen Yan promised to be with her for a lifetime. Upon waking, Li Shu, overwhelmed with embarrassment, buried her head in her pillow, feigning sleep. It was merely an invitation to celebrate the new year. How could she allow her thoughts to wander? After much effort to calm her fluttering heart, she acknowledged his handsome features, which certainly justified his reputation. Yet, it was a pity. "Louis Wei, have you not caused enough trouble? I've told you not to seek me out. Do you not understand the meaning of my words?" The lovely girl was indeed named Louis Wei. They appeared oblivious to Li Shu's presence. Louis Wei wept, her tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms. "Away, when we were together, you professed only to love me. I underwent surgery for you, And yet you choose to end things? The man displayed no compassion, pushing Lu Yiwei away as she attempted to cling to him. Those matters are mutual. Did I not satisfy you? Who told you not to take contraceptives? The lovely girl was evidently heartbroken. For your sake. I have endured scorn from my family, my father wishing I were not his daughter, deeming me a source of shame. Classmates at school have pointed fingers at me. How can you utter such words now? Is there no end to this? Had I known you would be such a burden, I would have never engaged with you from the start. She silently withdrew, choosing another path. The earlier scene reminded her of what Shen Yan had previously mentioned about life's significant matters. At this age, contemplating such issues feels far too premature. Look at Lu Yiwei. How unfortunate she is. And then there is that cold-hearted individual named Wei. Ultimately, Shen Yan possesses a countenance that undoubtedly attracts attention. In today's society, when Shen Yan walks down the street, the fervent gazes of the girls nearby reveal the inherent dangers for boys. What if someone were to take a liking to Shen Yan, pressuring him, leading to an unexpected consequence? It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to bear the responsibility. Li Shu dared not dwell on such thoughts, her expression grave as she grasped her phone. With nimble fingers, she typed, I believe boys should also have self-respect and self-love. Moreover, individuals like Shen Yan, who exhibit such reckless behavior, are particularly perilous. Li Shu fervently hoped he could amend his ways. While pondering this, she stumbled upon several posts she had encountered a few days prior and decided to share them. Upon receiving the message, Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher the meaning Li Shu intended to convey with his astute mind. He, having never even been in a relationship, now awaiting someone's graduation, was that not self-respecting enough? Humph. He continued to peruse the links of the posts. 5 essential stories every boy must read. Please take note. The dangers of AIDS. Recently, there has been a surge in incidents involving boys being harassed in elevators, which warrants the utmost attention from the male populace. Shen Yan remains silent. What is the connection here? Under Zhang Hong's supervision, Class 7 feels utterly despondent, echoing with lamentations at every turn. Yet, the results have been noteworthy. The sounds of morning readings surpass those of several ordinary classes nearby. The teachers of Class 7 take pride in this achievement. The history teacher, in particular, has been more fervent than ever, having purchased an upgraded version of a teaching tool, hoping that every student can clearly grasp the knowledge presented. Remarkably, he even perceives a reduction in hair loss over these past few days. However, amidst this, Shen Yan continues to go about his own way. Zhang Hong, being quite astute, knows that as long as Shen Yan's grades do not decline, he could sleep during class or play on his phone, and he would still ensure Shen Yan has access to Wi-Fi. The old man eagerly anticipates a stellar performance from Class 7 in the upcoming final exams. He understands that the students in his class are not particularly inclined towards academics, and he is aware of their affluent backgrounds, where learning holds little consequence for their lives. Nevertheless, at school, they must embody the semblance of a student. To him, no student should be deemed a failure. At the very least, they should not lose foundational points. Many wear smiles on their faces while feeling discontent within. Protesting is futile. The old man's lenient policies instill a sense of unease. Those who are dissatisfied glance around, only to notice the school bully next to Shen Yan memorizing English vocabulary. They then see the young lady intently working through exercises. Lastly, their gaze falls upon the closely monitored Shen Yan, whose collar reveals a white earphone wire, soundly asleep at his desk. A phrase suddenly reverberates in his mind. If life deceives you. Not wishing to dwell on Shen Yan, who is entitled to his slumber, they move on. Ku Li and Zhang Yi are undoubtedly the least likely individuals to engage in academic pursuits. Reflecting on this brings a sense of balance to my heart. What grounds do they have for protest? Class 7 has seemingly become a trending topic on the forum, following the previous deletions and account bans. No one dares to provoke the tiger, and this time, a silent agreement prevails throughout the school to refrain from mentioning the rumors surrounding Shen Yan and Ku Li. As anticipated, the account remains unscathed. A user remarked, I can't believe it. This is hilarious. Passing by Class 7. I witnessed Jiang Yi and Lu Dafei deliberating over a set theory problem. Another user chimed in. Updates, dear. The first user continued. The school bully confidently advised Lu Dafei to select the longest option among the 3 short ones. The second user responded, that isn't incorrect. The first user laughed heartily. When the young lady passed by with a bottle of yogurt, she glanced over and curiously remarked that it resembled a fill-in-the-blank question. Another user quipped, what's amusing about this? Is the school bully trying to be funny? I shall laugh in respect. The forum dwellers fell into deep contemplation. Why is our school bully such a joker, lacking any sense of flair? Not only the students, but even the principal was stirred by this wave of excitement. He even took a stroll down the corridor of Class 7 during class hours. And upon witnessing the entire class diligently taking notes, he was nearly moved to tears. He trembled as he snapped a photo and shared it on his social media, captioning it, "Your unexpected diligence brings me immense joy as a teacher and a parent." This post quickly garnered a multitude of likes. The parents of Class 7 were left in disbelief, commenting, "That one in the black and white checkered sweater bears a striking resemblance to my child. Is his phone broken? Or has he been inspired? He's actually taking notes. It turns out my son can write. This must be for a promotional video. My daughter is quite cooperative, wearing glasses that make her resemble an intellectual." The principal, however, felt this was insufficient and glanced at the ordinary classes nearby. Without comparison, there can be no harm. He made a bold decision, hoping to draw attention and mutual encouragement among all classes. Soon, a notice circulated in the work group. Zhang Hong followed up by announcing it in class. Next Monday, during the flag-raising ceremony, it has always been the top students from the experimental classes sharing their learning experiences. This time, 2 slots were allocated to our class, with the principal specifically naming Jiang Yi to represent Class 7 and deliver a speech. The principal's intention was clear. Jiang Yi, the school bully, serves as a model for all the unmotivated second-generation students. Yet, Zhang Hong worried that Jiang Yi might mess it up. He glanced at Shen Yan, who would also provide a summary. The collision of a bully and a top student promised sparks. Shen Yan appeared indifferent, clearly finding it bothersome. Jiang Yi exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 136, Truly Delicate. This matter quickly spread, eliciting laughter wherever it was mentioned. Li Shu was evidently amused as well. In fact, she was rather eager to see what absurdity Jiang Yi would unleash. Setting aside the anticipation of his antics, Li Shu could hardly imagine how Shen Yan, known for his impatience, would behave that day. After all, on the first day of school, Shen Yan had stunned everyone with his remark, "Learning relies on talent." During a break, Li Shu disclosed this matter to Su Su. "You Su, doesn't your principal realize that this disaster is a calamity? The oil pastry, as for Yin Ge, one could overlook him. His mere presence is sufficient even without words. But Jiang Yi, please. Is he really going to put on a show of seeking paternity after his own father has limited his spinning due to his duplicitous behavior?" Li Shu couldn't help but glance back, inadvertently locking eyes with Shen Yan. Was it mere coincidence? She felt a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. Her phone vibrated. She looked down to find it was not a message from Su Su. "Shen Yan, what are you sneaking around for? Have you committed some misdeed?" Shen Yan. "Oh, peeking at me again?" Even through the medium of text, Li Shu could discern a hint of mischief lurking between the lines. Li Shu. Life continued at a leisurely pace, and with the anticipation of the entire faculty and student body, the week finally passed. The long-awaited Monday had arrived. Su Su, eager for entertainment, nonchalantly appeared at Funan High School. At that moment, a sparse crowd was making its way to the playground. It was then that Li Shu learned from Su Su that Jiang Yi had gone online to copy over 800 words. This act drew the scorn of everyone present. "Wu Zishi, what a fool. Lu Dafei, I'm impressed. Su Su, this is outrageous." Jiang Yi remained unfazed. He lifted his chin, nostrils flaring. "What do you all understand? Yin Gu, has he prepared anything yet? Here, I must criticize and disdain his lackadaisical attitude." Shen Yan clearly had no desire to partake in their quarrel. He remained focused, his long fingers peeling the wrapper off a piece of candy. The last candy he had given her was already consumed, and she hadn't yet had the chance to ask for more. She tilted her head, tucking her hair behind her ear, her expression earnest. "Shen Yan, is this candy meant for me?" Shen Yan paused, casting her a sidelong glance. The girl's peach blossom eyes shimmered with a glistening light, adorned with twinkling stars. Shen Yan resigned himself to fate. He opened his mouth, and as he spoke, the candy was presented to her lips. Li Shu, devoid of any shyness, took a bite. Her cheeks puffed up, rendering her speech somewhat indistinct. "Thank you." Shen Yan was utterly disinclined to engage in conversation with her. In response, Li Shu turned her head to express concern, asking, "Did you come unprepared to act cool?" Shen Yan cast her a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Do I need to?" Standing tall, he embodied a picturesque scene, exuding unwavering confidence. Indeed, even when entering the police station, he remained unflappable, capable of cracking jokes. For him, delivering a speech was merely a trivial matter. However, Shen Yan did not anticipate any opportunity to take the stage today. Li Shu made her way to the designated area for Class 7, while Su seamlessly blended in. The principal's address was a fervent encouragement for the impending college entrance examination. At long last, the moment of significance arrived. Under the gaze of all, Jiang Yi ascended the stage with an air of modesty. This was his inaugural moment before the entire school, free from the burden of various self-reflections. He adjusted the microphone, prepared to retrieve his speech from his pocket, only to discover, to his dismay, that it was nowhere to be found despite his thorough search. Wu Zixi, observing his flustered demeanor, furrowed his brow and whispered, "Where's his speech?" Shen Yan, seemingly indifferent, stifled a yawn and let his eyelids droop, clearly lacking enthusiasm. "How do you know?" "I saw it." "Why didn't you inform that fool?" Shen Yan's tone remained flat. He didn't ask. A mischievous smile crept across Wu Zixi's face. This was bound to be entertaining. Without his speech, Jiang Yi clearly lost some of his composure, abandoning the search altogether. He contemplated the impossibility of measuring up to the diligent students, feigning an appearance of hard work through his words and demeanor. The content of that manuscript had long since slipped from his memory. Yet, it was evident that stepping down in such a disheartened manner was utterly humiliating. Thus, he resorted to the persona of a school bully, defiantly raising his middle finger. "This is truly pathetic." The crowd erupted in a frenzy, having emerged from the principal's oppressive grasp. Among them, a few youthful cheers echoed. "Ah, Jiang Yi is so handsome." Jiang Yi, radiant and exuberant, liberated himself from restraint. The principal intended for them to align with him, which made sense. After all, many aspired to ascend to the position of school bully. He strutted like a proud rooster. "You wish to usurp my position? Your dreams are quite fanciful." Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, the principal had specifically invited his father to witness his speech. Before he could revel in his own coolness, he was unceremoniously whisked away by his stern-faced father. Su, beaming with delight, trailed behind them as they departed. The principal, caught off guard, faced a tumultuous crowd. Jiang Yi's disruption had turned the speech into utter chaos, leaving the principal utterly exhausted. He could scarcely attend to anything else. As a result, Shen Yan found himself quite satisfied to evade this debacle. "Thank you, Jiang Yi." Wu Zixi laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Lu Dafei remarked, "My father truly is my father." It was simply sufficient. The coolness of Jiang Yi's earlier gesture was now matched by his current embarrassment, eliciting peals of laughter. Lu Dafei added, he was already restricted in spending. This time he must be broke. Li Shu was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shen Yan remained unfazed, radiating pleasure. A true display of superficial brotherhood. Li Shu gazed at him, uncertain of what to say, while Shen Yan misinterpreted the silence, believing she was about to indulge in sweets. He clearly relished the opportunity to serve Li Shu. He leisurely extracted a piece of candy, unwrapping it with a languid grace, all the while remarking, "Such a delicate creature." It was evident how much the manuscript's owner cherished it. Shen Yan glanced at the pages, skimming through with remarkable speed until his eyes fell upon the final signature, leaving him momentarily speechless. Could one not employ their intellect while transcribing? The name was not even his own. Foolishness. Li Shu remained silent for a considerable time, reflecting. He truly isn't very bright. Shen Yan offered no dissent, merely responding with an affirming indeed. As Li Shu gazed at the paper, a wave of pity washed over her for Jiang Yi, his efforts rendered futile, a mere exercise in futility. Shifting her gaze, she inquired, "If nothing unexpected occurs on Jiang Yi's end, what are your plans?" Shen Yan handed her the candy, asserting, "There will be no unexpected occurrences." "But what if?" she pressed. Shen Yan pointed to the signature. "This belongs to a student from the second experimental class. If memory serves, this manuscript was read a few weeks ago, and the principal deemed it noteworthy enough to circulate online. Therefore, should Jiang Yi read it, it will be a mistake." Shen Yan continued, "Thus, even if his father does not arrive, Jiang Yi will still be summoned to the office, fishing for manuscripts, only to find one from his own institution. What a stroke of bad luck." Chapter 137. It is better to hold on than to lose. As the days passed, the light of winter vacation finally approached. However, the impending final examinations remained of utmost importance. Li Shu dedicated herself earnestly, fervently yearning to prove something. Each day was spent immersed in problem-solving, her phone untouched. The cherubic roundness of her face was beginning to wither under the weight of stress. Shen Yan noticed the persistent fatigue in her eyes for several days, her head nodding off during class, clearly overwhelmed by exhaustion, unable to endure any longer. He took her by the hand and left school with Li Shu the day before the exam. "I still have a few English exercises to complete," she protested. Shen Yan ignored her. silently hailing a cab. Li Shu, lowering her head, began to recite the memorial of Qin Qing, eager to achieve results. But such a method of study was hardly effective. One must understand the balance between work and rest. Li Shu was unwilling to comprehend. Recently, a barbecue restaurant had opened in the alley, and its flavors were quite delightful. I'll take you to try it. Upon hearing about food, Li Shu perked up. Aren't we inviting Jiang Yi and the others? Shen Yan replied coolly, they won't starve. Li Shu found this reasonable and was about to nod in agreement when her delicate brows furrowed. Well, that works, she murmured. Seeing his demeanor, Li Shu feared Shen Yan might become irritable again, so she quickly changed her mind. Is the barbecue place near the giant? Yes. It's also close to that internet CAF in the alley. Mentioning the internet CAF reminded Li Shu of the warm and hospitable chubby owner who loved reading. She hesitated, then spoke slowly. I've been to that internet CAF. I left my summer homework there, and the owner seemed a bit unwell but insisted on filling it out for me. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes. This story felt oddly familiar. Li Shu remained oblivious to the change in his expression. The old man even thought I had done it myself. Ever since then, he has been keeping an eye on me. Shen Yan found this hard to believe. Recalling the first time he saw Li Shu was on the day school started, at the crossroads leading to the alley. When did you drop it? The day before school started. Later, it dawned on him that he had deliberately gone to retrieve it on the first day of school, albeit arriving late. Well, Shen Yan had confirmed his suspicions. What a coincidence it was. Nevertheless, his expression remained indifferent. That person seems quite nice. Li Shu disagreed fervently, shaking her head with earnestness. However, it has caused me considerable distress. Shen Yan attempted to justify, but they do seem quite decent. Li Shu, unwilling to elaborate further, simply stated, yet, it bothers me greatly. Shen Yan was taken aback. He had casually completed an assignment that belonged to Li Shu. That evening, locked out and with no alternative, he resorted to the nearest internet CAF, planning to make do for the night. After tiring himself with games, he noticed a blank notebook beside him. With nothing else to occupy his mind and feeling insomnia creeping in, he whimsically solved a few problems. Possessing a slight tendency towards obsessive compulsion, he ultimately stayed up all night to complete it. It was utterly haphazard. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Li Shu's displeased expression. Why are you defending him? Are you too close? Shen Yan responded with a soft ah, while pressing his aching temples. If nothing unexpected occurs, the one with a problem should be me. Li Shu, seemingly unable to digest this statement, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. So, her summer homework was written by Shen Yan, not by the CAF owner? Shen Yan, too, did not foresee the melodramatic turn of events. Yet, it made sense. At that time, Li Shu did not strike him as someone who would complete assignments. They exchanged no further words, remaining silent until they disembarked. Li Shu walked slowly, trailing closely behind Shen Yan, her gaze directed downward towards his slender, jade-like hands. How could this hand behave so shamelessly like a human? Upon seeing the assignment, it couldn't help but fill it in. Shen Yan suddenly halted. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Shu, what are you staring at my hand for? After saying this, he seemed to come to a realization. He clicked his tongue. Are you hoping I would hold your hand? His demeanor was languid as he slowly lifted his eyelids. His voice, naturally deep, elongated the final syllable, sending a shiver down the spine of the listener. How was I to know unless you spoke up? Li Shu felt a surge of embarrassment. She averted her gaze, entirely unwilling to engage with him. Quickening her pace, she swiftly surpassed Shen Yan, as if trying to distance herself from something filthy, wishing to escape his sight lest he perceive the flush on her cheeks. It truly felt like a bizarre encounter. A few casual words from him left her somewhat flustered. Shen Yan casually placed his hand in his pocket, ambling leisurely behind Li Shu. Why the haste? Is the barbecue restaurant going to disappear? Or perhaps, are you feeling shy? Li Shu feigned ignorance, but the figure behind her clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook. His laughter floated on the cold wind, melodious enough to cause a delightful shiver. Am I right? Little shorty, are you feeling embarrassed? This person was truly something else. Li Shu took a deep breath, her earlier flush dissipating. She didn't want to lose face, being led around by Shen Yan. Slowly, she turned her head to meet his elongated phoenix eyes. Her delicate face wore an expression of innocence and fatigue. Then, under Shen Yan's perplexed gaze, she extended a hand, her tone strikingly calm. Shall we hold hands? Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. His smile faltered, and he swallowed hard. In that instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. What identity did he possess now to hold her hand? Li Shu was perplexed, unable to feign ignorance. Seizing the opportunity, she relished in her advantage as he remained silent. The sky darkened, the light dimmed, and the streetlights had yet to illuminate. The girl, her heart brimming with satisfaction, struggled to suppress her upward curving lips. She was taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. Mimicking Shen Yan's infuriating tone, she remarked, "Hey, all you do is spout empty words. Why are you so cowardly?" Shen Yan, both amused and exasperated, felt his rationality wane. He grasped Li Shu's hand directly, the softness of her palm astonishingly delightful. Unable to resist, he gave it a gentle squeeze. Li Shu froze, momentarily stunned, glancing down at their entwined hands. Yet, Shen Yan was not inclined to release her, holding firm. He savored her astonishment and the flush of her ears before leisurely guiding her forward. The youthful exuberance he exuded was tinged with an unconscious sense of satisfaction. This grip felt too precious to relinquish. He thought, since she had provoked him, he might as well fully seize this moment. Holding hands was comforting. It felt secure. Li Shu's heart raced. She felt utterly flustered. She feigned indifference, struggling a few times to no avail, ultimately resigning herself to the situation, feeling that otherwise she would come off as overly sentimental. After all, it was hard to determine who was truly at a disadvantage in this exchange, given Shen Yan's striking features. Just as she pondered this, Shen Yan halted, turning to look at her, his smile radiating confidence as he slightly leaned in to meet her gaze. "Hey, would you like to try interlocking our fingers?" Chapter 138, with Shen Yan. "I feel like I'm reaching for the stars." Li Shu found herself utterly bewildered as she consumed her meal. The warmth of his hand spread to her heart, sending tremors throughout her body. However, with the exam looming, she had no time to dwell on such thoughts. In stark contrast to previous indifference, Class 7 was approaching this exam with newfound seriousness. On the day of the examination, not a single person was absent. Those who were capable filled in their answers, while others guessed, ensuring that every sheet was completely filled without a single blank. After 2 days of testing, everyone appeared drained. Following yesterday's events, Li Shu found herself at a loss on how to interact with Shen Yan. It was a Friday, and after school, she left the classroom with Ning without a word of farewell. For those at the lower end of the academic spectrum, improving their ranking was relatively straightforward. Albeit it varied from person to person. Individuals like Ning were exceptions to this rule. Li Shu felt she couldn't undermine Ning's confidence. Yet she couldn't in good conscience agree with him either. Ning regarded her thoughtfully. Li Shu bit her lip. "Are you thirsty?" Ning was aware of a newly opened bubble tea shop nearby. Before he could respond, Li Shu slowly remarked, "Oh, you must be thirsty." Ning fell into contemplation. How could I forget that I had already replied? Unexpectedly, in the living room, he encountered Shu Xiao, whom he hadn't seen in months. She retained the same makeup that Li Shu remembered, perhaps even more refined than before. Clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her mature, curvaceous figure, she appeared well-maintained. Shu Xiao held a cup of coffee, with a magazine resting on her lap. Several plates of fruit adorned the coffee table. She looked radiant. Yet Li Shu couldn't shake the feeling that Shu Xiao seemed to have lost weight. "Mom," she murmured, her voice lacking energy, clearly indicating that bubble tea would not alleviate her current emotional turmoil. Shu Xiao did not lift her head, responding with a nonchalant nasal Ensu emerged from the kitchen. "Madam, Xiao Shu, dinner is ready." Li Shu nodded and, after Shu Xiao stood up, she set her backpack aside and proceeded to the dining room. Shu Xiao has always preferred a light palate, and Aunt Su naturally considers Li Shu's taste as well, preparing several dishes she enjoys. Li Shu delicately savors the sweet and sour pork, taking small bites. After a few mouthfuls, Shu Xiao, lacking appetite, sets down her chopsticks. Suddenly, she speaks up. "You've been getting too close to that young master of the Shen family." Li Shu pauses. Shu Xiao gazes at her intently and coldly states, "I heard from your grandmother that several classmates went to see City on National Day. Was Shen Yan among them?" Li Shu sets her chopsticks aside and wipes her mouth with a napkin. After all this time, why is Shu Xiao bringing this up? At your age, it's perfectly normal to experience the stirrings of affection, but it's essential to maintain a proper distance in your heart. Shu Xiao scoffs. "Your father would rather you cling to the Shen family. As for your relationship with Shen Yan, I am indifferent. But do not forget, if Shen Yan's affections waver, your father will certainly not jeopardize his standing with the Shen family for your sake." Li Shu finds such words unpleasant to hear. She and Shen Yan clearly share nothing substantial, at least not at present. She dislikes others speculating about her and Shen Yan, who is only trying to draw her from the shadows into the light. With a stern expression, she is about to retort when Shu Xiao abruptly ends the conversation, picking up the cat at her feet and leisurely ascending the stairs. Li Shu watches her retreating figure, utterly perplexed by Xu Zhao's motivations for bringing up such matters. Is she simply idle? Even if what she said holds some truth, Li Maogua's nature is indeed as such, her appetite vanishes in an instant. Wait, she calls out, prompting Xu Zhao to turn. The young girl's peach blossom eyes lackluster, her tone devoid of any inflection. I have never been fortunate. Family and kinship are entirely absent. However, the overall situation is certainly much better than yours. Xu Zhao was taken aback as she met Li Shu's gaze. Li Shu remarked, at the very least, I have not encountered a second Li Maogua. What do you think? She recalled how tightly Shen Yan had grasped her hand, exhibiting immense restraint by not taking further action. A subtle smile flickered across her brow, unawares. I shall not seize what does not belong to me. Similarly, what is rightfully mine will inevitably be mine, even if I do not actively pursue it. My connection with Shen Yan, regardless of its nature, is merely me reaching for something beyond my grasp. It is no exaggeration to say he is a favored child of destiny, outstanding achievements, an admirable family background, and striking appearance. Even though there exists a rift between him and Shen Changqiao, Li Shu understood that with Shun Lao present, no one could undermine his position. Shen Yan radiated brilliance like the sun. And what of myself? What I possess? Yet, this remarkable individual expresses his intention to accompany her into the new year next year. The principal placed significant emphasis on the results of Class 7 in the recent examination, keeping the grading teacher on that day to evaluate their papers promptly. Soon enough, the results were in, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The several homeroom teachers of the experimental class inhaled sharply upon seeing Shen Yan's scores. This time, Funan had set a challenging test. In the elective subjects of physics, chemistry, and history, he achieved perfect scores in the first two, while he lost 10 points in history and 7 in English, with the highest deduction being 13 points in Chinese. Out of a total of 750 points, he scored 720. They hurriedly retrieved Wang Yu's paper, which showed that he performed adequately, scoring 709. If Zhang Hong had not faltered, one can only imagine he would be soaring high with pride, resembling an exquisite white lotus. Not only Shen Yan, but also the majority of Class 7 has made remarkable progress, with each student successfully reciting the assigned verses without losing a single point. The principal, upon witnessing this, expressed his astonishment. While the overall class scores and average grades cannot be compared to those of the experimental classes, it is evident that Class 7, based on previous performance, has certainly not ranked at the bottom among the ordinary classes. Excellent. This time, your class has performed exceptionally well. Zheng Hong feigned modesty, stating, that's just how it is. They still have room for improvement. He then smiled sincerely, saying, every child possesses untapped potential. As teachers, we must never give up on them, no matter the circumstances. He had long been dissatisfied with the prevailing disdain towards ordinary classes. Although students in experimental classes are indeed intelligent, who are they to look down upon? Is it true that ordinary classes perform poorly? Class 7 boasts both the school bully and the top student in the grade. Can any of you from the experimental classes produce a school bully? Zhang Hong printed out the report card and shared a photo in the group chat. His hands trembled, betraying the facade of composure. I am so excited. Teachers are proud of you. The excitement was palpable, despite the absence of any labels. Chapter 139. Shut up. As soon as the results were announced, the chat was flooded with exclamations of disbelief. Everyone knew Shen Yan had excellent grades, but his substantial lead over Wang Yu had evidently opened a new world for them. Li Shu scored a total of 450, marking a significant improvement of 75 points compared to the last assessment, which is indeed a notable advancement. Li Shu lingered on Shen Yan's score, yet felt it still fell short. Meanwhile, the messages in the WeChat group continued to pour in. Jiangyi, this time I scored 180. My goodness, how am I so remarkable? Lu Dafei, you only outscored me by 3 points. If I get just one more multiple choice question right next time, I'll catch up. What's there to be so proud of? If you have the ability, tag him. If not, just mention a few others in the group. Lu Dafei felt quite upset. He performed the worst, yet was overshadowed by Jiang Yi, given that he had discerned the covert tactics of Li Shu and Shen Yan. Shouldn't he be considered more astute than Jiang Yi and Wu Zishi? Indeed, his use of idioms was commendable. Wu Zishi, smiley-faced JPG, he was genuinely puzzled. Shen Yan, such a person, chose to either pay attention in class or play on his phone based on his mood. How could he achieve such extraordinary results? Is there no room for others to thrive? Shen Yan leisurely typed, then just go die. Jiang Yi chimed in, go die. Lu Dafei, die. Su Su found it amusing, right? Li Shu observed the orderly group and fell silent, yet felt compelled to follow the trend. She paused for a moment. With great seriousness, Li Shu typed, exclamation point. Wu Zishi. After all, we are brothers. There is truly no need for such theatrics. Li Shu rarely sent messages in the group, yet her single exclamation mark caused an unexpected hush. The sight of everyone waiting for symbols was simply too amusing. You Su, ha 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 ha. You Su, oh my, you are just too adorable. You Su, I want to kiss you. Shen Yan, pouring hot water, glanced at this message and set down his teacup. Have I agreed to this? Su rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you disagree with your father's identity? No one has pursued you, yet you declare sovereignty. Observe who pays you any mind. Jiang Yi, oh, Ludafe quickly typed. Check it out. Shen Yan, fool. Wu Zishi, I concur with this point. Before long, the comments were swept away. Meanwhile, the individual involved was comforting the disappointed Xiaoning in another group, oblivious to the commotion in this one. Li Shu genuinely found herself at a loss for words, not long ago. Xiaoning's resolute declarations remained vividly etched in her memory. The swift turn of events was akin to a whirlwind. Reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Li Shu was convinced that Xiaoning was even more diligent than she was, yet had yet to see any tangible results. Even Meng Yichu, who hardly studied, was rapidly catching up with her through sheer randomness. In fact, compared to the previous exam, Xiaoning had made progress, but this time, all the students in Class 7 had prepared thoroughly for the test, resulting in remarkable improvements in their scores. Thus, Xiaoning's slight advancement became negligible. Xiaoning, no. I refuse to believe it. Meng Yichu, face the reality, young lady. Tangwan, complex expression. Li Shu knew she shouldn't discourage Xiaoning. Yet she couldn't suppress her curiosity. I am curious, how did you manage to avoid the correct answers in all the math multiple choice questions? The performance of Class 7 became explosive news at Funan High School. It wasn't until the overall scores and rankings for the entire senior class were released that a complete comparison could be made. Class 7 surged from the bottom to second place. Of course, this was merely a competition among the ordinary classes, and there remained a significant gap with the experimental class. Zheng Hong stood gently at the podium, offering a heartfelt encouragement. Dear students, your hard work has truly paid off. We have achieved a remarkable victory this time. As the homeroom teacher, I am genuinely gratified. Observing his beaming countenance, not a single student interjected. They still seem to prefer the tempestuous old man to this gentle, spring-like demeanor, which inadvertently evokes a sense of foreboding. Zhang Hong instructed the class monitor to distribute the examination papers. This time, Shen Yan performed admirably, however. My expectations for him remain high, especially with the impending citywide final examinations. He paused for a moment and then stated matter-of-factly, the principal hopes Shen Yan can secure a place among the top 10. My goodness, the top 10? What an audacious expectation. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. Yet, Zheng Hong offered them no respite. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of discontent. Does the principal look down upon our Shen Yan? I immediately made a promise. Extending a hand, I gestured emphatically. The top 5, I've already assured the principal of this outcome. Everyone cast a sympathetic glance towards Shen Yan, who nonchalantly twirled a pen, seemingly indifferent to the pressure. Zheng Hong addressed Shen Yan. What are your thoughts? Shen Yan looked up, a casual smirk gracing his lips. Teacher, I inadvertently secured the first position in the city last term. Is this the low benchmark you have set for me this time? His words reminded everyone that upon transferring to senior year, Shen Yan bore the title of city champion. As he had not participated in the examinations at the start of the senior year, he naturally had no rank, leading everyone to subconsciously overlook his past glory. Nevertheless, his claim of inadvertently achieving first place comes across as rather presumptuous. Zheng Hong, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. Then, the teacher shall await the results. As he spoke, he diverted his gaze, surveying the room before dropping another significant revelation. This time, we ranked second in the regular class. And I had declared in front of the principal that we would be first in the regular class, without comparing ourselves to the experimental class. Zheng Hong casually remarked. I will continue to oversee you. Your responsibility is to ensure I do not embarrass myself with grandiose claims. As you all know, I am the most patient one here. Zhang Yi could not contain himself, and the entire class began to stir. Zheng Hong seemed intent on pushing them to their limits. Teacher, I believe such matters warrant discussion. One student suggested. Zheng Hong replied gently, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. He wore a smile that seemed to mock death itself. Is there a problem? Good heavens, who would dare to say there was? Everyone lamented their plight collectively. Where there is oppression, there is rebellion. Lu Dafei had reached his breaking point. Enough is enough, he exclaimed. With a leader emerging, others joined in defiance. Zheng Hong, however, appeared unfazed, his cheeks flushed. Jiang Yi, what do you think? After the last speech, Jiang Yi had been left entirely impoverished. His father forbade his mother from secretly providing him with money. He dared not provoke Zheng Hong, who had a penchant for reporting misdeeds. Resigned to his fate, how could he allow others to revel in joy? If we are to perish, let us do so together, declared the school bully as he kicked the desk. Everyone, silence. Whoever does not study, I will make them pay. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Chapter 140. Holding on to peace of mind recently, Li Shu had developed a newfound understanding of the allure of a femme fatale, particularly as he observed unmarked snacks mysteriously appearing on Shen Yan's desk. This was one thing, but since Shen Yan had merely tossed them to Lu Dafei to deal with, it hardly mattered. Shen Yan's mouth was undeniably provocative. Had these individuals truly been so blinded as not to notice? In this era, it is indeed the case that talent and appearance can be alluring, yet to judge solely by the surface is exceedingly superficial. Li Shu once again witnessed him being cornered in the corridor. Her curiosity piqued to see what would transpire next. However, she ultimately restrained herself, fearful that Shen Yan might use this incident against her later. She passed by them with her gaze firmly averted, as if she had heard nothing at all. Shen Yan had long since grown impatient, a fleeting flicker of irritation crossing his brow. His temper was notoriously poor, and he could hardly be bothered to engage. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Li Shu, who was still with her head down, deliberately avoiding any glance in his direction. A thought crossed Shen Yan's mind. Does she harbor feelings for me? His voice remained characteristically languid and deep, causing the girl before him to blush profusely. Shen Yan observed as Li Shu momentarily halted her steps, then proceeded at a pace half as slow as before, evidently intent on eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. How amusing. If she wished to witness the spectacle, she might as well do so openly. Could he truly impede her? He scoffed at the thought. Unbeknownst to Li Shu, her subtle intentions had been discerned by him long ago. She continued to advance at her snail's pace. It was unclear what motivated her. Whether it was mere curiosity or something else entirely, she yearned to lean in and listen intently. Shen Yan was clearly not one to show leniency, nor did he possess the gentlemanly restraint typical of boys his age when it came to sparing a girl's feelings. He had no intention of allowing anyone to cling to false hopes. As he toyed with the lighter he had planned to use to smoke in the corridor, his eyelids drooped. I already have a daughter. You claim to like me? Are you eager to become a mother? Li Shu. She anticipated Shen Yan's rejection. Yet she had not expected it to manifest in such a manner. It would be an exaggeration to call it a surprise, after all. Who could forget that he is indeed his father's son? The young woman appeared utterly stunned. Daughter? Shen Yan's expression remained cold. Is there a problem? And no. Then be gone. Truly, this person exhibited an utter lack of decorum. However, Li Shu found the exchange quite amusing. Clad in her nightgown, her phone charging on the desk, she lay on her bed, listening to her roommate's conversation. Meng Yichu scoffed. We agreed to remain single together. Tang Wan replied, do you really believe such words? Meng Yichu whimpered. Tell me, if you had to choose between me and that scoundrel, whom would you select? With a shift of her gaze, Meng Yichu turned to Li Shu. Li Shu, if it were between me and your man, who would you choose? Li Shu, perplexed by the sudden implication, responded earnestly, I have no boyfriend. Oh, I apologize for my presumption. Meng Yichu swiftly rephrased her inquiry. If I and Shen Yan fell into the water, whom would you save? Li Shu fell silent, bewildered by Meng Yichu's adeptness at such familial jests. In a hushed tone, she confessed, I wouldn't save either. Why? I can't swim. Li Shu sensed the innocent glimmer in Meng Yichu's eyes and hesitantly added, I'm afraid of dying. Upon realizing this might upset Meng Yichu, she quickly offered a reassuring glance. Do not worry, I will call for help. By the time the police arrive, I would likely have sunk already. Only to resurface days later. Meng Yichu smiled and waved her hand dismissively. On the day of the final exams, a heavy snowfall enveloped the city. The entire world was cloaked in white, branches bowing under the weight of the snow, as if on the verge of snapping. This was undoubtedly the largest snowstorm a city had witnessed in a decade. The school is quite considerate on the day of the examination. All classrooms were equipped with air conditioning, attentive to the students' performance. Li Shu's eye meticulously filled in her answers. Once the exams concluded, teachers from each subject arrived to assign homework, distributing a stack of test papers in addition to the winter vacation assignments. One should not indulge excessively during the New Year festivities. It is wise to maintain a balance and avoid any false sense of security, thinking that the college entrance examination is far off. Finally, the school day ended, granting them a sense of liberation as the entire class erupted in cheerful excitement. As she passed the back row, Shen Yan extended his leg to obstruct her path, casually inquiring about her plans for the winter break. "I'm heading to City C tomorrow," she replied. He raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you attending Wang Yu's tutoring class anymore?" Oh, Shen Yan had almost forgotten that Wang Yu's mother ran a small convenience store in City C. Yet, why did he seem so displeased? He still refused to let Li Shu pass, gazing at her with an inscrutable expression. "It just happens to be on the way," she explained. Shen Yan replied with a dismissive humph. "Are you joining me without my permission?" Li Shu frowned. "Don't you already know?" Shen Yan, seemingly unfazed, coldly responded, "Very well. If I don't ask, you won't tell me? I might have thought you two were eloping." However, no matter how displeased he was, Shen Yan had to admit that with Wang Yu accompanying her, he felt considerably more at ease. At least there would be no unexpected incidents on the road. Their conversation reached the ears of Wu Zexi and a few others, who sensed a hint of jealousy in the air. Moreover, everyone seemed to understand without needing to articulate it. It sounded rather like a little wife reporting her itinerary to her husband. Brother Yin seems to be playing the role of a caretaker, transitioning from a father figure to a husband. It's fortunate he can even conceive such a notion. This time, with the addition of the thick stack of exam papers, Li Shu's school bag was stuffed to the brim, making it quite burdensome for her to carry. Shen Yan effortlessly took the pink backpack from her and hoisted it with ease. Li Shu hurriedly remarked, "My family's driver has come to pick me up. I'll accompany you to the school gate." She felt a surge of gratitude as she followed Shen Yan closely behind, momentarily at a loss for words to express his thoughtful nature. The path to the school gate was lightly dusted with a thin layer of snow, which had been compacted into ice by the footsteps of passing students. Just as Li Shu sensed the slickness of the ground, she witnessed a student nearby tumble spectacularly. Consequently, she proceeded with utmost caution. Perplexed, she glanced at the owner of the hand she held. Shen Yan urged her, "Hurry up, holding hands will make it easier." Chapter 141. His defiance of fate. Once Li Shu settled into the car, she fell silent, her gaze lowered to the hand resting on her lap, which still seemed to bear a trace of the warmth from the youth. She had not reacted when Shen Yan spoke, as it was he who had taken the initiative. Clenching her fist, she felt a wave of uncertainty. "Uncle," he glanced at the listless Li Shu through the rearview mirror, mistakenly assuming that she had not performed well on her exams. "Little Shu, it's not the college entrance exam. An occasional subpar performance isn't a cause for concern." Yet, she had never truly performed at her best. Li Shu responded weakly. "Oh, it was a rarity for Li Maoguo and Shu Xiao to be home together." Their simultaneous presence before Li Shu left her feeling drained. Li Maoguo still showed concern for her. "Little Shu, how have you been lately with young Master Shen?" Shu Xiao's lips curled into a hint of mockery. She held a cat in her arms, which did not surprise her. Li Shu felt numb. Her peach blossom eyes devoid of emotion. Li Maoguo's expression suddenly turned cold. He genuinely disapproved of Li Shu visiting her mother-in-law. As for Shu Xiao, the daughter, she scarcely visited even once a year. After the decline of the Shu family, what could Ming Xianghong possibly offer Li Shu? What was there for her to show gratitude for? Yet, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as they would sound heartless. Li Shu nodded. That evening, she refrained from eating too much, fearing indigestion. She and Wang Yu had purchased tickets for the train. Li Shu had scarcely slept the previous night, and now fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Wang Yu's chat page profile picture, a soaring, disdainful goose. Strikingly familiar. If she was not mistaken, it belonged to Qiu Ning. He was sharing answers for the final exam, and out of 10, 5 were incorrect. Wang Yu magnified the image of the answer sheet, highlighting the mistakes. "Are you a pig? How can you be so foolish?" It took a while for Qiu Ning to respond. "You can't just insult people because you're smart. After all, I did pay for this." He had a point. However, Wang Yu showed no mercy. "Honestly, don't ask me for tutoring anymore. Find someone else to ruin." Seeing him busy, Li Shu chose not to say more. Just as she was about to sleep, her phone vibrated. She casually opened it to see a message from Shen Yan. "Have you boarded the train?" Li Shu replied. "Yes." Shen Yan responded. "Message me when you arrive." Truly, a father's worry for his daughter is boundless. He was genuinely concerned. Li Shu felt a surge of emotion. She pressed her lips together and replied, "Okay." With that, she prepared to drift off to sleep. "Shen Yan, you must understand that there are an abundance of ill-intentioned individuals nowadays. particularly those who revel in taking advantage of others. You ought to remain vigilant. Li Shu. Did Shen Yan experience any discomfort while uttering those words? If so, why did he not advise maintaining distance when he held my hand? Meng Xianghong was tending to her flowers in the small courtyard. Even though she had come to see city and was no longer a wealthy lady, she still upheld her customary grace. The little garden was meticulously arranged under her care. She refrained from venturing out to play mahjong with the locals, spending her days in such pursuits to pass the time. Grandmother. Hearing the voice, Meng Xianghong swiftly turned her head, ignoring the flowers. She walked over to take the suitcase from Li Shu's hands. You've lost weight. Li Shu merely smiled and followed Meng Xianghong into the house. This time she had brought a considerable amount of local delicacies from City A, including a box of peach blossom pastries that she had queued early to purchase. Given their fame, the shop opened at 5, and nearly 2 hours later, they would be sold out. Before the troubles with the Shu family, Meng Xianghong often enjoyed indulging in snacks. You child, there was no need to rise so early for this. You mustn't do that next time. She unwrapped the packaging and stuffed a piece into Li Shu's mouth. When are you leaving this time? On the 28th. With food in her mouth. Li Shu spoke rather indistinctly. Over the years, Meng Xianghong had spent the new year alone, as Li Shu was unable to leave the Li family to accompany her. And Li Maohua had not even mentioned bringing his mother-in-law over. He remained silent, as did Xu Xiao. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Even if Meng Xianghong were to visit the Li family, she might still have to witness Li Maohua's despicable fa day in social pretense. As Li Shu contemplated this, her gaze darkened slightly. Once she attended university with Shen Yan's assistance, and if Li Maohua could no longer exert control over her, she would be able to celebrate the new year with her grandmother, rather than being left alone, which was a thought that brought her discomfort. With this consideration, Li Shu's melancholic state of mind lightened considerably. Meng Xianghong nodded and suddenly inquired, Do you remember your Grandma Cheng? Li Shu had some recollection. Grandma Cheng shared a close bond with her grandmother, and Li Shu had seen her on the day of her grandfather's funeral, though she later heard that the family had relocated to Hainan. Meng Xianghong sighed. People can change their hearts regardless of age. Your Grandma Cheng cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. She is currently embroiled in a divorce. In their youth, they were regarded as a model couple, with a man caring deeply for her, and those around them often remarked that she had married well. Even at this late stage of life, they are still causing a stir. Li Shu asked, Is Grandma planning to go to Hainan? Regarding matters of divorce, Meng Xianghong felt it inappropriate to comment, acknowledging that at such an age, one ought to live for oneself. Things are quite tense over at Grandma Cheng's. I might as well go keep her company. Besides, the two of them could use each other's support. On the 28th, she would also accompany our little Shu to the airport. In the days leading up to her return to Sea City, Li Shu had adjusted well. However, on the 5th day, she admitted to feeling a slight longing for Shen Yan, just a hint. She reassured herself, of course, that she also missed Su Su and the others, not solely him. During these days, she had not contacted Shen Yan, and while she perused the chat logs in their group, he had not engaged in conversation. Unable to restrain herself, she sent a message. Li Shu, image JPG, do you know how to solve this problem? Indeed, Shen Yan looked down upon Shen Chanchao's company, however. Shen Wang undoubtedly provoked his ire last time. It was rumored that Shen Chanchao had arranged for someone to start from the grassroots level at Shen S. How absurd. What exactly did Shen Chanchao intend to accomplish? Without hesitation, Shen Yan called his grandfather. Xiao Yan, are you missing your grandfather? Last time, regarding your entry into the company. I agreed. Li Shu was astonished. Shen Yan had yet to graduate. Was he truly defying the odds? Chapter 142. Are you intending to show filial piety towards your father? Shen Yan was indeed exceedingly busy. As for his entry into the company, Shen Chanchao wholeheartedly consented. After all, upon his retirement, Shen Yan would be entrusted with the full responsibility of management. It was beneficial for him to start honing his skills early. Shen Chanchao held high expectations for Shen Yan, placing him directly in the challenging sales department. His position was not insignificant. He assumed managerial responsibilities right from the outset. The sales department operated with a significant degree of autonomy, generating immeasurable wealth for the company. How could Shen Yan expect to win the respect of others without demonstrating tangible accomplishments? While the department personnel spoke of Shen Yan with deference, behind closed doors, they believed that a mere inexperienced youth was leveraging his esteemed background to overshadow them. The competition was indeed fierce. In recent days, Shen Yan had been engrossed in reviewing the company's past successful case studies, desperately trying to absorb knowledge in areas he had never previously encountered. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Yet, Shen Yan was resolute. He either committed fully to the task or would deliver nothing short of a perfect performance, lest he become a subject of ridicule. He had scarcely any leisure time, and in recent days, even his meals had been hastily consumed, resolved in mere moments. He was averaging just over 5 hours of sleep each night and had not even touched his phone. In the department, matters requiring reports to superiors are often trivialized by new employees who visit his office casually, while seasoned employees deem it a waste of time. Apart from possessing a commendable surname, what does Shen Yan truly understand? His situation is undeniably arduous. Yet, he refrains from voicing his thoughts or displaying anger in public. Much to Jiang Yi's astonishment at his forbearance, each day begins with a 10-minute meeting where he languidly reclines in his chair, asking, "What are your work arrangements?" To which no one responds. In the evening meetings, he inquires, "Is there anything to report? Or any solutions you require from my end?" Silence ensues. A glance around reveals several individuals engrossed in their phones, unabashedly ignoring him. Shen Yan merely raises an eyebrow, observing their indifference. "Are you encountering difficulties coordinating with clients?" He probes, yet still receives no reply. Strangely, he maintains his good temper, twirling a pen thoughtfully. "Issues arising during the sales process can be discussed openly," he suggests. But the response is the same. He can even hear someone in the back watching a video. Nonchalantly, he rises and makes a mental note of the most audacious individual in the room. Frankly, such boldness before him is a rarity. A slight smirk graces his lips as he abruptly halts the pen twirling, closing the notebook filled with his recent observations, plans, and strategies. With a resounding thud, he makes no effort to temper his actions. His expression remains unchanged as he declares, "All right, the meeting is adjourned." With that, he disregards everyone present and exits the conference room first. As he leaves, the most competent salesperson scoffs disdainfully, and it is no wonder that Shen Yan irritates him. After all, the former department manager has just been transferred to the branch office. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the managerial position will likely fall into his hands. How could Dongfeng possibly be at ease? He is still inexperienced, yet harbors lofty aspirations. It is unclear what President Shen is contemplating. Those around him have departed, while his close associates remain utterly unmoved. What can one expect? After all, he is the favored son of President Shen, while his other son has been assigned to the General Management Office, beginning his career as a mere ordinary employee. The title General Management Office may sound appealing, yet it primarily involves menial tasks, including human resources and administration. In stark contrast, the sales department, despite its arduous nature, is the cornerstone of the company's largest profits. Dongfeng scoffed, remarking that merely sending people to their department requires genuine capability. Just wait and see, he won't last long. He continues to march to the beat of his own drum, spending each day in the office, with his routine consisting solely of the morning and evening meetings. However, the employees' attitude towards him grows more indifferent by the day. They even make him wait 5 to 6 minutes for everyone to arrive for meetings. What can the young master accomplish while hiding in the office? Everyone assumes he is playing video games. The murmurs of discontent grow louder, yet Shen Yan remains unfazed. Shen Changchao has been observing closely. He cannot say he is disappointed, as he never anticipated Shen Yan to achieve any remarkable results. He merely wished to prick the young master's pride through a department where merit speaks volumes. Shen Yan's temper is notoriously poor, yet he has surprisingly refrained from losing his cool even once throughout the week, nor has he stormed out. Shen Changchao finds this rather unexpected. If it were not for the fact that Shen Yan encounters him within the company and continues to ignore him, as if he were invisible, he might suspect that Shen Yan has undergone a transformation. The matter reached the ears of the ever-concerned elder Shen, who was feeding the parrot in its cage. Rarely was he as calm as a serene lake, for he often took delight in teasing his son, Shen Changchao. "Old man, little Yan is still young. Are you truly going to disregard this matter?" Elder Shen cast a sideways glance at the speaker, maintaining his composure. "Am I not aware of my own grandson?" He spoke with a hint of pride. Do not underestimate him. While Shen Yan may possess a difficult temperament, once he becomes fixated on a matter, no matter how challenging, he invariably accomplishes it with finesse. Yet, at present, his circumstances within the company are quite dire. In contrast, Shen Wang, with his gentle humility, is exceedingly favored by the management. The disparity between them is stark. Elder Shen set down the grains he was holding, wary of overfeeding the parrot. "What? Do you not believe what I say? If I am not mistaken, that little rascal is merely biding his time, waiting for those individuals to fall into his trap. Some matters may be excessive, Yet there is a saying, a deadlock can lead to a miraculous resurgence. On the 28th, Wu Zixi accompanied Lu Dafei in a city for a revelrous time, preparing to return to the military compound to celebrate the new year. Since the onset of winter break, Su Su and Jiang Yi had long abandoned them, as both their families arranged trips under the guise of nurturing their relationship. He could not reach Shen Yan directly, so he utilized connections to contact the Shen Corporation, eventually being transferred to the sales department where he found someone. Is there something you need? Shen Yan inquired listlessly upon hearing his introduction. He was utterly fatigued, having taken a sip of coffee to invigorate himself. This is not today's flight. I was thinking of coming by tomorrow to see you, and perhaps share a meal. By the way, how have you been these past few days? So busy that you haven't even glanced at your phone? Shen Yan let out a yawn and replied, it's out of battery, and I'm too lazy to charge it. Now that's truly lazy. Shen Yan propped his long legs up on the table, reclining languidly in his chair. Are you trying to show filial piety to your father? Chapter 143. Is this what it means to be shameless? Just as Wu Zixi was about to retort, he unexpectedly caught sight of Li Shu, who was bundled up like a bear. In this bustling crowd, it was quite challenging to stumble upon an acquaintance. However, Li Shu's appearance was indeed striking. She moved with great difficulty, taking tiny steps, fearful that her feet would stray while her body couldn't keep up. It was quite clumsy. Wu Zixi chuckled, moving his phone away from his ear and stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan's playful demeanor faded somewhat. Instinctively, he leaned slightly forward. Suddenly, he remembered that amidst all the busyness, he hadn't reached out to Li Shu in days. Li Shu turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, surprised to encounter Wu Zixi. Are you leaving? She asked, astonished. Wu Zixi's eyes flickered, and he cleared his throat before speaking. Has Brother Yin been in touch with you? No. Wu Zixi smiled lightly. Well, it's one thing that Brother Yin has contacted us these past few days, but he hasn't reached out to you either. Sister Shu, to be honest, if I were in your position, I certainly wouldn't let him off so easily. Li Shu glanced at Wu Zixi's phone call page. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a few seconds before slowly responding. Who is Brother Yin? Wu Zixi looked puzzled, not quite grasping Li Shu's question. Shen Yan. Li Shu replied, her tone flat and matter-of-fact. Oh, I don't know him. Wu Zixi was momentarily taken aback. Ha ha ha. Absolutely. Shen Yan remarked. What's wrong with this little fellow? It was one thing for him to exhibit a temper in front of others, but did he also possess such a short memory? Regardless of the internal turmoil within the Li family, Li Maogua presented himself with remarkable composure. He had long instructed Aunt Su to prepare for the festivities, including lanterns, decorative stickers, and various celebratory items for the new year. Visits from corporate partners were essential during this time, and every year, Li Maogua insisted that Li Shu be present. Li Shu greeted everyone as Aunt Su took his luggage. Li Maogua, exuding an air of cultured elegance, looked well-preserved for someone of his age. His demeanor was suitably refined. A light rain fell outside, and Li Shu, without an umbrella, had droplets glistening in his hair. You child, you didn't even let me come to fetch you. Don't catch a cold. Hurry and take a hot bath. Aunt Su, please prepare some ginger tea for Xiao Shu. If Li Shu were not aware of his true nature, he might have doubted whether Li Maogua possessed any darkness within him. Li Shu offered a faint smile, the kind of obedient demeanor expected in front of Li Maogua. All right. Yes, it is quite tranquil. After finishing her bath and tidying up, she donned fluffy slippers and a cozy loungewear ensemble, drying her hair leisurely before descending the stairs. Aunt Su had already prepared the ginger tea and, upon seeing Li Shu, promptly brought it out. Although Li Shu despised the taste, he endured the discomfort to avoid provoking Li Maogua's comments and drank it, the spiciness lingering in his mouth. He remained silent, merely observing quietly. Li Mao's mind was agile. As if he had casually mentioned, you are no longer children. The future is unpredictable, but when you have the time, you might consider visiting the Shen family for the new year. Upon hearing this, Li Shu felt no surprise. Indeed, these were words that Li Maogua could easily utter. The thought of visiting the Shen family alone? What nonsense was that? A faint smile graced Li Shu's delicate, fair features, though her eyes dimmed in response. She softly inquired. Every year, I go to the Feng family with Dad. Will we go this year? As soon as the words left her lips, Li Maogua's expression stiffened. Previously, when accompanying Li Shu, even if Feng Chengwen was not home, Li Shu would still go as the future daughter-in-law of the Feng family, regardless of her reluctance. She had to attend. However, Feng Chengwen's assertion of treating Li Shu as a sister had lodged a thorn in Li Maogua's heart, and it was a discomfort that surfaced with the slightest provocation. His face darkened. Shu Xiao. Shu Xiao feigned ignorance, sneering coldly. Indeed. The Shen family is not comparable to the Feng family. Even if one has to grovel, they must strive to please. After uttering this, she cast a light, dismissive glance at Li Maogua. He could hardly tolerate such disdainful gazes directed at him. What sort of words are these? Would I harm my own daughter? That's uncertain, she retorted. Visiting the Shen family? Such charming words. The military district is tightly guarded. Without proper identification or notification, how could one gain entry? Is Li Maogua suggesting that Li Shu should visit Shen Chao? Who is she to visit? Shen Chao or that stepmother? Absurd. Li Maogua, striving to maintain his last shred of dignity, suppressed his rising anger. Young love is the most sincere, if Xiao Shu truly has something with Shen Yan. What harm is there in getting acquainted early on? Isn't it supposed to be a happy occasion? Shu Xiao remained remarkably calm, especially after hearing those words. She cast a casual glance at Li Shu. You shameless people, I still desire it. Li Shu took a deep breath, watching as Shu Xiao ascended the stairs, before slowly turning her attention to the woefully pale Li Maogua. With an innocent expression, she provocatively asked, Father, does this mean we are indeed shameless? Li Maogua struggled to breathe. I heard you. There's no need to reiterate. Li Shu continued her inquiry. So, were we also shameless when we visited the Feng family? Yet both families had nearly reached an agreement, and you, Father, even mentioned that Uncle Feng has a fondness for me. My relationship with Brother Qingwen is only a matter of time. Feigning sorrow, she lowered her head, her complexion waning in a manner unseen by others. No wonder Uncle Feng's unexpectedly handsome son looks down on me. Perhaps I was too forward? Li Maogua was rendered speechless, never daring to broach the subject again. Even until New Year's Eve, he refrained from making any demands. Li Shu, on the other hand, felt a lightness in her heart. The couplets and various decorations for the evening feast were entirely managed by Aunt Sue. As for the New Year's dinner, Li Shu found it as tasteless as chewing on dried meat, feeling that a simple bowl of instant noodles from outside would be far more satisfying. In the household, it was just Shu Xiao, Li Maogua, and Li Shu. Li Maogua pulled a red envelope from his pocket. Li Shu accepted it, feeling its thinness, without a doubt. It contained a bank card. The password remained unchanged. Receiving the money, Li Shu felt a surge of joy, even indulging in a few extra bites of her meal. Yet, this elation was short-lived, swiftly overshadowed by a devastating piece of news that left her utterly shattered. Chapter 144. The little book no longer receives affection. The Li family's New Year's Eve dinner was served early. It was only 5 o'clock. After the feast, Li Maogua was summoned outside by several brothers. Half an hour later, Shu Xiao also stepped out with a bag in hand. The house fell silent once more. Li Shu washed a plate of cherries and collapsed onto the sofa, observing the messages in the group chat. Jiangyi, on such a festive occasion, are you all too stingy to send a red envelope? Is this how you treat family? Wuzishi Lu Dafei struggled to comprehend. Dad, are you really asking your son for a red envelope? How shameless. Jiang Yi, unabashed, replied, absolutely shameless. Wuzishi, uninterested in banter, generously sent a red envelope without hesitation. Jiang Yi quickly accepted it, urging, keep them coming, keep them coming. Susu could no longer bear it. On this day of New Year's, Jiang Yi had managed to persuade Jiang father to restore his spending limit, and he had already received quite a few red envelopes. He was far from lacking in funds. Yusu, why aren't you sending any? Jiang Yi, now fully in the spirit, responded, I'm just planning to grab a few red envelopes and then send you a substantial one separately. Lu Dafei, this is utterly unacceptable. Is this even a proper thing to do? Surely, it must invite divine retribution. Using our money to pursue women? Upon hearing this, Susu found it rather appealing and swiftly switched sides. Yusu, Wuzishi Lu Dafei, keep it going. Can't you see young Master Jiang is waiting? Wuzishi replied, exasperated. What a pair of cunning wolves. Before long, everyone recalled the wealthiest member of the group and initiated another round of messages. Jiang Yi, Shen Yan, Dad. Yusu, Shen Yan, the New Year's money. Lu Dafei, Shen Yan, Grandpa, take a look at me. Li Shu observed this exchange and felt that Shen Yan ought to respond. She pondered for a moment and typed, Shen Yan. The amount of the red envelope is too small, just make a direct transfer. Once the message was sent, a silence enveloped the group for 3 seconds. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. Sister Shu, you did splendidly. As someone privy to Shen Yan's itinerary, Wu Zishi refrained from sending another message. He could only conclude that Shen Yan was utterly defeated this time. Having barely rested over the past few days, he had been immersed in work at the company. Finally, On New Year's Eve, he could pause to enjoy a reunion dinner. Yet, he found himself with dark circles under his eyes, utterly exhausted. While discreetly preparing for his trip to City A, Wu Zixi couldn't help but wonder, couldn't Li Shu still go out? TSK. So you think you're single now? Is this high-handed tone of yours for real? I say, Brother Yin, why not just take action directly? I see Sister Shu treats you differently. Whether you get together sooner or later, it amounts to the same in the end. But Shen Yan, of course, would not entertain such thoughts. This is not a model student. Early romance is strictly forbidden. Bah, he rarely adhered to any principles. So who was he trying to fool? Yet, Wu Zixi understood that Shen Yan did not wish for these matters to distract Li Shu from her college entrance examination. It was as if dating were akin to raising a daughter. He glanced at Li Shu's WeChat profile picture, ultimately revealing nothing. As twilight descended and the spring festival gala had yet to commence, City A prohibited residents from setting off fireworks. Nevertheless, the festive atmosphere of the new year permeated the streets, where the familiar yet jubilant melodies echoed. Every street and alley, every person's lips. Congratulations, congratulations. It's the Chinese New Year. May the harvest be abundant and smiles abound. The cold wind howled. Li Shu had always been sensitive to the cold, wrapping herself in a warm cotton coat that made her appear round and plump whenever she ventured outside. However, tonight was different. She donned merely a cozy sweater, her feet clad in the soft slippers meant for home. Shivering uncontrollably, she awaited the notification of a successful delivery order on her phone. Just 3 minutes prior, she had received a call from Meng Xianghong. Before she could exchange New Year's greetings, a strange voice emerged from the other end, laced with urgency and tinged with panic, accompanied by faint sobs. I am your grandma, Chung. Your grandmother has fallen from upstairs and is now being taken to the hospital, but we cannot reach your mother. As the words echoed, Li Shu heard the jarring, intermittent wail of an ambulance in the background, along with a trembling male voice exclaiming, "There's so much blood on the ground." Darkness engulfed Li Shu. She had never contemplated the ramifications of something happening to Meng Xianghong. In that moment, it felt as if the world was collapsing around her. The thought of life without her grandmother was unbearable. Nearly dropping her phone, she managed to ask, "How is my grandmother?" The noise on the other end was chaotic, and through the turmoil, she heard the agonizing response, not very optimistic. Meng Xianghong had fallen while at Chung Huiyan's home, where a group of children had been arguing over her divorce. In the midst of their scuffle, one of them inadvertently collided with Meng Xianghong, resulting in her tumbling from the second floor. Chung Huiyan was consumed with both anguish and guilt. If not for her, Meng Xianghong would not have been in such a predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shu dashed out of the door, her mind a blank slate. With trembling fingers, she purchased the latest flight to Hainan, incessantly calling Xu Xiao. Initially, the line resonated with prolonged beeps, but eventually, Xu Xiao seemed to find her bothersome and abruptly ended the call. Listening to the mechanical voice of the system emanating from her phone, Li Shu found herself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety crashed over her, relentless and overwhelming. As if it could engulf her completely. The seeds of worry and the fear of confronting reality magnified in the darkness. Li Shu murmured to the driver, urging him to accelerate. "Could you please drive faster?" After several twists and turns, she hurried to the hospital location sent by Chung Huiyan, her legs quaking at the sight of the words in surgery. Chung Huiyan's children were unusually quiet, avoiding Li Shu's gaze, due to the urgent nature of the situation. The surgical notification was signed by Li Shu only upon her arrival. Her handwriting, typically delicate, appeared rather clumsy this time, almost faltering at times. She reminded herself to remain calm. She could not afford to panic. It was her fault. If not for her, Xianghong would not be in peril. The blood on Chung Huiyan's hands stung Li Shu's eyes, causing them to redden. At this moment, it was impossible to deny feelings of resentment. She found it challenging to comfort others. Time dragged on painfully, each second feeling like a dagger to her heart. Li Shu crouched awkwardly in a corner, hugging her knees. "Grandma, you mustn't be in danger." Little Shu would be left uncared for. She lost track of time, her legs growing numb from the prolonged crouch when her phone vibrated in her pocket. She hesitated to answer, staring blankly at the caller ID for several seconds before slowly pressing the answer button. A familiar voice, leisurely and unhurried, greeted her. "Hello, little shorty. Are you coming out to watch the fireworks?" Chapter 145. Is Shen Yan interested in pursuing a romance with her? Upon hearing Shen Yan's voice, Li Shu felt an inexplicable calm wash over her restless heart. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Recalling her earlier conversation with Wu Zixi, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness, his tone laced with amusement. Have you truly forgotten me? After consuming so much of my yogurt, do you intend to turn your back on me? Li Shu's fingertips turned pale as she clutched the hem of her garment tightly. She inhaled deeply, stifling a sob. Speaking slowly, each word soft and gentle, she murmured, but I am in Hainan. Shen Yan arrived at Hainan while the surgery was still ongoing. The young girl huddled in a corner, missing one shoe. Her hair was disheveled, and she wore nothing but a thin garment, shivering slightly from the cold. Everyone's attention was focused on the surgery, oblivious to her inadequate attire. On this day of supposed unity, she felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. Indeed. Shen Yan understood the significance of Meng Xianghong to Li Shu. Witnessing this scene, his gaze turned sharp, his light brown eyes darkened as he suppressed his tumultuous emotions. He stepped forward slowly, helping her to her feet. Li Shu looked at Shen Yan in surprise, allowing the young man to draw her close, seeking warmth from him. Just then, the surgical lights in the hallway of the rescue room abruptly extinguished, and a weary doctor emerged, who was the family member of Meng Xianghong. Li Shu, with her legs numb from squatting, spoke urgently, "How's my grandmother?" The patient exhibits a strong will to survive. The surgery was successful. However, she suffered a head injury, excessive blood loss, and multiple fractures. The family must be mentally prepared and provide attentive care. The doctor had once again advised that for the next few days, no food should be consumed, and there were several points for the family to heed before departing. Upon hearing that there was no grave concern, Cheng Huiyan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation had not escalated to a tragedy, which would have been difficult to resolve. The once bustling corridor now lay empty, devoid of any presence. After a considerable pause, however, the subdued sound of a young girl's sobs broke the silence. Her emotions having built up over the hours, she clutched tightly to Shen Yan's clothing, overwhelmed by a tide of grievance and fear. Her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes glistened red, reminiscent of a rabbit. In silence, Shen Yan removed his coat and draped it over the girl. Li Shu felt her legs weaken and her spirit wane. The tension that had once gripped her now giving way to exhaustion that echoed throughout her being. She refrained from questioning how Shen Yan had appeared at such a moment. Feeling utterly drained, she leaned against him, her weight pressing down upon him. Shen Yan swallowed hard, closed his eyes momentarily, and then wrapped an arm around her waist. Pulling her closer, he cupped her face tenderly, transcending the bounds of mere classmates, and with a reverent kiss upon her forehead, warm yet restrained, the young man whispered, "Li Shu, do not cry." The news that Meng Xianghong was unscathed truly relieved Li Shu. After she was transferred to a regular ward, she received a call from Xu Xiao. The tone on the other end remained cold and detached, yet it was evident that suppressed anger simmered beneath the surface. "What is it? Why are you being so bothersome?" Li Shu observed Meng Xianghong's pallid face, adorned with an oxygen mask on the hospital bed. The voice on the phone continued, "My grandmother is hospitalized. I've sent you the address via WeChat. It's up to you if you wish to come." With that, the call ended abruptly. She did not turn to glance at the tall figure behind her, Shen Yan. The heart monitor emitted its mechanical beeping, a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation. Her voice, inherently soft and delicate, now carried an enchanting tenderness. "You ought to attend to those dark circles under your eyes." A profound silence enveloped the room, filled with an unspoken atmosphere. What was subtly shifting? At this moment, Li Shu dared not meet Shen Yan's gaze. Yet, Shen Yan, shedding his usual restraint, lazily lowered his head to observe the small whirl atop the girl's head. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Li Shu, you understand what I mean, don't you?" Li Shu wished to remain oblivious. After a prolonged silence, she softly replied with a nasal mm. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile tugged at the corners of Shen Yan's mouth. The distinct scent of youthful innocence lingered in the air, as if it were almost tangible. Even his fingertips faintly remembered the softness of her slender waist, compelling him to caress it lightly. He chuckled softly, his voice deepening. "That's good to hear. I shall wait for your graduation." He did not wish to rush her. Some matters, postponed until after graduation, would carry no guilt or constraint. Li Shu's heart raced, a tumultuous rhythm. Was Shen Yan intending to pursue a romantic relationship with her? But was he not like a father figure? Did this not border on chaos? Li Shu felt a twinge of conflict. Yet, oddly enough, she found no aversion to it. During her youth, she seemed to harbor feelings for Shen Yan that transcended mere friendship, encountering redemption in the prime of her life. Li Shu recognized that amidst the years of aimlessness and indifference, she was now acutely aware of her desires. She greedily wished to fulfill his. The moment Shen Yan appeared in the hospital corridor, she belatedly grasped her profound loneliness. Yet it was not the absence of longing for a home or the feeling of being cherished that troubled her. Li Shu had never contemplated the notion of settling down. Yet if she were to choose someone to spend her life with, she would hope that person would be Shen Yan. However, it was still rather premature to discuss such matters. With her beautiful almond-shaped eyes cast downward, she dipped a cotton swab in water and gently moistened Meng Xianghong's parched lips. In a barely audible voice, she uttered, "Shen Yan, perhaps you should find a hotel to rest." Having stabilized the situation with Meng Xianghong, Shen Yan glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 in the morning. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "You don't need me to stay?" Li Shu maintained a stern expression, her fair visage still marked by traces of tears, avoiding his gaze as she retorted, "Your dark circles are affecting my mood." Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled despite himself. "Very well, if you need anything, just call me. I won't turn off my phone." He yawned. "What do you want for breakfast? I'll bring it to you." Upon the mention of food, Li Shu pondered seriously for a few seconds but ultimately found herself at a loss. "Why must I choose for myself? Can't you just buy everything? Does this resemble a pursuit?" Shen Yan quipped. "You're quite demanding. Your appetite may be small, but your tone is anything but." He raised an eyebrow, stifling a laugh. "Your entitlement is remarkably evident." Chapter 146. "I will wait for your graduation." Li Shu was momentarily stunned, her fair face reflecting tranquility. Slowly she asked, "Is that not permissible?" Shen Yan rubbed his forehead, and as Li Shu turned her body, his long, warm fingers gently grasped her cherubic face. The sensation was delicate. His fingertips warmed to the touch. With a teasing yet mischievous smile, his eyes slightly narrowed, he spoke in a leisurely manner, "You command me with such ease? Have you been waiting for this day for quite some time? Otherwise, how could one be so adept? And you haven't even graduated yet? What will happen once you do?" Shen Yan appeared to be in a quandary. He let out a soft sigh as he gazed at the contorted face of the girl he had pinched, her delicate cherry lips slightly protruding. He leaned down, creating an angle perfectly suited for a kiss. Shen Yan's eyes darkened, his hand applying a bit more pressure, but in the next instant, he abruptly released her. Li Shu regarded him with evident displeasure. "I believe that being father and daughter is quite wonderful. Indeed, you have learned to threaten others." Shen Yan was exceedingly busy. While the situation at the company was not dire, he had managed to organize his thoughts. Yet, a plethora of tasks awaited him. As those seasoned individuals had been indulged for far too long, necessitating his intervention. Xu Xiao's face bore signs of fatigue. She had rushed over as dawn was approaching. First, she consulted the attending physician to understand the situation, and upon entering the ward, she found Meng Xianghong already awake. Her complexion had improved, yet her spirit remained low. Li Shu rarely witnessed Xu Xiao without makeup. It was evident she still cared for Meng Xianghong, as she no longer radiated the same brilliance as before. In fact, she appeared haggard, so much so that had Xu Xiao not spoken, Li Shu might have failed to recognize her. Meng Xianghong cast a glance at Xu Xiao, utterly at a loss for words regarding this daughter of hers. She then continued to reassure Li Shu, "Grandmother is truly fine. This must have frightened you, little Shu." Xu Xiao set down her limited edition handbag, interrupting their conversation. "The lawyer's letter is prepared and will soon be delivered to Aunt Cheng's children." Meng Xianghong paused, clearly taken aback by Xu Xiao's resolve. "Your Aunt Cheng has always cherished you. When you were young, your father and I were busy, and she was the one who took care of you. Have you forgotten? Is this how you repay her?" Xu Xiao remained calm. "My concern lies with her children." Meng Xianghong felt a sense of disappointment. No one wished for her to be in trouble. At that chaotic moment, she happened to be standing at the staircase. It was during a push that she lost her balance and fell, not due to anyone's deliberate action. She spoke with a heavy tone, "This matter shall not be pursued." Xu Xiao, undeterred, clearly intended to see this through to the end. Meng Xianghong, witnessing her determination, felt an ache of frustration throughout her body. Certain words were inappropriate to utter in front of Li Shu, so she had to steer clear of her. "Little Shu, why don't you go have breakfast? Your mother is here, and your grandmother is fine." Li Shu's eyes glimmered with clarity. "All right." She took her phone and slowly exited the hospital room, gently closing the door behind her. She understood that Meng Xianghong wished to divert her attention. Sure enough, after a short while, fragmented sounds emerged from within. "Xu Xiao, how have you become someone I barely recognize? My daughter was once considerate and kind. Just look at yourself now. For the moment, let's set this matter aside. Tell me, have you ever cared for little Shu? How many times a year do you come to city to see me? Have you truly abandoned your mother and daughter?" Xu Xiao paused for a long time, her expression remaining composed, before suddenly breaking into laughter. "You are my mother. How could I ever bear to abandon you? And what about little Shu? Meng Xianghong's eyes reddened, and she turned her gaze away. You might as well not have come. Your presence only adds to my distress. Shu Xiao, feeling impatient, replied, Fine, I will contact my lawyer and not pursue this matter. Li Shu quietly listened to the conversation within the room, her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinking. Shen Yan arrived at the hospital, burdened with numerous bags of snacks. As he approached, he noticed Li Shu standing motionless at the door of the ward. She had changed into a new outfit, presumably provided by her family the day before. The girl appeared dejected and despondent. Shen Yan walked over, stood beside her, and heard voices coming from the ward, accompanied by some incomprehensible murmurs. He reached out, grasped Li Shu's wrist, and gently led her away. She offered no resistance, obediently trailing behind like a loyal shadow. Are you not afraid I might sell you? He jested, a playful glint in his eyes. Li Shu regarded the sharp contours of his profile. Do you intend to sell me for personal gain? Absolutely not, Shen Yan swiftly refuted, raising an eyebrow. With your petite frame, how much do you think you could fetch? Li Shu remained silent as she followed him to the end of the corridor, where a small round table was set up, typically used by nurses for meals. Shen Yan placed the bags of food atop the table, which also held a bottle of warm milk. Steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, glutinous rice cakes, and sweet rice balls filled the surface. Meng Xianghong could only consume liquid food now, relying on glucose. Hence, this feast was prepared for her. Li Shu gazed at the table laden with breakfast and inquired earnestly, Shen Yan, do you not find this wasteful? Shen Yan hesitated, realizing the previous day's antics had led to this abundance. He looked at Li Shu with an expression of incredulity. She soon recalled her own words and slowly took a seat, her tone devoid of inflection yet sincere. You are truly considerate. Shen Yan scoffed lightly. Humph. Li Shu chose to disregard his response, taking small bites of her breakfast. Suddenly, she broke the silence, asking, When will you leave? Shen Yan's gaze flickered. It was evident that he wished to spend a few more days with Li Shu. Yet the company required him to cast his net further. Effortlessly, he twisted open the cap of the warm milk bottle for her. 2 hours later, Li Shu was not surprised. She simply nodded in understanding. The dark circles beneath Shen Yan's eyes revealed the extent of his busyness. Despite his hectic schedule, he had come to her side during her most desolate moments. Li Shu, he languidly reclined in his chair and spoke, You are quite wealthy, aren't you? In this regard, Li Shu felt a considerable sense of confidence. A faint smile graced her lips as she nodded affirmatively. I am even wealthier than you. Shen Yan's casual remark came across as a challenge in Li Shu's ears. Your attire must be costly as well. It's certainly not easy to maintain. Li Shu felt a twinge of frustration. Even the buns no longer seemed appetizing. Shen Yan jested, Therefore, I must go to work. I cannot allow your quality of life to diminish should you choose to be with me. The properties and assets he possessed would not pose any strain, not even with Li Shu's. Yet, in this manner, he was subtly conveying to her that she was included in his plans. Just as he had refrained from calling her little shorty after their candid conversation the previous day, he now addressed her with both her surname and given name, lending a sense of solemnity and seriousness to his words. However, within that formality lay an unfamiliar hint of intimacy. He was earnestly encouraging Li Shu to adapt, constantly reminding her that he, Shen Yan, was waiting for her to graduate. Li Shu's breath slowed. After a long moment, she softly inquired, Shen Yan, before you leave, would you like to meet my grandmother? Chapter 147. This is Shen Yan's intention. Light streamed through the glass, softly illuminating the serene profile of the young girl. Her delicate beauty appeared even more ethereal in the gentle glow. Shen Yan found it hard to believe that the innocent Li Shu would, in a few years, transform into someone entirely different. Ultimately, Li Shu's suggestion proved unattainable. Shu Xiao had not left the hospital room, seemingly intent on staying to accompany Meng Xianghong during her discharge. Before Shen Yan departed, he tossed the New Year's gift, which should have been given to Li Shu yesterday, into her hands. Li Shu felt excessively full after eating, and after seeing Shen Yan off, she took the uneaten breakfast to the hospital room. Fatigued, Meng Xianghong had already succumbed to sleep. Shu Xiao lay on the sofa, covered by the quilt gifted by Grandma Cheng, clearly exhausted as well. After observing her for a while, Li Shu realized how much she resembled Shu Xiao, both preferring to sleep on their sides, with the right hand subconsciously clutching the edge of the blanket. Shu Xiao's slumber was restless, her brow furrowed even in dreams. Has your grandmother fallen? Came the voice of Li Maogua. Li Shu's expression remained neutral, her words as consistently gentle and soft as he had always known. Is Dad coming over? She asked, not genuinely expecting a response, merely engaging in the usual pretense. Listening to his soothing voice filled her with distaste. By the way, have you received the money I transferred? Use it to buy some supplements for your grandmother. Li Shu exited the call interface and, as anticipated, found an unread message lying there. On February 1st at 7:42 a.m., Li Maohua had transferred 300,000 yuan to your savings account ending in XXXX. When it came to financial matters, Li Maohua was indeed quite adept. All right. Accompanying Li Maohua in a round of insincere pleasantries, Li Shu hung up the phone and proceeded to unbox the gift from Shen Yan. It was quite heavy, leaving her curious about the treasures it might conceal. Li Shu had never received a legitimate gift, aside from Ming Xianghong. The sparkle in her eyes was particularly vibrant as she eagerly tore it open, only to find it adorned with striking letters, compilation, and detailed analysis of the past 5 years of examination papers. Li Shu, I am grateful to you. So, if it weren't for my grandmother's incident, Shen Yan traveled all this way just to present me with this item? How utterly perplexing. Li Shu felt somewhat at a loss. However, mere seconds later, her expression remained impassive as she retrieved a black pen from her backpack and began to work through the examination papers. Recently, Dong Feng had secured a substantial deal with a client who was an oil magnate, a transaction amounting to 800 million. If he could clinch it, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. The proceedings were progressing smoothly. Yet, was this deal really as seamless as it appeared? The counterpart was notoriously difficult to handle. They were meticulously following the signing procedures, even providing a deposit of 10 million. Everyone believed the deal was virtually in the bag, with no unforeseen complications. Yet, Shen Yan sensed something amiss. Upon investigation, the source of the issue was revealed. The oil magnate's daughter had recently begun dating a young man whose company was engaged in real estate, though it paled in comparison to the Shen Corporation. Being woefully small in scale, the business operations bore resemblance to those of Shen's sales department. Under the umbrella of Shen Group, various industries were encompassed, including the burgeoning sectors. The headquarters boasted 5 sales departments, with Shen Yan serving in one of them. The oil magnate harbored discontent towards his daughter's boyfriend, dismissing both his family background and social standing. Yet, it was precisely her affection for him that persisted, even going so far as to offer his support. Coincidentally, the company is in need of expansion, and he is also inclined to change office buildings. He disseminated the news, and Dong Feng promptly visited him, precisely at a time when he was reluctant to hand the project over to his daughter's boyfriend. Following a heated argument between father and daughter, perhaps out of sulking and to demonstrate his resolve, upon Dong Feng revealing his affiliation with the Shen family, he signed the contract without hesitation. Shen Yan understood that this magnate had but one daughter, and he might not be averse to making concessions for her sake. Moreover, the penalty for breach of contract was within the other party's means. What he needed to do now was await an opportunity for the other party to backtrack. It is often said that to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. Without securing Dong Feng, it would be challenging for the sales department to resolve matters. He would not dismiss any employee. Those in the sales department possess invaluable client resources and networking abilities, especially someone like Dong Feng. This was indeed a formidable challenge. The entire company was on holiday, and apart from the patrolling security, there was no one around. Yesterday, he had only sought out Li Shu after accompanying Old Shen for the New Year's Eve dinner. Shen Chao had a significant objection to Shen Yan's departure. But before he could voice it, Old Shen, in a foul mood, dismissed him. Xiao Yan is my grandson. Do you dare to speak ill of him in my presence? Not only was Old Shen not angry, but he was also surprisingly elated. Even his demeanor towards Shen Chao improved considerably. Shen Yan had always been dutiful towards him, and such behavior was unprecedented. Recalling the phone call he had with Shen Yan on New Year's Day, Old Shen immediately speculated that his precious grandson had gone to see a young lady. He had a night filled with good dreams. Now, in high spirits, he hummed a tune while feeding the parrot. Upon recognizing the visitor, he furrowed his brow. Shen Yan felt inexplicably uneasy. During the doctor's rounds, special instructions were given that Ming Xianghong should not eat yet. At noon, Ming Xianghong feebly urged the mother and daughter to have lunch. Xu Xiao went to the restroom, applied some lipstick, and her complexion improved significantly. Though Ming Xianghong did not mention it, Xu Xiao did not feel hungry yet. However, once the topic was raised, her stomach began to protest. She picked up her bag and glanced at Li Shu, who remained motionless. With a cool demeanor, she asked, "Aren't you coming?" Li Shu sat upright, hands resting on her knees, and softly replied, "You may go." Under normal circumstances, Shu Xiao would have already left, but this time she remained seated. With a huff, she retorted, "Mom, it's her choice not to eat. Don't blame me for letting her go hungry." It was no surprise that she did not leave immediately. Indeed, with Ming Xianghong watching, she refrained from overtly displaying her impatience, thus sparing herself a lecture. Upon hearing this, Ming Xianghong felt a pang of sorrow. "My child, are you really going to skip lunch?" Li Shu pointed to the breakfast on the table, which she had left unfinished. "I will eat this." Ming Xianghong offered a resigned smile. "It's all cold. Come on, let's go out and have something nice." Li Shu did not find dining with Shu Xiao to be a delightful experience. Her gaze shifted to the microwave. She earnestly stated, "Just reheating it will suffice. This is Shen Yan's goodwill. It should not go to waste." Chapter 148. A lonely night alone, however, they occasionally exchanged messages on WeChat to confirm their mutual existence. Unlike before, Shen Yan kept his phone on 24 hours a day. Nonetheless, the person she communicated with the most was Su Su. Su Su flitted from one city to another, sending pictures to Li Shu whenever she encountered something interesting. In those photographs, 7 out of 10 featured her with Jiang Yi. Wang Yu has also become quite busy. During the new year, he traveled to City C, and it is said that his excellent academic performance garnered much praise from the locals. While managing the store, he also tutored 2 middle school students. Wu Zishi welcomed a little girl into his home, having learned that her parents were recently victims of a tragic car accident. Wu's grandfather shared a deep bond with her late grandfather, and upon hearing the news, he could not bear to leave her alone and promptly brought her under his care. The girl is 2 years younger than Wu Zishi, and considering their similar ages, Wu's grandfather decided to entrust her care to his grandson. Everyone became busy, except for Lu Dafei, who stood out as an anomaly. He was so idle that he flooded the group chat daily. Lu Dafei exclaimed, "Oh my, I am utterly bored." He continued, "Zishi, I heard your parents are quite pleased with that little village girl. I even heard that the old man verbally arranged a betrothal. How amusing. A daughter-in-law descending from the heavens. Ha ha." Soon after, he expressed, "This is hilarious." However, he couldn't help but mention, "But honestly, that girl seems timid and frail. With a rather dark complexion, it's somewhat." As he typed, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him as he realized his own lack of prospects. He scrolled through his social media, only to feel more disheartened. Yen Gu and Li Shu, Jiang Yi and Su Su, regardless of Wu Zishi's feelings, all seemed to have found partners, leaving him as the sole solitary figure. Finding a suitable angle, he took a selfie, edited it to achieve a refined look, and posted it online with the caption, "A solitary night. If you wish to connect, please dial. More surprises await you." It was all just the well-meaning concern of distant relatives. His second aunt commented, "Look at how this child is being pressured. Grandfather, hurry up and leave. This is utterly embarrassing. It's broad daylight, yet you're acting like it's a solitary night. Have you lost your mind? Uncle, do you want me to introduce someone to you? However, Defei, first let me take you to the gym. In your current state, I'm genuinely concerned about your presentation." Lu Defei, in a state of panic, wished to delete it all. Unexpectedly, his mother called. "Several of your aunts saw it and came to ask me what had upset you. That picture is simply dreadful. You must be aware of how unattractive it is." Lu Defei trembled in fear. After the initial exams, Zheng Hong held a teacup and remarked, "I understand that with the new year, everyone has loosened up a bit, but that's all right. I have prepared several jars of tea. If you're not inclined to discuss your aspirations and future with me, then you should promptly regain the motivation from last semester's finals." Our class monitor, Jiuning, expressed that due to her commitment to academic pursuits, she could not simultaneously fulfill her duties as a class officer. I had already made up my mind regarding the candidate for her replacement. My gaze shifted backward, locking onto one individual without inquiring if they were willing. With a cheerful demeanor, I stated, "I believe that under Jiang Yi's leadership and supervision, everyone will make progress." This was met with a chorus of lamentations. Is that supervision? It's clearly a coercive threat. Jiang Yi, engrossed in his phone, suddenly straightened up, overwhelmed by a sense of duty. You can still hold a position in such a mediocre school? This is an experience I have yet to encounter. Displeased with his classmates' reactions, he growled, "Didn't you hear? Why aren't you applauding?" Soon, the complaints ceased, and the crowd reluctantly clapped their hands. Zheng Hong was pleased. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Everything is falling into place. Shen Yan's endeavors are progressing remarkably well. As anticipated, the oil magnate, seeking to resolve his Cold War with his daughter, intends to grant that young man an opportunity. He instructed his secretary to contact Dongfeng. The collaboration has been terminated, and the penalty for breach of contract will be processed. The sales department is utterly astounded. They have witnessed the immense effort Dongfeng invested in securing this deal. Furthermore, they have already liaised with the design department, and the preliminary CAD drawings for the relevant floors have been produced. The deepening design team has pushed through relatively minor projects and is now awaiting arrangements. This includes the office building's location, with the land in the city center having been approved. Such developments have left the Human Resources Department in a frenzy. Consequently, it would seem all efforts have been in vain. Yet, there remains the matter of the penalty fee. Upon investigation, Dongfeng discovered that the opposing party had enlisted the services of a rather inconspicuous small company within the industry. How could he possibly feel at ease? If they possessed the capability to rival Shen's firm, then very well, they would concede defeat. However, they do not, being a company that is not even publicly listed. Overwhelmed, Dongfeng, under the mounting pressure from the sales, design, and human resources departments, made another visit. Armed with previously successful case studies, he hoped the opposing party might reconsider. Yet this time, he was unable to even meet face to face. In utter dismay, Dongfeng found himself in a state of despair. This situation caught the attention of the president's office, and he was summoned before Shen Chao. After a lengthy discussion, he felt utterly drained, his once proud demeanor diminished. The sales department, too, was increasingly despondent. Heads hung low, silence reigned. Shen Yan twirled the pen in his hand, assessing their expressions, which resembled frostbitten eggplants. Is there truly nothing? He chuckled softly. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned icy, and a palpable tension enveloped the room, causing hearts to flutter with unease. Typically, you present yourselves with such bravado before me. How is it that this trivial matter has reduced you to such a state? Instead of languishing in melancholic reverie this autumn, why not contemplate methods of redemption? While other departments revel in your misfortune, you choose to confront the situation in this dismal manner. Shen Yan wore a sardonic smile, rhythmically tapping his pen against the table, as if attempting to ensnare their very souls. This is not the response I seek. This collaboration has garnered the attention of many within the industry. Do you truly believe it is as simple as a mere rejection of a proposal? To be bested by an obscure small enterprise would transform Shen's firm into a laughingstock within the sector. His tone was audacious, and even Dongfeng, weary and disinclined to engage in disputes, furrowed his brow. With a decisive thud, he slammed his notebook shut, each word punctuated with resolve. Does young Master Shen possess a